The young healer, Tang Jingshu, upon her arrival in a new world, is mistaken for sustenance. She valiantly combats the wicked and rends the deceitful, reclaiming her belongings in search of her family, banished to the northern borders. Before she can journey northward, she becomes the savior of the war god prince, finding solace under the protection of a formidable ally. Utilizing her spatial abilities and extraordinary powers, Tang Jingshu strives alongside her family towards a prosperous life, amassing wealth and abundance. Her son's powers instill terror in their adversaries, while she also aids impoverished citizens in their quest for prosperity, becoming a living bodhisattva in their eyes. However, this mighty protector frequently visits her home, forming an inseparable bond with her son, their affection deepening to the point where even a day apart feels like an eternity. The family observes, their beloved little rabbit seems destined to be whisked away. Her son muses that this man could indeed serve as a father. The war god, with a peculiar fastidiousness, desires only her and her child. Chapter 1. Hasty girl, don't flee. Mother, subsisting on roots and tree bark daily, I long for meat. Jiao smacked his lips. I just returned from outside, and I spied Uncle Lu residing in the dilapidated temple, surreptitiously boiling meat. In these dire times, when roots and bark are scarce, where can meat be found? The emaciated old lady Jiao, weakly leaning against the stone wall of the cave, suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of hope igniting within them as the firelight flickered. What do? You propose? That child appears to be on the brink of death, T. Jiao Da's words. The previously feeble family members quickly gathered around, saliva pooling at the thought of meat, a taste they had long been deprived of. With a sigh, old lady Jiao closed her eyes once more. Libby, despite her apparent foolishness, she treasures her child above all, and she will surely refuse. She is not one of us, the Jiao family. After nearly a month of care, it is time for her to repay us. Jiao Da's gaze hardened. The defeated who people refer to women as toe-legged sheep, why should we not do the same? Old lady Jiao gasped, her murky eyes scanning the faces of her kneeling children, pondering for a moment before she nodded slightly. As you wish. Outside the cave, a sudden clamor was heard, followed by hurried footsteps. The four Jiao brothers exchanged glances and bolted outside, discovering the discarded roots and bark on the ground, confirming that Tang Jingshu had returned. Jiao Da's gaze fell upon Tang Jingshu, a gaunt figure, desperately carrying her 2-year-old child as she raced up the mountain. Her agility allowed her to outpace them significantly. We cannot let her escape. Hurry. Pursue her. To Jiao Da and his brothers, Tang Jingshu had transformed into prey, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. As she ran, Tang Jingshu cursed them fiercely in her heart. She had risked her safety to forage for food, while they conspired in the cave to feast upon her and her child. Impudent girl, don't run. Jiao Da and his companions relentlessly pursued her, swiftly cornering her against a steep cliff, encircling her. Gripping a thick wooden stick for defense, Tang Jingshu's eyes were fixed on the 4 men before her, her inner fury boiling over. Impudent girl, hand over the child peacefully, and we may spare your life. Jiao Da leered at Tang Jingshu's face, thinking that had she not possessed such brute strength, he would have taken her long ago. If the child is lost, I can marry you and have another. Should you resist, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Jiao, concealing his malice, adopted a gentle demeanor. Jingshu, without food, that child will soon perish. You would be saving us by giving him to us. Consider it an act of mercy, and we promise to treat you well henceforth. That truly so? Tang Jingshu exclaimed, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Jiao Da swore, if you hand over the child, I will accompany you to find food in the future, ensuring you receive the best first. Tang Jingshu, trembling with fear, weighed her options before responding. Very well. Elder brother, toss me your stick, and I shall give you the child, but you must come alone. Jiao San, wary of a trap, cautioned, elder brother, do not be deceived. Perceiving Tang Jingshu's timid demeanor, Jiao Da dismissed her as a threat. Stay here, I will fetch the child. Once I have him, you can. A shared glance conveyed their understanding. Once the child was in their grasp, Tang Jingshu would be dealt with. Jingshu, do not fear. If you comply, we shall not harm you. Jiao Da advanced cautiously. Stand still, I am coming to take the child. Tang Jingshu's large eyes remained firmly locked on Jiao Da as he approached, and when he neared within striking distance, she suddenly lunged forward. With all her might, she swung her stick, and Jiao Da, sensing the attack, raised his arm defensively. only to hear the sickening crack of bone as his arm broke in two. Before he could utter a cry, a powerful kick followed, shattering his thigh bone and bringing him to his knees. Da-da! Elder brother, Jiao Da's anguished scream echoed as he collapsed. Shaking with pain, he had been outsmarted. Quickly, kill her. Eliminate this wretched woman. Wretched woman, meet your end. Jiao Air and Jiao San charged forward, brandishing their sticks. Fearless, Tang Jingshu met them heated, taking a running leap, grasping a nearby tree trunk, and vaulted over the swinging stick aimed at her by Jiao Air. She spun around the trunk, delivering a kick that sent Jiao Air sprawling face first into the dirt. The sticks of Tang Jingshu and Jiao San clashed with a resounding crack. With a sharp snap, Jiao San's stick shattered. In a swift motion, Tang Jingshu launched a kick that sent Jiao San flying, crashing against the trunk before collapsing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing his two brothers felled by Tang Jingshu, Jiao Air disregarded his own pain and swung his stick fiercely. Wretched woman, I will kill you. Tang Jingshu smirked disdainfully, deflecting his attacks with ease, and soon his arms were broken, his face a bloody mess. Finally, she struck him brutally across the lower back, and with a pained cry, he fell to the ground. Jiao Si, typically timid, saw Tang Jingshu's ferocity and dared not approach, retreating in haste before fleeing. Tang Jingshu dispatched Jiao Air and Jiao San with two swift blows, then kicked a fist-sized stone towards Jiao Si. You little thief, what do you think you're running? With a thud, Jiao Si collapsed, his mouth striking the stone. As he touched his mouth, he felt the warm blood and realized several teeth had been knocked out. Blood, blood. My teeth, my teeth. Jiao Si's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Useless. With a disdainful spit, Tang Jingshu stamped heavily on Jiao Da's back. Jiao Da felt as if a massive weight pressed upon him, and with terror in his eyes, he gazed up at the fierce Tang Jingshu. Who are you? I'm the one you sought to kill. With a swift swing, she cracked Jiao Da's skull, her voice icy. You wish to slay me and consume my child. Let us see if you possess the fortune to do so. Jiao Da's head throbbed violently as blood flowed, and driven by instinct to survive, he pleaded desperately. Tang Jingshu, we were wrong. For the sake of our family taking you in, spare me, please. Take you in, Tang Jingshu scoffed. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Just as Jiao Da believed that Tang Jingshu would spare his dog's life, Tang Bao stretched his neck and let out a howl that echoed the call of a wolf summoning its pack, sending a shiver down Jiao Da's spine. The surrounding area was filled with rustling sounds, causing Jiao Da's hair to stand on end as he desperately pleaded for mercy. Tang Jingshu, have mercy. Please spare me. Let us go. When you contemplated devouring my son, when you sought to take my life, did you ever consider sparing me? Tang Jingshu cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Tang Bao behind her, letting out a cold chuckle before striding down the mountain with purpose. Not having ventured far, the air was soon filled with the agonized screams and the ferocious howls of the wolf pack behind her. The wicked, indeed, reap what they sow. Chapter 2. Retribution. Elderly Jiao stared in terror at Tang Jingshu standing before her. Upon noticing the bloodied wooden stick in her hand, elderly Jiao lunged forward frantically. You little wretch, what have you done to my son? She raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Tang Jingshu. In one swift motion, Tang Jingshu seized elderly Jiao's wrist and retaliated with two sharp slaps of her own. Old hag, seeking death. Elderly Jiao's youngest daughter immediately rushed in. You dare to strike my mother. Yet, before she could get close, Tang Jingshu sent her flying with a kick, leaving her sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Old hag, return what you have taken from me. Tang Jingshu grasped elderly Jiao's throat, applying pressure. You have squandered my jewelry and silver notes. I no longer desire them. I only seek my household registration and that jade pendant. 2 years prior, the original owner lost her innocence and was sent to the countryside to give birth. Due to her frail condition, she suffered a premature and difficult delivery that resulted in her demise. The fiery young master of Tianyi sect, Tang Jingshu, had traversed the realms and performed surgery on herself, giving birth to her son, Tang Bao. However, after giving birth, she suffered from a disordered soul. Plagued by episodes of clarity and confusion, living in the countryside to tend to her health and raise her child. Her father, Tang Yinan, a deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, had offended the king 4 months ago, resulting in wrongful imprisonment and the exile of their entire family to the desolate northern region of Qizhou. Upon learning of the sudden change in her family's circumstances, Tang Jingshu, accompanied by her son and 2 maidservants, followed in secret, hoping to care for her family. Her mind was muddled, and with a child in tow, Hongye and Levian could not hasten their pace. Consequently, they failed to catch up with their exiled family. After a tiresome journey, they reached the border of Dang Dynasty, only to encounter drought-stricken refugees. On that day, while Hongya went out to procure grain, Levian stayed behind to protect Tang Jingshu and her son. But they were soon scattered by the desperate crowd. In a daze, Tang Jingshu wandered aimlessly with her child, only to be lured back to elderly Jiao's home, where her money and jewelry were seized, and her household registration withheld, demanding she marry Jiao to Tang Jingshu, having lost her memory but not her wits. Could not possibly desire Jiao or his brothers. With her strength, she defended herself and her child. For the past month, she had toiled like a beast for the Jiao family, serving them in exchange for minimal sustenance for herself and her child. She had contemplated escape, but without her household registration, she was rendered helpless. This morning, after fainting from hunger, she awoke to find her 3 souls and 7 spirits restored, regaining her memories. At that moment, elderly Jiao, her face turning purple under Tang Jingshu's grip, stubbornly refused to relinquish her belongings, gritting her teeth in defiance. Dream on if you think I'll give you the household registration and jade pendant. Elderly Jiao clutched the household registration as if it were her lifeline, determined to keep it even at the cost of her life. After all, she had already killed her 4 sons, and her hatred for Tang Jingshu was palpable, wishing nothing more than to devour her flesh and drink her blood. Humph! Tang Jingshu scoffed, casting the old woman to the ground, delivering a series of blows that left elderly Jiao wailing, yet still refusing to relent. Next, she overturned the belongings of the Jiao family scattered on the ground, searching meticulously, but to no avail. Turning her gaze back to elderly Jiao, who recoiled in fear, Tang Jingshu noticed the old woman's collar was slightly open, revealing a red string beneath. Her eyes lit up as she approached and yanked the red string, discovering it indeed held her jade pendant. With a forceful tug, elderly Jiao shrieked in pain as the string snapped, leaving her neck bruised and bleeding. So filthy. Tang Jingshu wiped the pendant clean with a cloth before tucking it into her bosom, then began to search elderly Jiao for the household registration. When the old woman resisted, Tang Jingshu resolutely tore away her clothing, revealing a pocket sewn into her trousers. Ripping it open, she found silver notes and her household registration inside. These items were rightfully hers. Without hesitation, Tang Jingshu seized them, only to have elderly Jiao cling desperately to her legs. You cannot take them away. They are mine, and I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. Tang Jingshu kicked her away, disregarding elderly Jiao's curses and cries as she exited the cave. Standing at the cave's entrance, she was startled to see flocks of birds soaring chaotically in the sky. The once azure heavens had turned a glaring yellow, and an ominous premonition stirred within her. Was another calamity about to strike? Observing the ants and rats scurrying out from their burrows in a frenzy, Tang Jingshu gasped, "An earthquake!" She fled, and just as she reached open ground, the earth trembled violently. The mountains shook, trees toppled, and it was as if the very ground refused to hold her. Tang Jingshu hurriedly sought shelter, cradling her child protectively, pressing herself against the ground. Massive boulders tumbled down from the mountains, crushing homes at the foot of the hill and burying everything beneath clouds of dust and cries of despair. After enduring several tremors, the earth finally settled into silence. She quickly checked her child for injuries, and as she opened her eyes, she was met with her son's bright, innocent gaze. His large, glistening eyes sparkled as he smiled widely, calling out, "Mother!" In that instant, Tang Jingshu's heart melted. She kissed her precious Tang Bao, "My darling." Filled with relief for having returned, she knew otherwise they would have been reduced to fodder for the wicked family. Tang Bao returned the kiss, his smile growing sweeter. For there was nothing more joyous than waking after a full meal to see his mother. Tang Jingshu lifted Tang Bao, saying, "My darling, let us descend the mountain." "MHM." Tang Bao replied eagerly, "Baby can walk by himself." Occasionally, aftershocks rattled the ground, but Tang Jingshu could not allow her son to walk alone. She secured Tang Bao onto her back with a strap. "Do not rush, my darling. Once we reach a flat and safe place, Mother will let you walk by yourself." "All right." "Okay," Tang Bao replied dutifully, wrapping his arms around her neck, his curious eyes scanning their surroundings. Witnessing the dramatic changes in their environment, he exclaimed, "Mother, it's terrible. Terrible. Do not fear, my darling. Mother will protect you." "We must find a safe haven quickly," Tang Jingshu assured him. Gently patting Tang Bao's back, she comforted him. "The earthquake has ended. Do not be afraid. Mother is here." Her obedient son nodded. "Baby is not afraid." "Good boy, the wind outside is too strong. Let Mother cover you with this garment. Is that all right?" "Yes." Tang Jingshu draped a piece of cloth over Tang Bao's head, shielding his view from the devastation outside and blocking the dust that lingered post-quake. She tore a piece of cloth for herself, covering her mouth and nose, concealing her lovely face as well. Before departing, Tang Jingshu glanced back at the cave where the Jiao family resided. The entrance was blocked by massive stones, likely sealing the fate of all within. Turning her eyes to the nearby mountain temple, she noted that the Liu family had not emerged. They too were likely buried beneath the rubble. Tang Jingshu lacked the compassion to rescue them. The fates of these two malevolent families were but poetic justice. Chapter 3. Saving others. The scene below the mountain was equally tragic. The drought compounded by the earthquake created a rhythm of devastation threatening humanity's very existence. Along the way, homes lay in ruins, and injured citizens sprawled motionless on the ground, surrounded by weeping family members. Beneath the rubble, children cried weakly for help, while a woman desperately dug with her bare hands, yet no one came to assist her. Her bloodied hands continued to labor as she cried, "Hold on, my son. I will rescue you." As a fellow mother, Tang Jingshu felt her heart ache in empathy and, without hesitation, stopped in her tracks. She picked up a wooden stick from the side and joined in the desperate effort to dig the child out from the rubble, racing against time. The young child, having endured a harrowing ordeal, immediately threw himself into his mother's arms and wept uncontrollably upon being rescued. The woman, weeping, comforted her child and quickly knelt down, bowing her head to Tang Jingshu in gratitude for saving their lives. "Thank you, dear sister, thank you," she expressed fervently. "It was but a small effort," Tang Jingshu replied, gesturing towards the child's leg, which had been injured and should not be moved carelessly. The woman looked down and, indeed, saw that the child's leg was broken, blood seeping out profusely. Her heart ached. "Oh my heavens, what shall we do?" The injury was severe. They had no food, let alone silver to seek medical attention. And most critically, there were no doctors in this area. Overwhelmed by despair, she clutched her child tightly, her eyes filled with resolve. If anything happened to her son, she would not wish to live. "I possess some medical knowledge. Allow me to take a look," Tang Jingshu offered. The woman's eyes lit up with hope as she gazed at Tang Jingshu, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, dear sister, thank you." Tang Jingshu squatted down, grasping the boy's broken leg. With a sharp crack, the boy let out a piercing scream as she set the bone. Next, Tang Jingshu gathered some pure ash from the nearby plants and sprinkled it over the wound to staunch the bleeding. She tore a strip of cloth and secured the boy's leg with a wooden board, hoping to prevent infection. "This is all I can do," she said. Even as the young master of the heavenly physician sect, she felt utterly powerless without resources. "Thank you, benefactor, thank you," the woman said, looking at Tang Jingshu with immense gratitude, akin to a living bodhisattva. "You have saved our lives. Your great kindness will never be forgotten." "It was merely a small act," Tang Jingshu replied as she rose, her gaze lifting towards the ominous sky. This was not a place to linger. The oppressive atmosphere hinted at a looming downpour, and a long drought followed by heavy rain could spell disaster. The earthquake had loosened the mountains and soil. If the rain persisted, mudslides and flash floods could easily occur. This area, located at the foot of the mountains, would be the first to suffer. The woman, upon hearing this, became frantic. "What shall we do? My son cannot walk with a broken leg." Tang Jingshu handed her a tree branch. "Use this to help him walk slowly," she advised. "If he develops a fever tonight, sponge him with water until it subsides. I must head north to find my family. I can assist you no further." She could not take the mother and child with her. In these dire times, self-preservation was paramount. "Dear sister, we just came from the north. There is no one left there. It is unwise to return," the woman urged, her gratitude evident. "The floods 2 years ago, last year's drought, and now this earthquake. Heaven seems to have closed all doors to us. We cannot go north. The south is our only hope for survival. My family is in Yinkishan. They will not leave that place. I must return to find them," Tang Jingshu insisted. "The exiled cannot leave their designated area, lest they become fugitives, subject to execution." Tang Yinan was educated, while her second uncle and 2 elder brothers were skilled in both literature and martial arts, but with a family of women and children. Leaving Yinkishan was impossible. "Thank you for your kindness, sister, but my mind is made up," she stated resolutely. Hongya and Levian must still be searching for her. She was not concerned for their safety, but rather feared they might starve without food. In her moments of clarity, Tang Jingshu had worried about getting lost, and had agreed with the 2 maids that if they became separated, they would meet at the Jinha ferry. She had to make it there. With determination, Tang Jingshu turned and walked away, the mother and child stumbling to follow her. She moved swiftly, and they hastened their pace to keep up. The boy's leg pained him greatly. He understood that staying behind meant certain death, and only by following the healer could he hope to survive. Along the way, other disaster victims called out to Tang Jingshu for assistance. She was able to set broken legs, but could only use ash to stop the bleeding from external wounds. There was little else she could do. As the young master of the heavenly physician sect, she had never felt so powerless. The land was barren, devoid of life, and even the bark of trees had been stripped by the desperate hands of the afflicted. Only through personal experience could one comprehend the extent of suffering and despair wrought by natural calamities. All the disaster victims Tang Jingshu had helped supported each other, following closely behind her. Encouraged by her presence, they lent a hand to those still trapped beneath the rubble. Each time they passed a house, Tang Jingshu would enter to check for survivors, especially inspecting for rat holes, using a long stick to search thoroughly. Her perseverance bore fruit. Within a rat hole, she discovered a pumpkin seed and 2 winter melon seeds, which she carefully wrapped in cloth and tucked into her bosom. With these provisions, they would not go hungry. As they traveled, occasional aftershocks rattled the surroundings, causing partially collapsed buildings to crumble further. The crowd reacted like startled birds, ducking and covering their heads, while some children cried out in fear. Tang Bao, peeking out from his mother-esque garments, saw the injured and bleeding people around him. Mother is not afraid. She helps them, so I will not be afraid either, he resolved, feeling that his mother-esque back was the safest place to be. The wind picked up, stirring the dust from the ground and making it difficult to see. Tang Jingshu quickened her pace, urging everyone to hurry and find shelter from the impending rain. They descended the mountain, finally spotting a wealthy man's spacious courtyard just before the rain began to fall. The buildings were mostly intact, only a few tiles had fallen, and it housed a family of refugees. Seeing the large group of Tang Jingshu's party, the occupants said little, merely glancing at them before resuming their rest. Tang Jingshu and the woman with the injured boy chose the smallest courtyard, once belonging to the wealthy man's daughter. Although it had fallen into disrepair, the craftsmanship was evident. After entering the side room with Tang Bao in tow, she closed the door behind them and set him down to allow him some freedom to move. Play by yourself for a while. Dear, I need to organize our things, she instructed. All right, he replied. Having observed Tang Jingshu searching for rat holes upon entering, Tang Bao eagerly hopped down, his large eyes scanning the room. Spotting a hole in the corner, he rushed over, crouched down, and began digging excitedly. Tang Jingshu couldn't help but smile at his adorable antics. In such a dire year, there would likely be no food in the rat holes, but as long as he was happy playing, that was enough for her. She retrieved her meager possessions, a small handful of cabbage seeds, 2 winter melon seeds, 1 pumpkin seed, her household registration, a jade pendant, and a tin-tail, silver note. This was all she owned. Chapter 4. The Emergence of Space. Tang Jingshu carefully stored the other items, holding the jade pendant in her hand to examine it. This pendant had been torn from that man years ago. She vividly remembered how Tang Yan's expression had changed upon seeing it, prompting her to send him away to the countryside immediately. It seemed this dragon and phoenix pendant held some significance. What could it mean? Tang Jingshu felt the pendant growing warm in her hand, slowly radiating a greenish glow. In an instant, a spacious warehouse appeared before her, though it was empty. Even so, Tang Jingshu was elated. This must be the legendary storage space. With it, she would no longer fear leaving behind essential items or facing starvation. She had heard that storage spaces could be accessed with intention, and after 2 attempts, she confirmed it to be true. Eagerly, she placed her belongings into the space, retrieved them, and placed them back again to ensure everything was all right. She felt a sense of relief wash over her. Mother Tang Bao came running, cradling something in his hands as if it were a treasure, joyfully presenting it to Tang Jingshu. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Mother, rice." Tang Jingshu looked down to see a few grains of wheat in his hands. "We have staple food now. You did wonderfully, my dear." Tang Jingshu hurriedly retrieved a cloth, upon which Tang Bao carefully placed the grains, arranging them one by one. These were precious morsels of sustenance. The mother and son beamed at the few kernels of wheat laid upon the cloth, their smiles brightening their faces. Tang Bao turned and resumed his quest for the mouse hole. Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted outside. "Hooray! It's raining, mother! It's raining!" exclaimed the boy with glee. His mother, gazing at the deluge, choked up with emotion. Indeed, the long-awaited rain has finally arrived. After enduring a prolonged drought, the other displaced souls in the vicinity rejoiced at the arrival of this much-needed rain. Without pausing to reflect, Tang Jingshu swiftly gathered every vessel that could hold water from the side room, intending to collect rainwater after cleansing them. Seeing her actions, the boy's mother followed suit, bringing out every container in the yard. Just behind the yard lay the kitchen, and fortunately, there was an oiled paper umbrella and a raincoat in the side room. With Tang Bao in her arms, Tang Jingshu made her way to the kitchen. It had already been ransacked, leaving only a few jars and numerous dishes in the cabinet, some of which appeared unused. She collected the new dishes in a large clay pot, which she deemed quite useful, storing them in her space. Tang Bao resumed his search for the mouse hole, but alas, this time yielded nothing but mouse droppings, leaving him disappointed. However, Tang Jingshu struck gold when she discovered a flint stone in the stove hole, an excellent tool for home and travel. She stored it away, With the rain pouring outside and the kitchen at the back, no one was around. After bringing in a jar of rainwater, she closed the door, instructing Tang Bao to guard the entrance. Tang Bao, keep watch while I prepare some food, will you? All right, he replied, positioning a stick in front of the door like a valiant sentinel, peering out through the crack. Tang Jingshu took a winter melon seed from her space, dug a small hole in the kitchen, watered it, and buried it. As the heir to the Tianyi sect, her innate ability to control plant growth was evident, though her current frail state limited her usage of such powers to preserve her mental energy. Her hands shimmered with a green glow, and soon enough, the freshly planted seeds sprouted and broke through the soil. The winter melon vines rapidly spread throughout the kitchen, blossoming with white flowers and producing fuzzy little melons. These melons grew swiftly, with the largest surpassing Tang Bao's size, gradually covered in a fine white frost. Counting, she found 9 winter melons, a bountiful harvest, which she promptly stored along with the vines in her space. She planned to take out the largest one later for their evening meal. How brave and wonderful you are, Tang Bao, Tang Jingshu exclaimed, lifting her son for a kiss. This is our little secret, my dear. We mustn't tell anyone, all right? His eyes sparkling with delight. Tang Bao chirped, I understand, mother. The little fellow was utterly adorable. With her son by her side, Tang Jingshu felt invigorated, convinced she would soon locate the 2 young girls and reunite with her family. Having just boiled a pot of water to carry outside, a man braved the rain to seek her out. Miss, please take a look at these. Are they medicinal herbs that can be used for the injured? Those who had moved in with her began searching through the supplies, finding nothing until they stumbled upon items resembling medicinal herbs in the storeroom. They approached Tang Jingshu to inquire. At a glance, she recognized them as rhubarb, indeed a medicinal herb. Are there more? Lead me to them. There are some, but they've been scattered on the ground. We're uncertain if they're still usable. Show me. After giving Tang Bao a drink, she sipped some water herself, then hoisted him onto her back and followed the man to the storeroom. It appeared to be the storeroom of a herbalist, where the medicinal plants had been overturned by the encroaching refugees, trampled and rendered unrecognizable. Tang Jingshu crouched down to sift through the remnants, uncovering some nodo ginseng and amur cork tree bark, which could alleviate swelling and pain. Some could even serve as seeds, and she collected them into her space. To her surprise, she found crushed chili peppers scattered about, with seeds everywhere, prompting her to hurriedly gather them. Additionally, she uncovered a few cotton seeds, rare treasures. For the Tianqing dynasty had yet to cultivate cotton, these must have been foreign imports. As she organized the herbs on the ground, Tang Bao eagerly assisted, mimicking his mother's actions. The others who had entered with her, feeling a bit sheepish, joined in to help tidy up. Once the internal herbs were sorted into several bundles, Tang Jingshu handed 2 packages to the man who had guided her, instructing him that once cleaned, they should boil them into a broth for the injured, 1 bowl per person. Do not discard the residue. We shall brew it again tonight. This last package, you can prepare for the injured tomorrow. The man nodded, quickly calling over 2 others to assist in washing the herbs, scrubbing pots, and preparing to cook. Tang Jingshu personally handled the external medicines, with the boy's mother stepping in to help, soon joined by several other women. While they organized the herbs, Tang Jingshu set Tang Bao down to prepare some defensive medicines, such as anti-itch powder and sleep-inducing drugs. With a child nearby, she also needed to prepare some cold medicine, fever reducers, and anti-diarrheal medications. Adjacent to the storeroom was a small stone mill, perfectly suited for her needs. As she ground the herbs, she contemplated taking the mill with her when they departed. Tang Bao, now tall enough to reach the mill, insisted on helping his mother. Together, they engaged in this mother-son activity, enjoying their time. Meanwhile, the boy's mother and the others brought over additional herbs. After tending to the wounded, the day had grown long, and both Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao felt famished. As the rain began to lighten, they decided to venture out in search of food. Tang Jingshu surveyed the people in the yard. 1 large winter melon would surely suffice. As she returned from her excursion, carrying a hefty winter melon on her back, all eyes in the yard fixated on it, mouths watering in anticipation. Among those who had come with her were other displaced individuals who had previously inhabited the place, and they eagerly surrounded her, showering her with compliments about her prowess. This melon was hidden within a hollow. It dripped with a bit of water. It was so well concealed that I would not have found it had I not searched thoroughly. Setting the winter melon down, she inquired, how shall we share this? Will you eat together, or should we divide it so each household can have their portion? As they were all from different places and unfamiliar with one another, they unanimously agreed to share it separately. Acting as the appointed cutter, she began to portion the winter melon according to family size. Before she could slice down, however, the yard door was violently kicked open, and 5 or 6 burly men stormed in, looking menacing. The 2 leading figures brandished large knives, while the others wielded thick wooden clubs. The assembled crowd recognized them as notorious ruffians, known for their brutal acts of murder, robbery, and even cannibalism during times of famine. The refugees had all suffered at their hands, and upon seeing their weapons, fear gripped everyone present. These 6 men, having miraculously escaped the calamities, discovered this refuge while seeking shelter. From a distance, they had spotted a frail woman with a child and a large winter melon. To them, the woman, the child, and the melon represented food, an irresistible lure. The men, drooling with anticipation, rushed in without hesitation. A timid woman, overtaken by fear, began to weep, clutching her child, trembling and on the verge of fainting as panic spread throughout the hall. Tang Jingshu's heart raced upon seeing the ruffians. She realized she had been too careless. With a swift kick, she sent a wooden stick flying towards her. She felt fortunate that she had not yet set Tang Bao down, allowing her to focus entirely on confronting the enemy while soothing the panicked crowd. The elderly, women, and children retreated, while the able-bodied men stepped forward, seeking makeshift weapons. There were 10 unharmed men in the hall, and those who had fled the disaster clutched wooden sticks, hastily grabbing them at Tang Jingshu's urging. Though fear gripped their hearts, they understood that only by uniting could they hope to survive. Moreover, with a woman standing before them, they, as strong men, could not afford to be looked down upon. They were determined to fight for their families. These ruffians preyed on the weak, targeting households with fewer men to intimidate and demoralize them, allowing for their ruthless slaughter. Now, confronted by such a multitude, even the 6 marauders felt uncertain. One particularly gaunt bully cast his beady eyes over Tang Jingshu, leaning toward the leader to whisper a few words. The leader nodded with a sinister grin, his knife pointed directly at Tang Jingshu. Today, I want that woman and her child, along with that hefty winter melon. All the rest of you get lost. Anyone who dares interfere will meet with my blade, which thirsts for blood. Upon hearing that only Tang Jingshu and her child were desired, a family that had previously resided there made a hasty exit, prompting others to contemplate fleeing as well. The number of men willing to stand against the 6 thugs dwindled to 7, their morale immediately deflating. Sister, you are our savior. Our lives are in your debt. The woman known as Guzi's mother tightly gripped her wooden stick and stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang Jingshu. Though her voice trembled with fear, her resolve remained steadfast. One must have a conscience. Sister saved us all. For the sake of everyone who went out to forage, we cannot be cowards now that disaster has struck. Guzi's mother feared that if others did not lend their support, without sister and her child, who would survive under these ruffians? They were attempting to sow discord, aiming to scatter them like loose sand, to eliminate them one by one. Think carefully. Do not fall for their schemes. I have lived long enough. This life was saved by the doctor, and I can withstand a few blows. An elderly man hobbled forward, leaning on a stick. Count me in. Me too. And I. The men gripped their sticks tightly, stepping forward one by one. Though they hailed from humble beginnings, they understood the value of gratitude. Today, if they stood idly by and allowed the 6 thugs to bully the doctor, their consciences would never find peace. Thank you, everyone. In this world, where there are villains, there are also heroes. Where there are selfish individuals, there exist those who are kind and helpful. Tang Jingshu felt a swell of gratitude. Then tonight, we shall fight together. She pushed Guzi's mother back, placing Tang Bao in her arms. Sister, please take good care of Tang Bao. I have enough support here with the brave men. Guzi's mother knew she was too weak and would only hinder them, retreating while cradling Tang Bao. Be careful, sister. The old man was assisted back by others. Standing in front, he would only attract blows. The 6 thugs exchanged glances, and the leader spat venomously. Since you are all so oblivious to danger, do not blame me and my brothers for our ruthless methods. You have brought this upon yourselves. Sister is our savior. If we watch her and her child suffer, we are unworthy of being called men. The man who had earlier discovered the medicinal herbs cried out. You wretched bullies will surely face retribution. Good. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The leader menacingly pointed his knife at everyone present. They had realized that the masked woman was their backbone. Eliminating her would leave the rest as mere scattered grains of sand. The leader and the bearded man exchanged glances before raising their knives to strike at Tang Jingshu. Retreat. As she shouted, Tang Jingshu flung the medicinal powder from her hand and staggered back. With 2 thuds, the leader and the bearded thug felt a jolt to their heads, losing consciousness as they collapsed to the ground. Tang Jingshu rushed forward, snatching the knives from their hands and bellowing, everyone, charge. Take them down. Seeing 2 of their leaders fall, the men surged forward with their sticks raised. The fallen thugs scrambled to rise, while women and the elderly pounded them with their makeshift weapons. Tang Jingshu, leading the charge, sprinted toward the gaunt bully, delivering a powerful strike against his weapon. The bully felt a numbing sensation travel from his hands to his arms, his heart racing with fear. Tang Jingshu, with fierce momentum, struck with precision and ferocity, quickly rendering him defenseless. With a resounding thump, she knocked him unconscious, blood oozing from his head. Those who sought her and her child's lives were truly despicable. None would be spared. The remaining 3 were overwhelmed by the men, beaten to the ground, bruised, and begging for mercy. They had caused misery for nearly everyone present. Seizing this rare opportunity, they struck relentlessly until each thug lay unconscious. The leader and the bearded man were left battered and bruised, tears silently streaming down their faces. For the first time, the men had triumphed over the 6 bullies, finding satisfaction in their vengeance. "Sister, how shall we deal with these men?" Guzi's mother rushed over, cradling Tangbao. "Sister, they have done too much evil. They cannot simply be let go." Tang Jingshu understood that one must not show mercy to such villains. Break their arms and legs, and toss them far away. Whether they survive is up to fate. She added, "Search their bodies for silver and coins." Upon searching, they indeed found some loose silver and coins. The men were awed by Tang Jingshu's prowess, seeing such a seemingly delicate woman wield such strength and medical knowledge. It was no wonder she dared to flee with a child. They willingly offered her the collected silver and coins for her to distribute. Soon, cries of agony filled the air as the thugs had their limbs broken, and the men carried them far away, leaving their fates to destiny. Chapter 6. Dividing the Winter Melon. Outside, torrential rain began to pour again, and the crowd gathered around, preparing to divide the winter melon. The family that had previously fled stood at the periphery, heads bowed, clearly hoping to claim a share of the melon. Earlier, they had disregarded sister's safety and fled quickly. Now that they saw the thugs taken down, they returned. The man who had first stepped forward to protect Tang Jingshu, known as Chunxing, regarded these individuals with disdain. "That winter melon was brought back by sister at great risk. How dare you come back for it? Indeed, how shameless can one be?" The crowd was unwilling to share. Giving them a piece would mean eating less themselves, especially considering their earlier lack of righteousness. Let it be. Helping is a matter of goodwill. Not helping is a matter of duty. I do not hold it against them. They did not complain when we moved in. After all, they were here first. Tang Jingshu did not wish to complicate matters further, but the winter melon could not be divided according to our standards. Let us cook some for them. If they eat, how could those others accept it? Birds die for food, and humans perish for wealth. Open threats are easy to counter, but hidden daggers are difficult to guard against. Those who scheme in the shadows will ultimately suffer. A winter melon weighing dozens of pounds was divided by household, ensuring each family received a substantial piece, leaving a bit for the family that had resided there before. As for the fragmented silver, it was impossible to divide it evenly. Each piece weighed 2 or 3 coins, varying in amount. After this experience, everyone was less concerned about the distribution and simply allowed Tang Jingshu to decide. Since no one was overly particular, the larger families took bigger chunks while the smaller ones received smaller pieces. Ultimately, she and Guzi's mother ended up with the least. Only 30-odd copper coins were given to the previous household. All the families who received silver and winter melon bowed to Tang Jingshu, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, dear sister." Meeting was a stroke of fate, and mutual assistance was essential for survival. Holding on to Tang Bao with one hand and the winter melon with the other, Tang Jingshu urged everyone to start cooking the melon as they had all been hungry for so long. Additionally, she reminded them to ensure the water boiled before cooling it for drinking. "Thank you, dear sister." Everyone had been famished for a couple of days, and upon seeing the winter melon, they quickly dispersed to fetch clay pots and began preparing winter melon soup. They did not peel the winter melon, leaving the flesh intact, and carefully saved the seeds to plant when they returned home. They were reluctant to cook the entire melon, deciding to reserve half for a meal the following day. Back in the small courtyard, Guzi's mother intended to help Tang Jingshu cook the winter melon but hesitated, thinking of their differing habits, and ultimately refrained. "Sister, if you need any assistance, just call out." "Thank you, big sister." Tang Jingshu handed Guzi's mother a packet of medicinal powder, advising her to dissolve it in hot water for Guzi if he developed a fever that wouldn't subside. If it persisted, she should come to her. Understood. Guzi's mother took a few steps before turning back. "Sister, are you leaving for the north tomorrow? With this heavy rain, it's unlikely we can depart. We must wait for a clear day." Now that she possessed a storage space, she wasn't worried about going hungry on the way. Once the skies cleared and the roads dried, she could travel north with peace of mind. Tang Jingshu warned Guzi's mother about the potential for epidemics following the disaster, urging her to leave as soon as possible with Guzi. At the mention of epidemics, Guzi's mother became anxious, nodding repeatedly. "I understand. Thank you, sister." Tang Jingshu smiled and entered the room with Tang Bao, saying, "My dear son, I'm making winter melon soup for you. How does that sound?" "Good. What a good boy." Tang Jingshu stacked a few bricks in the yard, placing a ceramic pot on top to start a fire for cooking. Once the flames were roaring, Tang Bao sat in front, assisting with the fire. Since being tricked by old lady Jiao, Tang Bao had frequently helped with chores at just 2 years old. He had learned how to gather firewood and tend to the flames, doing so quite adeptly. Eating only winter melon would soon leave them hungry. So while Tang Bao tended the fire, Tang Jingshu retrieved a few grains of wheat from her storage space and planted them. Shortly thereafter, she harvested several plump wheat ears. She removed the stalks, crushed the grains from the ears, and replanted them, repeating the process 3 times. After cleaning a handful of grains, she placed them in the pot while storing the remaining stalks in the space. She leveled the ground inside the house with bricks, and soon, the winter melon was ready. The mother and son each had a bowl of winter melon soup, the grains having bloomed beautifully in the broth, which smelled delightful. Tang Jingshu handed a porcelain spoon to Tang Bao, saying, "Time to eat, but be sure to blow on it first, it might be hot." Okay. Seeing the abundance of grains in his bowl, while his mother had only a little, Tang Bao scooped a spoonful into Tang Jingshu's bowl, saying, "Mother has worked hard. You should eat too. Let us eat together." Tang Jingshu was deeply touched by her son's thoughtfulness and accepted his offering. "All right, let us eat together." The wheat, unrefined, had a chewy texture that required effort to chew. Tang Bao found it delicious. Since arriving in Chizhou, it was the best meal he had ever had. Though he was small, he understood their current hardships and cherished the food, managing not to spill a single drop of soup. As a favored daughter of modern times, Tang Jingshu had been sent by her grandfather to military training at the age of 18 and later passed the Special Forces examination. This hardship was nothing compared to her past. Watching her son enjoy his meal, she found even the bland winter melon soup to be exquisite. After the meal, Tang Bao, being considerate of his mother's efforts, insisted on washing the dishes. "Mother, I can do it." Like a little man, he patted his chest, repeatedly assuring her, "I won't break any dishes." "Very well, I'll leave it to you then." Tang Jingshu chuckled at her son's cheerful face, shaking her head in bemusement. This child was simply too thoughtful. She must have saved the galaxy in her previous life to deserve such a lovely son. Taking advantage of the warm charcoal fire indoors, Tang Jingshu boiled a pot of water to wash her son. While bathing him, she noticed his ribs protruding prominently, which broke her heart. Her son had suffered alongside her, and she silently vowed never to let him endure even a hint of hardship again. The mother and son had no change of clothes. Old Lady Jiao had sold their garments for food. Tang Jingshu could only find a set of clothes in the house to wrap Tang Bao in and washed his already dirty outfit, intending to change him into it once it dried. Seeing Tang Bao bundled up like a rice dumpling, Guzi's mother hurriedly brought out a set of clothes for Guzi, saying, "Sister, these are coarse cloth garments. Please don't mind. I'll alter them for Tang Bao." "How can I accept this? Guzi doesn't have many clothes either." Tang Jingshu was skilled in many areas, but sewing was not one of them, leaving her at a loss for how to alter them. Guzi's mother laughed, realizing Tang Jingshu's lack of sewing skills. "I'll make the alterations for Tang Bao and modify his current clothes as well, so he has something to change into." Tang Jingshu was immensely grateful and urged Tang Bao to express his thanks. Tang Bao bowed earnestly, saying, "Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Brother Guzi. No need for such formality. It's merely a small favor." Guzi's mother could see that this mother and son were not ordinary folk, though she was unaware of how they had fallen to such circumstances. With nothing pressing, they sat beside Guzi's mother, watching her deftly stitch while Tang Jingshu also kept an eye on Guzi's condition. Guzi's mother had brought a sewing kit and scissors. The needles were for mending, while the scissors could serve as protection. Chapter 7. Just take us with you. From Guzi's mother's manner of speaking, Tang Jingshu sensed that she must be somewhat literate. "Your husband must be a scholar, right?" Upon mentioning her husband, tears welled in Guzi's mother's eyes. Nodding, she choked out, "His father was a scholar, teaching at a private school before the famine. His health was always poor, and after the famine, his condition worsened until he passed away. My in-laws could not bear the loss of their only son, and both fell ill, choosing to leap from a cliff together to avoid burdening us." At this point, Guzi's mother could no longer hold back, clutching the clothes and weeping openly. "Mother!" Guzi rushed into his mother's embrace, and the pair wept bitterly together. Tang Bao, witnessing their sorrow, began to cry as well, and Tang Jingshu held him close, her own eyes filling with tears. Tang Bao clung to Tang Jingshu's neck, sniffling pitifully against her shoulder. "Mother, we are all so unfortunate." "Indeed, we are all unfortunate." Tang Jingshu gazed out at the stormy skies, thunder rumbling and rain pouring down, cursing the heavens and the indifferent court that disregarded the lives of the common people. A once happy family was now torn apart. Tang Jingshu consoled Guzi's mother, saying, "Your parents did this so you could survive. They will bless you and Guzi from the heavens. Sister, take good care of Guzi and raise him to adulthood. Those who survive great calamities must have future blessings." She then inquired about Guzi's maternal family. "Sister, besides Guzi, what about your relatives?" With red-rimmed eyes, Guzi's mother replied, They have all passed away one after another since I married. I only have Guzi left. It was indeed a heartbreaking tale. Although she had fallen to such depths, she still had relatives, which was a considerable comfort. Tang Jingshu urged Guzi, Guzi, your mother is willing to sacrifice everything for you. She has only you left now. You must be courageous and quickly regain your strength, for you must care for your mother and show her filial piety. The boy wiped away his tears and nodded earnestly. Auntie, I will remember. Having been a young maiden for so many years. Tang Jingshu felt somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed as auntie, her nod slightly stiff. Once the boy's mother calmed down, Tang Jingshu inquired about her future plans. When the subject of future intentions arose, the boy's mother looked bewildered. They say we should head south to seek our fortune, so we followed the crowd. But we arrived here in Beiguan County, which is just as desolate. I wonder what the south is like. The south is significantly better than here. This year the weather has been favorable. The spring planting went smoothly, and we await the summer harvest. Tang Jingshu informed her based on her recollections. You may travel south or head southeast to Dangzhou, where prosperity abounds. Perhaps you will find suitable work there, regardless of the direction taken. It would be arduous for the boy's mother. Not only was the journey fraught with dangers, but surviving in an unfamiliar place would be no easy feat. She gazed at the tempestuous sky, wishing the rain had come sooner, sparing them the need to leave their homeland and endure such hardship. Separated from one another and struggling to survive. Young lady, I know you are capable. Could you possibly take my son and me with you to the north? The boy's mother pleaded, guilt-ridden. I understand that we are a burden, but I have no other options. My boy's leg is injured, and we cannot go anywhere. Even if we could walk, how long would it take to reach the south? What dangers await us on the road, and how would we survive once we arrive? Every destination is fraught with risk, yet traveling with you offers us a glimmer of hope. I can cook, care for children, and mend clothes. The boy's mother set down the garments she was holding and picked up a nearby stick. I have worked the fields for years, so I am strong. When you have the time, teach me a few self-defense techniques, so I can protect myself and not be a burden to you. The boy joined in, Auntie, please take us with you. I am strong, and once my leg heals, I can contribute. Throughout their journey, they encountered many souls, yet no one extended a helping hand. Except for Tang Jingshu. The mother and son did not wish to be a burden. They were merely seeking to survive in a world that was exceedingly harsh. And they believed that unity would provide them with a better chance of survival. Do you truly wish to accompany me north? Tang Jingshu asked. Have you considered it thoroughly? The mother and son nodded, shaking their heads in affirmation. They had made their decision to follow Tang Jingshu. Tang Jingshu settled onto a rickety stool while holding Tang Bao. Sister, you must have noticed that my son and I are not ordinary folk, and I have no fear in confessing it to you. My father was a former deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, but after offending the formidable King Li, he was falsely accused and exiled 3,000 miles away to confide beneath the shadow of Yinkishan in the Chizhou prefecture. We are the family of a criminal, having offended a man of immense power. One can only imagine the difficulties that lie ahead. Upon seeing the astonishment in the boy's mother's eyes, Tang Jingshu continued, not only is life challenging, but we may even lose our lives at any moment. Living with such constant anxiety is unbearable. Our lives have been saved by you, dear sister. We trust you and are unafraid to follow you. The boy's mother asked her son, Guzi, are you afraid of death? At 12 years old, having recently experienced life and death, he replied without hesitation, Mother, I am not afraid. Without Auntie, I would have perished long ago. I am willing to go with Annie to the north. The boy's mother smiled with relief. Sister, if you do not mind the burden we pose, please take us along. It would also provide us with some mutual support on the journey. Have you really thought this through? No need. We have made our decision. And we shall never regret it, nor will we complain. Tang Jingshu nodded. Very well, then we shall journey north together. To demonstrate their resolve, the boy's mother handed their household registration and their share of silver to Tang Jingshu. Sister, please take this. From now on, we shall follow your lead. After glancing at the names on the household registration, Tang Jingshu learned that the boy's mother was named Xiao Mai and the boy was called Ding Qingjun. After reviewing the documents, she returned them, saying, From now on, I shall call you Sister Xiao Mai. Let us refer to each other as sisters. You are not selling yourselves. Keep your belongings safe, or I may reconsider taking you with me. Understanding Tang Jingshu's good intentions, Xiao Mai wept as she secured her possessions, feeling perhaps it was fate that brought them together, allowing them to survive. Rest assured, as long as I have food, you shall not go hungry. Tang Jingshu set Tang Bao down, and since they had decided to journey north together, she said, Guzi cannot walk easily, so I will see if I can find some materials to create a wheelbarrow. Tang Jingshu rummaged through the entire estate, discovering plenty of timber and planks, and even found a broken wheel by the stables. While passing the horse trough, 2 dark lumps caught her attention. Upon picking them up, she was overjoyed to realize they were potatoes, albeit inedible as they had sprouted. Sprouted is good. They can serve as seeds, she thought, tucking them into her space. After further searching, Tang Jingshu found some tools and began crafting the wheelbarrow. As she worked, Tang Bao and Guzi curiously watched, with Tang Bao eagerly offering help whenever needed. Chapter 8. A Glimmer of Hope for Survival. As darkness fell, Tang Bao began to doze off. Xiao Mai spread some clothes on the wooden planks for him to sleep on and went to assist Tang Jingshu. Guzi gently patted Tang Bao's back, telling him a story about a scholar who went hunting in the mountains and encountered a wolf standing upright, blocking his path with a fierce howl. Xiao Mai smiled and shared with Tang Jingshu that when her husband was alive, he would always tell a story to Guzi before bedtime, and gradually, he had memorized many of them. Our family is not blessed with many children. Guzi is our only child, and he has no chance to have younger siblings. He follows his father's example, trying to emulate the stories he learned. Tang Jingshu paused her work to look at the two children. Tang Bao had opened his eyes. Listening intently, Guzi was quite perceptive and capable of caring for children, telling stories exceptionally well. Tang Jingshu resumed her tasks, feeling reassured knowing that Guzi was with Tang Bao. Listening to her son's voice, Xiao Mai thought about the challenges ahead and the necessity of sending her child to school, determined not to let her husband down. After a night of heavy rain, the following day dawned bright and clear. It was late spring, nearing summer, and as the sun emerged, it radiated warmth. Tang Jingshu opened her eyes, realizing the space beside her was empty, causing her to sit up in alarm. Tang Bao, mother. Tang Bao rushed in, holding a white object in his hands, presenting it like a treasure. Mother, look, a flower. Tang Jingshu sighed with relief. Realizing she had stayed up too late finishing the wheelbarrow and had overslept, unaware of her son's departure. I must be more vigilant in the future. Taking the item from her son, Tang Jingshu corrected him. Son, this is not a flower, it is a mushroom. Upon closer inspection, her eyes brightened. Son, this is a chicken leg mushroom. It is edible. Are there any more? Tang Bao, ignoring the mushroom, drooled. Chicken leg. Meat. He had not tasted delicious meat in ages and had forgotten what it was like, longing to eat it. Poor child. Tang Jingshu affectionately patted Tang Bao's head. Son, it is not a chicken leg, it is a chicken leg mushroom. Once we reunite with your grandfather, I will surely make you chicken legs to eat. All right, Tang Bao replied, smacking his lips and pointing to a corner of the yard. Mother, there are chicken legs and mushrooms over there. Tang Jingshu put on her shoes and followed Tang Bao to see many white chicken leg mushrooms sprouting from the ground. To her astonishment, a cluster of black fungus was growing on a nearby decaying log, glistening with dew. There is food now. Son, quickly gather the mushrooms. We shall prepare some chicken leg mushrooms to eat. All right. The mother and son joyfully set about foraging for mushrooms. Tang Jingshu collected a generous handful of wood ear mushrooms while Tang Bao filled his clothes pocket with a bounty of chicken leg mushrooms. Just as they set their harvest down, the courtyard gate swung open from the outside. Xiao Mai, upon spotting Tang Jingshu, cheerfully exclaimed, Sister, come quickly and see what I have. She carried a tattered basket, filled with a pale, gray mass. Tang Jingshu, filled with delight, asked, Sister Xiao Mai, where did you find such an abundance of pleurotus mushrooms? Just over there in the kitchen yard. There's plenty of decaying wood, and after last night's heavy rain, the warm weather has caused them to sprout. Xiao Mai was overjoyed. There are still many wood ear mushrooms below. If we dry them, we can take them on our journey. I have some as well. Let us dry them together. Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao presented their chicken leg mushrooms and wood ears to Xiao Mai, entrusting her with the responsibility of cooking in the future. All the inhabitants of this place were aware of the mushroom and wood ear bounty, and those with nimble feet rushed to search for them. Every forager returned laden with their finds, their bags brimming. The sight of these mushrooms and wood ears filled them with hope for survival. Some even pondered whether they might return to their homeland, escaping the hardships of survival in a foreign land. Yet, they understood it was but a fantasy. The government remained inactive, and to live, they would have to seek refuge in the south. Understanding that Tang Jingshu and her child were at a disadvantage, Chun Sheng took the lead, and the others contributed a portion of their mushrooms and wood ears to offer to the mother and son. Sister, we have little to give, but please accept these mushrooms and wood ears. If you cannot consume them, dry them. Fearing that Tang Jingshu might refuse, they hastily left their offerings and departed. Seeing this, Xiao Mai sighed. People are truly interconnected. Sisters saved their kin and provided them with food, and they understand the importance of reciprocation. Without Tang Jingshu, where would they find sustenance and silver? The injured would not receive treatment. Their sincerity is genuine. Let us accept their kindness. Xiao Mai gathered the mushrooms and wood ears. Acknowledging Tang Jingshu's remarkable medical skills, last night, Guzi slept soundly, and the other injured individuals showed no unusual symptoms. Truly, we are blessed to have encountered a divine healer. Otherwise, Guzi and the injured might have suffered terribly. Not only that, but they may not have survived. Recognizing their shared goodwill, they decided to accept the offerings. They could not leave today. After enjoying the mushroom soup, Tang Jingshu first went to check on the injured. Xiaomai stayed in the courtyard to look after the two children and alter her clothing for Tang Jingshu to change into. Since no one had developed a fever last night, it indicated that there were no infections. After examining the injured, Tang Jingshu visited the storeroom for medicinal herbs. The good recovery of these individuals was owed to the storeroom. Without these herbs, they would face peril. She meticulously sorted through the materials, ensuring that no useful herbs were overlooked. Meanwhile, others ventured into the mountains, where the nearby pine forest had a carpet of fallen pine needles, indicating the likely presence of mushrooms. However, they dared not venture too deep into the mountains, as many had previously fallen prey to wolves and other ferocious beasts. The path, ravaged by mountain floods, was now pockmarked and nearly impassable. Some houses had completely collapsed under the torrential rain, reduced to mere rubble. As they stood on high ground surveying their former refuge, they indeed witnessed a mudslide burying everything beneath it. They were grateful to have heeded Tang Jingshu's advice to come here. Otherwise, they might have been trapped beneath the debris. Survivors of this calamity felt an even deeper gratitude towards Tang Jingshu. While foraging for mushrooms, they encountered other refugees from different regions, all searching for sustenance in the mountains. As Chun Sheng and his companions carried bags full of mushrooms and wood ears down the mountain, they spotted a group of horsemen in the distance. Rumors of bandits in Beiguan County had circulated. Could these be the very marauders returning to pillage? The men's faces turned pale at the thought of the impending danger. Chun Sheng, his brow slick with sweat, was the first to regain composure. Everyone, do not panic. We must return quickly and inform the others, seeking counsel from Dr. Tang. Yes, let us find Dr. Tang. She is resourceful and will surely devise a plan. Chapter 9. The bandits are coming? Dr. Tang, a group of horsemen is approaching. We must find a place to hide. Chun Sheng rushed back to find Tang Jingshu. There are about 10 individuals. Their attire is unclear, but the sunlight glints off their large blades. I can see them clearly. Xiaomai felt a chill of fear. Her heart racing. What shall we do? The area is desolate. Where can we escape? Chun Sheng was equally uncertain, glancing at Tang Jingshu, hoping she might have a solution. Tang Jingshu and T anticipated such troubles would follow in quick succession. It seemed they were indeed in grave peril. They rode on horseback, while they carried children and the injured. There was no way they could outrun them. Only by uniting could they hope to survive. They could not remain idle. They needed to gather everyone and devise a strategy. The presence of weapons on the enemy side was particularly concerning. Brother Chun Sheng, you go summon the others. I will fetch some supplies and come back quickly. Tang Jingshu feigned entering the house to gather items, retrieving medicinal powders and 2 large blades from her storage. She carried Tang Bao on her back, while Xiaomai supported Guzi as they made their way to the front hall. The group had assembled, including the family they had previously encountered. All eyes turned to Tang Jingshu, hoping she would provide a solution to the pressing situation. Elderly, women, children, and the injured quickly assist one another to the cellar for safety. There is a stone door inside. Once you enter, close it, and I will dismantle the mechanism outside. When the time comes, knock on the door in a specific pattern to signal. Even if it cannot be opened from inside, I can repair the mechanism. Tang Jingshu handed Tang Bao to Xiaomai, discreetly giving her a packet of medicinal powder, whispering instructions in her ear. I entrust Tang Bao to you. Mother, I can protect myself, replied Tang Bao, placing his small hand on the chisel at his waist, confident in his abilities, having forgotten his mother's previous illness. Tang Jingshu kissed his cheek. My little Tang Bao is a brave boy. Xiaomai reassured her. Sister, do not worry. I will take good care of the 2 children. Just be cautious. Everyone gathered their belongings and hurried to the cellar. The man standing on the courtyard wall urged them on. They are heading this way. Once inside and the stone door was closed, Tang Jingshu dismantled the switch outside. In the front courtyard, she instructed everyone to take their positions at the gate, weapons in hand, standing behind her. When they break down the door, I will scatter the medicinal powder, and you can fan it with whatever you have. Chun Sheng and his companions quickly found items to fan with, ready to assist Tang Jingshu. The sound of hooves grew closer, approaching the courtyard gate, and everyone tightened their grips on their belongings, fixated on the door. They heard the dismounting of horses, and a figure approached the door, pushing against it without success. Boss, the door is barred from the inside. A rough voice, unmistakably that of a burly man, echoed. Tang Jingshu covered her face, taking out another packet of medicinal powder from her storage, ensuring complete preparedness. The sound of knocking echoed, and Tang Jingshu instructed the men to remain silent. In a feigned, delicate voice, she called out, We are but orphans and widows residing here. Please, go elsewhere. I will not open this door. The melodious voice that drifted from within the dwelling conjured an image of a lovely young maiden, instantly softening the tone of those outside. The person knocking at the door declared, "My lady, we are soldiers dispatched by the court to provide disaster relief. Please open the door so we may take a head count and distribute aid supplies." The officials of Chizhou Prefecture had long since fled, leaving the area unattended. "You claim to be soldiers, yet what proof do you possess?" Tang Jingshu was skeptical. Who would be foolish enough to take on the burdens of Chizhou Prefecture? "Do not deceive us. Depart at once." It seemed that even the bandits had become adept at trickery, boldly masquerading as officials. "My name is Lu Yutian, the vanguard officer of Prince Su." A robust voice resonated. "Henceforth, Chizhou will be the domain of His Highness, Prince Su. He has traveled through storms and hardships, bringing with him 1,500 stones of grain, solely to arrive promptly in Chizhou and rescue the people from their dire plight." Lu Yutian and his companions felt immense indignation for their lord. After all, it was an egregious injustice. Other princes were bestowed with prosperous lands, while Chizhou now resembled a tattered rag, neglected by all. Before arriving in Chizhou, the prince had calculated that to aid the populace, 3,000 stones of grain would be necessary. The court's allocation fell short at 1,000 stones, prompting the prince to beseech the emperor for an additional 500 stones, ultimately purchasing the remaining 1,500 stones from his own coffers. He had journeyed from Jiangnan by boat, but an earthquake had delayed his arrival. Undeterred by danger, the prince hastened his journey and reached Beiguan County last night, followed closely by his men who cleared the roads of debris. They finally arrived in Beiguan County, burdened with grain, witnessing the devastation along the way. Lu Yutian and his companions felt profound sympathy for the suffering citizens of Chizhou while lamenting the plight of their own lord. The issue at hand was far beyond the resolution of 3,000 stones of relief grain. Prince Su, the war god, Prince Su, was a name known to all, even the children of the Tang dynasty. The respect evident on the faces of Chunxing and others attested to his formidable reputation. Tang Jingshu rummaged through her memories. Prince Su, Feng Tianyi, renowned for his valor in battle, was a constant presence wherever conflict arose. He was a pawn in the emperor's hand, dispatched wherever needed. Moreover, one of his formidable aides bore the name Lu Yutian. Peering through the crack in the door, Tang Jingshu beheld the imposing figure of Lu Yutian, who wore a wooden badge of the prince's estate at his waist and sported a pair of hefty bronze hammers. This solidified her belief that Prince Su had indeed come to Chizhou, and the beleaguered citizens of the prefecture were to be saved. "It's Lu Yutian, the aide of Prince Su." Chunsheng opened the door. Tang Jingshu thought silently, discreetly stowing away 2 large blades and medicinal powders. It would be ill-advised to engage in conflict with the officials should they discover her provisions. Chunsheng and the others trusted Tang Jingshu. Her word was law. She placed her belongings at her feet, urging Chunsheng to unlock the door. Upon opening it, Lu Yutian and his men stepped inside, immediately detecting the scent of medicine. "Someone among you is injured and has already received treatment. Who is the physician?" he inquired, surprised by the presence of a healer. Stepping forward, Tang Jingshu raised her hand in greeting. "It is I, esteemed officer." Lu Yutian scrutinized her from head to toe, incredulous that such a frail girl could be a physician. He nodded, refraining from further inquiry on the matter. Tang Jingshu felt a pang of disdain. Clearly, he underestimated her medical abilities. Lu Yutian and his companions searched the courtyard and turned to Chunxing. "How many of you reside here?" A lone girl among a dozen men. And yet there were no visible injured. Something felt amiss, especially with the distinct aroma of medicine in the air. Chunxing quickly replied, "Esteemed officer, a group of bandits had visited earlier, and the elderly, women, and injured were frightened and hid away. We shall call them forth." Once everyone emerged, Lu Yutian's gaze shifted as he spotted the injured, and his perception of Tang Jingshu transformed. He had not anticipated that a girl of her youth would possess such remarkable medical skills. Tang Bao, seeing his mother rush over, leapt into her embrace. "Mother, son." Lu Yutian cast another surprised glance at Tang Jingshu, realizing she was a mother. Having a child simplified many matters, making it easier to present her to the prince. Chapter 10, to the county town. Lu Yutian recorded everyone's names and instructed his subordinates to teach Chunxing and a few men to construct stretchers for carrying the injured into the city. The buildings in the county town had suffered less damage, rendering it a safer location where everyone could gather more effectively. Lu Yutian explained, "This arrangement will facilitate the distribution of grain, allowing you to receive it more conveniently. Our prince intends for everyone to collect their provisions and return home to regroup, after which seeds will be distributed for planting, ensuring no disruption to the summer sowing." Joy lit up the faces of the crowd. The prospect of returning home thrilled them, especially with grain and seeds in hand, securing their future. All eyes turned to Tang Jingshu, awaiting her direction. Residing in such a remote area, should they encounter bandits, they would be reliant on themselves. Moreover, with limited resources, even mushrooms would eventually be depleted, and the lack of salt posed health risks over time. Most importantly, Tang Jingshu knew that either Hongya or Levian would likely come looking for her. The chances of encountering them in the county town were significantly higher. Understanding the thoughts of the group, she hoped that with the arrival of summer, the rains would be bountiful, wishing for a year of favorable weather. Thus, Tang Jingshu declared, "Let us heed the officer's guidance and proceed to the city with them." With her words, everyone concurred, packing their belongings and lifting the injured onto stretchers in preparation for departure. Tang Jingshu and Xiaomai organized 3 or 4 bundles filled with mushrooms, wood ears, and medicinal herbs, while another contained clothing and necessities. Dogzi did not lie on a stretcher. They had their own wheelbarrow. Tang Jingshu placed Tang Bao atop the wheelbarrow alongside Dogzi and loaded it with their bundles, ensuring not to forget 2 raincoats and an umbrella for the journey ahead. Chunqing and the others were astonished to see Tang Jingshu and Xiaomai pushing the wheelbarrow. "Dr. Tang, did you make this yourself?" Chunqing asked, his eyes wide with amazement. "Indeed." Xiaomai replied proudly, "My sister is quite talented. My mother is incredible." Tang Bao exclaimed, beaming with pride. "She can do anything, even fight off bad guys." In Tang Bao's eyes, his mother was a heroine, possessing secret magical abilities, though he kept that knowledge between them. The men of Chunqing felt a twinge of regret. Had they known, they would have learned from Dr. Tang as well, enjoying the benefits of a wheelbarrow to ease their burdens while transporting the injured. Tang Jingshu, sensing their thoughts, assured them, "It is no trouble. When we reach the county town, I shall teach you." "Thank you, Dr. Tang," they replied gratefully. If they learned to construct wheelbarrows, they could seek employment at a cartwright's shop, making travel more convenient. Lu Yutian cast yet another surprised glance at Tang Jingshu. Her demeanor was unlike that of an ordinary woman, exhibiting a certain masculine vigor. A newfound admiration for Tang Jingshu blossomed within him, solidifying his resolve to present her to the prince. Consequently, Lu Yutian's demeanor towards the disaster victims grew considerably more amiable, accompanied by an increased measure of patience. Observing their superior's change in attitude and the lingering glances cast toward Tang Jingshu, his subordinates speculated that he had developed an interest in her, prompting them to adopt a more respectful demeanor. With preparations complete, they set forth. Lu Yutian accompanied Tang Jingshu and her group to the county town, commanding his men to continue searching for other victims, instructing them to regroup by evening. The path was still somewhat muddy, impeding their speed. As they passed the site where they had discarded the 6 bodies the night before, the men involuntarily glanced in that direction, their hearts racing with trepidation. The area had been transformed into a barren plain by the violent torrents of mountain floods and mudslides, leaving no trace of what once existed. The 6 individuals likely had no chance of survival. All were farmers, and experiencing death for the first time weighed heavily on their hearts. Tang Jingshu discerned their thoughts and, noticing Lu Yutian and Xiao Wu walking far ahead, spoke up. "Those are villains. If we do not take action, we will be the ones to perish. Our actions are for self-preservation, an act of defense rather than a crime." Recalling the laws of the Tang dynasty, Tang Jingshu informed them that if they were to kill the wicked bandits, the law would reward them with the government as favor. This revelation brought a sense of reassurance to the group. They considered themselves heroes, champions of justice. Lu Yutian and Xiao Wu silently absorbed Tang Jingshu's words, exchanging glances. It was remarkable that a woman was so knowledgeable about the laws of the Tang dynasty, indicating that Tang Jingshu's background was anything but ordinary. Her poise, intelligence, and bravery suggested she had received an excellent education, perhaps as the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family from Chizhou. As they journeyed, they encountered several groups of disaster survivors who gazed enviously at Tang Jingshu's unicycle. Upon noticing that their group of injured individuals had received treatment, they learned that some of their loved ones were in a state of unconsciousness, while others had not survived the previous night. Suddenly, a middle-aged man fell to his knees before Chunqing and the others, pleading, "Please, doctor, save my wife and child. Help us." Having faced the specter of death, Chunqing understood the man's anguish. "Get up, we are not doctors." The woman pushing the cart, "That is Dr. Tang." As she spoke, Tang Jingshu approached with medicinal herbs in hand. "Where's the patient? Take me to her." "This way, doctor." Tang Jingshu prepared to treat the injured, and Lu Yutian ordered the group to halt, eager to witness Tang Jingshu's medical skills. The woman who had sustained injuries to her leg was unconscious, her body feverish and rambling incoherently. The open wound had become infected and was festering, having received no prior treatment. Lacking alcohol, Tang Jingshu resorted to using fire to sear a large knife, scraping away the necrotic tissue. "Lord Lu, do you have any salt?" Salt was unlikely to be found among the disaster survivors, but Lu Yutian might possess some. Tang Jingshu took a chance, and indeed, Lu Yutian produced a pouch of salt and handed it to her. How much salt do you need, doctor? The others have some as well. Then let us take it all. With so many injured and their families watching her with hope, Tang Jingshu felt an unwavering duty to save lives. Time was of the essence. She retrieved a canister of cold-boiled water from her supplies and instructed the families of the injured, immediately boil 2 pots of water. It will be useful shortly. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Tang Jingshu mixed the salt into the cooled water and began to cleanse the woman's wounds, disinfecting them. The pain from the saline wash roused the woman from her stupor, causing her to writhe in agony as her husband and son held her down. Tang Jingshu sprinkled a bit of medicinal powder onto her nails, and the woman fainted again. After sterilizing her needle and thread, she commenced stitching the wound. The family and Lu Yutian watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Could it really be sewn together like cloth? Moreover, the needle was curved. And each time Tang Jingshu pulled it from the flesh with her pliers, their hearts shuddered. Fortunately, the woman had lost consciousness again. Otherwise, the pain would have been unbearable. After successfully stitching the wound and bandaging it, she addressed the compound fracture in the other leg, realigning the bone and securing it with swift efficiency. Meanwhile, the water had boiled, and Tang Jingshu produced 2 packets of medicinal powder, one for fever reduction and the other for inflammation and swelling, administering them with warm water. Thank you, Dr. Tang, the middle-aged man exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he rushed to fetch water. Without pausing for rest, Tang Jingshu continued her examination. Most injuries stemming from the earthquake and quite severe. There were also cases of cold and flu, which could be treated with medication. By the time she had attended to most of the injured, the previously unconscious woman had regained consciousness after taking her medicine and was no longer feverish. Lu Yutian gazed at Tang Jingshu with newfound admiration, exhilarated to have encountered such a skilled healer among the common folk. The prince's illness might yet find relief. Chapter 11. Arrival at the county town. Due to her efforts to treat the patients, an hour and a half had passed without a single complaint from anyone, including Lu Yutian and his companions, who patiently awaited her. They were all in awe of Tang Jingshu's medical prowess. While it was not miraculous, it quickly alleviated the patient's suffering. As everything concluded, Tang Jingshu was lightly perspiring, the harsh conditions forcing her to crouch for an extended period. And she felt lightheaded when she stood up. Her body was considerably drained, and she resolved to recuperate and strengthen her physique moving forward. Seeing his mother's exhaustion, Tang Bao immediately slid down from the unicycle and rushed to support her. Mother, lean on me. I'll be your crutch. At just over 2 years old, Tang Bao appeared as tall as a 3-year-old, and while he was somewhat short to serve as a crutch, he held tightly to Tang Jingshu's hand with great care. Xiao Mai approached to assist. Tang Bao, let your aunt help your mother. I'm fine. I just squatted for too long, and my legs have gone numb. Tang Jingshu reassured her son, smiling to alleviate his worries. Thank you, sister. Thank you, my dear. Some offered to help push the cart, while others suggested making a stretcher for Tang Jingshu. I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I can move about and continue on our journey. She graciously declined their offers. Lu Yutian brought over a horse and asked, Dr. Tang, can you ride? I learned alongside my brothers when I was younger. I'm fairly competent. Tang Jingshu gazed at the robust warhorse before her, feeling a twinge of envy. If only she possessed such a steed, she could reunite with her family more swiftly. Dr. Tang, you've worked hard. Please ride this horse so we can hasten our pace, Lu Yutian encouraged, patting the horse's neck. It shall carry you well. The horse neighed in response. Thank you, Lord Lu, Tang Jingshu replied, graciously accepting the reins and mounting the horse with poise. As she settled comfortably into the saddle, Tang Bao's eyes sparkled with delight, and he clapped his hands in joy, exclaiming, Wow, mother looks so impressive. The onlookers were equally captivated by Tang Jingshu's elegance. And even the normally aloof Lu Yutian found himself charmed by the child's innocent enthusiasm. Your mother has worked hard to save lives. It is only right she receives this treatment. Tang Bao beamed with pride, his smile radiant, knowing his mother was truly remarkable. Riding the horse, Tang Jingshu faced no objections. Everyone felt this was the treatment she rightfully deserved. Others helped Xiao Mai push the cart, ensuring that the family of the esteemed healer was well cared for. Throughout the journey, Tang Bao's spirits soared as it was his first time riding a horse, filling him with excitement. Moreover, the horse was exceptionally docile, often neighing at Tang Bao, clearly fond of him. Tang Jingshu reflected on her son's extraordinary ability to connect with animals, recalling the day he was born when countless birds filled the air, a magnificent spectacle. In the days that followed, the cats, dogs, and poultry of the village all gravitated toward Tang Bao, especially after he began to walk, trailing behind him in a charming parade. Previously, while foraging for food on the mountain, many had met their demise at the jaws of savage beasts. But it was thanks to Tang Bao's unique abilities that Tang Jingshu had survived unharmed. The The small creatures of the mountains were aware of where sustenance could be found, and they took the initiative to lead the mother and son to food, allowing them to survive. Gazing upon her son's smiling face, Tang Jingshu felt that no hardship was too great to bear. As the large contingent arrived at the county town, dusk was approaching. The shops lining the streets remained tightly shuttered, yet the thoroughfare was organized and orderly, devoid of the disaster-stricken individuals who had previously sprawled about. Upon hearing footsteps, many people emerged from the alleys on either side of the street, seemingly the very disaster victims brought here earlier. Some cradled bowls in their hands, suggesting they had been fed, and those who had come with them breathed a sigh of relief. The court had finally remembered them. Hope was restored. When Tang Jingshu and her companions reached the square in front of the county office, they found it teeming with people. She dismounted, holding Tang Tang, and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Lu Yutian, who waved dismissively, deeming it a trifling matter. Dr. Tang, please wait here for a moment. I have another matter to discuss shortly. Concerned for their safety amidst the throng of disaster victims, Lu Yutian instructed Xiao Wu to keep Tang Jingshu and her son, as well as Xiao Mai and her child, standing aside, away from the crowd. Xiao Mai understood the unspoken implications and quietly whispered to Tang Jingshu, "Sister, I fear that Lord Lu has a patient in need." "Indeed," Tang Jingshu replied, having already surmised this from Lu Yutian's glances. His urgency hinted that it likely pertained to the esteemed Prince Su. She recalled hearing Hongya mention once that Prince Su had sustained a severe injury 3 years prior. Could it be that his old wound had resurfaced? At that moment, it was not prudent to speak further. Tang Jingshu placed Tang Tang on a wheelbarrow beside the dog, awaiting Lu Yutian's next instructions. On the steps of the county office stood 2 imposing figures. Gua Su, the Guy General, armed with 2 crescent blades, and Guayang, the Huaihua General, wielding a long spear. Both were the right and left arms of Prince Su, Fengtianyi. After Lu Yutian presented the list to them, the 3 men conferred briefly and decided to distribute rations based on family units, allotting 2 liters of grain per person and arranging accommodations. The families of Chunxing received their rations and were assigned to a large courtyard. Before departing, Chunxing and the others approached Tang Jingshu and Xiao Mai. "Dr. Tang, elder sister, if you have nowhere to stay, come find us over there. We are all acquaintances, and it would be wise for us to stick together." Noticing they had not received any rations, Chunxing added, "We have enough grain. We can share meals." No one objected, affirming that they could surely spare enough provisions for the 4 of them. "Thank you for your kindness. Lord Lu may have further arrangements. But if we have nowhere to go, we will certainly seek you out." Tang Jingshu was deeply moved and reminded them to be cautious with the wounded and to boil water before drinking. Now that water was no longer a concern, she emphasized the importance of washing hands before and after meals to prevent illness. "I will remember. Thank you, Dr. Tang," they replied, gathering around to heed her admonitions. Tang Jingshu turned to the other patients and their families, assuring them, "Rest assured, I will ensure everything is arranged here, and I will be making rounds tonight. Take good care of the patients. If anyone develops a fever, follow my earlier instructions." After bidding farewell to these individuals, Lu Yutian approached. "Dr. Tang, I must confess, I wish to request your assistance in treating someone." With a heart devoted to the welfare of the people, Tang Jingshu was willing to provide her services for the prince, stating, "As a physician, it is my duty to heal the sick. There is no need for formalities. Please lead the way." In Chapter 12, The Prince is Handsome. Lu Yutian arranged for Xiao Mai to wait in a side room of the county office's backyard with her 2 children, while he escorted Tang Jingshu to meet the prince in the main courtyard. Tang Tang, feeling uneasy, grasped his mother's hand and said, "Mother, I'll go with you." The 2 had never been apart, and in this unfamiliar place, Tang Jingshu could sense her son's insecurity, mirroring her own worries. "Lord Lu, is it acceptable for me to bring my child along?" Tang Tang, with his big, sparkling eyes, looked up at Lu Yutian and chimed in, "Sir, I am very well behaved and will not cause any trouble." For the first time, Lu Yutian found it difficult to refuse a child. "Very well, let us go together." He reasoned that a child would not pose a threat. "Thank you, my lord," Tang Jingshu replied. Her heart lightened as Tang Tang joyfully took her hand, exclaiming, "Mother, I'll accompany you." Tang Jingshu playfully tapped her son's little nose, and hand in hand, they proceeded to the main courtyard. Upon their arrival, Lu Yutian stepped forward to report, "My lord, I have found a doctor of remarkable skill. Allow her to examine you." The door creaked open, and Qin Xian, with a stern expression, regarded Tang Jingshu and her son, furrowing his brow. "A female doctor?" He appeared dismissive, but before Tang Jingshu could react, Tang Tang, indignant, declared, "My mother is very capable." Angered by the slight against his mother, he tugged at Tang Jingshu's hand, insisting, "Mother, let's go. We won't stay here." "Qin Xian, bring them inside," came a languid voice from within, laced with curiosity. Listening closely, Tang Jingshu sensed that this did not seem like the recurrence of an old ailment. There was a vitality in the tone. Raising an eyebrow, she felt an inkling of intrigue, eager to discover the nature of the prince's affliction. At the entrance, Lu Yutian nudged Qin Xian, prompting him to say, "Please, follow me." Tang Jingshu, still holding Tang Tang's hand, entered the main room and immediately noticed a tall figure standing inside. He stood at an impressive height, exuding an air of elegance and authority, the presence of a leader palpable. Upon seeing his face, Tang Jingshu felt a sudden catch in her breath. It was an extraordinarily handsome visage, sharp brows, bright eyes, and a prominent nose above lips that held a hint of pride. Most striking were his eyes, seemingly tranquil, yet concealing a hawk-like sharpness, as he scrutinized her in turn. Tang Jingshu quickly averted her gaze, preparing to bow in greeting, but it was Tang Tang who spoke first. "Wow, Prince, you are so handsome." Releasing his mother's hand, he dashed forward, gazing at Feng Tianyi in awe. "You are the most handsome prince I have ever seen." Feng Tianyi looked down at the small child, who was tilting his head in curiosity, exuding cuteness. He recalled how the child had previously insisted on taking his mother away, clearly a devoted son. Feeling a fondness for the child, Feng Tianyi found himself unable to resist reaching out to stroke Tang Tang's cheek. "I am a man. I cannot say I am handsome." Understanding this, Tang Tang corrected, "Men should say they are handsome." He then gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Prince, you are handsome." Feng Tianyi was charmed by the boy's adorable demeanor and laughed heartily, crouching down to meet his gaze. "Little one, what is your name, and how old are you?" "I am Tang Tang. My mother says it means sweet like candy and precious like a treasure." Tang Tang held up 2 fingers proudly. "I am 2 years old." It was rare to encounter such an articulate 2-year-old. Feng Tianyi felt an inexplicable urge to bond with this child. He reached out again, gently touching Tang Tang's cheek, and instructed Qin Xian, "Have the kitchen prepare some snacks to bring over." "Thank you, my lord," Tang Tang said, deep in thought. My lord, please let my mother treat you." Unable to resist interjecting, Lu Yutian remarked, "Tang Tang, one should not expect rewards without making an effort, correct?" Tang Tang nodded excitedly. "Lord Lu, you are very clever." Lu Yutian, a rough-and-tumble man with little formal education, felt a bit bashful at the compliment from the child. Returning to the matter at hand, Tang Jingshu clasped her hands in greeting. "If the prince does not mind, I would be honored to provide treatment." Feng Tianyi's gaze swept over Tang Jingshu as he took a seat at the nearby table. "I appreciate your assistance." Tang Jingshu requested Lu Yutian to bring water, and after washing her hands, she sat opposite Feng Tianyi. "Allow me to take your pulse, my lord." Feng Tianyi extended his wrist, his eyes fixed intently on Tang Jingshu. Even with her face partially concealed, he could discern that she was quite youthful, likely no more than 19 or 20, tall and slender. She bore the grace of someone trained in martial arts, though devoid of inner strength. The pair of large, expressive eyes exuded wisdom and vitality. Upon entering, she did not cast her gaze about, but simply regarded his face with pure admiration, devoid of obsession, yes, merely appreciation. Her demeanor and comportment were remarkably poised, neither servile nor haughty, indicative of a commendable upbringing. Feng Tianyi then turned his attention to the well-behaved Tang Bao, a remarkably astute child, adept at alleviating tension and fostering a relaxed atmosphere. This mother-son duo possessed a certain intrigue. Noticing the prince's gaze upon her, Tang Bao beamed a sweet smile. Under Feng Tianyi's penetrating stare, Tang Jingshu withdrew her hand. The residual poison within the prince had not been thoroughly purged, and the recent injury had exacerbated the situation, preventing the wound from healing. Fortunately, the injury was recent, otherwise excessive blood loss would have posed a grave danger. Moreover, the wound had become infected, and he was already exhibiting signs of fever. Qin Xian at the entrance was taken aback, despite consulting several doctors who could not ascertain the cause. This female doctor had diagnosed it with astonishing swiftness. Lu Yutian was elated. The prince was finally receiving salvation. Feng Tianyi shared in the astonishment, never expecting such medical prowess from someone so young. Tang Jingshu placed her medical kit upon the table, asking, "Your Highness, may I examine your injury?" "Of course," Feng Tianyi replied, displaying no discomfort as he removed half of his garment to reveal the ghastly wound on his arm. Lu Yutian explained from the doorway. The prince's arm was injured yesterday when a rock fell during the earthquake. He was concerned for the people here and, after a hasty bandaging, continued on his journey. It was no wonder that the Duke had refrained from engaging in battle for the past 3 years. It was clear now that the lingering poison had rendered him vulnerable to further injury. After inspecting the wound, Tang Jingshu selected 7 or 8 medicinal herbs from her kit, measured their proportions, and handed them to Qin Xian, urging him to prepare a decoction to first detoxify the prince and then attend to the external wound. Qin Xian, noticing a scorpion tail and a centipede among the ingredients, questioned, "These are antidotes, But why are there toxic substances included? In nature, all things exist in a state of balance. The poison within the prince's body must be countered by these elements. Do not dare to taste them. If you fall victim to the poison, I shall be burdened with rescuing you, Tang Jingshu cautioned. Understanding Qin Xian's protective instincts, she was nonetheless resolute. If he did not trust her, they could seek another expert. She was no longer inclined to serve them. Tang Bao, pouting in discontent, took Tang Jingshu's hand, offering her comfort. With teary eyes, she looked at Feng Tianyi, lamenting, "Your Highness, my mother is truly remarkable." Her gaze questioned why he did not trust her. The tears brimming in her large eyes were heartbreakingly poignant. Feng Tianyi, hardened by experience, softened at the sight. "Of course I trust your mother. One must not doubt those who are trustworthy." He cast a stern glance at Qin Xian and commanded, "Qin Xian, prepare the medicine." During the wait for the concoction, Tang Jingshu administered fever-reducing medicine to Feng Tianyi and, after a quarter of an hour consuming the detoxifying brew, began to clean his wound. "It may hurt a bit. Bear with it, Your Highness. I have endured countless wounds on the battlefield. This pain is trivial. Proceed with your work," he replied. The saline solution caused Feng Tianyi to furrow his brow, yet he uttered not a sound of discomfort. Tang Jingshu admired his fortitude, recognizing the soldier's resilience and spirit. She retrieved anesthetic and needle and thread, noting that the prince's wound was extensive and required suturing. This anesthetic, known as Ma Fei San, is a creation of the Imperial Medical Department. Military doctors can only acquire it in limited quantities. It alleviates suffering but is merely a temporary relief, rendering the patient unconscious and pliable. Feng Tianyi glanced at the items on the table. "I require no anesthetic, just sew it up. Sewing without it will be excruciating." Tang Jingshu thought, aware of his endurance but feeling compassion. She turned to Lu Yutian. "Lord Lu, could you kindly fetch me a set of silver needles?" "Certainly, Dr. Tang," he replied. Soon, Lu Yutian returned with the silver needles. After disinfecting them, Tang Jingshu began her work. Since the prince refused the anesthetic, she had to employ gold needles to stimulate the acupoints for pain relief. After administering the needles, she gently prodded the skin surrounding the wound. "Do you feel any pain, Your Highness?" Feng Tianyi shook his head, and soon, she was threading the needle through his skin as though mending fabric. Their proximity was intimate. At 22, Feng Tianyi had never been so close to a woman, close enough to hear her breath and discern the fine hairs on her face. The beauty of her large, focused eyes captivated him as she diligently stitched his flesh. He had never realized how lovely a woman appeared when dedicated to her task. Even veiled and clad in simple gray attire, she seemed to radiate light. Despite her youth, her medical expertise was exceptional, and her suturing technique was unprecedented in the Da-Ing dynasty. Tang Jingshu, oblivious to Feng Tianyi's gaze, worked fluidly, applying medicine and bandaging with grace. "Although you have taken the antidote, for safety's sake, I shall administer another needle treatment. Tomorrow, you shall take another dose of medicine, and the toxins will be entirely purged from your system." Feng Tianyi nodded, shedding his garments and lying on the bed to allow Tang Jingshu to proceed. As she examined the scars on his back, she noted the absence of unblemished flesh. The so-called war god had indeed emerged from a sea of blood and blades. Tang Bao leaned in for a closer look, furrowing her small brow. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Her genuine concern warmed Feng Tianyi's heart. He turned to her gently, saying, "It no longer hurts. A true man does not shed tears over blood." This statement perplexed Tang Bao. Why must one bleed and not cry? Bleeding is painful, she thought. Tang Jingshu smiled and explained, "My dear, the prince fights bravely on the battlefield, and these scars are his medals of honor. The soldiers defend the borders, safeguarding the Da-Ing dynasty and ensuring the safety of the people, allowing them to live in peace. They are heroes." Understanding dawned on Tang Bao, and her eyes filled with admiration for Feng Tianyi. Excitedly, she gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your Highness is amazing, a hero." "Thank you," Feng Tianyi replied, glancing at Tang Bao and then at Tang Jingshu, thinking to himself how adept she was at educating her child, embodying a strong sense of justice. Tang Bao is clever and brave. She will surely become a great hero when she grows up. Flattered, Tang Bao beamed, her smile bright enough to light up her face. Nodding enthusiastically, the extraction of the needles would take a quarter of an hour, during which Lu Yutian arranged for food to be brought in, ensuring that they would not be neglected. Tang Jingshu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Lu, for your trouble." Tang Bao bowed respectfully and added, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for the trouble. No need for such formalities, Dr. Tang. You have alleviated the prince's suffering by detoxifying him. You are my benefactor, and I am merely fulfilling my duty." Lu Yutian responded, gesturing for them to dine. "Your Highness, please remain still while I fetch the needles after I have eaten," Tang Jingshu said, guiding Tang Bao to the dining hall. Qin Xian, now regarding Tang Jingshu with respect, recognized her as the savior of the prince, and treated her as a distinguished guest, personally bringing pastries to Tang Bao. He inclined his head in apology. I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier, Dr. Tang. I was blind to your greatness. I hope you can forgive my ignorance. Tang Bao, still a bit miffed, turned away in silent protest. I am sorry, young miss. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, Qin Xian hastily added, seeking to make amends. Tang Bao looked to Tang Jingshu, asking, Mother, shall we forgive him? Then I won't hold it against him. Tang Jingshu, now not as the young mistress of the heavenly medical sect, but as a member of an exiled official's family who acted with discretion, replied, It is all in the past. I bear no ill will. Tang Jingshu's magnanimity touched Qin Xian, who expressed his remorse repeatedly before retreating to tend to his prince. Tang Jingshu picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Tang Bao, her son. Eat, dear. Mother, let us eat together. The table was modestly set, adorned with a plate of stir-fried shredded meat mixed with rehydrated dried cabbage, a small dish of sesame cakes, and 2 bowls of noodles, one large and one small. According to Lu Yutian, the prince had dined on the same fare that evening. Tang Jingshu took a bite of the noodles and then picked up a portion of the cabbage and shredded meat, finally savoring a meal seasoned with salt and oil. At that moment, despite its simplicity, the meal felt like a royal indulgence. Tang Bao was thoroughly satisfied, especially relishing the morsel of meat he had long dreamed of. Empathizing with his mother, he placed a generous piece of meat into Tang Jingshu's bowl, insisting, Mother should eat. I will eat too. Observing the tender exchange between mother and son, Lu Yutian felt a warm sense of comfort, pondering that if the prince had married earlier and had a princess and little ones by his side, their lives would surely be filled with such warmth. Lu Yutian recalled 3 years prior, contemplating how that girl would have had a child by now, perhaps the same age as Tang Bao. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. The prince had been poisoned, leaving him unable to father offspring. The poison had cost the prince half of his internal strength, and even now, lingering toxins remained in his body, leaving the Imperial Medical Bureau at a loss. Fortunately, they had encountered Dr. Tang, whose remedies had proven effective, allowing the prince to regain his vigor. No matter how dire the situation in Qizhou Prefecture, under the prince's guidance, it could surely rise from the ashes. After the meal, Tang Jingshu prepared needles for Feng Tianyi, advising him to rest well, and she would return the following morning to check his pulse. With her care, the Prince of Su would face no issues. She also intended to visit the other patients, and took her leave. Tang Bao followed suit, cutely expressing, Tang Bao takes his leave. Feng Tianyi had already donned his attire, stating, I must visit the disaster relief site. Come along with me. Tang Jingshu hesitated, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate. However, Feng Tianyi had already taken Tang Bao by the hand and led him out the door. You shall reside in the guest room of the back courtyard. Should you need anything, seek Lu Yutian. With no other option, Tang Jingshu acquiesced to the arrangement. It was safer to stay indoors. Who would wish to venture out into the crowd? Besides, she needed to return to remove his stitches in 7 days. If she could secure a carriage from the Prince of Su, departing a week later would pose no issue. Chapter 14. Ascending the mountain again. Tang Bao was sent to be cared for by Qiao Mai, while Tang Jingshu explained the situation, entrusting her son to her sister's care. I will check on the patients and may return later. Rest assured, I will take good care of Tang Bao. Just be cautious, Qiao Mai urged, apprehensive about the prince's high status. Return early if you can. I understand. Not wishing to keep the Prince of Su waiting too long, Tang Jingshu instructed Tang Bao to be obedient, slinging her medical bag over her shoulder as she exited. Aware of Tang Jingshu's equestrian skills, Feng Tianyi arranged for a gentle horse to be brought forth. I know your heart is with the injured victims. We will investigate tomorrow. This horse is for you. To increase your speed. Thank you, Your Highness. Gratefully accepting the horse, Tang Jingshu mounted it, following Feng Tianyi. Watching her mount gracefully, Feng Tianyi began to doubt her humble origins, sensing she was no ordinary peasant girl. In a time of chaos, concealing one's identity was not uncommon. With torches in hand, they patrolled the area. Feng Tianyi entered the courtyard to assess the condition of the disaster victims and dispatched military physicians to attend to the injured. They had prepared extensively, bringing along ample medical supplies, and Tang Jingshu envied their professional tools. Once stability returned, she vowed to acquire a set of specialized medical instruments for herself. The military physicians excelled in treating external injuries, displaying considerable skill, even if they lacked suturing techniques. Eventually, they arrived at the courtyard where Chunxing and others resided. Upon seeing Tang Jingshu, they warmly greeted her. Hastily, she introduced, "This is His Highness the Prince of Su." Immediately, the courtyard filled with kneeling figures. As the commoners reverently bowed to the prince, "Please rise." Feng Tianyi raised his hand. "I have arrived late. I apologize for your suffering. Rest assured, I shall ensure your welfare and will not allow you to continue in hardship or want." Thank you, Your Highness. May you reign for 1,000 years. The unexpected visit from the prince stirred excitement among the people, many overwhelmed with joy, some even weeping tears of relief. They were saved. Tang Jingshu admired Feng Tianyi in her heart. He seemed to be the only prince genuinely concerned for the common folk. Nonetheless, the calamity that had befallen Shizhou Prefecture was severe, requiring immense effort to restore normalcy. While examining the injured, Feng Tianyi waited in the courtyard, conversing with the victims to ascertain their actual needs. When Tang Jingshu emerged, she promptly said, Your Highness, there is no need to wait for me. I would not want to waste your precious time. In this darkness, amidst a mix of people, not all are virtuous. Your safety is my priority. Especially since you are a woman, Feng Tianyi replied, leading the way. I must also assure Tang Bao of your safety. The little boy was deeply concerned for his mother. And Feng Tianyi, appreciating Tang Jingshu's life-saving assistance, felt compelled to look after her. Thank you, Your Highness. Understanding it was for Tang Bao's sake made Tang Jingshu feel at ease. On their way back, she advised Feng Tianyi, with so many people together, especially those injured, we must enforce hygiene to prevent epidemics. Feng Tianyi nodded, having already contemplated this, and asked, What solutions do you propose, Dr. Tang? The hot weather breeds mosquitoes. First, we must ensure the victims maintain personal hygiene, no open defecation, washing hands before meals and after using the restroom, and drinking only boiled water. I noticed a significant deposit of limestone nearby where we previously resided in the mountains. It can be easily mined. You could send someone to collect some, crush it into powder, and mix it with water for disinfection. For damp, dark areas and latrines, simply applying lime powder will suffice. If conditions allow, burning mugwort in each courtyard will help drive away mosquitoes. Feng Tianyi noted every suggestion, recognizing Dr. Tang's wisdom and experience as invaluable in addressing his pressing concerns. Thus, I must trouble you to guide us tomorrow to the mountain to seek the limestone, so we can commence disinfection promptly. Certainly, I shall lead the way. Feng Tianyi immediately commanded Lu Yutian to disseminate Dr. Tang's instructions to the soldiers, warning that any courtyard failing to comply would incur a grain penalty. Yes, I will personally oversee this. The matter of life and death demanded utmost diligence. After a peaceful night's rest, Tang Jingshu awoke to find Tang Bao also stirring. Mother said we would enter the mountains today. I want to accompany you to protect you, he declared proudly. After tidying up, Xiaomai had already prepared breakfast for the four of them. Sister, you worked hard yesterday. Why not rest a bit longer? Tang Jingshu took Tang Bao's hand. Now that everything is ready, I can set off for the north with peace of mind. As for the prince and the patient stitches, I will instruct the military physicians on what to do. Xiaomai served the meal. You are capable and diligent. I can only help with mending and sewing while you take care of Tang Bao. Aunt, I want to go with mother, Tang Bao insisted, puffing up his chest. I will protect you, mother. Xiaomai smiled. Tang Bao is wonderful and very brave. He will surely protect his mother. To mine the limestone, Guisu and Guiyang had gathered many healthy men from among the victims to assist in transporting the limestone. Many women are also eager to ascend the mountain, for it is now abundant with mushrooms and wood-ear mushrooms, and they do not wish to miss this splendid opportunity. Feng Tianyi understands the plight of these disaster-stricken individuals. While he has no objections to their self-rescue efforts, he cautions them about the complexities and potential dangers of the mountain. Thus, a robust procession, led by Feng Tianyi and his companions, makes its way up the mountain. As the group ascends, a woman clad in red rides through the southern city gate of Beiguan County, bearing a large burden on her back and laden with numerous items on her horse. Upon entering the city, she inquires of the soldiers and passers-by about the whereabouts of the displaced people, searching from courtyard to courtyard. Excuse me, have you seen this woman? Hongya produces an image of Tang Jingshu, asking the refugees. She carries a child just over 2 years old and is taller than I am by half a head. I have not seen her. Our area has long since settled its displaced individuals. You might try over there. They have settled new arrivals just yesterday and today. Perhaps you will find her there. Thank you. Gripping a longsword, Hongya leads her horse in another direction to continue her search. She ventures southward, scouring several locations, yet finding no trace of her lady and the little lord. Upon hearing that the Duke of Su has arrived in Shizhou Prefecture, housing a large number of refugees, she hastens back overnight. She firmly believes that both her lady and the little lord are still alive, even in a state of despair. Her lady is not easily trifled with. However, she is uncertain of their whereabouts and hopes they are in Beiguan County. In Chapter 15, then let us bid farewell properly. The mountain has transformed due to the earthquake, making the path difficult to traverse. Feng Tianyi approaches Tang Jingshu and lifts Tang Baobao into his arms, declaring it is safer to carry him through the treacherous terrain. For the first time in his memory, Tang Baobao is embraced by an adult male, and especially by the prince he admires, filling him with exhilarating joy. His little face flushed. He gazes up at Feng Tianyi, realizing that the sensation of being held in his arms is entirely different from that of his mother's embrace, akin to being in his father's arms. Tang Baobao's heart races with excitement. He has no father, so could he temporarily regard the prince as one? Surely he would not notice. And thus he decides to secretly consider him as such. Unbeknownst to Feng Tianyi, Tang Jingshu, understanding her son's sentiments, recognizes his yearning. The child, being so young, naturally craves parental love. It is pitiful that he has never known his father. Since he adores the Duke of Suzhou, why not indulge him a little? My lord, I am sorry for the trouble. This little fellow brings me much delight. He is quite obedient and not troublesome at all. Feng Tianyi glances down at the smiling Tang Baobao, a smile gracing his own lips. Rest assured, I shall protect him. Mother, I will be good. Tang Baobao nestles into Feng Tianyi's embrace, allowing the prince to hold him just this once, promising to return to his mother next time. Your Highness, I shall remain still, he assures, and knowing her son's thoughts, Tang Jingshu smiles. Then let my son guide his Highness. Tang Baobao beams with joy, taking on the role of a guiding lantern. Your Highness, we should go that way. The earthquake and debris flow have altered the landscape, but after running about the mountain for over half a month, Tang Jingshu and Tang Baobao can still locate the limestone deposits. Your Highness, we are almost there. It is just beyond that mountain hollow. They soon arrive at the destination, where white limestone, exposed by the tremors, has been transformed into quicklime by the rain. Soldiers and laborers are transporting the excavated limestone down the mountain in baskets. The disaster has not only affected Beiguan County, but also other areas of Qizhou Prefecture, and Feng Tianyi intends to extract more to send to those in need. Tang Baobao quickly grows restless. He wishes to venture deeper to see his animal friends. Tang Baobao, Tang Jingshu holds him close. Your abilities are a secret known only to your mother. But we are leaving. Shouldn't we say goodbye to our friends? They shall not blame you. We are compelled by circumstance, she reassures him, unwilling to expose her son to potential danger should others discover his unique talents. Seeing her son as tearful, pitiful expression softens Tang Jingshu's heart. She whispers, let us return at dusk to bid them farewell, shall we? Tang Baobao brightens, his smile returning. Having received kindness from the animals, it is only right to say a proper goodbye. With Guiyang supervising on the mountain, Feng Tianyi, in need of rest, is escorted down by Lu Yutian, who accompanies the prince and Tang Jingshu and her son. Tang Baobao remains in Feng Tianyi's arms, humming a cheerful tune, and soon dozes off. Concerned about exhausting Feng Tianyi, Tang Jingshu reaches for her son, but Feng Tianyi declines. He is asleep. Do not wake him. A child is not too heavy for me to carry. He removes his outer robe and drapes it over Tang Baobao. His thoughtful gesture astonishes Lu Yutian and Qin Xian. For the first time, the prince shows such tenderness towards a child, holding him close. The two men exchange glances at Tang Jingshu, pondering whether the prince has developed feelings for her, considering Tang Jingshu is the first woman to get close to him. The prince has never shown interest in women, preferring martial pursuits. Could it be that the long iron tree has finally blossomed? Previously, countless young women were presented to him by the emperor, yet he had never so much as glanced at them. Young ladies who attempted to draw near were frightened away by his demeanor. Gossip in the capital suggested he favored male companionship, but perhaps he merely shuns unmarried women in favor of those who are married? Such a preference is rather unconventional. Suddenly struck with an idea, Lu Yutian inquires of Tang Jingshu, seeing you alone with Tang Baobao in flight. Where's your husband? Are you inquiring about Tang Baobao's father? Realizing his intentions have been uncovered, Lu Yutian's face flushes. Yes, that is exactly my intent. Tang Jingshu, unaware of Tang Baobao's father's identity or whereabouts, casually replies. He has passed away. Achoo. Feng Tianyi sneezes. Passed away? Lu Yutian, feeling regretful, apologizes. I am sorry to bring up a sorrowful matter for Dr. Tang. It is of no consequence. There is no need for apologies, Tang Jingshu responds, her face revealing a hint of sadness. He died before Tang Baobao was born. Nearly 4 years ago. I have long since come to terms with it. Achoo. Achoo. Feng Tianyi sneezes twice more. Qin Xian promptly removes his clothing to offer it to him. Your Highness, the winds are strong upon the mountain, and you have just recovered. Do take care not to catch a chill. Cover the child with my garment, and please, wear your own. Do put it on quickly. Sneezing like that might aggravate your injury, and catching a chill would be even worse, Tang Jingshu adds. Feng Tianyi dons the garment, gazing at the slumbering Tang Baobao, and cannot help but smirk, finding him irresistibly adorable. Cradled in his arms, he feels as if he possesses a precious treasure. This sensation is entirely novel to him. There is something about this child that draws him in, inciting an instinctive desire to bond with him. Contemplating how this little one must travel with his mother. Constantly on the move, Feng Tianyi feels an unexpected pang of reluctance. This emotion is unfamiliar, yet fascinating. He has never held a fondness for women, often viewing them as burdensome, especially with children, which he perceives as constraints. Yet now, he finds himself pondering the merits of having a child, particularly if it were Tang Baobao. Turning to Tang Jingshu, he boldly asks, Dr. Tang, if I may be so forward, to where do you plan to travel with Tang Baobao? Is it inconvenient for you? In response to your highness, I intend to head north to Kunbai with Tang Baobao to seek refuge with my family. Tang Jingshu replies candidly. My father was a former deputy minister of works and was exiled to Kunbai 4 months ago. Tang Yinan, Feng Tianyi, and the others are taken aback, astonished to encounter the daughter of Tang Yinan here, knowing little of her background, only aware that she had eloped with a scholar years ago. Later, the Ritterni arrived, pregnant, and was sent to the countryside by a furious Tang Yinan. Feng Tianyi gazed at the child in his arms, realizing that the man was indeed deceased. Humph. If that man truly cherished Tang Jingshu, how could he have eloped with her, tarnishing her reputation? As a scholar, did he not understand the implications of taking a concubine? Observing Tang Jingshu's resolute and courageous demeanor, he noted that she was unlike the frail young ladies of the capital. It seemed that hardship had forged her into this formidable figure. The matter regarding Lord Tang would surely be investigated by the emperor, restoring his honor. Feng Tianyi spoke to Tang Jingshu, emphasizing the importance of raising Tang Bao properly. Tang Jingshu rolled her eyes inwardly at this unsolicited advice. As the biological mother of Tang Bao, she felt an intrinsic connection. Feng Tianyi believed that Tang Jingshu, being in the prime of her youth and possessing medical skills, would undoubtedly remarry. His concern for Tang Bao's future hardships prompted his words. Feeling somewhat self-satisfied, Feng Tianyi nodded and proceeded ahead with Tang Bao. Chapter 16. Master and Servant Reunited. From a distance, Tang Jingshu recognized a familiar splash of red at the county office. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Hongya. Hongya spotted her mistress as well, riding a fine steed, her spirit radiant. This was wonderful news. She excitedly rushed forward, exclaiming, Mistress, Mistress, Hongya has found you. Hongya. Tang Jingshu leapt from her horse and embraced Hongya without hesitation. You must have searched for us tirelessly. You've endured so much. Finding you and young master is worth every hardship, Hongya replied. If anything were to happen to you or young master, I wouldn't want to live either. The two embraced, tears flowing freely, overwhelmed by the joy of reuniting after a great ordeal and the relief of having survived. Perhaps sensing her mother's emotions, Tang Bao opened her eyes and, upon seeing Hongya, burst into inconsolable tears, reaching out for a hug. Seeing the little master so upset, Hongya quickly gathered her into her arms, lamenting, It's all my fault for not protecting you properly. Hongya. Tang Bao sobbed as she clung to Hongya's neck. Struggling to breathe through her tears, the past month had been terrifying. Hongya's heart ached with guilt. It's all my fault for failing to safeguard you and the mistress. You've suffered so much. Hongya. Tang Bao covered Hongya's mouth, silencing her self-reproach. When Tang Jingshu finally realized that Prince Su and his entourage were still present, she found that they had departed, leaving only Xiao Wu behind. Dr. Tang. The prince has urgent matters to attend to and has gone to the yamen. You may make yourselves comfortable in the backyard. Thank you, your highness. Xiao Wu replied with a smile. You have healed the prince's injuries. You are a benefactor, and it is only right. After expressing his regards, Xiao Wu took his leave. Thank you, Master Xiao. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Tang Jingshu led Hongya to the backyard, saying, We have much to discuss. You came to find us, and greenery must be waiting over there. We should hurry to reunite with her. Hongya nodded, Mistress. The recent drought and earthquake in Qizhou are quite peculiar. They only affected southern Qizhou, while Kunbai is thriving. However, Kunbai is on the border, where conditions are harsh, and refugees do not venture there, only seeking to head south. The tremors from yesterday were not severe, with limited impact. The worst hit area was Beiguan County. Yes, it seemed only a level 3 or 4. If it had been stronger, how could they have survived? Hongya reassured Tang Jingshu. Greenery won't foolishly wait there. She will seek food. With the recent rain, finding drinking water is no longer a concern. She was merely worried about the mistress and young master. And now that they were found, it was unfortunate that she could not inform Greenery immediately. With both masters safe, Hongya felt a weight lift from her heart. By the way, mistress, how did you end up in the backyard of the county office? Does Prince Su know your true identity? Tang Jingshu explained, before, in my days, I had some medical knowledge. Upon regaining my senses, my skills improved, and I healed Prince Su's injuries. He arranged for us to stay in the backyard of the county office for safety. We will be in Qizhou for the foreseeable future. We are bound to meet again. So I decided to disclose my true identity to him. Tang Jingshu did not see her identity as something shameful. Her father had committed no unforgivable acts, but had been wronged by the people of the ruthless Wang family. I believe Prince Su is an upright man. He will surely understand the truth. Indeed, mistress is right, Hongya thought, realizing that the mistress had become Prince Su's savior, which meant she had found a powerful ally in Shizhou. With teary eyes, Hongya said, seeing you fully awake brings me immense joy. Thank you for your concern. I was frightened, but my amnesia has been completely cured. A blessing in disguise, Tang Jingshu said, wiping Hongya's tears with her sleeve. From now on, following your mistress, you shall not suffer. Mistress, if not for your illness, you are exceedingly clever. Hongya believed wholeheartedly in Tang Jingshu. Once inside the guest room, Tang Jingshu introduced Hongya and Xiao Mai to one another. Sister Xiao Mai has decided to accompany us to Kunbai. I informed her of our family's circumstances, and she insisted on following. I apologize for the trouble, Xiao Mai said. In Kunbai, I can farm, tend to pigs and chickens, and do needlework. Upon seeing Hongya's imposing presence, she realized she had climbed too high by following Tang Jingshu and could only work harder. Hongya, not one for idle chatter with outsiders, nodded in agreement, supporting whatever the mistress decided. Now that Hongya had been found, Tang Jingshu resolved to set out northward at dawn. I will request a cart from the prince, which will expedite our journey to reunite with greenery and our family. A good steed could cost dozens or even over 100 taels of silver, so asking for horses seemed a bit presumptuous. Tang Jingshu decided to request a cart instead. Considering Hongya already had a horse, Hongya had brought a bag of grain, a bag of dried meat, and 2 chickens from the south. Mistress and young master have suffered these past days. I will kill one of the chickens and make a stew for lunch. Tang Bao watched the plump chicken, drooling at the thought of a chicken leg, real chicken legs, not just chicken mushroom. The 2 hens clucked in panic at Tang Bao's gaze, each quite large. With a sudden effort, both hens laid an egg. Hongya picked them up, looking at the 2 eggs in the bag, puzzled. The woman selling the chickens said these 2 wouldn't lay eggs, which is why she sold them. Yet today they laid eggs. How curious. Tang Jingshu chuckled, imagining the hens sensing their impending fate and striving to survive. Well then, given their effort to live, I won't kill them today. We'll just boil the eggs for a meal. She gently patted the hens on their heads. If you lay an egg every day, perhaps I won't need to eat you. Tang Bao wanted to eat chicken legs, but understood her mother's reasoning. Not killing the chickens means daily eggs. Mimicking Tang Jingshu, she patted the hens' heads, saying, be good and lay eggs. The hens seemed to understand. To save their lives, they would do their utmost. Thus, for lunch, Tang Jingshu made 2 bowls of steamed egg custard, one for Tang Bao and the dog for nourishment, and one to send to Feng Tianyi. This was not flattery, but rather a means to secure her card. She could not mention consultation fees, preferring to let Prince Su owe her a favor. With Prince Su as a powerful ally in Shizhou, their family would have a more comfortable life. The prince, having just recovered from a serious illness, would find the egg custard a perfect supplement. Tang Jingshu placed the custard down, saying, this is fresh, brought by my Hongya from the south. Your Highness can eat without worry. Feng Tianyi looked at the golden custard, first thinking of Tang Bao. What about the little one? Has she eaten? Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Tang Bao is eating right now. Tang Jingshu perceived that Feng Tianyi exhibited a considerable concern for her son, which seemed somewhat inconsistent with the rumors of his disinterest in women and aversion to commotion. The little fellow, feeling at ease, indulged in the delicious aroma of the steamed egg custard, awakening his appetite after the arduous journey. As he savored his meal, Feng Tianyi finished the custard, still yearning for more. Upon glancing up, he noticed that Tang Jingshu remained present. Is there anything else you require, Dr. Tang? Your Highness, we shall take our leave early tomorrow morning. Rest assured, I will instruct several doctors on the suturing and subsequent care. Tang Jingshu spoke candidly, inquiring whether there were any spare carriages at the county office that she might borrow, promising to return it upon reaching the prefectural city. There is indeed one. Let Lu Yutian escort you to it. Upon seeing the red leaves, Feng Tianyi had already surmised that Tang Jingshu intended to depart. He decided to gift the little mare to Dr. Tang, as the military consisted solely of men, and she was not deemed suitable for their needs. Overjoyed to receive a horse, Tang Jingshu expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. Now go dine, he replied. As Tang Jingshu exited to the courtyard, Feng Tianyi's voice followed her. Tomorrow, I shall continue northward. You may accompany us. Chapter 17, Hunting Wild Boars. The presence of the Duke of Su made the journey considerably safer, a prospect Tang Jingshu eagerly welcomed. After their meal, she promptly sought out Lu Yutian to inspect the carriage. Selecting the finest one for her, Lu Yutian remarked, His Highness has instructed that this be a gift to Dr. Tang, and no repayment is necessary. As for your medical fees, please keep a record. His Highness will certainly settle it in due time. That is quite unnecessary. Having a horse and carriage is sufficient. It is my honor to serve His Highness. What need have I for payment? In this stratified society, having a horse and carriage and the chance to ally with the Duke is invaluable. Tang Jingshu harnessed the carriage and returned home, where Tang Bao was overjoyed, requesting that Hongya assist her onto the carriage, thoroughly exploring it inside and out. Accompanying them north were several disaster victims who shared Tang Jingshu's sentiment of preferring the safety of the Duke's convoy over remaining in Beiguan County. Moreover, they had distributed food, and staying behind seemed less advantageous than returning to their hometown. In the afternoon, Tang Jingshu wheeled a cart laden with tools and a medical kit to the quarters of the disaster victims, having promised to help Chunxing and others with the construction of the unicycle cart, as she believed in keeping her word. Crafting the unicycle was not overly complicated, as the wheel was the only challenging component. With the right tools, she could manage it. Before arriving, she had visited the stable, procuring several old wheels and borrowing tools. Chunxing and the others were also preparing to return to their hometown the following day, and Tang Jingshu taught them diligently how to construct the unicycle. Others in the vicinity expressed interest in learning, and she willingly shared her knowledge. With the unicycle, they could transport patients and cargo, thereby enhancing their speed of travel. By evening, Tang Jingshu entrusted the unicycle to Chunxing, advising them to follow along and seek her guidance whenever they encountered difficulties. She intended to take Tang Bao up the mountain. The mother and son stealthily rode the little mare up another path, avoiding the limestone transport convoy. Upon reaching the bare woods, they were immediately surrounded by birds and various small creatures, including the wolves that had aided them previously. Tang Jingshu shared the jerky she had brought with the wolves, and as she touched the tree trunks, the previously stripped and withered trees began to flourish once more, gradually transforming into lush greenery. Her spiritual energy was limited, allowing her to revive only a dozen trees for the birds and small animals to inhabit. Tang Jingshu retrieved wheat from her storage, kneading it into the ground, and soon enough, verdant sprouts emerged, yielding a bountiful harvest. After several cycles of planting, the yield was plentiful, and Tang Bao joyfully shared the grains with the small animals, urging them to eat their fill and take any leftovers with them. She also planted winter melons and pumpkins, keeping 2 pumpkins for herself while allowing the rest for the animals. Watching the small creatures feast heartily brought Tang Bao delight, as they had previously offered food to them, but now they could reciprocate. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from afar, accompanied by heavy panting. The lead wolf, ever vigilant, gazed into the thicket and let out a warning howl, signaling the intruders to stay away. In times of famine, humans struggled for sustenance, and so did the animals. The wild boars, drawn by the sweet aroma of the pumpkins, would not easily relent. Their sheer numbers rendered them formidable, and they regarded the few wolves with disdain. A dozen wild boars barged into Tang Jingshu's view, fixating hungrily on the pumpkins and winter melons, their intentions clear. The other small creatures, intimidated by the boar's imposing presence and sharp tusks, scurried away, while the little mare ceased chewing on hay and let out a distressed whinny. The pack of wolves positioned themselves protectively in front of Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, while birds circled above, chirping fervently in an attempt to drive away the boars. However, the wild boars showed no regard for the birds, one even charging at the tree where they perched, shaking the mountain with its force. The lead boar spotted Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, baring its teeth menacingly, its hind legs coiling in preparation for an attack. The wolves revealed their fangs, ready to engage in a fierce battle against the boars. Just as the confrontation was about to unfold, the sound of galloping hooves resonated from a distance. And upon closer inspection, it was Feng Tianyi arriving with his entourage. Upon witnessing the wolves and wild boars, the eyes of the onlookers widened in astonishment. The scene was undeniably exhilarating. Neither the wolves nor the boars fled, displaying an audacity that was remarkable. Tang Jingshu, concerned for the safety of the wolves, quickly called out, "Your Highness, the wolves are our protectors, while the boars are the aggressors." Tang Bao clutched the lead wolf, smiling at Feng Tianyi, "Good dog." The lead wolf gently extended a paw to pat Tang Bao's head, treating him with the tenderness akin to that of a parent. Everyone exchanged glances, bemused. The little one seemed oblivious that this was a wolf, not a mere dog. However, seeing the wolf's affectionate demeanor towards Tang Bao, it was evident that they harbored no intent to harm him, reinforcing the notion that the wolves had indeed come to protect Dr. Tang and her son from the malevolent boars. With newfound determination, the group focused their attention on the wild boars, their mouths watering at the prospect of meat after such a long time. Tang Jingshu approached Feng Tianyi, exclaiming, "Your Highness, wild boars are a source of meat." Yet, the dozen ferocious wild boars were not easily dealt with. They bore grudges and had a penchant for revenge, making them far more formidable than an enemy battalion. Sensing Feng Tianyi's apprehension, Tang Jingshu produced several packets of powder. "Your Highness, use this, and they will soon be incapacitated. It would be a shame to let such a bounty of meat go to waste." The concoction she had prepared would swiftly fell many of them. Feng Tianyi was well aware of her prowess with the medicine, and he turned to Guiyang, Guasu, and Qin Xian. Will the wolves assist us in hunting these wild boars? Absolutely. We can share the spoils of 2 boars amongst them. Tang Jingshu nodded in agreement, advocating for a collaborative effort. Feng Tianyi, eager not to miss such an excellent opportunity to procure meat for his brothers and the disaster victims, issued the command. Hunt the wild boars and prioritize safety. Understood. All present were seasoned warriors, adept in combat, and with the wolves' assistance and Tang Jingshu's powder, they felt confident. The wild boars, sensing danger, began to grunt anxiously, their hind legs scraping the ground as they prepared to charge. The lead boar let out a couple of fierce calls, signaling the others. And then they charged forward, tusks aimed menacingly. Tang Bao instructed the wolves to retreat, while Feng Tianyi ordered his men to remove their outer garments. As they advanced, they scattered the powder in their hands, fanning it towards the approaching boars. The first few wild boars collapsed, rendered immobile, but the others pressed forward without hesitation. Notably, the lead boar, emboldened and fearless, managed to hold its breath, evading the effects of the powder. Indeed, the leader of the pack, demonstrating remarkable intelligence. Guasu wielded 2 crescent-shaped blades, declaring that the leader boar was his responsibility. The others followed suit, eager to personally capture a wild boar. As the wolf pack surged forward to engage in a tussle with the wild swine, Tang Jingshu, cradling Tang Bao, mounted her horse, and a small bird flitted by, chirping a couple of times. Tang Bao pointed ahead, exclaiming that there were piglets. It became apparent why only adult boars had been seen. The young ones were hiding at the back. Tang Jingshu urged her horse deeper into the woods, with Feng Tianyi closely trailing, concerned for their safety. As anticipated, several piglets were rooting around on the ground. Upon spotting Tang Jingshu and Feng Tianyi approaching on horseback, they squealed in fright. Tang Jingshu rushed forward, scattering medicinal powder, causing all the piglets to collapse in silence. Seizing the opportunity while Feng Tianyi was distracted, she covertly stored 1 piglet in her space to take home for her family. Meanwhile, Qin Xian, Guasu, and the others had successfully subdued all the adult boars, most of which had succumbed to the effects of the powder, rendering them less formidable. With the drug taking effect, their fate was sealed. Chapter 18. Dividing the Wild Boars. Time to feast. Everyone gathered the wild boars and counted. There were 16 adult boars and 8 piglets. Were it not for the year of disaster and famine, the herd would have been much larger. Humans and 6 wolves encircled the boars, awaiting their share, a scenario that was new for Feng Tianyi and the others. Feng Tianyi, cradling Tang Bao, entrusted the distribution of the spoils to Tang Jingshu, stating, "The wolves are your acquaintances. You should handle the division." Everyone unanimously agreed she was the most suitable choice for the task. Without hesitation, Tang Jingshu permitted the lead wolf to select first, allowing them to take as many as they desired. The lead wolf, unceremoniously, claimed the leader boar and 2 piglets, leaving the remainder for the humans. Observing the lead wolf's discerning choice, everyone noted that the leader boar weighed over 300 pounds. In a year of abundant harvests, such a boar could reach 400 pounds. The wolves had indeed earned their share, and there were no objections. Thus, Qin Xian, Guasu, Guiyang, and the others bound the remaining boars, each carrying 2 as they descended the mountain. Feng Tianyi surveyed the surrounding landscape and discovered numerous lush trees and an abundance of vines bearing pumpkins and winter melons. Could this be a hidden gem? He plucked a ripe pumpkin and a winter melon, then commanded the descent. Tang Bao waved goodbye to the wolves, bidding farewell with heartfelt affection. The lead wolf howled in response, prompting the others to join in a chorus, marking a farewell for Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao. Tang Bao glanced back, reluctant to leave the mountain. Feng Tianyi followed suit, marveling at the wolves' apparent intelligence. He was increasingly intrigued by the mother and son duo, captivated by the bond they shared with the wolves. The wolf pack stood atop a rise, watching until Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao disappeared from view before they turned, dragging the boars deeper into the forest. By the time Feng Tianyi and the others returned to the county town, night had fallen, and torches were lit outside the county office. Feng Tianyi instructed the lighting of a bonfire at the entrance, preparing to butcher the pigs and distribute the meat. The disaster-stricken populace had long abandoned the custom of evening meals. 2 meals a day had become a luxury, with most subsisting on thin porridge in the morning and a meager soup of mushrooms or wood ear fungus with grains in the afternoon. Upon hearing about the successful hunt, people flocked to witness the spectacle. An adult wild boar weighed no less than 200 pounds, and with several adult boars, the total weight soared to 2,000 or 3,000 pounds, making 4,000 pounds a mere trifling matter. The beleaguered populace, who had scarcely tasted meat during the famine, were now salivating at the sight of the wild boars. Taking advantage of the warmth of the boars' bodies, they commenced the butchering, with the blood being a valuable resource. Once coagulated, each family would receive a small piece for soup. The villagers were astonished to find they had meat, and even a small portion of pig's blood left them overwhelmed with gratitude. Lu Yutian beamed with joy, exclaiming that after enduring such toil, they would finally enjoy a meal of meat. Today, after laboring to extract limestone, everyone deserved a feast. Each household would receive a piece of meat. Upon hearing the news of meat distribution, the villagers' faces lit up with joy, and the men eagerly set to work plucking the pig's hair and trimming the hooves. The women busied themselves boiling water and cleaning the entrails, while the children gathered around the fire, watching with keen interest. Wishing to shield Tang Bao from the gruesome scene, Tang Jingshu led him to the backyard, where Hongya and Xiao Mai had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting their return. "Miss, next time you go out, take Hongya with you," suggested Xiao Mai. "She fetched hot water and worried when you didn't return until so late." Tang Jingshu recognized Hongya's concern and smiled, nodding in agreement. "All right, I shall take you with me next time." As darkness deepened, Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao's absence grew concerning for Xiao Mai, who declared, "I shall inquire about you. Someone mentioned seeing you both heading up the mountain, but none of the limestone workers had spotted you." Just then, Prince Su passed by, having heard that they had yet to return, and immediately dispatched men to search for them. News of the wild boar hunt had spread, and Xiao Mai inquired, "Did you encounter the wild boar?" When they crossed paths with the prince and his entourage, the wild boars had already been subdued. Tang Jingshu intended to keep the encounter with the wild boars from worrying Hongya and Xiao Mai, having made a pact with Feng Tianyi to avoid mentioning their adventure. Relieved, both Hongya and Xiao Mai exhaled, grateful they had not faced the perilous encounter with wild boars, not wanting to frighten Tang Bao. Tang Bao, joyfully playing with the dog, kept the secret of their hunt close to his heart. After Tang Jingshu and her companions finished their meal, people were summoned to share in the bounty of the wild boars, including the entrails. Had it not been for Tang Jingshu's medicinal powder, capturing the boar would have proven much more challenging. Feng Tianyi instructed Lu Yutian to present Tang Jingshu with an entire pig leg. Tang Jingshu requested a portion of the entrails and a pig's head, all cleaned and ready for preparation. She retrieved her herbs and tossed them into a pot for braising, planning to take them along for the journey tomorrow. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yutian, drawn by the enticing aroma, returned with 2 additional portions of entrails and the remaining pig heads, expressing gratitude to Dr. Tang. Tang Jingshu sighed, realizing she was now tasked with braising them all. Considering they had provided the salt, the pig heads required pre-cooking before the bones could be removed. Overwhelmed with 20 heads, she enlisted the help of Hongya and Xiao Mai, while Tang Bao perched on a stool, eagerly tasting the offerings. "Wow, it smells so good." He tore off a large piece of meat, dipping it in sauce before offering it to the dog. "Here you go, brother, is it delicious?" The dog savored the meat, overwhelmed by its flavor, and took his time enjoying each morsel, savoring every bite. Tang Bao dashed back for more, eager for another piece. Lu Yutian, Guiyang, and Guisu, enticed by the delectable scent, approached, and Tang Jingshu prepared a serving for them. The 3 men devoured their portions with fervor, with Lu Yutian lamenting, "If only we had some wine." At this moment, having wine was not an option, and Guisu dismissed the notion. "You can forget that idea." Guisu relished the tender meat, exclaiming, "Dr. Tang, your seasoning is exquisite. It's delicious enough to make one forget their tongue." Qin Xian, feeling somewhat shy, lingered at the door without entering, unable to muster the courage to ask for food. Tang Jingshu sliced 2 small dishes of seasoned meat, handing one to Qin Xian. "This is for you, and this one is for the prince." "Thank you, Dr. Tang." Clutching the 2 small dishes, Qin Xian hurried toward the main courtyard, moving with purpose and delight. Feng Tianyi, enjoying the pig's head meat, found it quite palatable. The following noon, the soldiers feasted on the pig's head and other braised meats, their hearts filled with immense satisfaction, for it was the finest meal they had savored in a long time. The once humble pig's head and offal have suddenly ascended to a realm of elegance, but that is a matter for another time. The meticulously braised pig's head and offal hung, suspended in the well to prevent spoilage. After a long day, Tang Jingshu washed up and collapsed into bed. Before dawn the next day, Tang Jingshu arose to instruct the doctors on how to remove stitches from patients and provide care. She also seized the opportunity to retrieve the unicycle from Chunxing, storing it in her space. Upon arriving at the place of exile, the unicycle would prove useful. She appointed the chief clerk of the military camp to act as the county magistrate, fortunate that the deputy magistrate had not fled. A few of the previous yamen runners were summoned back to diligently assist in managing affairs, allowing past transgressions to be overlooked. Tang Jingshu cradled Tang Baobao as she climbed into the cart, with Xiao Mai supporting Guzi closely behind. Hongya loaded their belongings, while Xiao Wu rushed over. "Dr. Tang, His Highness has sent someone to drive the cart for you." Tang Jingshu glanced at Feng Tianyi atop his horse, who nodded in acknowledgement and waved his hand, signaling the departure. Chapter 19. A Heart Grows Cold. Following the refugees, the pace of the procession was slow, reaching the second town along the route by midday. Lu Yutian, as the advance officer, had set off northward last night with braised meat and pig's head. Arrangements had been made along the way to sound drums in various towns, summoning the refugees who had not fled south to receive provisions. The news of the arrival of Prince Su had spread, and the reputation of Prince Su was known throughout the Dang dynasty. Upon receiving the food supplies, the refugees across the regions glimpsed a flicker of hope. The previous governor of Chizhou was the maternal uncle of the ruthless Wang, who, seeing no resolution to the floods followed by drought, hastily packed his belongings and returned to the capital. His favored sister could sway the emperor with flattering words, securing his pardon. Even though Chizhou was in chaos, he remained comfortably secure in the capital, leaving the formidable Prince Su to handle the aftermath. Wherever Feng Tianyi went, the common folk, aware of Prince Su's presence, would stop to bow in reverence, placing all their hopes in him. Tang Jingshu sighed, acknowledging the plight of the common people, for their livelihoods depended on the whims of the heavens and the decisions of the court officials. Chizhou had previously been the domain of the ruthless Wang, and with the governor's departure, remnants of his faction undoubtedly lingered. Her father had offended the ruthless Wang, and those remnants would surely create difficulties for them, likely in a harsh and unforgiving manner. Tang Jingshu inquired of Hongya, "Have you managed to learn where my father and the others have been assigned?" Previously, Luin had hurried to Chizhou, spending silver to inquire, and it seemed they had been sent to the northwest of Inshi Mountain. Hongya replied indignantly, "They allocated a vast tract of land to your father, compelling them to cultivate it, and they must repay the expenses incurred during their exile this year. After tilling the land, how much can they possibly harvest from such barren fields? Is this not a deliberate attempt by the officials to make things difficult?" Tang Jingshu remained unfazed, asserting, "Once we arrive, we shall devise a plan together." At that moment, Tang Yinan and the others finally reached the desolate expanse of their exile, a barren flatland with Inshi Mountain in the distance. Chizhou was located at the northern gate. Here, the land was vast, yet sparsely populated, with days of travel required to journey from one village to another, even on horseback. The conditions grew harsher in the northwest, where human habitation was scarce, and they scarcely encountered any signs of life along the way. From Kunbai County to their place of exile, they had traveled for half a month, and with each step forward, their hearts grew increasingly heavy. They arrived at a dilapidated courtyard, comprising 3 thatched roof huts. The roofs stripped bare by fierce winds. Abandoned for too long, the walls were riddled with holes made by wild beasts, and they could faintly hear the howls of wolves in the distance. The officials deposited the provisions owed to the Tang family, including grains and farming tools, and departed swiftly, fearing the impending darkness and the threat of wolves. Luo Shuangyi frowned as she surveyed the house, while Tang Xiangyang's wife, Zhu Xiuli, held her 5-year-old daughter, on the verge of tears, lamenting, "How shall we survive here?" The robust Tang matriarch, hands clasped behind her back, examined the surroundings, noting that the conditions were inferior to their hometown. "This is all the result of human endeavor. We have hands and feet, and several strong men among us. What is there to fear? Mother is absolutely right," Tang Yinan declared, thumping his chest. "Have you forgotten what we are capable of? We are skilled in building houses. For today, let us settle in, repair the courtyard and the houses, and discuss our future plans tomorrow." Tang Zicheng, once the embodiment of youthful radiance, now bore a shadow of despair. Yet as the eldest brother, he felt compelled to set a good example for his 2 younger brothers. "Look, there is a river nearby. Let us see if there are any fish. We can catch a few for lunch." His wife, Feng Xiaorong, heavily pregnant and having traveled for over 4 months, appeared frail and undernourished. 13-year-old Tang Zimo, in the prime of his youth, excitedly abandoned his burdens and ran alongside his elder brother at the mention of catching fish. Tang Ziren clapped the trunks of several white poplar trees, wielding an axe to fell a dead tree, intending to craft a sturdy gate for the courtyard. Tang Xiangyang took up a hoe to dig the earth, soon repairing the holes in the courtyard and the walls of the house. Tang Yinan headed to the riverbank to gather grass, determined to prepare the house before nightfall. Luo Shuangyi instructed the Tang matriarch and Xiaorong to rest outside, while she and Zhu Xiuli began tidying up the house, cleaning and organizing their belongings. The Tang matriarch, unable to remain idle, declared, "Despite my 60 years, my legs are strong, my eyes are sharp, and my hearing is keen. I can undertake any task. You 2 sisters-in-law should tidy up inside. I will check the kitchen and instruct the second son to build the stove. Otherwise, how shall we cook at noon?" With that, the Tang matriarch sought out Tang Xiangyang, assisting him in digging and moving stones to hastily construct the stove. Unable to sit still, she had kept pace throughout their 4-month exile, only resting when her sons or grandsons supported her, determined not to lag behind. Luo Shuangyi observed her digging with vigor, grateful for her mother's robust health. Her father had passed away early. Her mother had raised 2 sons alone, ensuring they received an education. Proving herself to be a capable woman, Zhu Xiuli had always admired her mother-in-law, recognizing her strength despite her age. Luo Shuangyi nodded, continuing to tidy up while speaking to Zhu Xiuli. It is fortunate that Jingshu did not come along. It would have been too arduous. She glanced outside at her eldest daughter-in-law and little niece, reflecting on how unforeseen circumstances had prevented Xiaorong and Jingxian from accompanying Jingshu. Who could have predicted such sudden misfortune? The ruthless Wang had truly committed an atrocity, unjustly imprisoning the eldest brother. Had it not been for the emperor retaining some sense of justice, their family would have faced far worse than mere exile. Zhu Xiuli sighed. It is a blessing that the family is together. Being apart would only lead to worry. After enduring hardships, we come to appreciate the value of life. Their family had once relied heavily on the eldest brother's support, and after Tang Xianyang passed the imperial examination, he gradually rose in rank, eventually serving in the Ministry of Works as a steward. Unexpectedly, the ruthless Wang had conspired against him to eliminate rivals, resulting in the entire family being exiled together. Even amidst the loss of status and the myriad sufferings endured along the way, they bore no resentment in their hearts. Isn't that the truth? Luo Shuangyi mused, her thoughts drifting to her daughter, uncertain if she had recovered from her illness, and concerned for her little grandson. In a daze, it was better that she remained unaware of the upheaval at home, free from worry and fear. Tang Yinan and Tang Xiangyang had grown up in a family of modest means, slightly better off than average, and had worked in the fields. Now, in this new environment, they were not at all unfamiliar with the labor, performing exceptionally well. Tang Xianyang quickly finished building the stove and began mending the walls. Tang Ziqing and Tang Zimo returned with a string of fish, assisting Tang Yinan in cutting grass and repairing the roof. While gathering grass, they were delighted to discover some chicken leg mushrooms, tender and succulent. Tang Ziqing picked them to take back, envisioning how delicious they would be in fish soup. The Tang matriarch wandered around, gathering a handful of fresh dandelions, ensuring there would be a refreshing salad for lunch, complemented by mushroom fish soup, a promising first meal indeed. At noon, the family gathered around the table, finally indulging in a warm meal. Following the repast, the men busied themselves with clearing land and reinforcing the walls of the backyard, enclosing the freshly dug earth to safeguard their crops from the ravages of wild beasts. Whenever the craving for meat struck, they would venture to the river to catch fish for a feast. The men cast their gazes towards the distant Inchi mountain, which surely harbored an abundance of edible treasures. Alas, the journey was perilously long, and they dared not embark lightly. Ever since their settlement, the howls of wolves echoed nearby, and they had no desire to become fodder for such predators. Chapter 20. Seizing the Opportunity. The journey north commenced at a sluggish pace, but upon reaching Jin County, they delivered the disaster-stricken populace to safety, marking the last of the afflicted counties. Today, they would reunite with greenery, and Tang Jingshu, Tang Bao, and Hongya were all aflutter with excitement. Feng Tianyi planned to linger in Jin County for 2 days, while Tang Jingshu had to press on, bidding farewell to them there. Tang Jingshu, accompanied by Tang Bao, expressed her heartfelt gratitude for the assistance rendered by the prince and esteemed officials, which had enabled their safe arrival in Jin County. As they prepared to depart, Tang Bao, filled with reluctance, promised to visit once she found her grandfather. I shall await your return, Tang Bao, Feng Tianyi replied. Having grown fond of her during their brief acquaintance and becoming accustomed to the meals arranged by Tang Jingshu, Feng Tianyi presented Tang Bao with a jade pendant, a token of his affection, instructing her to keep it safe, assuring her that with it, no one would dare to bully her in Qizhou Prefecture. Tang Bao, beaming with delight, thanked the prince and, with a playful gesture, beckoned him to lean down. Uncertain of her intent, Feng Tianyi complied, only to be met with a tender kiss on his cheek from the little girl, who exclaimed, "Prince, I will miss you." The softness of her touch startled him momentarily, yet as he regained his composure, he found himself smiling at the sweetness of the moment. As Tang Jingshu and her son prepared to leave, Feng Tianyi affectionately ruffled Tang Bao's hair, offering his support should any difficulties arise, encouraging her to present the jade pendant at the county office in Kunbai. I was hoping you would say that, Tang Jingshu responded gratefully. Feng Tianyi then handed her a map, detailing the location where Tang Durin and his family had been exiled, advising her to plan her journey carefully, avoid traveling at night, and remain vigilant against lurking wolves. Thank you for the warning, we will ensure our safety, Tang Jingshu assured him, her heart heavy as she glanced at the map, reminiscent of her family's plight. Lu Yutian approached, expressing his intention to visit them in Kunbai. Excellent. We shall prepare a grand feast for you upon your arrival, Tang Jingshu replied, though Lu Yutian privately contemplated bringing provisions himself, knowing the scarcity in the area. As Tang Jingshu and her companions departed, Qin Xian noted that Chizhou Prefecture was in dire need of development, suggesting that Tang Yinan, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works, could be of assistance, while Tang Xianyang, in charge of agriculture, could also lend a hand during the summer planting season. Feng Tianyi considered these suggestions, recalling how his second brother had exiled the Tang family to Chizhou Prefecture, intending to keep them under his watchful eye. The unexpected severity of the disaster had allowed his uncle to escape, yet now, the region fell under his jurisdiction, bringing in a few unexpected aids. The brothers, having risen to their positions through merit, were indeed well suited for the tasks of irrigation and agriculture. Feng Tianyi then issued a cold command to purge all officials in Chizhou Prefecture, ensuring that grain supplies were restored and prices stabilized. When the time is right, I shall personally visit the Tang family, he concluded, his subordinates affirming their orders. With the absence of the little carriage, Tang Jingshu took the reins herself. Having acquired the necessary skills during the past few days, Hongya led the way as they hastily exited Jin County, and upon reaching the Jina ferry, they spotted a familiar figure draped in green. Greenery, we have returned, Hongya exclaimed, racing ahead. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Greenery turned, her eyes widening in recognition as she beheld Hongya and the carriage, realizing that her longed-for mistress was finally within reach. Miss, Greenery cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she rushed forward with grace. Tang Jingshu alighted from the carriage and enveloped Greenery in a warm embrace. Do not weep, we are home, she comforted, wiping away Greenery's tears and expressing her concern. You have worried so much, and your round face has grown so thin. I have endured no hardship. As long as you and the little lord are safe, Greenery replied, glancing towards the carriage. But where is the little lord? Tang Bao emerged, calling out, Greenery, I am here. In a heartwarming reunion, she leaped into Greenery's arms. I have missed you dearly. And I, you, little lord, Greenery replied, her heart finally at ease. After a month apart, Tang Bao had grown taller and was speaking with newfound fluency. I am growing up. Next month, I will turn 3. Tang Jingshu surveyed the ferry and noticed an absence of horses. Greenery, where is your horse? This month, we have survived on horse meat. I had no choice but to sacrifice it, Greenery lamented, her eyes glistening with sorrow. Once you earn some coin, please buy me another. Rest assured, I shall procure an excellent horse for you, Tang Jingshu promised, recognizing the immense sacrifice Greenery had made for her and her son, as the chestnut mare had been dear to her heart. After introducing Chiao Mai and her son to Greenery, they prepared to depart. But Greenery requested a moment to gather something from the ferry. Soon, she returned, carrying a hefty bundle. These are the remains of my horse. I wish to take it with me and bury it by my side when we reach our destination. Tang Jingshu had no objections. Bring it along. At long last, the trio was reunited. To celebrate their reunion, Tang Jingshu treated them to a sumptuous meal, preparing a large portion of marinated pork legs stir-fried with mushrooms, accompanied by pumpkin rice. As they savored the feast once more, Greenery's eyes brimmed with tears. The little dog had made significant progress in its recovery, and Tang Jingshu hastened their journey, arriving at Chizhou Prefecture 2 days later. While the southern regions had suffered, Chizhou had been relatively unscathed apart from soaring prices, primarily due to the governor, Lu Yang, who had barred refugees from entering the city, enforcing harsh penalties on those who attempted to breach his barricades. By the time Lu Yang fled, the refugees had already retreated southward, leaving only a few who managed to find alternative routes to Chizhou. Tang Jingshu initially contemplated purchasing supplies for the journey, but was deterred by the exorbitant prices. With Chizhou in dire need of resources, she decided to exchange some of her cultivated medicinal herbs, such as the prized sanchi, at a local apothecary, obtaining 200 taels of silver. She then visited a grain and oil shop, trading several bags of wheat and a multitude of winter melons and pumpkins for an additional 100 taels. With an ample supply of seeds remaining, she was confident in her ability to cultivate more medicinal herbs and grains. The impending visit from the Prince of Su meant that the unscrupulous merchants would soon face reckoning, and she intended to seize the opportunity to profit. After a night's rest in Chizhou, they resumed their journey the following day. As they traversed a narrow gorge, an unsettling sensation washed over Tang Jingshu, as though several pairs of eyes were fixated upon them. To ensure their safety, she distributed packets of medicinal powder to Hongya, Greenery, and Xiaomai. She emerged from the confines of the carriage, perching herself atop the yoke, keenly surveying her surroundings. Upon reaching the narrowest point of the canyon, a sudden cacophony erupted, the sound of blades clashing, accompanied by eerie howls intended to instill fear. Chapter 21. The Robbery by Mountain Bandits. Miss, it is the bandits, Greenery exclaimed, her grip on the reins tightening with apprehension. Do not halt. Accelerate forward, Tang Jingshu commanded, wielding a formidable blade. Hongya, clear the path ahead and exercise caution. I shall handle the rest. Understood, Miss, Hongya replied, drawing her sword in readiness. Tang Bao sensed the impending danger, glancing towards the canyon walls, and emitted an adorable sound. Unconsciously, he utilized his internal energy. Though his voice was soft, it resonated throughout the mountainous terrain. Tang Jingshu, Xiaomai, and Guzi were beset by a severe headache. While Greenery urged, "Faster, miss. The young master has deployed his internal power. Cover your ears." Tang Jingshu was aware of her son's innate strength. She recalled the moment of his birth when he had inadvertently kicked Hongya across the room while stretching. Based on Hongya and Greenery's experience, it was evident that Tang Bao possessed an innate internal energy, likely cultivated for a decade. Over the past 2 years, as he matured, his internal strength had grown increasingly formidable, allowing him to wield it with finesse. Having not utilized it for some time, Tang Jingshu almost forgot about her son's abilities. That clever little rascal had mastered a technique akin to long-distance communication. It was truly remarkable. The throbbing in their heads eased somewhat when they covered their ears. Yet the bandits were equally afflicted, clutching their heads in agony, unable to maintain their grip on their weapons. "Boss, there are experts among them. Their internal energy is profound. We are no match for them," one of the bandits lamented. The leader, unwilling to concede, growled, "Those 3 young women are strikingly beautiful, particularly the one atop the yoke. She is positively tantalizing. Deploy the nets and capture them." Despite the pain, the bandits endured as they lowered their nets, only to find that their efforts were in vain. As the nets descended, Tang Jingshu swiftly absorbed them into her spatial realm. The bandits were left dumbfounded, questioning the absurdity of the situation. "Mother, have we encountered a demon?" they cried, their heads pounding with confusion and fear. In that moment, they were beset by a swarm of snakes, insects, and rodents, while the howls of wolves and other wild beasts echoed from the mountains. "Mother, we truly have stumbled upon monsters capable of summoning animals." The bandits writhed in agony on the ground, tormented by bites from venomous snakes, leading to swift demise, while others lost their balance and plummeted to their deaths from the cliffs. "Tang Bao, take me up," Tang Jingshu commanded, turning to Hongya. "Greenery, ensure the safety of Chiao Mai and her child." "Miss, I am on my way," Hongya replied, soaring upwards with Tang Jingshu. Tang Bao leaped from the carriage, calling "Mother, wait for me," and ascended the mountain without difficulty. Chiao Mai and Guzi were left in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that a toddler, not yet 3, could possess such extraordinary prowess? The cliff towered several fathoms high, yet Tang Bao effortlessly kept pace. Guzi was astounded, having previously regarded Tang Bao as a younger brother. He now saw him as a deity worthy of reverence. Upon reaching the summit, Tang Bao delivered a powerful kick that sent the bandit leader flying, declaring, "You wicked ruffian." Most of the smaller bandits had already perished, with Hongya swiftly dispatching the remainder. The leader was left barely clinging to life, never having imagined that he would be bested by an infant. The task of vanquishing the foes fell to Hongya, while Tang Jingshu called out to her son, "Use your animal friends to confront the bandits. We shall rid the world of these malevolent brigands." For the sake of the people, Tang Bao soared towards the mountain, seeking his animal allies. Soon, the stronghold at the peak faced an unprecedented onslaught from wolves, black bears, and venomous snakes, all invading the compound and attacking indiscriminately. Cries of despair filled the air, resulting in countless casualties. Having vanquished the leader, Hongya guided Tang Jingshu to the summit. Upon their arrival, they found Tang Bao standing atop the highest rooftop, directing the animal assault with the authority of a general. In that moment, Tang Jingshu was rendered speechless. Her son was destined to either become a hero of the realm or a formidable rebel. As he matured, would there be anyone capable of challenging him? Tang Jingshu pondered the nature of capable individuals, knowing they would not willingly accept subservience. With Tang Bao approaching his 3rd birthday, she felt a growing concern. Covering her forehead, she resolved to educate her child wisely, steering him away from perilous paths. For the time being, however, Tang Jingshu focused on locating the stronghold's granary and storeroom. "Hongya, protect Tang Bao. I will ascertain what treasures lie within." Hongya was apprehensive, knowing her mistress lacked agility. Tang Jingshu waved her medicinal pouch reassuringly. "Fear not. Your mistress possesses this for self-defense. Please be careful, miss," Hongya urged. Tang Jingshu swiftly dashed inside, soon discovering the granary brimming with an abundance of provisions. "This bounty could sustain our family for a year or 2, she exclaimed, promptly absorbing it into her spatial realm. The storeroom containing gold, silver, and jewels was situated within the leader's courtyard, protected by traps. However, these posed no challenge to Tang Jingshu, who quickly located the concealed mechanism and opened the hidden door. Upon entering, she was greeted by a plethora of chests. As she opened them, her eyes widened at the sight of the vast wealth contained within. Such treasures, surely beyond the means of mere bandits. She mused, discovering even official silver hidden within. In a secret compartment, she found a ledger chronicling the bandits' ill-gotten gains, primarily consisting of compensation funds and supplies sent to the border by the government, alongside stolen goods from merchant caravans. Realizing the collusion between officials and bandits, Tang Jingshu was incensed. While soldiers defended the realm, these scoundrels were pilfering their resources, indistinguishable from the barbaric tribes. The treasures were tainted with guilt and could not be claimed. Taking several ledgers from the secret compartment, she exited and destroyed the mechanisms, ensuring no one could access the stronghold for the time being. Next, she ventured to the rear courtyard, where the bandits had surprisingly kept numerous chickens and several plump pigs. She swiftly subdued 4 of the pigs, placing them into her spatial realm, leaving a few for her animal friends, while retaining several chickens. The sight of Tang Jingshu juggling chickens and grains while herding pigs left Hongya exasperated. Why does it seem like our mistress resembles a bandit herself? Upon her emergence, Tang Jingshu called out, "Hongya, there are 2 jars of lard in the kitchen. Fetch them quickly. I cannot carry it all." Lard was indeed a prized commodity, prompting Hongya to dash to the backyard. Tang Jingshu entrusted the chickens and pigs to Tang Bao, saying, "Son, share these with your animal friends." She also distributed a bounty of grains to the herbivorous creatures and offered a jar of honey to the black bear, who relished it wholeheartedly. Licking the jar clean before waving goodbye with a chicken in tow as he retreated into the depths of the mountains. After bidding farewell to their animal companions, the trio began their descent. Hongya remarked, "The bandits certainly never anticipated that they would one day be robbed by us, facing total annihilation." Yet, she lamented, these bandits were truly impoverished. The granary held little, with only a few items in the kitchen. Alas, the wheat on the mountain remains unharvested. Such a waste. Hongya fretted over the neglected grain, recognizing its value, but they had to seek out the master and mistress and could not linger. "Fear not. Someone will come to harvest it," Tang Jingshu reassured her. Tang Jingshu, cradling Tang Bao, followed closely behind, both mother and child in high spirits. Upon reaching the nearby town, Tang Jingshu found a place to send a letter, carefully packaging several booklets to dispatch to Chizhou Prefecture, addressed to Lu Yutian. Calculating the days. By the time the letter arrived, Feng Tianyi and his companions should have already reached their destination. There was little more she could do. The rest was entrusted to Feng Tianyi. Chapter 22 commenced. Greenery and Xiao Mai, witnessing the trio return laden with goods, were left astounded, mouths agape. Had they gone looting? Tang Jingshu chuckled, stating it was merely a fortunate happenstance. Keeping it would be wasteful. With the combined strength of 2 adults and a child, they had eradicated a band of mountain thieves, an achievement that would be met with disbelief had it been spoken aloud, yet they accomplished it nonetheless. Suddenly, it dawned upon Tang Jingshu that among the 4, she was the weakest, a thought that weighed heavily upon her. "Sister Qiao Mai Guzi, let us treat today's events as though they never transpired," she said, raising her hand in a gesture of respect. "I kindly ask you to keep this a secret to avoid unnecessary troubles. Rest assured, since our family has joined yours, we are one." "We saw nothing today," Qiao Mai assured her. "Right, son?" she queried Guzi. The boy nodded. "I saw nothing at all." "Aren't we headed north, Auntie? When will we arrive at Kunbai County?" Tang Jingshu replied cheerfully, "Soon, very soon. We shall set off immediately to reach the city before nightfall." Red Leaf packed the chickens into a burlap sack, puncturing a few holes to allow them to breathe, ensuring they wouldn't suffocate. Once secured on the horse's back, the group continued their journey, successfully entering Kunbai County before darkness fell. They chose not to stay within the county's confines, but instead found lodging at an inn just outside the city. Kunbai County bordered the territory of Chitty, and many had clandestinely brought horses from that region for trade, selling them only under the cover of night in the black market. After dinner, Tang Jingshu called for greenery, saying, "Let us go buy horses. Miss, even the prices at the black market are not low. Perhaps we should refrain from going and save the silver for food and seeds to take along?" Greenery suggested, unwilling to squander their funds. "I am not in a hurry to ride. We can wait until you have earned ample silver before purchasing." Tang Jingshu retrieved 300 taels in silver notes, reassuring her. "Fear not, my dear Greenery, for I possess the means. Is 100 taels sufficient? There's no need for such a sum. 40 to 50 taels will suffice for a fine horse in these borderlands," Greenery insisted, urging Tang Jingshu to put the notes away. Peeking through the door, she confirmed the coast was clear. "Miss, wealth should not be displayed. We must remain discreet." Tang Jingshu nodded in agreement, instructing Red Leaf to care for Tang Bao and Xiao Mai while the 2 ventured into the black market. Though Kunbai was a border county, it was quiet during the day, yet vibrant with lights and bustling crowds by night. The black market was alive with activity, offering a myriad of goods and amusements. As they strolled, Tang Jingshu noted that women comprised half of the vendors, a testament to the open-mindedness of the northern regions where women enjoyed relative freedom. They purchased white mulberries and wine from the western regions, as well as yogurt, milk skin, and roasted camel humps from Chitty, intending to bring back these delicacies for everyone to sample. Ultimately, they ventured into the livestock market, where the lighting was dim, and buying horses relied on keen eyesight and a dash of luck. Greenery, a horse enthusiast with considerable knowledge, quickly spotted a chestnut mare that closely resembled her previous steed. When inquiring about the price, it was set at 60 taels. Greenery shook her head, holding up 4 fingers, refusing to pay a single tael more. Pointing out a few minor flaws, the vendor, recognizing her expertise, agreed to sell it for 40 taels, eager to make a sale. The horse dealer also sold cattle, and Tang Jingshu purchased a young, robust cow for 15 taels, along with a plow headset from the same vendor. Seeing their substantial purchases, the dealer gifted them 2 bamboo baskets as a gesture of goodwill, encouraging them to return for future needs at a favorable price. After placing their goods in the baskets, Tang Jingshu proceeded to buy 12 wool blankets and 3 oil lamps, spending all 100 taels. They led the horse and cow back to the inn, rested for 2 hours, and then loaded the sleeping child onto the cart, resuming their journey. This time, Red Leaf rode the horse while leading the cow. Greenery mounted her horse to carry their belongings, and Tang Jingshu drove the cart, allowing Xiao Mai to rest with the 2 children inside. Equipped with oil lamps, they felt unperturbed by the night travel. By dawn, they had covered a third of their journey, pausing to rest and prepare breakfast. Observing the desolate surroundings, Red Leaf remarked, "Miss, it truly is becoming increasingly desolate. The northern wasteland is sparsely populated, is it not desolate?" Tang Jingshu replied, toasting buns over the fire. "We must remain vigilant about our course. We cannot afford to stray." With no distinct landmarks, it was easy to lose one's way. Xiao Mai pointed to the sun. "Fortunately, the sun is out today. We should not stray from our path." In such harsh conditions, thinking of her family enduring similar struggles, Tang Jingshu silently cursed the cruel king. After a breakfast of toasted buns, yogurt, and vegetable porridge, she produced a box of white mulberries, sharing them among the group as they continued forward. As they pressed on, the landscape grew increasingly barren, and not a single household was in sight, with the eerie howls of wolves echoing around them. Tang Jingshu reflected on the fear her family must endure daily in such conditions. Yet, they felt secure, for with Tang Bao, this little darling, no harm would come to them. A distant wolf pack followed them, causing the horses to become skittish. However, Tang Bao stepped forward to pet the little mare, which immediately calmed down. Since joining Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, Xiao Mai and Guzi had witnessed so many extraordinary events that they had grown accustomed to the peculiarities, showing no fear even in the presence of wolves. Xiao Mai felt fortunate for her decision. She and her son had encountered benefactors. Upon reaching their destination, they resolved to work diligently and speak little, heeding Tang Jingshu's guidance. After a hasty lunch and a brief rest, they resumed their journey. In the afternoon, as they traversed a mountain pass, a fierce wind suddenly whipped up, bringing swirling dust and sand that coated their faces and filled their mouths. Tang Jingshu quickly instructed everyone to cover their faces with cloth, urging Tang Bao and Xiao Mai to stay inside and to hasten their pace to escape the approaching tornado. The tornado was not particularly large, but swept through the mountain pass. Red Leaf glanced back, spurred her horse, and lashed the cow's rear, pushing forward with all her might. Previously worried that the cow would lag behind, she was pleasantly surprised to find it keeping up, a testament to its youthful vigor. Before the tornado could reach them, they successfully sought refuge behind a mountain wall, escaping its grasp. All were left breathless, having narrowly evaded a perilous encounter. "Is Guzi's leg all right?" Tang Jingshu asked, climbing into the cart to check for any injuries. Guzi shook his head. "Auntie, my leg is fine. I had a soft blanket underneath, and there was no jostling at all." After confirming he was unscathed, she turned her attention to Tang Bao, asking, "Did you bump anywhere, my son?" Tang Bao stood, stretching his arms and legs, twisting his waist and shaking his head with a smile. "Mother, I am unharmed." "That is good to hear." Tang Jingshu then looked at Xiao Mai, who smiled and said, "I am also fine. I have no injuries." Tang Jingshu felt relief wash over her as she pulled out the map. According to its markings, they needed to travel another 5 or 6 li beyond this mountain pass to reach their destination. "Are we finally going to see grandfather?" Tang Bao exclaimed excitedly. Since he could remember, he had only met his grandfather, grandmother, and uncles a handful of times, though he had seen his great-grandmother several times. Looking ahead, Tang Bao said, "I miss them." "They surely miss you as well," Tang Jingshu replied, hugging her son. "And with mother driving the cart, we shall be the first to see grandfather." "Yes, yes." Little Tang Bao clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming that she wished to ride in the carriage alongside her mother. After traversing several miles beyond the mountain hollow, a row of white poplar trees emerged in the distance, under which stood a dilapidated little courtyard. Tang Jingshu halted the carriage, and Tang Bao peeked out from her embrace. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the courtyard ahead. Mother, is that the new home of grandfather and the others? It looks so shabby and small. Tang Jingshu nodded, affirming, indeed, that is where your grandfather resides. Chapter 23. A family reunion. Elder brother, is there someone over there? I could swear I see a carriage and a rider, remarked Tang Lao Foreign, squinting as dusk began to settle. She called for Tang Yen and to come closer. Initially thinking his mother was merely mistaking shadows, he hurried over, only to confirm that there were indeed people present. In such a remote wilderness, how could anyone be here? Could they also be exiled? He pondered, noting the presence of a horse and carriage, suggesting an official from the court. As Tang Lao Foreign stepped out of the courtyard, she mused that they were also exiled, thus they would have neighbors to rely upon, alleviating their solitude. She sighed, speculating that they must have offended the formidable King Li, for they were all unfortunate souls. In her mind, being exiled equated to having crossed the wrath of the king, the most villainous and detestable figure. The news of new exiles drew the entire family out to witness this unusual occurrence, as life in such dire circumstances had become unbearably monotonous, rendering people a rarity. As the carriage drew nearer, Tang Ziran felt an uncanny familiarity with the approaching figures. Elder brother, doesn't that rider resemble the two girls, Hong Yi and Luyin? He questioned. Surely not. They are with Jingshu. How could they be here? Yet upon closer inspection, Tang Zicheng realized that the individuals in the carriage were indeed his sister Tang Jingshu and her son. He pointed at Tang Jingshu, exclaiming, Grandma, Father, Mother. It truly is Jingshu and her child. It is indeed my sister Jingshu, chimed in the perceptive Tang Jingxian, who had visited with her grandmother and mother just 4 months prior. She recognized her at once. Luo Shuang Yi and Tang Yin and soon recognized their daughter had returned with her grandson. Tang Lao Foreign, who had just felt sympathy, was now overcome with concern, chiding. What a foolish girl, why would you come here to seek hardship? You truly are reckless. Luo Shuang Yi dashed out, her heart aching for her daughter, who had braved countless trials to arrive in this wilderness. Tang Ziran and Tang Zmo followed suit, while Tang Zicheng supported Fang Xiaorong. Tang Yen and Tang Xiangyang assisted, all expressing their dismay at Tang Jingshu's impulsiveness, with Zhu Xioli trailing behind, holding on to Tang Jingxian. Tang Lao Foreign lamented the courage of her granddaughter. To bring that child here, such audacity. Meanwhile, Tang Jingshu had already jumped down from the carriage, leading Tang Bao forward to stand face to face with Luo Shuangyi. Mother, I have come. Tang Bao called sweetly. Luo Shuangyi's tears cascaded down as she replied, You child, why couldn't you stay put in the countryside? What brings you here, especially with Tang Bao? You are truly disobedient. Tang Bao, sensing her grandmother's discontent, whimpered, Grandmother, please don't blame Mother. We missed you and worried for you. Grandmother does not blame your mother. She simply feels for both of you, Luo Shuangyi said as she embraced Tang Bao, pulling Tang Jingshu into a tight hug. I miss you both dearly. In such a harsh environment, their reunion evoked a torrent of emotions, and the three wept together. Tang Laoforn exclaimed, Why did you come here? Did you not understand how difficult this place is? And to bring Tang Bao along, how will you manage? He is far too young to endure such hardships. Tang Jingshu, feeling remorseful, replied, Grandmother, I am sorry for causing you concern. Great-grandmother, I am fine, Tang Bao interjected, reaching out for her great-grandmother's embrace. I missed you so much. Tang Lao Foreign cradled him tenderly, beaming with joy after receiving a kiss from Tang Bao, whose sweet little lips brought her great delight. Your sister-in-law was just lamenting your absence. Never did I expect you both to arrive, Zhu Xioli remarked, observing Tang Jingshu's clear eyes and healthy demeanor. Indeed, I am much better now, Tang Jingshu replied, gently caressing Jing Xian's face, noticing how much she had grown in their time apart, though she has lost weight. She is quite well, Luo Shuangyi added, her heart heavy with the knowledge that her daughter would now endure a life of hardship. Tang Yinan, observing his long-lost daughter and grandson, felt a swell of emotions, having been preoccupied with official duties and unaware that their next meeting would occur in such a desolate land. Seeing his daughter restored to health brought him joy, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tang Jingshu knelt before her father, expressing, Father, I could not bear to leave you all behind, so I came. With everyone gathered, Tang Yin and had no words to offer, urging, Since you are here, let us make haste back home. Nightfall approaches, and it is perilous outside. Tang Xiangyang, noticing the horses and carriage, remarked, Jingshu, the journey must not have been easy. Uncle, Tang Jingshu responded, the region south of Qizhou has suffered greatly these past 2 years, leading many to flee their homes. We encountered some refugees along the way, making it quite tumultuous. Thankfully, these two girls kept us safe, and we arrived without incident. Hong Yi and Lu Yin stepped forward to pay their respects, and the Tang family expressed their approval, not a single word of reproach directed at them. Tang Jingshu introduced Xiao Mai and Go Zi, sharing their plight, which evoked sympathy from the Tang family, who welcomed them warmly. The Tang family's amiable demeanor made Xiao Mai and her son feel at ease, dispelling any sense of estrangement. Tang Zicheng, Tang Ziran, and Tang Zmo gazed at the carriage, cows, horses, and chickens, their eyes lighting up with excitement, realizing that their visitors had fared much better than they had. Tang Jingshu called to her brothers, who responded and were soon captivated by the carriage, quickly clambering aboard. Supporting Feng Xiaorong, Tang Jingshu accompanied the elders toward home. Sister-in-law, you are due in 3 months, correct? She had little opportunity to bond with her sister-in-law, having previously been afflicted with a wandering soul syndrome, but now that she had recovered, her spirit shone brightly. Feng Xiaorong replied, yes, I am due in 3 months. And currently, I am the most idle at home. They won't let me do anything. That is how it should be, Luo Shuangyi added, assisting Tang Laoforan, who held tightly onto Tang Bao. You are far along now. You must focus on nurturing the baby. The eldest daughter-in-law and her unborn child were both resilient, though she appeared to have lost considerable weight. As the group returned to the courtyard, the darkness had deepened outside. Hong Yi lit 2 oil lamps, illuminating the courtyard. Tang Zicheng and his brothers had already begun unloading the goods, leading the horses, cattle, and chickens to the backyard. There were 2 sacks of grain, a small wild boar, a large salted pork leg, a substantial winter melon, a large pumpkin, 2 jars of lard, 2 sizable bags of dried mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, and an assortment of other provisions filling 2 bamboo baskets. Additionally, there were 12 wool blankets, various medicinal bottles, a plow head, and several nets. One by one, they carried the items inside, filling the small hall to the brim. Tang Jingshu pointed to the nets, saying, I found these on the road. They can be taken apart to make ropes. I thought they might be useful. The topic of bandits was best left unmentioned. In the midst of their current impoverished state, the abundance presented to the Tang family is undoubtedly akin to a timely gift of coal in the snow. Chapter 24 indeed feels like a trial of fate. The members of the Tang family gazed at these items in disbelief. They could hardly fathom how Tang Jingshu, accompanied by a child and despite the presence of 2 maids, managed to traverse a landscape filled with refugees to bring these goods to the desolate wilderness. Even the 2 adult men, Tang Yinan and Tang Xiangyang, would have struggled to accomplish such a feat. Tang Yinan felt a mix of pain and pride. He was proud that his daughter had matured, becoming sensible and capable. He inquired, Jingshu, did you bring all these things from the capital? The dried meat, this sack of grain, and these 2 chickens were purchased by Hongya from a county in the south, Tang Jingshu explained to her family. She elaborated that the 2 baskets of food, the sack of grain, blankets, chickens, wine, a plow, a horse, and a cow were all acquired in Kunbai County. The mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms were foraged in Beiguan County, while the wild boar meat, winter melon, pumpkin, and other grains were distributed by the Duke of Su. Tang Jingshu informed her family of the events in Beiguan County, conveniently omitting the hardships endured at the hands of the Jiao family. Now that the Duke of Su had arrived in Qizhou Prefecture, the common folk could finally see hope. The treasures amassed in that mountain stronghold were sufficient for the Duke to assist the impoverished populace at the border, and by confiscating the assets of corrupt officials, he could even replenish the soldiers' wages. Tang Jingshu felt she had done a good deed for the suffering citizens of Qizhou Prefecture. To her astonishment, the emperor had dispatched the Duke of Su to Qizhou Prefecture. Among the many princes, he was both learned and skilled in martial arts, with a genuine concern for the people, making him the best candidate. Tang Yinan sincerely praised him, and others nodded in agreement. Yet, he expressed concern, asking Tang Jingshu if the Duke had caused them any trouble. The Duke escorted us all the way to Jin County before parting ways, treating us with great care. How could he possibly trouble us? Tang Jingshu reassured him. Father, I made our identity clear to the Duke, and he did not impose any difficulties upon us. In fact, he took quite a liking to Tang Bao, and even gifted him a jade pendant. Tang Bao, nestled in the embrace of old Lady Tang, quickly produced the pendant, proclaiming that the Duke had said, if you encounter any difficulties, seek him out. Tang Yinan was overwhelmed with emotions, lamenting the cruel twists of fate. He had hoped for their paths not to cross, yet they had journeyed together for so long. Fortunately, the Duke's fondness for Tang Bao was a silver lining amidst the misfortune. He feared that their encounters might increase in the future and hoped for no unforeseen incidents, feeling a sense of unease. Seeing Tang Yinan's troubled expression, Tang Jingshu assumed he feared that the Duke would cause their family distress. She remarked, now that Qizhou Prefecture is in dire need of revival, With you as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works and my uncle overseeing the agricultural affairs, perhaps the Duke will even seek your counsel. Moreover, the Duke, being a man of integrity, would recognize that father was wronged by him. Even if he did not seek assistance from you or my uncle, he would not impose difficulties upon us. Indeed, Tang Bao proudly lifted his chin, stating, Mother saved the Duke, making her a benefactor. Tang Jingshu felt compelled to say little more, lest he reveal any signs of unease. Thus, they considered it mutual assistance, with neither party indebted to the other. Of course, if the Duke required the services of my uncle and me, we would be more than willing to oblige. Without seeking glory, they were committed to contributing to the welfare of the people. Tang Xianyang agreed, affirming, elder brother speaks rightly. Luo Shuangyi had been watching her daughter intently, as if she could not get enough of her. As she gazed, tears began to fall uncontrollably. After Zhu Xiuli offered some comforting words to her sister-in-law, she stood up, noting that Tang Jingshu and her son had endured a long journey and likely needed rest after their arduous travels. Mother and sister-in-law will accompany Jingshu. I shall go to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Zimo, come, let's start the fire for your mother. Second lady, let me assist. Xiaomai stood up, eager to help. I can handle the fire. I haven't done anything on the way here. Zhu Xiuli gently pressed her down, saying, there are no titles here. Since you came alongside Jingshu despite the hardships, you are family. Just call me second aunt from now on. You needn't work tonight. Rest first. We will plan for tomorrow. Old Lady Tang interjected. From now on, we are family and will not speak as separate households. Just follow Jingshu and call me aunt. Old Lady Tang patted Luo Shuangyi's hand, saying, now you have gained a daughter and a grandson. Luo Shuangyi smiled. Our family has longed for a daughter. Xiao Mai's arrival perfectly fills that void. At home, you and Guzi need not stand on ceremony. Everyone should rest. There's no need to interfere. I will take care of the cooking for your second aunt, Tang Jingshu insisted, urging her to take a break after such a tiring journey. She brought out a roasted camel hump, saying, Mother, second aunt, this hump is already cooked. It just needs to be warmed up. Tonight, we shall celebrate our family reunion with some wine. The hens had laid an egg each day during the journey, and Tang Jingshu brought them out, suggesting they could stir-fry mushrooms and eggs for dinner. Unable to sit still, Xiao Mai joined Hongya in washing the vegetables. Levian helped with the fire, ensuring Tang Zimo, who was of similar age to Tang Jingshu, did not need to assist. The fresh wild boar was entrusted to Tang Zicheng and Tang Ziren. Elder brother, second brother, this is for you, she said. To be honest, it had been 5 months since they had tasted meat, surviving on either bland vegetable pancakes or wild vegetable porridge. Upon arriving here, the only meat they had encountered was a small fish, and the Tang family had been reduced to a pallid complexion from their diet. Upon seeing the rice and meat, their eyes gleamed with longing. Naturally, their good upbringing prevented their desires from lingering too long. Tang Jingshu reassured herself that her elder brother would ensure the meat was properly prepared. Tang Zicheng and Tang Ziren swallowed hard as they gazed at the wild boar, nearly overcome with the urge to pounce and take a bite. They hurriedly carried it to the courtyard for preparation. Tang Zimo could not be left out and joined them. Tang Jingshu took out 2 large boxes of white mulberries, washed 1 box, and fed each of the brothers a berry as they processed the wild boar. Tang Zicheng, upon tasting the mulberry, exclaimed, please, no more for me. Give it to your sister-in-law. She and the child have endured enough hardship these past days. Tang Ziren echoed, I'm a grown man. I do not fancy such things. Take them inside for mother and sister-in-law to enjoy. I had my fill of these as a child and grew weary of them. Tang Zimo declined to partake as well, stating that these were more suitable for women and children. Sister, please take them inside for them. With hearts full of concern for the women in the family, Tang Jingshu refrained from offering more and carried them into the house. These white mulberries are from the western regions, purchased last night. Mother, sister-in-law, and Jingxian, please have a taste. Tang Bao, quickly, give some to your great-grandmother, aunt, and little aunt, as well as your granduncles and little granduncles. Everyone should enjoy. Tang Bao dashed over, distributing a handful to everyone present, even directly feeding some to old Lady Tang, who could not contain her delight. Tang Jingshu and Tang Xianyang could not bear to eat, quietly placing the berries in a basket to save for their mother and the children. Not wanting to neglect Guzi, Tang Jingshu inquired about his circumstances and whether he could attend school, to which Guzi answered affirmatively. Tang Jingshu nodded, pleased. Very well. In the future, make sure to study alongside your granduncle and learn to read and write. Let your second uncle teach you martial arts. All the men in the Tang family must be well-rounded. Thank you, grandfather. I will remember. Guzi felt the warmth of family envelop him, filling his heart with joy. In the kitchen, Xiao Mai, who was chopping vegetables, was moved to tears by the conversation between Tang Jingshu and his son, nearly cutting her hand. Chapter 25. A Heartfelt Revelation. That evening, the table was set with a roasted camel hump, scrambled eggs with mushrooms, stewed wild boar leg with winter melon, sauteed pumpkin, and a refreshing dandelion salad, accompanied by a large pot of white rice. With only a few plates and soup bowls available in the house, there was no room for even one more dish. Luo Shuangyi then recalled that with her younger brother and sister-in-law present, their household lacked sufficient bowls and chopsticks. What should they do? Do not fret, mother. We have brought our own utensils, Tang Jingshu reassured her as she entered with 6 bowls, several plates, and a soup basin, all procured in Beiguan County for their journey. Thank goodness you brought them. Otherwise, we would have had to eat in shifts, Luo Shuangyi replied with a smile, urging everyone to wash their hands and prepare for the meal. Tonight's feast was bountiful, complemented by a fine vintage of grape wine, leaving Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang utterly enchanted. As Tang Xianyang uncorked the wine jar, the fragrant aroma enveloped him, instantly intoxicating his senses, prompting him to close his eyes and savor the long-lost scent of wine. The opportunity to indulge in such exquisite and fragrant grape wine was a blessing bestowed by Jingshu. He poured a glass for each person, while the eldest daughter-in-law and 3 children enjoyed yogurt. Once everyone's cups were filled, Grandma Tang raised her bowl, proclaiming, "To our gathering today, let us toast." After taking their drinks, she continued, "Truthfully, I was reluctant for you to come, but since you are here, you are warmly welcomed. In this family, no matter how arduous or challenging the times may be, we shall endure together, hoping for a day of sweet relief after our struggles. Mother, that day will surely come," Tang Yinan assured, placing down his wine bowl. "I promise you, we will not remain in this desolate land for a lifetime." Tang Xianyang raised his hand in oath, "Rest assured, mother, within 3 years, we shall return triumphantly to the capital." Previously, he would not have dared to say so, but now, with the Prince of Su arriving in Chizhou, he felt confident in his pledge. The 3 brothers, Tang Ziqing included, echoed their commitment to strive diligently, vowing never to disappoint their grandmother. Seeing her family brimming with ambition, Tang Jingshu felt a sense of relief. "Grandmother, do not worry. As long as we are united as one, pooling our efforts together, we can thrive even in this wilderness." Tang Yinan raised his bowl again, exclaiming, "To our future prosperity. Let us toast." This meal was the most delightful and satisfying the Tang family had enjoyed since their exile. The house, consisting of 3 main rooms with 2 additional side rooms, still felt insufficient for their needs. That night, Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao set up a bed on the floor in Grandma Tang's room. The temperature in the wilderness during summer nights varied greatly, so they laid down wheat straw topped with wool blankets, which was just right. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Shuangyi, yearning for her daughter, ventured into Grandma's room to be close to her daughter and grandson. Eventually, Zhu Xiuli and Fang Qiaorong also joined, expanding the makeshift bed further, while Jingxian opted to sleep on the floor beside them. Qiao Mai and Cheng Jun took the side room, while Hongya and Levian spread their bedding beside the 2 mother and child, leaving Tang Xiren and Tang Zimo to find a corner in the woodshed for the night. Ultimately, one sought his elder brother, and the other sought their father, leaving Tang Yinan alone, restless and sleepless. Lying on the soft bedding, Luo Shuangyi suddenly realized, "Where did we get the dry wheat straw?" "Mother, I brought it," Tang Jingshu replied. Zhu Xiuli sensed something was amiss. "But we didn't see any straw when we unloaded from the cart." Fang Qiaorong and Jingxian chimed in unison, "We didn't either." Grandma Tang, who had been sleeping in bed, decided to join them on the floor, lying beside Jingxian. "Jingshu, is there something you're hiding from us? Since you asked, I shall not keep it from you," Tang Jingshu said as she sat up, lighting an oil lamp with a flint and retrieving several winter melons from her spatial storage. "I did not suffer from soul separation. Instead, I was taken by a celestial being and learned medicine from her, healing the sick. After 2 years of training, she imparted to me 2 celestial techniques, one for spatial storage and the other for enhancing plant growth." As she spoke, she produced a small wheat seed, her hand emanating a shimmering green light as the seed grew before their eyes, ultimately yielding a harvest. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. The abilities to retrieve items from thin air and assist plant growth were not feats achievable by mere mortals, truly a divine encounter. Grandma Tang marveled, "Jingshu, you have survived great trials and must surely be blessed with future fortune. I never expected such a miraculous gift. This power is indeed a blessing. But it also carries risks. We must not disclose it. Only we should know," she cautioned. "Do not worry. Regarding matters that concern Jingshu, we will keep it to ourselves." This was a matter of life and death for their daughter, Luo Shuangyi thought, and the others nodded solemnly, vowing silence. Luo Shuangyi expressed her concern, "Jingshu, this ability poses no danger to you, does it? The spatial storage does not, but the technique for aiding plant growth does consume mental and physical energy. With limited use each time," Tang Jingshu explained. "With this ability, our family will no longer suffer." Zhu Xiuli rejoiced at her niece's newfound skill. which could help the family navigate through their difficulties. No, we must work diligently. Otherwise, if officials come to inspect and find us idle with so much produce, it may raise suspicions. Second aunt is correct, Grandma Tang agreed. We need to remain discreet and cautious. Tomorrow, we shall convene a family meeting. Luo Shuangyi supported the idea, saying, let us heed Mother's words and discuss our future plans with the men tomorrow. Let us sleep. Tonight, we can finally rest soundly. Ever since their exile, Grandma Tang had often suffered from insomnia, but now, with the family reunited and her eldest granddaughter possessing such remarkable abilities, she felt at ease enough to sleep. Jingxian, too excited to rest, promised to watch Tang Jingshu demonstrate her skills the following day before snuggling into Zhu Xiuli's embrace. Tang Bao, with her eyes closed, listened to the adults converse, her heart racing at the thought of how astonished they would be upon learning of her own abilities. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yinan, unable to sleep, had secretly crept to eavesdrop on their discussion, absorbing every word. His heart surged with emotions. Such an unprecedented ability was now possessed by his daughter. Perhaps heaven had recognized the injustice their family had endured and was providing compensation. As he pondered his daughter's talents and the matters concerning her and the Prince of Su, he tossed and turned until he finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours of the morning. The following day, Tang Yinan feigned ignorance as they gathered for breakfast and the family meeting. Tang Jingshu, possessing keen hearing, was aware that Tang Yinan had overheard their conversation last night. She understood that living together necessitated transparency. Eventually, her ability to retrieve items from her spatial storage would reveal itself to everyone. Additionally, cultivating crops would require family assistance. This was a burden she could not bear alone. Thus, she realized that she could not conceal her special abilities. It was better to share openly from the outset, gaining her family's support in implementing her plans. Chapter 26. With a daughter like this, he is proud. After witnessing Tang Jingshu's remarkable abilities, the family was left in awe, unable to comprehend the incredible nature of her skills. Is this sorcery? They wondered, as Tang Jingshu narrated the sequence of events leading to her newfound powers. Despite the miraculous and unbelievable tale, they found themselves believing it. For such abilities could only belong to a celestial being. Tang Jingshu explained, beyond my medical skills, this ability is only mine for 2 years. After that, the celestial being will reclaim it. Calculating the time, I have 1 year and 10 months remaining. Fearing her family might grow dependent on her gifts, Tang Jingshu deliberately mentioned the time limit, confident that the Tang family would thrive within those 2 years. Such extraordinary gifts, she reasoned, could not be bestowed indefinitely. It would defy the natural order of the world, and any misfortune would lead to consequences for the celestial being. Tang Yinan found this reasoning reasonable. Expressing gratitude that their family would be blessed with the celestial's favor for a year, feeling unworthy to wish for more, he imparted to the children the wisdom that life encompasses all flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, and salty, and that they must experience them all. They should not seek shortcuts simply because they faced hardships. The struggles were meant to build their resilience and fortify their spirits, preparing them for future triumphs. We can only regard Jingshu's abilities as auxiliary. The tasks must still be accomplished in the same manner. With hope in our hearts, we should strive even harder and muster our spirits for a vigorous effort. Eldest brother is right. Children, our future is brimming with promise, and we shall advance with all our might. Tang Xiangyang, filled with excitement, rose to his feet, eager to first witness Jingshu's miraculous arts, and then urged the boys to join him in digging and hauling bricks, for they must erect the house without delay. Old Madame Tang cautioned everyone that Jingshu's talents were known only to their family and should not be divulged, lest they attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. If danger were to arise, it would not be Jingshu alone who faced peril, they would all be ensnared. Nodding in agreement, old Madame Tang took Jingshu's hand and said, "Come, let them witness your extraordinary abilities." The entire family made their way to the backyard, where Jingshu produced cabbage seeds, scattering them upon the freshly turned earth and watering them. Under her extraordinary powers, the seeds swiftly took root and sprouted, growing into tender little cabbages, ultimately maturing into plump heads of cabbage, glistening and succulent, tempting one to consume them raw. Jingxian clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. We shall have vegetables to eat. No more dandelions. I was nearly sick of them." The womenfolk were equally elated, with vegetables on hand. Their cooking would become much easier. Zhu Xiuli smiled and suggested, "Let us stir-fry some cabbage for lunch, adding a generous amount of lard, and perhaps prepare some pickled vegetables as well." Having witnessed Jingshu's prowess, the entire family was filled with joy, their lives imbued with hope. Jingshu then retrieved the wheat from her storage, still attached to the ears, and requested everyone to help separate the grains, as she intended to sow them shortly. Previously, she had managed to process 2 bags while idly passing time on the road at night, but the remaining grains were beyond her capacity to handle alone. The wheat she had sold, along with the winter melons and pumpkins, had fetched a mere 100 taels of silver, a testament to their rarity. Lu Shuangyi brought over several stools and said, "Leave this to us, Jingshu. Why don't you take a moment to rest?" "Mother, I am not fatigued from planting so little," she replied. With ample food now, she felt invigorated enough to plant an entire field. Old Madame Tang sat on a stool, threshing the wheat, and advised, "Listen to your mother. Sit and rest. We have plenty of time ahead. There's no need to rush." Tang and Ian echoed, "Jingshu, you need not overexert yourself. Take a break." Having seen enough, Tang Xiangyang called for his 2 nephews and son, urging, "Come on. Let us hurry and fetch the dried bricks. We must build 2 rooms for Jingshu and the others to live in." Tang Zimo pointed to the 3 horses and a cow nearby, asking, "Father, can we use them to transport the bricks today? It will save us some effort, won't it?" Tang Xiangyang shot his son a glare. "What are you waiting for? Quickly, go and harness the horses and cow. We must set off." The 3 brothers, armed with hoes and wooden boxes for making bricks, energetically led the horses and cow out. Jingshu recalled the unicycle in her storage and said, "Father, second uncle, you will surely find this useful. This unicycle is unmistakably your handiwork," Tang and Ian remarked after inspecting it. "Truly, our Tang family's daughter is clever and capable. Our eldest niece has been a tremendous help, arriving just in time to rescue us from our plight." Tang Xiangyang pushed the unicycle, exclaiming, "With these tools, our efforts will be greatly enhanced." Tang and Ian nodded, previously concerned that the children might struggle, yet here they were, bringing so much assistance. He felt a swell of pride for having such a daughter. The womenfolk continued to thresh wheat in the backyard, while Jingshu cut 2 potatoes at their sprouting points and planted them in the field. After several harvests, she planted an expansive patch of potatoes, with Tang Bao coming over with a small hoe to lend her assistance. As they dug, heaps of potatoes emerged, and the joy of the bountiful harvest caused Tang Bao to beam with happiness, exclaiming, "Potatoes! So many potatoes!" Soon, she filled 2 baskets, cheerfully dragging one over, her strength remarkable and seemingly effortless. The others, well aware of Tang Bao's strength, found her adorable and did not intervene. "Great-grandmother, potatoes! Grandmother, these are for you," she declared, presenting 2 large ones to Zhu Xiuli, saying, "Little grandmother, let's stir-fry these for lunch." "Wonderful, wonderful. We shall stir-fry them for you at noon," Zhu Xiuli replied, noting that it was her first encounter with these tubers and wondering how to prepare them, intending to consult Jingshu. After harvesting 2 baskets, Jingshu decided to pause her planting, realizing she could not manage alone and would focus on growing food first. She proceeded to plant chili peppers, sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and winter melons to diversify the family's vegetable offerings. Once the women had finished threshing all the wheat, Jingshu began sowing the seeds. Together with old Madame Tang, they scattered the seeds, while Hong Yi and Green Yin fetched water, and Xiao Mai and Lu Shuangyi watered the plants. Zhu Xiuli gently covered the seeds with a thin layer of soil, and Jing Xian and Fang Xiaorong joined in to help. Tang Bao wanted to assist as well, but old Madame Tang coaxed her to dig cabbages, removing the outer leaves to feed the chickens, placing the rest in a winnowing basket. Tang Bao adored feeding the chickens, and after harvesting a cabbage, she hurried to the chicken coop, calling, "Chickens, cluck cluck, come for your meal." Watching her son's joyful little figure, Jingshu quickened her pace. They managed to plant around 2 to 3 acres of wheat that morning, working in unison. Subsequently, Jingshu unleashed her powers, causing the wheat sprouts to break through the soil, growing tall and maturing into golden ears filled with plump grains. The chili peppers blossomed, producing small green fruits that eventually ripened into vibrant red peppers adorning the branches, exuding charm. The sweet potato vines sprawled across the ground, yielding clusters of tubers, while the yard became entwined with pumpkin and winter melon vines, blooming and bearing fruit. The bountiful harvest and lush greenery enlivened the courtyard, and the women stood together, marveling at the rare sight. Old Madame Tang sighed, "This is the essence of life." The others nodded, acknowledging that such days are indeed invigorating. When the men returned with the clay bricks and beheld the backyard scene, even with prior anticipation, they were taken aback. Tang and Ian, observing the flourishing garden, remarked, "Drawing water is laborious, second brother. Tomorrow we shall begin digging a water channel to bring river water to the backyard. We will dig 2 large ponds, one for washing and cooking, and the other for irrigation and livestock." "I had this idea previously," he continued, "and now that we have more people, the water demand has increased. We must expedite this." Tang Xiangyang suggested, "Since the sun shines brightly here, let us construct an underground channel." Tang and Ian agreed. Once the water channel is completed, we will also need to clear the farmland outside. Though the project is substantial, We are fortunate to have oxen and horses at our disposal, though we lack sufficient tools. He glanced toward the distant Inchi mountain, contemplating the possibility of fetching timber to create tools, which would save them time and effort. Alas, it was too far, and the presence of wolf packs in the area hinted at the danger of wild beasts on the mountain. They could not risk their family's safety for such endeavors. Chapter 27. Aspirations to ascend the mountain. For lunch, they prepared stir-fried cabbage, chili stir-fried with sweet potato stems, cold-tossed sweet potato leaves, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and wood ear mushrooms stir-fried with slices of meat. This was the first time everyone tasted chili peppers. The apothecary had regarded them as medicinal, and wealthy families had kept them as ornamental plants, never suspecting they could be stir-fried. Only a modest amount of chili was used, providing a subtle heat. The Tang family members surprisingly shared a unanimous preference for these two spicy dishes. Tang Xiangyang, well-versed in agriculture, noted that the chili not only served medicinal purposes and as decoration, but could also be used in cooking. The flavors were indeed robust, yet when sautéed with vegetables, they added a unique dimension of deliciousness. Tang Xiangyang relished his meal heartily, exclaiming, "Jingshu, we should plant more of these. Let us heed second uncle's advice." Came the reply. Tang Jingshu smiled and said, "Second uncle, I have something even better. I will plant it this afternoon and invite you all to admire it tonight." Tang Xiangyang set down his bowl after a couple of bites and replied, "Second uncle understands the effort you've put in, so let us not trouble ourselves today. We can do it tomorrow instead. A surprise each day makes life much more interesting." Everyone agreed, concerned about Tang Jingshu's health. Tang Yinan remarked, "You can't eat everything in one bite. We have plenty of time, so let us take it step by step," with family members sharing this sentiment. Tang Jingshu had no choice but to acquiesce, planning to harvest the crops in the afternoon and conserve her energy for planting the next day. After the meal, the men began constructing the house. With no space left in the front, they had to build 2 rooms in the backyard. They mixed mud, moved bricks, pulled lines, and laid bricks with remarkable coordination, finishing the work swiftly. The women went to harvest wheat, and Feng Xiaorong, unable to sit idle, was instructed by Grandma Tang to take a basket and the 2 children to pick peppers, which they would then spread out on a winnowing tray to dry. The household had only 2 sickles, so they improvised with kitchen knives and swords. Tang Jingshu brought out 2 large knives, saying they'd have to make do. 7 people worked on 3 acres, and despite the inadequate tools, they quickly finished cutting the wheat. Grandma Tang looked at the tall stacks of wheat with immense satisfaction, thinking, "Our 1 acre can yield 7 or 8 stones, a unique achievement in Dang Prefecture. I wonder how much we could harvest using these seeds with the usual planting method? At least 1 stone more than the average yield." Tang Jingshu rubbed some wheat grains between her fingers and said, "Look, our grains are large and plump. They are perfect for seeds." Indeed, they were exceptional. Lu Shuangyi, reluctant to consume them, suggested, "Then let us save all of them for next year's seeds. We shouldn't eat them. What a waste it would be to eat such fine wheat." Zhu Shili concurred. Grandma Tang added, "Jingshu will surely plant again, right? Let us plant the entire backyard tomorrow and store the harvest in your granary. Next year, during the autumn planting, not only will our family plant this wheat, but we should encourage others in Qizhou Prefecture to do the same. The people there have suffered greatly in recent years." It was no wonder that Tang Yinan and Tang Xiangyang had thrived and become capable officials. They had a wonderful mother. Tang Jingshu admired her grandmother's foresight, recognizing that she was not merely focused on immediate gains, but also remembered the hardships endured by the people of Qizhou Prefecture. With the sun shining brightly, Tang Jingshu thought that after spreading out the wheat to sunbathe tomorrow, they could thresh it. Relying solely on manual labor, using shoe soles and wooden boards, was too slow. They needed to devise a tool. To create a threshing machine, she would have to consult her father, uncle, and elder brother, who were skilled in such matters. By the end of the afternoon, the walls of the 2 side rooms were completed, and they planned to rise early the next day to put on the roof. Tang Ziran stood on the scaffolding, gazing towards Yinkishan, and said, "Father, once the water channel is dug tomorrow, I'll ride up the mountain to fetch some pine wood for Jingshu to make 2 beds and other pieces of furniture for the house." With nothing in the house, they had made do with 2 white poplar trees at the entrance and some nearby tamarisk trees to fashion tables, chairs, and beds. Tang Ziran had longed to go up the mountain, and now that he had a horse, his excitement was palpable. "If you're going, we should all go together. I can't let you take such risks alone," Tang Yinan insisted, aware of the mountain's wealth of resources. "Let us discuss this further. For now, let us focus on digging the water channel and help with the wheat." This was no trivial matter, and everyone took it seriously. After a long day, in the evening, Tang Jingshu took Tang Baobao for a leisurely ride by the riverside, allowing the horse and cow to graze on the lush grass. The river was not far from the house, and from a distance, it appeared to be a sea of pink. As they approached, They realized it was a row of mulberry trees, currently in full bloom, each adorned with vibrant pink flowers. "Mother, how beautiful!" Tang Baobao exclaimed, filled with joy. Since their journey from the capital to Qizhou Prefecture had been marred by desolation, this was a refreshing sight. Tang Baobao reached out to pick a flower, saying, "Here, mother. This is for you," and attempted to place it in Tang Jingshu's hair. With sparkling eyes, he said, "Mother, it's so lovely. I think it's beautiful too." Tang Jingshu agreed, plucking a bouquet to take home in a jar, intending to brighten their living space. Tang Baobao clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. I'll help you pick, mother." The mother and son joyfully gathered flowers, with Hongya and Levian assisting from behind, sharing in the happiness of seeing their masters enjoy themselves. Tang Jingshu scattered a few white mulberry seeds by the river, using her abilities to encourage the trees to grow, and soon they reached a height of over a person. It was the season for eating white mulberries, and the trees were laden with large, sweet fruits. Tang Jingshu instructed Hongya to bring Jingxian over so they could pick the fruits together. With no other fruits available, mulberries were a welcome treat. From afar, they heard Jingxian's cheerful voice, "Elder sister, this place is so beautiful." Since arriving here, Jingxian had only ventured around the front and backyards, fearful of wild beasts, as adults had forbidden her from going out. This was her first time by the river. There's a surprise too. Tang Jingshu pointed to the nearby mulberry tree, saying, "Look, there are fruits to pick. Wow, I want to pick them." Jingxian rushed to Tang Baobao, adopting a mature demeanor and stating, "You're still too small to climb the tree. I'll pick some for you, little uncle." Hongya returned with a basket, and Tang Jingshu helped Jingxian gather the mulberries. Jingxian babbled excitedly, chirping like a joyful little bird. Tang Zicheng, Tang Ziren, and Tang Zimo arrived with knives, having cut many flexible red willow branches to dry and weave into baskets. Tang Baobao, feeling unsatisfied with just 2 handfuls, insisted that Levian break off a branch for him to bring back. On their way home, Jingxian sang a tune she had heard somewhere, with Tang Baobao chiming in with a cheerful "oh" at the end, perfectly in sync. The simplicity of the children's joy inspired Tang Jingshu to decide to plant more fruit trees around their home, ensuring the children would never lack for fruit. As Tang Jingshu sat atop her horse, gazing at the snow-capped peak of Yinkishan in the distance, she resolved to venture up the mountain after a couple of days of rest, seeking to discover some fruit trees to plant. The mountain was rich in biodiversity, and she might stumble upon something wonderful. If fortune smiled upon her, she could also hunt rabbits, wild chickens, and goats to improve the family's diet. Chapter 28. Pinch me and see if it hurts. After washing up, the family gathered to discuss plans for the following day. Tang Yinan was the first to outline their strategy, saying, "Tomorrow, we intend to start digging the water channel, and during the midday break, we'll finish the roof." "Eldest, look at all that wheat. You all should figure out how to make some large wooden boxes for storing the wheat," Grandma Tang suggested. "We'll need them in the future." Tang Ziren immediately chimed in. "Then let us skip digging the water channel tomorrow and head up the mountain for lumber instead. We desperately need wood, and we have 5 skilled carpenters at home wasting time." Tang Yinan shot him a disapproving glance. "Be quiet. You're always thinking about going up the mountain. Don't you realize how dangerous the wilderness can be? Father doesn't want to go up the mountain. He's just afraid of wild beasts," Tang Ziren retorted defiantly. "Now that we have horses, how much time could we save? We have the skills to handle anything. We'll be fine," Tang Xiangyang agreed, also eager to venture to the mountain. "There's so much we lack at home, and with lumber, many issues can be resolved. I noticed it takes about half a day to walk to Yinkishan, but we could gallop there in about an hour." After considering the time spent on the mountain, Tang Xiangyang continued, "Big brother shouldn't he go? I'll take the 3 kids with me. We'll chop some trees and bring them back after they've dried. We can load them onto the cart later. We can leave in the morning and return by evening, so it won't be dangerous." Everyone found this plan feasible, and Tang Jingshu added, "Father, uncle, have you forgotten my abilities? If you take me along, I can help bring back a good number of trees." Tang Bao stepped forward, puffing out her little chest, exclaiming, Me too, me too. I am friends with small animals. Take me along, and they will not harm you." Tang Jingshu explained that Tang Bao possessed a natural affinity for certain small creatures. It was thanks to their assistance that they had arrived here safely. Zhu Shili realized why. During their previous visits to the village, Tang Bao was always surrounded by cats, dogs, and little chicks. It turned out she could communicate with them, which was truly marvelous. The niece and her son were both endowed with extraordinary abilities, seemingly sent by the heavens to save their family. Tang Zicheng gently patted Tang Bao's little head, realizing that she was indeed a talented child. "Last night and tonight, those wolves have not howled nearby. It must be thanks to our Tang Bao, right?" "Of course," replied Tang Bao unabashedly. "I used my distant communication to send them away so they wouldn't frighten my family." "Distant communication?" Tang Ziren exclaimed excitedly as he scooped Tang Bao into his arms. "Young one, Has your inner strength grown so formidable? Tang Bao looked up, her big eyes sparkling. Uncle, do you wish to spar with me again? During her second birthday, Tang Jiren had discovered her remarkable abilities, and now, after some time apart, she had learned to communicate over great distances. He was enamored with this martial arts prodigy and suggested they practice together when time allowed. Tang Bao beamed in agreement. Sure. This time, Uncle, you can let me win. You little rascal, how boastful. Tang Jiren playfully pinched her little nose and turned to Ching Jun, saying, don't be anxious. Focus on healing. When you are well, I will teach you some martial arts. Ching Jun nodded. Uncle, Aunt's medicine is quite effective. I will recover swiftly. Tang Ziqing ruffled Ching Jun's hair and handed him a copy of the 3-character classic, saying, this book is meant for your younger siblings, but for now, you can read it and teach Tang Bao what you know. Thank you, Uncle. Ching Jun cherished the book, aspiring to be a well-rounded person like his grandfather and uncles. Returning to the matter at hand, Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang conferred with old Madame Tang and decided that the following day, Tang Xianyang would drive a cart up the mountain with Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao. Tang Yinan instructed Tang Ziqing and Tang Jiren to listen to their second uncle once they reached the mountain, ensuring the safety of their sister and Tang Bao, as well as Zimo. Do not wander off. You must act as a team and communicate effectively. You are old enough to understand this principle without further explanation. Are you not? The brothers replied in unison, we understand, father. Tang Zimo touched his head and reassured, Uncle, do not worry. Even if my father is not with me, I will ensure we remain organized and disciplined and protect my sister and Tang Bao. Old Madame Tang proudly declared, I am not boasting, but all of our Tang family children are good children. She then outlined the plans for the following day. Eldest son, plow that piece of land in the backyard with the ox. The eldest daughter-in-law will stay home to care for Jing Xian and Cheng Jun. If you cannot sit still, you may go pick peppers. The rest of us, including the wheat, will spread the wheat out to dry before we head to the riverbank to cut red willow branches to weave baskets. Once the harvest comes in, we will need somewhere to store it. If there is still time, we should slice the potatoes like Jingshu did and plant them in the afternoon. It is the right season for them to grow without requiring Jingshu's skills. A little effort will suffice. Old Madame Tang's arrangements met no objections. She also reminded Tang Xianyang and the children, nothing is more important than safety. Return early. Mother, rest assured. I will bring the children back, just as I took them out. Tang Xianyang replied confidently. All 3 children were well-versed in martial arts, and he was no slouch either. Besides, Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao would not be a burden. Their presence would offer an advantage. Old Madame Tang nodded and grasped Tang Jingshu's hand, saying, your abilities can be taxing on your body. Use them sparingly. Your second uncle and brothers are quite capable. I understand, grandmother, Tang Jingshu replied, resting her head on old Madame Tang's shoulder. She felt a warmth akin to her family in her past life, surrounded by harmony and camaraderie. Tang Ziqing, Tang Jiren, and Tang Zimo repeatedly assured they would take good care of Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao. Lu Shuangyi expressed concern for Qiao Mai. The conditions here are harsh, with strong winds and sand during the day and night. Are you managing well? Mother, I have no complaints, Qiao Mai replied warmly. It is quite similar to home, just with a bit less sand. You and Cheng Jun treat me as family. Being with you all makes it feel less arduous. You are a good child. Having you in our family is a blessing, Lu Shuangyi said. With so many people in the household, please be understanding if we overlook something. If you need anything, feel free to speak to me, or to your grandmother or second aunt. Qiao Mai nodded. Mother, I will remember. With work to do tomorrow and provisions to prepare for those going up the mountain, they would need to rise early. After exchanging a few casual words, old Madame Tang suggested everyone disperse to rest, reminding them that after a long day, lying down was the most comfortable choice. After such a fulfilling day, Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao were genuinely tired, and the mother and daughter fell asleep on the floor mat. However, the rest of the Tang family found it hard to slumber, as everything that had transpired felt surreal, like a dream. Lu Shuangyi turned to Tang Yinan and said, pinch me to see if this is real. Tang Yinan gently pinched her arm, asking, does it hurt? Lu Shuangyi cried out, it does. This startled Tang Yinan. I barely pinched you, and you cried out in pain? I am just so happy, she replied. Tang Yinan embraced his wife, marveling at their daughter's fortuitous turn. I am truly delighted. You cannot imagine how proud I feel seeing everything at home. Our daughter has grown up and is capable now. Lu Shuangyi's tears flowed freely, relieved that Tang Bao was clever and that their lives would improve. Rest assured, things will only get better. In another room, Tang Xianyang let out a groan. Why are you pinching me in the middle of the night? Zhu Xiuli laughed. I pinched you to see if it hurts. If it does, then I can relax. Tang Xianyang rubbed the sore spot, confirming that this was indeed not a dream. Zhu Xiuli nodded. Xianyang, our future looks increasingly promising. Indeed, thanks to Jingshu, we see a glimmer of hope. Tang Xiangyang turned to Zhu Xiuli, expressing, "You and our child have suffered alongside me. I will strive to provide you both with a good life. We grew up together in the same village. You never minded that my family sold tofu. You have been devoted to me and our children. Enduring this hardship is nothing," Zhu Xiuli said. "I believe in you and our family. Life will surely improve. It will. Without a doubt." Chapter 29. Into the mountains before dawn, old Madame Tang, Lu Shuangyi, Zhu Xiuli, and Xiao Mai rose early to pound rice and steam it into fluffy rice cakes, which were still delicious even when cold. After preparing the dough the night before, they went to the vegetable garden at dawn to pick a couple of cabbages and slice some fatty wild boar meat to make buns. The remaining filling was used for dumplings. A hearty breakfast would give everyone the energy to work. As they watched the golden dumplings float up, Lu Shuangyi remarked, "The last time we had dumplings was during the new year. I took it for granted then, but now I realize we should cherish such moments. The children are capable. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities to enjoy dumplings." Old Madame Tang smiled, adding, "Eat well today. There is more than enough." Zhu Xiuli and Xiao Mai laughed nearby, and old Madame Tang teased, "Do not worry. I will serve you equally. Eat to your heart's content." Laughter and joy resonated throughout the kitchen, while those in the courtyard washing up wore relaxed smiles upon their faces. After savoring the fragrant dumplings, the sky outside began to lighten with the dawn. Tang Xiangyang harnessed the carriage, advising Jingshu to take along a blanket. As the sun had yet to rise and the air remained rather chilly, he wouldn't want either her or Tang Bao to catch a chill. "Understood, Uncle," she replied. Wrapping Tang Bao snugly in the blanket, she climbed into the carriage, followed closely by Tang Zimo, who carried their midday provisions. Tang Zicheng and Tang Xiren led out 2 horses, though the steeds, Hongya and Luin, were now solely for family use. The entire family saw them off at the gate, exchanging countless reminders to be cautious. "Got it." Tang Xiangyang cracked the whip, and they set off. It wasn't until the carriage had vanished into the distance that the others returned to the courtyard to busy themselves with their tasks. As the carriage traversed a thicket of trees, the howling of wolves echoed through the woods. Tang Bao poked his head out, howling back at the sky, and the wolves responded in kind, their calls rising and falling in a haunting chorus. Were they communicating? Tang Zimo felt goosebumps prickling his arms, yet he was not afraid. "Indeed," Tang Jingshu replied, giving a thumbs up as Tang Zimo lifted the curtain to gaze outside. Soon after, 7 or 8 robust wolves emerged from the forest, trailing the carriage at a distance. Their presence deterred any other wild beasts from appearing. Witnessing Tang Bao's extraordinary abilities for the first time, Tang Xianyang and the 3 Tang brothers were left in awe, truly remarkable. As they neared Inchi Mountain, the vegetation and small creatures gradually increased. Upon reaching the mountain's base, Tang Xianyang, Tang Zicheng, and Tang Xiren unloaded the carriage and placed their tools on the horses' backs, leading them up the mountain. Meanwhile, Tang Zimo carried Tang Bao on his back, walking ahead of Tang Jingshu. Tang Jingshu spotted a few jujube trees, which were already budding in this season, while many young jujube saplings had just begun to sprout beneath them. Sensing her intentions, Tang Zicheng and Tang Xiren chose a few taller saplings to dig up. "Sister, are these enough?" "Plenty, plenty," she replied gratefully, tossing the saplings into her spatial pouch to take home for planting around their house. Envisioning the jujubes they would enjoy come autumn, the group continued onward, descending into a dense coniferous forest predominantly filled with pines. The wind swept down the mountain's mist, leaving the forest perpetually damp, with numerous mushrooms sprouting from beneath the fallen leaves. Tang Xiren patted a sturdy, straight tree trunk. "What fine materials!" Tang Zicheng brandished an axe and saw, declaring, "No more waiting, let us chop." The 4 men worked together, the sound of the trees falling startling the birds and small animals into flight, though a brave squirrel remained, observing the humans from the safety of the branches. Tang Jingshu, foraging for mushrooms with Tang Bao, also sought plants worth digging up. This untouched place yielded an abundance of mushrooms, flourishing in variety. The beefsteak mushrooms were larger than one's face, with stalks as thick as an adult's arm. The chanterelles grew in clusters, and the broom mushrooms were larger than actual brooms. There were so many mushrooms that merely brushing aside the leaves revealed clusters upon clusters. The mother and son immersed themselves in mushroom picking, quickly filling basket after basket. Emerging from the forest, they arrived at a high mountain meadow, beyond which lay the snow line, where pristine white snow blanketed the land. Its unpredictable climate rendered it perilous. Inchi Mountain was not merely a mountain, but a range, a chain of snow-capped peaks stretching for thousands of miles, serving as a formidable barrier against the Chitty. The wolf pack ascended the mountain, heading toward the meadow in search of goats and gazelles. Suddenly, both mother and son heard soft cooing sounds, halting their mushroom gathering to look around warily. Tang Bao pointed towards a large rock and whispered, "Mother, there are 2 right behind that stone." "Understood," Tang Jingshu nodded, tiptoeing cautiously toward the stone. Alas, she accidentally stepped on a dry twig, its cracks startling the two plump quails, which flapped their wings in fright, ready to take flight. Not so fast. Tang Bao leapt into the air, giving chase. Mother, I'll catch the one furthest away, determined not to lag behind. Tang Jingshu quickly picked up a few small stones and raced after him, aiming to throw them at the quails. With a flurry of cuckoo sounds, one of the quails, not yet airborne, fell swiftly to the ground. Tang Jingshu swung her arm, knocking the quail unconscious and securing it in her grasp. Tang Bao returned, cradling the dazed quail triumphantly. Mother, I caught it. You did splendidly. Tang Jingshu tied the two quails together and exclaimed. Let us show your granduncle and uncles. Hand in hand, Tang Bao marched alongside Tang Jingshu, exuding the confidence of a victorious general. Look what we've caught, granduncle, uncle, second uncle, and little uncle, he called out from a distance. As the four turned to see, they gasped in astonishment at the sight of the two plump quails. Approaching closer, Tang Bao pointed proudly at the largest one. This one was caught by me. Well done, young lad. Tang Xianyang chuckled, playfully pinching Tang Bao's nose. When we return, you shall have chicken legs to enjoy. Tang Bao beamed with delight. All right. Tang Ziren glanced towards the mountain meadow, sensing there were treasures waiting in the valley. Once we fell a few more trees, I'll go take a look. I'm coming too. Tang Bao immediately raised his hand. I want to slow you down. Very well, you can come, Tang Ziren replied, arm around Tang Bao. But to catch wild goats, we'll need your wolf friend's assistance. Tang Bao pounded his chest confidently. No problem, teamwork. He also hastily urged, second uncle, you must hurry. It's taken you this long to fell just one tree. Such a cheeky little fellow, Tang Ziren retorted, pointing to a tree as thick as two men could embrace. That's a big task. You're too young to understand. Tang Zicheng, exhausted, sat down nearby. Tang Bao, don't rush. Let us have our meal first before we fell another tree and head up the mountain to catch goats. All right, Tang Bao chirped enthusiastically, moving to give Tang Zicheng a gentle squeeze on the arm. You've worked hard, uncle. Tang Ziren and Tang Zimo, feeling left out, protested their own fatigue. What about us? Why don't we get a shoulder rub? Tang Xianyang chimed in, joining the playful banter. It seems Tang Bao only favors his uncle. Not at all, I like everyone. Tang Bao quickly ran over to Tang Xianyang and began to massage his arm. Granduncle, is this comfortable? Tang Xianyang wore a look of pure pleasure. Of course, it feels marvelous. Tang Bao busily flitted between the men, ensuring everyone received a little attention, reveling in the lively atmosphere he fostered. Tang Jingshu smiled, her lips curling upward, amused by her son's efforts to uplift the spirits of those around him. Chapter 30. Collaborative Hunting. The wolf pack had discovered a herd of wild goats hidden in the mountain hollow, abundant in number and fleet of foot, all making their way toward the sheer cliffs. The wolves, however, faced a setback, having spent the morning without success until Tang Bao called them back to devise a strategy. Ultimately, they decided on a flanking maneuver, striking from both sides to pick off their prey. Collaborating with wolves for the first time was a novel experience for the Tang men, who felt a surge of confidence in the wolves' capabilities. During their meal, Tang Xianyang and the other three men tossed 2 large meat buns to the wolves, while Tang Bao and Tang Jingshu contributed 1 each. Once satiated, Tang Bao followed the wolves to hunt for mountain rabbits, who were driven out by the pack, while he eagerly pursued them. With his light-footed agility, Tang Bao often outpaced the wolves, catching many rabbits first. However, he and the wolves refrained from harming the rabbits, simply chasing them for sport. One unfortunate rabbit, panicked and disoriented, collided with a rock and met its demise. Tang Jingshu, nearby harvesting ferns, had not anticipated this turn of events, but could only take the unfortunate rabbit with her. In the forest, the 4 lumberjacks were momentarily distracted by the joyful laughter of Tang Bao, punctuated by exclamations of, I've caught another one. Tang Zmo could hardly contain his eagerness to hunt, yearning for the thrill of capturing a rabbit. Exchanging glances, the 4 hastened their lumbering efforts. Upon completing their task, they could finally venture forth to hunt. Tang Zmo exclaimed with delight, Tang Bao, uncle is coming. Shoo! Tang Bao gestured for silence, pointing towards the valley and whispering, the herd of goats is just over there. Tang Zmo nodded in understanding, stealthily approaching a large rock at the mountain's edge to peer into the valley. To his astonishment, a dazzling white expanse lay before him, reminiscent of cotton candy. He turned to Tang Xianyang and his 2 brothers, asking, how many can we catch? At the very least, each should have 1, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to share. Tang Xianyang held up 4 fingers, indicating the nearby pack of wolves playing with a rabbit. With so many wolves, they would need at least 2 goats to satiate their hunger. They couldn't risk discord over the spoils, as they were certainly not inclined to bully the wolves. The alpha wolf shot a glance at Tang Xianyang, clearly conveying its disdain. Did they truly believe that wolves were so feeble as to require human assistance in hunting? Impossible. The alpha raised its head high and strode confidently to Tang Xiangyang's side, showcasing its robust physique. Tang Xiangyang could only sigh in resignation, muttering, "Let's cooperate harmoniously." Just then, Tang Jingshu entered, shouldering a hefty wooden stick. "For isn't enough? Count me in." Tang Bao scampered over and climbed onto Tang Zimo's back, exclaiming, "Grandpa, I'm here too." "Of course, I knew you two wouldn't stay put, so let's all go together." Tang Xiangyang cautioned, "Watch out for the goat's horns. They're sharp enough to pierce through." Tang Bao clutched his little belly, furrowing his brows. No, that hurts." Tang Zi ran scooped up Tang Bao, assuring him, "Don't be afraid. Uncle will protect you." "I'm not scared. I'm brave," Tang Bao declared, feeling like a little man who must protect his mother. Tang Zicheng observed the goat herd in the valley while the wolves circled from the other direction. "I'll approach from this side for a pincer attack." Each individual took note of the terrain and circumstances, then set off separately. As it turned out, Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao were not given the chance to showcase their prowess. In truth, Tang Jingshu was reluctant to bring Tang Bao along, fearing he wouldn't handle the goat's cries well. In the valley, the skirmish concluded swiftly. Tang Xiangyang and the three brothers each returned with a goat, while the wolf pack had also secured 4. Tang Zi ran proudly remarked, "That lacked any challenge. It took just a couple of strikes to fell one." They were easier than the game at the royal hunting ground. Back in the capital, he had always ranked first in the autumn hunts, yet to maintain a low profile. He had released his captures each time. Here, however, it felt exhilarating. The alpha wolf proudly claimed a robust male goat, deliberately tossing it before Tang Xiangyang with a disdainful glance at the goat he had caught, exuding arrogance. Having been belittled by a wolf at his age was quite the blow. Tang Xiangyang sighed. "All right, I retract my previous statement." The alpha wolf, now pleased, trotted off with its goat, tail high, brimming with pride. Witnessing the exchange between Tang Xiangyang and the alpha, everyone burst into hearty laughter. It was simply delightful. Suddenly, Tang Bao's ears perked up, and he listened intently. "Mother, I think I hear an animal calling for help." Tang Jingshu admired her son's keen hearing. "What kind of animal is it? I've never seen one before." Tang Bao pointed towards the valley. "It seems to be over there." Cradling Tang Bao, Tang Jingshu declared, "Uncle, big brother, second brother, I'm taking Tang Bao to investigate. You all stay here and rest for us." Upon hearing this, the alpha wolf immediately rallied its pack to follow. With the wolves to protect them, Tang Xiangyang consented, yet the 4 remained vigilant, their eyes never straying from the mother and son duo. Sounds emanated from the rocky crevice at the top of the valley. The alpha wolf dashed ahead, but recoiled a few steps in fright from the feral growls within. The other wolves encircled the crevice, barking defiantly. By the sound, it was likely a snow leopard. Tang Jingshu crouched down to take a closer look and discovered a pregnant snow leopard. The scent of blood thick in the air. She was presumably in the throes of a difficult labor. The cries Tang Bao had heard were likely the snow leopard's anguished moans. Before Tang Jingshu could approach, the snow leopard roared at her, warning her to stay back. Tang Bao crouched down as well, giving the snow leopard a warning glance. And with his eyes, he attempted to soothe it. "My mother is a doctor. We are here to help you." The snow leopard quickly quieted, turning to lick its bloodied hindquarters, gazing tearfully at Tang Jingshu. The once ferocious snow leopard had transformed into a docile big cat. "Let me take a look." Tang Jingshu retrieved a bottle of liquor from her space and washed her hands before beginning to examine the snow leopard. Regardless of the species, childbirth is fraught with peril. Tang Jingshu touched the 4 tiny paws of the little snow leopard, realizing the position was incorrect. This was perilous. It was the snow leopard's first time as a mother, and encountering such a situation must have made her feel certain she would perish. If the little snow leopard did not emerge soon, both mother and child would be in danger. Without hesitation, Tang Jingshu reached in to reposition the little one, guiding it head down. The immense pain elicited a howl from the snow leopard, its front legs thrashing wildly. Tang Bao reached out to comfort it. "Hang in there. It will be over soon." Good. The little snow leopard was born already deprived of oxygen, its breath faint. Tang Jingshu promptly performed CPR. Despite the pain, the snow leopard crouched beside Tang Jingshu, gently calling to its newborn. Perhaps the little snow leopard was destined to survive, under Tang Jingshu's relentless efforts. It began to breathe. Tang Jingshu handed the little snow leopard back to its mother, leaving the rest to her. She was no veterinarian and lacked the knowledge for much beyond this. Before departing, Tang Jingshu tossed the space rabbit she had previously caught to the snow leopard, saying, "Congratulations on becoming a mother." Tang Bao waved goodbye. "Farewell, snow leopard mother and cub." Tang Jingshu washed her hands with liquor and, cradling Tang Bao, strode purposefully away. The recovery abilities of animals surpassed human expectations, and this pair of snow leopards should be fine. After tidying up, darkness had fallen. Tang Xiangyang cracked his whip, urging, "We must hasten our return, otherwise they will worry." They galloped away, with the following wolf pack bidding them farewell through the rustling trees. Chapter 31. The loyal servants arrive. As night fell and the family had yet to return, those in the kitchen occasionally glanced outside. Grandmother Tang, Tang Nianen, and Jingxian lit torches at the courtyard entrance to guide the absent family home. Tang Nianen grew restless, weaving a basket in the dark yard to keep his hands occupied and stave off anxiety, unwilling to let his family feel his unease. Grandmother Tang sat beneath the eaves, eyes closed, straining to hear the sounds around her, eagerly awaiting the distant sound of hooves. Suddenly, the sound of hooves and the creaking of cart wheels broke the stillness, prompting the entire family to rush out with oil lamps in hand. Jingxian called into the darkness, "Father, big brother, second brother, big sister, third brother, and Tang Bao. Are you all back? No, you all hurry inside." Upon hearing the indistinct direction, Tang Nian quickly urged his family to retreat, arming himself with a shovel. Grandmother Tang seized a broom by the door, while Luo Shuang Yi and Zhu Xiuli each grabbed a stout branch from the woodpile, and Xiao Mai fetched a hoe. Upon seeing the oil lamps, a man from the approaching cart shouted, "Is this the family of Tang Nianen, exiled from the capital?" Tang Nianen found the voice familiar. "Mother, that sounds like Uncle Dehi." "Indeed, it is your Uncle Dehi." Grandmother Tang dropped the broom in disbelief. "Did we not provide them with silver, return their bonds, and send them home? Why are they here?" Upon receiving the news, the venerable Lady Tang, along with Lu Shuangyi and Zhu Xiuli, promptly undertook the task of dismissing the household servants, bestowing upon them silver and contracts of freedom, thereby allowing them to return to their native villages or seek better opportunities elsewhere. To their astonishment, the Qian family did not return home, but ventured into this desolate land instead. As the mother and son exited their abode, their carriage arrived at the doorstep as well. Qian Dai leapt from the carriage, leading his elderly spouse and son, all kneeling in unison. The old servant bowed deeply to the lady and the master. Lady Tang and Tang Nianen hurried to assist them in rising. "Uncle Dai, we instructed you to return home. Why have you come here? We have served the lady and the master for 20 years. You have treated us as family. How could we abandon you and return?" Qian Dai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Seeing your misfortunes, we felt helpless. After leaving the city, we stealthily followed the procession. Alas, before we could even reach Qizhou, we were accosted by the displaced. Their numbers were overwhelming, and we had no choice but to surrender our belongings and money to them. Unable to proceed further, we joined the refugees and traveled to a southern county, where we labored for 2 months and managed to save a little silver. Upon hearing that Prince Su had taken charge of Qizhou, we hastened our journey here." Wiping her tears, Qianshi remarked, "Fortunately, while we were at the estate, we acquired some skills, allowing us to find decent work elsewhere. We've managed to buy a carriage again, albeit with most of our silver spent on food, which has become exceedingly dear. Do not fret. Our journey here, despite the distance, is a testament to our loyalty. There is no question of causing inconvenience. We welcome you wholeheartedly." Qian Shi had served Lady Tang for many years, and their bond was profound. Lady Tang clasped her hand, urging her to enter the house and converse further. Qian Gongzi, now in his 30s and possessing great strength, had refrained from remarrying after the tragic loss of his wife during childbirth. In the capital, Qian Dai served as the steward while Qian Gongzi assisted Tang Nianen with various tasks. The reunion stirred emotions amongst them. Thinking of the lady's fondness for rice, Qian Shi, despite the exorbitant price of millet compared to wheat, purchased 2 bags of millet and 1 of wheat, along with oil, salt, and sugar, depleting her silver entirely. Upon entering the courtyard and beholding the Tang family's humble thatched dwelling, Qian Shi could not hold back her tears. "Do not weep. These hard times are but temporary," Lady Tang consoled, pouring her a bowl of water. "After your arduous journey, sit and rest. Once the second son and the children return, we shall dine." "Thank you, my lady, but I can manage," Qian Shi replied, her heart aching for the lady who had always been so kind, now reduced to such straits. Tang Nianen and Lady Tang engaged in conversation with the Qian family, while Xiao Mai returned to the kitchen to steam buns and fry some black fungus with eggs. Lu Shuangyi and Zhu Xiuli chatted for a while before heading to the entrance to await the return of the others. Fang Xiaorong, anxious for her husband and uncle, could no longer remain seated and joined them at the door, with Jingxian following suit. From a distance, they spotted a flickering oil lamp growing closer, and Jingxian excitedly exclaimed, "Surely, that must be father returning." Tang Zicheng, having spotted Fang Xiaorong by the light of the lamp, urged his horse forward, calling out, "Mother, second aunt, we have returned." At last, Fang Xiaorong responded, her worry dissipating. Lu Shuangyi, relieved to see her younger brother and the 3 children unharmed, directed her gaze toward the carriage. Did we not instruct you to return promptly? Why such a delay? Mother, it is a long story. I will explain later, Tang Jingshu replied, retrieving a handful of slightly sour plums from his pocket. Here, share these with Jingxian. Li Zi, Fang Xiaorong exclaimed, as her pregnancy had instilled a craving for tart flavors. Meanwhile, Jingxian, oblivious to the fruit, rushed off to find her father and elder sister, darting toward the carriage. Having not ridden in a carriage for some time, Tang Xiangyang lifted her onto the yoke. With Tang Baobao fast asleep, Lu Shuangyi took him from Tang Jingshu's arms, cradling him lovingly. The Qian family has arrived. We must inform everyone. Understanding the unspoken intent, Tang Jingshu promptly retrieved their spoils: game, saplings, mushrooms, wild vegetables, and several large pine trees from storage. Mother, second aunt. Today's harvest is bountiful. We shall have enough provisions for a while. Just as they laid the items on the ground, Tang Yinan, Lady Tang, and the Qian family emerged, equally astonished by the bounty. They swiftly moved the food into the courtyard, leaving the timber outside. Familiar faces exchanged greetings. And no one lingered on pleasantries, for fatigue and hunger weighed heavily upon them, prompting a swift gathering for dinner. With so many present, the meal was divided into 2 tables, one for men and one for women. Initially, Lu Shuangyi and Xiao Mai feared they might not have enough dishes, necessitating a staggered meal. However, much to their surprise, the Qian family had brought their own utensils. Having anticipated the scarcity of resources in this wilderness and striving to assist the Tang family without burdening them further, they even procured 2 new sets of dishes, exhibiting remarkable thoughtfulness. In the kitchen, Lu Shuangyi shared the situation with Tang Jingshu, expressing her astonishment at Uncle Day's unwavering loyalty in following them to this desolate place, bringing along a significant supply of provisions. People are interconnected. We have never regarded them as outsiders, Tang Jingshu noted. However, their willingness to accompany us into the wilderness is indeed a rare and precious bond. Indeed, it is a treasure, Lu Shuangyi concurred. Chapter 32. A fulfilling day with such a multitude arriving at their humble abode. The small courtyard could scarcely accommodate them all. After the meal, the family gathered to discuss plans for erecting a larger courtyard nearby, intending to relocate once construction was complete. We shall first build 2 rooms for the Qian family, Tang Yinan proposed, as the sun-dried bricks should suffice. He emphasized the paramount importance of cultivating their fields, with other tasks relegated to more leisurely times. Lady Tang endorsed her eldest son's suggestion, agreeing that the 2 rooms in the back courtyard would house the Qian family, while the old firewood shed would be dismantled and relocated beside the kitchen, with an additional shelter erected for Xiren and Zimo. Given the inadequacy of the previous firewood shed to serve as 2 rooms, Tang Jingshu would share one with Tang Baobao, while Hongya and Levian would occupy the other. Let us arrange it this way for now. Once the larger courtyard is completed, we shall have ample space, Tang Xiangyang remarked, playfully patting Xiren and Zimo. You 2 brothers may have to endure a little discomfort. Xiren, unperturbed, replied, It's warm. We can manage anywhere for a night. He nudged Zimo. Right, Zimo? Zimo, wise beyond his years, quoted, When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first exercise their muscles and bones. All right. The family meeting is hereby adjourned, Xiren interjected, playfully interrupting him. Let us all wash up and retire for the night. The brothers' playful banter evoked laughter from everyone present. Following this, Tang Yinan began outlining the tasks for the following day. Since Uncle Day has arrived, I shall not hesitate to assign you work. We came here to labor. You need only direct us, and we shall comply, Qian Day responded, with both Qian Shi and Qian Gongzi nodding in agreement. Very well, let us commence, Tang Yinan declared. Tomorrow, Uncle Day, the second brother, and Zicheng will construct 4 granaries for storing grain after the harvest. In the afternoon, you shall work on the roof, retrieving the dried bricks. Xiren, Zimo, and Gongzi will dig the irrigation ditches, while the women's tasks can be arranged by mother. No one voiced objections. Lady Tang remained silent, recognizing the exhaustion of the day. I shall refrain from further comments. Let us reconvene early tomorrow to assign tasks. For now, everyone should return to their rooms and rest well. She herself stayed awake to tend to the 4 sheep, salting them to preserve their freshness in the warm weather. Madame Tang, unable to sleep, found her companions, Lu Shuangyi and Xiao Xiuli, equally restless, as did Mrs. Qian. The 4 of them busied themselves preparing the lamb. All the meat had been salted. A smile graced Madame Tang's face as she surveyed the bountiful meat. Envisioning a sumptuous stir-fry of lamb offal with vibrant red chilies for the morrow, a dish sure to tantalize the palate. The excess would be braised, with a hint of fine wine set aside for the evening. After a long day, a modest drink would ease their fatigue. Throughout the night, Mrs. Qian tossed and turned, causing the straw to rustle. Unable to contain himself, Qian Dai quipped, "What is the matter? Can't endure a little hardship and sleep? You old scoundrel. As if I cannot bear hardship." Mrs. Qian retorted playfully, pushing him lightly. "I was merely reflecting on how well the elders have managed this household. It hasn't been long since our arrival, yet everything is in splendid order. The three young masters are quite capable and hardworking. And even the eldest miss has recovered and is ready to contribute. We must not lag behind." The Qian family observed the evening meal, rich and plentiful, and concluded that life in the Tang household was not as dire as they had initially imagined. In a hushed tone, Qian Dai mentioned, while transporting grain to the storeroom, "I noticed 3 bags remaining, 1 of millet, 2 of wheat, and some dried goods. Do not be deceived by appearances. That grain was provided by the authorities and must be repaid by year's end. Since their arrival, they have only been able to gather wild game and foraged vegetables. Did you notice the absence of proper meat? I nearly forgot. There are a few packets of vegetable seeds among the millet. Do not forget to retrieve them tomorrow, Mrs. Qian urged, contemplating the necessity of planting them to avoid a diet of wild greens for the masters. The couple resolved to work diligently to improve the lives of their benefactors. After a long day's toil, the Tang family succumbed to slumber, content in their newfound camaraderie. Before dawn, Madame Tang rose and called for Tang Jingshu. "My dear, shall we plant some of that wheat today? We prepared quite a bit last night. There's a whole bag. Are you concerned that Qian Dai and the others might become alarmed if they discover something amiss?" Tang Jingshu inquired. "I have yet to devise a suitable explanation. Perhaps we can claim that plot of land is particularly fertile?" Madame Tang suggested, wishing to temper their fears. "Let us proceed with the planting first." Tang Jingshu sprang from her bed, and soon the rest of the Tang family arose, sharing the same resolve to sow the wheat. The Qian family also rose early. Xiao Mai and Mrs. Qian began preparing breakfast. "This morning, let us knead the dough and roll out some noodles. The pickled cabbage from 2 days ago should be ready for stir-frying." Mrs. Qian observed the half-full jar of dark flour and nodded in agreement. Tang Xiangyang, accompanied by Tang Zicheng, began clearing the branches from the pine trees, sturdy enough to serve as beams, before crafting wooden troughs. Tang Yinan took up a hoe and led the 3 children to the riverbank. Meanwhile, in the backyard, the women efficiently planted all the wheat according to their previous assignments. Utilizing her extraordinary abilities, Tang Jingshu accelerated the growth of the wheat, and soon Jingxian and Tang Bao called out for lunch. After their meal, they returned to their labors. Madame Tang, Xiao Mai, and Mrs. Qian threshed the wheat in the front yard, while others harvested it from the back, purposely leaving a patch near the house uncut as a shield. Xiao Mai fetched 2 baskets of sweet potatoes, planning to prepare sweet potato rice for lunch, while the vines were cut into sections for planting. Seizing an opportunity, Tang Yinan plowed the remaining land, and in the afternoon, Xiao Mai feigned delivering the threshed wheat to the storeroom, when in fact, it was transported to the backyard for further planting, resulting in a burgeoning field of ripe wheat. Over the past fortnight, the Tang family had cultivated roughly 10 acres of fertile land, with 1 acre each dedicated to sweet potatoes, chilies, and cabbage, while the remainder was sown with wheat. They toiled relentlessly, planting and harvesting in succession. After the final crop was planted, Tang Jingshu felt exhaustion wash over her as darkness fell. On her way back, she also planted several jujube trees in the front yard. Lu Shuangyi and Zhu Xiuli, having never engaged in such laborious tasks before, found their bodies aching from the exertion, but it was necessity that had forged their resilience during their arduous journey. Witnessing their fatigue, Madame Tang felt a pang of sympathy and declared, "Tomorrow, you shall rest. We will leave the remainder to the men." Tang Xiangyang nodded. "We have completed the troughs and secured the roof. Tonight, Uncle Dai and his family can move in. After a night's rest, the harvesting will be our responsibility," he added. "Additionally, the storeroom is too small. We must construct a granary and ideally, dig a cellar as well. Though rain is rare in this desolate land, one can never be too cautious. Leave the water channel to us. We will finish it in 2 or 3 days," Tang Yinan assured. As they savored lamb offal soup, indulged in braised meat, and sipped on wine, the day's weariness dissipated. The family enjoyed their meal, engaging in cheerful conversation, relishing the flavor of life. The Qian family bore no suspicion regarding the origin of the wheat, believing it to have been cultivated by the previous inhabitants who had left before the harvest. Eventually, the Tang family felt compelled to share the truth, revealing the circumstances surrounding the wheat to the Qian family. Upon hearing the account, the Qian family knelt in reverence, prostrating themselves to the heavens in gratitude for their fortune. Chapter 33. Her letter. Tang Jingshu, weary, closed her eyes, her mind still racing with thoughts. She resolved that after a restful morning, she would plant the entirety of the 10 acres outside. Calculating the yield, she estimated that after 4 harvests from the backyard, they could expect 32 stones, approximately 10,000 pounds. She knew her abilities needed to be employed judiciously, with the wheat harvest nearing its end. She could not plant any more of it. The window for planting was limited, with only about 10 days remaining to utilize the remaining 10 acres. In total, there were 13 acres. Alternating between planting and harvesting every 2 days would provide only 5 days of labor, yielding an estimated 60 to 70,000 pounds of wheat. Combined with the current 10,000 pounds, they would possess a total of 80,000 pounds. She pondered the enormity of the granary required to store such a bounty. Tang Jingshu concluded that the most prudent course of action would be to request the king of Su to send someone to transport the grain. Should they inquire about the abundant wheat, she could simply state that they had stumbled upon a plethora of mature wheat in the wilderness and had harvested it. Given the vastness of the wild, it would not be surprising to gather so much in just over a month. Their family's honesty would surely earn the king's trust. Even at ordinary market prices, the wheat would net them over 1,000 taels of silver. What a fortune, she mused, feeling that the labor would be well worth it. As she contemplated future riches, dreams of silver danced in her mind, causing her to chuckle in delight. Madame Tang, hearing her granddaughter's laughter, couldn't help but smile. What a joyous dream she must be having, she mused. In the past, this girl had nearly driven the entire family to despair, being the source of their greatest worries, especially when they discovered she was with child upon her return. Her parents had nearly fainted from shock. Sending her to the countryside had been a last resort. During Tongbao's birth, Madame Tang herself had sought out a midwife and physician. But the experience had been fraught with peril. They had feared the worst, yet unexpectedly, the seemingly lifeless child revived, calm and composed. As she took the midwife's instruments and performed a cesarean herself, extracting the baby before suturing her own abdomen. After 3 days and nights of unconsciousness, she awoke only to suffer from a dissociative disorder, wandering in a daze for more than 2 years. Little did they know that now, their family could enjoy the life they led, thanks to their eldest granddaughter. Adversity often begets growth, whether for better or worse, and her granddaughter's transformation for the better was indeed a stroke of luck. In Chizhou Prefecture, Feng Tianyi arrived 2 days ago and immediately set about reforming the market, particularly focusing on lowering the prices of grain and goods. Under his iron-fisted authority, following a series of decisive actions intended to instill discipline, the prices across the various regions of Chizhou Prefecture began to stabilize. Naturally, these prices were deemed reasonable, especially considering the numerous calamities that had beset the Deng dynasty this year, resulting in a general rise in grain prices. Ultimately, a coalition of merchant associations throughout Chizhou was formed to establish fair pricing. After several exhausting days of negotiations and travel, Feng Tianyi returned to his residence just as night fell, finding Guisu, Guiyang, and Lu Yutian still engaged in the distribution of provisions to the displaced. The subsequent grain supply had already arrived in Beiguan County, ready for collection. Currently, Feng Tianyi's greatest concern was the procurement of seeds for the summer planting. After contemplating the situation, Feng Tianyi retired to his study to compose a letter back to the capital, instructing the steward of the Wang residence to sell off any commodities that could be disposed of, while also sealing a missive for the emperor to request funds to purchase seeds. A steward approached with news for Qin Xian, Lord Qin. This package has been sent from Qingshui town for General Lu. It arrived the day after the prince's visit to Chizhou Prefecture, but General Lu has yet to return. To their surprise, the contents were food items, including a piece of raw meat, which had spoiled due to the heat. The steward lamented the waste, noting that during such times of scarcity, even small amounts of meat could provide a meal or two. Qin Xian wrinkled his nose. Just hand it over to me. As Qin Xian received the package, intending to dispose of the meat while keeping the rest, he remarked, "Let me examine the contents." Feng Tianyi felt a pang of curiosity. Lu Yutian, who was an orphan, had received a package even before arriving in Chizhou, especially from Qingshui town. Something felt amiss. Holding his nose, he opened the package to reveal 3 items: a piece of rotten meat, a letter wrapped in oiled paper, and several booklets, similarly encased. Qin Xian, sensing the unusual nature of the package, drew a silver needle to test for poison, confirming that all was safe. Discarding the meat, Feng Tianyi extracted the letter, noting the elegant handwriting, and inquired of Qin Xian, "When did Lu Yutian come to know a woman?" "It seems unlikely. He has never frequented brothels," Qin Xian recalled, affirming his certainty. The letter was not easily scrutinized, so Feng Tianyi opened the other package and uncovered the ledger, which revealed troubling discrepancies. Qin Xian, open the letter, he commanded. After perusing the correspondence in the ledger, Feng Tianyi slammed his palm onto the desk in fury, exclaiming, "These scoundrels shall meet a gruesome end." However, with many of his generals dispatched to various regions and troops already deployed, he found himself at a disadvantage, lacking personnel at his disposal. With the evidence irrefutable, he could not permit them to enjoy even a moment of respite. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. As he scrutinized the letter's graceful script, Feng Tianyi felt an increasing familiarity. Even without having seen Tang Jingshu's handwriting before, he was certain it was hers. The Tang family's script was distinctive, and Tang Jingshu had clearly inherited her ancestor Tang Nianen's exquisite penmanship, graceful yet decisive, with a touch of elegance. How could Tang Jingshu have known of the collusion between the bandits and the officials in Qizhou Prefecture? The only plausible explanation was that she had been captured by the bandits, meaning they must have encountered them during their journey. The thought of her and the other women, along with the two children, facing such peril was heart-wrenching. Undoubtedly, they must have been terrified at that moment. Feng Tianyi felt a deep sense of guilt, questioning why he had not dispatched someone to escort and protect them directly to their place of exile. To have received these items, what hardships must she have endured? Was she injured? And what of the little one? Were they safe? Feng Tianyi carefully examined the letter, reading each word, discerning the emotions that had compelled Tang Jingshu to write it. The initial tone was one of outrage, while the latter part conveyed tranquility, knowing her character. He hoped she had remained unscathed, that everyone was well. Contemplating Tang Jingshu's formidable medicinal powders, he speculated that she must have taken advantage of the bandits' laxity to escape. Otherwise, how could they have evaded their clutches? Clenching his fists, Feng Tianyi instructed Qin Xian, mobilize the troops. I shall personally apprehend the corrupt officials in Qizhou Prefecture tonight, and we shall depart for Kunbai on the morrow. Understood, Qin Xian replied. Once Qin Xian had exited, Feng Tianyi unfurled the letter once more, allowing the knowledge of their safety to prompt further contemplation. Why had she sent a package to Lu Yutian instead of addressing him directly? Indeed, it was Lu Yutian who had initially escorted them to the county office, yet in the days that followed, he had spent far more time in contact with her and her children. After several days of companionship, Feng Tianyi believed he had treated them with utmost care, fostering a relationship that far surpassed that of Lu Yutian. Pondering the matter, he felt a peculiar disquiet regarding Tang Jingshu's choice not to directly communicate with him, which left him feeling unsettled. This unrest manifested in the form of a relentless pursuit of justice against the corrupt officials, culminating in 4 days of rigorous efforts that led to their swift apprehension. Upon subsequently visiting the bandit stronghold, he discovered it had been utterly annihilated. After conducting an investigation, Qin Xian reported, My lord, all have been devoured by wild beasts. There were no survivors. Feng Tianyi nodded, surmising that they had likely succumbed to the effects of the drug, and it was only fitting that they had met such a fate. Following Tang Jingshu's directions, Feng Tianyi made his way to the leader's quarters and successfully located the warehouse. After inspecting the damaged mechanisms twice, he set about restoring them. Having harbored an interest in contraptions since childhood, he had secretly studied for several years. Thus, these mechanisms posed no challenge for him. Upon opening the warehouse door, Feng Tianyi was equally taken aback by the riches within. These scoundrels had not learned their lesson even in death. The vast assortment of gold, silver, jewels, and ancient artifacts could alleviate their immediate financial woes and also settle the overdue salaries owed to the soldiers at the border. Once everything was sorted, a full 10 days had passed. Feng Tianyi felt immense gratitude toward Tang Jingshu. Since their acquaintance, everything had begun to unfold smoothly. Not only had she rescued him, but she had also helped him rid the region of corrupt officials and save countless citizens. He turned to Qin Xian. I wish to pay a visit to Tang Darren's family. What gifts would be appropriate? Grain? Qin Xian suggested, recognizing that such provisions were in high demand. Well then, I shall take it upon myself to tour Qizhou Prefecture today and personally select the gifts, Feng Tianyi decided, feeling that personally chosen offerings would convey sincerity. Chapter 34. Thoughts by Day, Dreams by Night. Following the conclusion of the wheat planting, the entire 10 acres outside had been sown with cotton, with seedlings being relocated accordingly. Tang Nianen and her companions had deepened and widened the adjacent river section, utilizing the nutrient-rich silt for the cotton seedling soil and fertilizer. Harvesting cotton is not a task that can be completed in a day. Each day brings new blooms to be plucked. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Jingshu, along with Hongya and Tang Bao, made a trip to Kunbai County. Others were unable to leave the place of exile at will, as reaching the county office required various bureaucratic procedures, which many found cumbersome. They preferred to work at home rather than deal with the hassle. So only the 3 of them ventured forth. In truth, everyone wished for Tang Jingshu to take a moment to rest. Her mental and physical endurance had been severely tested, and a change of scenery might provide a welcome respite. Upon entering Kunbai County, they overheard many discussing the exploits of Lord Su, their expressions filled with enthusiasm and admiration. They spoke of how Lord Su had aided in disaster relief, employing decisive measures to restore the prices across Qizhou Prefecture, and how he had recently cleansed the local administration of corrupt officials, bringing clarity to the region. Tang Bao felt an immense swell of pride. He knew the prince personally and enjoyed a close relationship with him. He yearned to announce to everyone that their efforts had contributed to the defeat of the bandits. Had they not uncovered the evidence, how could the prince have acted so swiftly? However, his mother had taught him that one should remain humble in their endeavors, to conceal one's capabilities in public, and to maintain a heart of humility, avoiding arrogance. Thus, he refrained from speaking out. Tang Bao shook Tang Jingshu's arm. "Mother, can we visit the prince today?" Having been apart for several days, he missed the prince dearly. "Did you not hear?" After apprehending the corrupt officials, the prince has already returned to Chizhou Prefecture and is no longer in Kunbai, Tang Jingshu replied, cradling him in her arms. "But I suspect the prince will soon visit your grandfather, as the summer planting is about to commence." Unable to see anyone, Tang Bao felt a tinge of disappointment. "Well then, the little one shall wait a bit longer. The prince must surely come." Tang Jingshu was taken aback by her son's affection for Prince Su. So deeply concerned for him, perhaps it was destiny at play. The sky had darkened, and they were once again staying at the same inn as before, planning to visit the black market that night. After dinner, Tang Bao eagerly urged, "Mother, may I have some yogurt?" "Of course, my dear," Tang Jingshu replied, carrying Tang Bao out with Hong Yi safeguarding them nearby. Venturing out at night, she noticed a distinct change. The streets were now patrolled by officials. Previously, few shops had opened for business at night, yet tonight, most remained bustling. Tang Jingshu visited several shops, acquiring numerous burlap sacks, which she loaded into the cart and stored in her space. She also frequented various grain shops, purchasing an assortment of beans, not only for seeds, but also to prepare pastries for everyone. She replenished all the spices and household necessities to ensure they wouldn't run short when needed. Thinking of her family, she had brought only a change of clothes. After working these past few days, her garments had become somewhat tattered. They were washed and mended each evening before being worn again. Entering a fabric shop, she refrained from purchasing silks, opting instead for several durable pieces of coarse cloth and breathable linen. The colors chosen for the womenfolk were slightly brighter, while the men's fabrics were in shades of gray and blue. The shop had needles and threads, which she gathered, along with some inexpensive scraps and palm fronds for making shoe soles, skills that the other women possessed, though she did not. She bought a pound of various pastries, storing them in her space, which had a preservative effect, especially the osmanthus cake, of which she purchased an entire tray, as her family relished it. The black market was even livelier than before, with more vendors and a greater variety of goods. That night, pork was being sold, but the merchants would only slaughter the pigs once several orders were gathered. With a grand gesture, Tang Jingshu ordered one and paid a deposit to return later for it. Mulberries were plentiful by the river, so she did not need to buy those. But she did acquire a substantial amount of yogurt, cheese, and tofu, all favored by women and children alike. She purchased several jars of wine and 2 jars of fine white liquor. The aroma of roasted camel humps wafted through the air from afar, a family favorite. And Tang Jingshu nearly bought them all. Encountering a vendor selling chicks and ducklings, she purchased a basket of each, along with 2 piglets. The trio then headed to a familiar horse trader, who offered a fair price and included a saddle. Living animals could not be stored in her space, so she placed them in the cart. After retrieving the pork, Tang Jingshu and Hong Yi returned to the inn with a yogurt-sipping Tang Bao. Hong Yi helped Tang Jingshu organize their purchases, and after tallying the expenses, they confirmed that the remaining silver was sufficient. Spending so much silver is truly painful. Hong Yi lamented. "It's much better now. We've bought a third more than before," Tang Jingshu reassured her. "Money is meant to be spent. We shall earn more when we sell our wheat." Hong Yi knew that Miss intended to sell the wheat to Prince Su, and could only hope he would come soon to make the purchase. Tang Bao leaned against the window, resting his small head on it, gazing toward the road leading to Chizhou Prefecture. "Prince, please come quickly. I miss you," he whispered. Tang Jingshu approached him, reassuring, "Fear not. The prince will surely hear your heartfelt wishes and will come to find you soon." Tang Bao nestled into his mother's embrace, gazing into the distance. In his heart, he secretly regarded the prince as a father figure, yearning for a father's presence. Tang Jingshu understood her son's envy for others who had fathers and his desire for one of his own. He admired Feng Tian-yi and wished for him to be his father. This request posed a dilemma for her. That night, Feng Tian-yi dreamt of Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao. In the dream, Tang Bao called him father and affectionately told him how much he missed him. Tang Jingshu stood by, smiling as she watched the father and son. "You, coming to visit us so late. How can you claim to be a husband or a father?" Never had he felt such happiness in assuming those roles. Feng Tian-yi gazed at the Tang Bao in his arms and then at Tang Jingshu beside him, inwardly acknowledging that they were indeed a family, a blissful trio. Awakened by the sweetness of the dream, Feng Tian-yi sat up, finding himself alone, without Tang Jingshu or Tang Bao. He remained stunned for a long moment before admitting it had merely been a dream. Rubbing his face to regain clarity, he felt a wave of regret wash over him for the dream's implications. How could he have dreamt such a thing? Wasn't he that taking advantage of a woman whose husband had passed? Although he liked Tang Bao and could accept him as a godson, calling him father was another matter. It must have been a reflection of his thoughts during the day. Indeed, that had to be the case. How could he possibly entertain inappropriate feelings for Tang Jingshu? As he recalled her enchanting face and the soft tone of her voice from the dream, his heart skipped a beat. Moreover, his body experienced certain unwelcome reactions. How utterly disgraceful. Hastily, Feng Tian exited his chamber. Qin Xian, bring me a bucket of cold water. I require a bath. Also, we shall depart tomorrow. Chapter 35, A Storm Approaches. Concerned that the chicks and ducklings might perish if left too long, Tang Jingshu and her companions hurried back before dawn, just as before. Tang Yan'an, Tang Zicheng, and Tang Ziran, uneasy, rode out to meet them, encountering one another in the mountain hollow. Tang Jingshu halted the cart. Father, elder brother, second brother, you're here. The wind in this hollow could be fierce, sometimes strong enough to sweep everything away, prompting their concern to come and greet them. Tang Yan'an, who primarily managed construction for the Ministry of Works and had considerable knowledge of weather patterns, surveyed the surroundings. We must hurry home. It appears a storm is brewing. In this hollow, strong winds could lead to tornadoes, which were perilous. They were thankful for the hollow, which shielded them from the winds and safeguarded their home. Otherwise, they would be unable to reside there, as the winds would eventually sweep everything away. Tang Zicheng handed his horse to Tang Jingshu, suggesting she ride with Tang Bao for speed while he took charge of the cart. Glancing behind her, Tang Jingshu noted that the wind was swirling in from the west. With a flick of her whip, she urged, let us move quickly. There's a sheltered spot ahead where we can take cover. Tang Zicheng drove the cart closely behind them, the rapid pace causing the chicks, ducklings, and piglets within to squawk in alarm. He focused intently on the cart, seeming to disregard their cries. A moment's delay could mean life or death. Once the family reached the windbreak of the mountain wall, the tornado that followed whipped up dust and debris, crashing against the rock face with a thunderous roar. The size of the stones being lifted was alarming. Before long, they plummeted back to earth, shattering upon impact. It was evident that this storm was far more potent than the last, with immense destructive force. Sensing the change in the air, Tang Yan'an remarked, rain is likely. We must return and reinforce the roof, checking for any leaks. As the storm brewed, they waited for the tornado to pass before continuing onward. Once they emerged from the valley, the winds outside began to rise. Pick up the pace, Tang Yan'an called out. After some hurried moments, they arrived home within a quarter of an hour. Tang Xiangyang, accompanied by Tang Ziran and Gang Zi, had already climbed onto the roof to secure it with ropes. Tang Zmo was the first to reach home, dismounting and swiftly scaling the roof. Tang Yan'an took a hoe and rode out, stating, I will inspect the drainage ditches in the fields. The house is in your hands. I will check the drainage ditches behind the house and in the courtyard, Tang Zicheng added as he dismounted from the cart. Tang Jingshu, please take care of the items in the cart. Brother, you may go. We can handle this ourselves. Tang Jingshu handed Tang Bao to Grandma Tang. And along with Hongya and Levian, they began unloading the goods, retrieving items from their storage space. In the backyard, Lu Shuangyi and Zhu Xiuli were constructing a water tank. Wary of the strong winds that threatened to dirty the water, the gusty weather stirred up sand, making it difficult to see. And the air was filled with a cacophony of rustling. A few chickens, frightened, huddled on the wall, tucking their heads into their feathers. The horses were untethered, allowing them to flee in case of danger. Tang Jingshu instructed Hongya and Levian to usher the two piglets into the pre-constructed pig pen and to confine the chicks and ducklings within a secure area. Concerned for Tang Yan'an, she grabbed a hoe and headed to the fields. What brings you here in such a strong wind? She inquired. The wind carried sand and debris from elsewhere, and Tang Yan'an attempted to clear the blocked drainage ditch. Upon seeing Tang Jingshu, he hurried back to fetch Tang Bao, anxious not to frighten the child amidst such fierce sandstorms. He is with me, and besides, he's quite brave. He won't be scared. Tang Jingshu continued her digging behind him. Having already harvested cotton once, she planned to pull the remaining plants and let them dry at the doorstep before picking them. The family's labor over the dozen acres of cotton was their collective effort, and they could not afford any mishaps. Tang Jingshu was not particularly skilled in agriculture, having never cultivated cotton before, but she relied on the knowledge gleaned from her previous life and collaborated with her family to navigate the process. Fortunately, her family were adept farmers, and with her unique abilities, they were bound to succeed without mishap. The father and daughter fell into a comfortable silence, absorbed in their work, as the wind and sand made it difficult to speak without swallowing mouthfuls of grit. Before long, Hongya and Levian returned with Hose to assist. By the time everything was completed, darkness enveloped the sky. The four of them trudged home, having accomplished their tasks, just as Chiao Mai finished preparing dinner. As the family gathered around the table with their bowls of rice, a sudden downpour erupted outside, bringing with it a refreshing chill. The rain fell heavily, and with the threshold too low, water splashed into the house. Tang Ziren quickly grabbed a board to block the influx and stuffed some wheat straw into the gaps. With the rain falling, the conical hat and raincoat that Tang Jingshu had brought became useful. She regretted not purchasing more of them that day. She made a mental note to buy some next time. The rain continued throughout the night, tapering off to a light drizzle by the latter half. Such was life in the wilderness. Rainy weather brought a significant drop in temperature, and the nights turned cold. Fortunately, they had blankets, and the bed was lined with wheat straw, keeping them warm. Tang Jingshu held Tang Bao close, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain outside. Exhausted from the days of labor, and looked forward to a restful day tomorrow, a perfect opportunity to cut fabric for new garments. The cotton harvested earlier had dried, and she planned to process some seeds to make a few thin quilts. Throughout the night, worried about the newly built grain storage leaking, Tang Yinan and Tang Xiangyang rose several times to check on it. Only when the rain lessened did they finally find peace and sleep. The next day, the rain persisted, and the Tang family awoke naturally, relishing the rare opportunity to sleep in. Tang Yinan fetched water for Grandma Tang to wash up, cherishing the newfound time to care for his mother. You two brothers were previously busy with your studies and later with official duties, leaving little time for your wives and children. I have others to attend to me, so there's no need for you, Grandma Tang remarked. She first washed Tang Bao's face and hands, reflecting that despite the hardships, life was good now. There was more time for the family to be together, allowing for deeper connections. Initially, their arrival had been filled with despair, but now, while life was challenging, it had gained meaning. Enduring hardship is nothing. Life cannot always be smooth sailing. One learns wisdom through adversity. Enduring suffering is what elevates a person. Great-grandmother's words rang true. Tang Bao nodded. I understand sweetness only after tasting bitterness. Indeed. Grandma Tang laughed heartily, suddenly recalling. It's already June. The 20th of this month will be your birthday. Mother said that children get spanked on their birthdays. Tang Bao was aware of the difficulties his mother faced during his birth and willingly accepted a spanking, thinking that great-grandmother had been too lenient back then. Grandma Tang embraced Tang Bao. Well then, let's make it a spanking for every egg you eat. Good. Eggs. Tang Bao beamed with delight, knowing they could never bear to be harsh with him. Gazing out at the gentle rain, Tang Bao mused about the delay it would cause for the prince and his entourage. I wonder when they will arrive. Certainly, this rain will postpone their visit. By the time of his birthday, perhaps the prince would have arrived. Chapter 36. The alpha wolf seeks help. It rained throughout the night in Chizhou Prefecture. A much-needed downpour for the crops, with seeds already on their way to be sown. Outside, as the rain fell, Feng Tianyi gazed at the delicate lavender jade hairpin in the brocade box, contemplating it for a long while before finally taking it out to admire. This was a gift he had chosen for Tang Jingshu, having been captivated by it at first sight in the jewelry shop, convinced it was a perfect match for her, and promptly purchased it. Upon reflection, however, he felt it inappropriate. In the Dang dynasty, when a man gifted a hairpin to a woman, it typically signified romantic interest and intentions of marriage. He had meant it as a token of gratitude for Tang Jingshu's hard work, having thought of her contributions, but he hadn't considered the implications when he bought it. Presenting it might lead to misunderstandings with her family, yet having already purchased it, he believed it was indeed suitable for her, and he was determined to give it. After some deliberation, Feng Tianyi devised a solution to accompany the hairpin with more jewelry, making it less conspicuous. Yes, he would procure a complete set of ornaments. Satisfied with this plan, he finally drifted off to sleep, promising himself to set off bright and early, undeterred by the weather. Early the next morning, Lu Yutian returned. Having heard that the prince intended to visit the Tang family in the wilderness, he immediately sought out Feng Tianyi, saying, Your Highness, may I accompany you? It has been so long since I last saw Tang Bao, and I miss him dearly. Are you quite close with them? Feng Tianyi's heart was still troubled by Tang Jingshu's silence in correspondence with him, while she had written to Lu Yutian instead. Now, seeing Lu Yutian's eagerness to be near Tang Bao, he felt a surge of possessiveness, unwilling to allow any man to get too close to Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, especially Lu Yutian. Lu Yutian clearly sensed the prince's displeasure, particularly regarding the matter of Dr. Tang and Tang Bao. He pondered over his actions, finding nothing out of line. I merely mentioned that I missed Tang Bao, he thought, bemused by the prince's jealousy. The trials of a love-struck man. Quickly, Lu Yutian clarified. I happened to overhear Dr. Tang mention that the 20th of this month is Tang Bao's birthday. He helped us greatly when the prince was ill. And now with his birthday approaching, I wish to present a gift to express my gratitude to both mother and son. Of course, if your highness is prepared, I would be grateful if you could help me deliver the gift to Tang Bao. If not, I shall forego the visit. Is the prince truly taken with Dr. Tang and considering becoming a stepfather to Tang Bao? He mused. Previously, Dr. Tang's status was indeed worthy of the prince. But now she is a widow. Even if the prince is interested, I doubt the emperor and Lady Li would approve. Of course, if it were merely as a concubine, there would be no issue. It all depended on the prince's intentions. Lu Yutian's mind was abuzz with thoughts, while Feng Tianyi felt satisfied with Lu Yutian's demeanor. I shall go to the wilderness. You stay behind in Qizhou Prefecture to manage all affairs. I will ensure to deliver the gifts to Tang Bao. Thank you, your highness. Feng Tianyi nodded. You have worked hard these past few days. Hurry back to freshen up and rest. Once everything is settled, I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, your highness. The prince was always considerate toward his subordinates, and Lu Yutian knew he kept his promises, despite their current lack of resources. Observing Feng Tianyi's earnest demeanor towards Dr. Tang and Tang Bao, the residents of the manor refrained from informing Lu Yutian about the correspondence and parcel sent by Tang Jingshu, leaving him blissfully unaware. Qin Xian discerned the distinct regard his lord held for Dr. Tang, remarking, Your Highness, it is evident that your affection for Tang Bao, coupled with your gratitude towards Dr. Tang for her life-saving skills, has fostered this sentiment. Feng Tianyi sighed. At present, I am preoccupied with the affairs of Qizhou Prefecture, far removed from romantic entanglements. He pondered the weight of his responsibilities. Qin Xian, feeling a pang of sympathy for his lord, noted how Feng Tianyi had devoted all his monetary resources to Qizhou, nearly resorting to selling possessions from the manor, with the emperor and court withholding funds. It was only their lord who could afford to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his duties. Once Qin Xian withdrew, Feng Tianyi reflected on his feelings for Tang Jingshu. There was no romantic inclination, merely admiration for her medical expertise and her indomitable spirit. His genuine affection for Tang Bao further amplified his regard for Dr. Tang, leading to his heightened attentiveness towards her. He reassured himself with this reasoning before retiring for the night. Upon awakening at dawn, he ventured to the jewelry shop to procure some adornments before setting off for Kunbai. Meanwhile, the rain in the wilds had gradually subsided. The women of the Tang family gathered to cut fabric and craft garments, their laughter echoing with joy. Tang Jingshu, unfamiliar with sewing, assisted Hongya and Levian by spreading the sun-dried cotton on a mat, separating the seeds, and vigorously beating the cotton with a stick to fluff it up. Tang Xianyang remarked, This cotton is splendid. It will make warm quilts and soft fabric for spinning. Next year, we can cultivate cotton in Kunbai County, and the following year, all the citizens of Qizhou will be able to plant it. Soon, our grading dynasty will no longer fear the biting cold of winter, he continued, praising his niece. If it were anyone else, they would have discarded something inedible, but you chose to experiment with planting it. Tang Jingshu blushed at the compliment, humbly asserting, The success of cultivating cotton is not solely my achievement. My father and second uncle have contributed immensely, and everyone has lent a hand. This honor belongs to our family. From the adjacent room, Tang Mianin, who was crafting furniture, chimed in, Jingshu is correct. No single individual can accomplish such a feat without the collective effort of all. Our family has always worked together, both now and in future endeavors. The matriarch, along with others, nodded in agreement. As the Tang family prided themselves on their unity and diligence, eschewing selfishness or the pursuit of immediate gains. As Tang Ziruan and Gongzi used shovels to clear the branches blown down at the entrance to prevent any accidents, Tang Zicheng, accompanied by Tang Bao and Cheng Jun, engaged in their studies, filling the air with their spirited recitation, a soothing reminder of tranquil times. Jingshu, Tang Bao, the head wolf, and its two brothers have arrived. Keeping their distance but watching us closely, Tang Ziruan announced, sensing something amiss. Tang Jingshu set aside her tasks. I shall go investigate. Mother, I am coming, Tang Bao exclaimed. Having rushed out of the house, the matriarch instructed Tang Ziruan and Tang Zimo to ride over and protect their sister and Tang Bao. Great-grandmother, I will be fine, Tang Bao reassured, embracing the matriarch and whispering, I can talk to them. Indeed, our Tang Bao is the most formidable, the matriarch chuckled, turning to Tang Jingshu. We shall extend our help wherever we can, as they are our partners. Chapter 37 startled Tang Jingshu. Under the escort of Tang Ziruan and Tang Zimo, she, Tang Bao, and the head wolf reunited. Through their exchange, they discovered that the wolves had indeed encountered peril and were in dire need of assistance. Tang Jingshu grabbed her medical kit, knowing that one of the wolves was injured, possibly severely, and declared, We must accompany them. Tang Ziruan wrapped Tang Bao in a blanket. Let us go. We will accompany you. The three siblings followed the head wolf, galloping to the tamarisk forest. The wind had been fierce the previous night, uprooting many trees in the area. Within the forest, the remains of small animals lay scattered, and not far away, a pack of wolves encircled a plump she-wolf that lay weakly on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that a fallen tree limb had struck her hindquarters, and the pack was frantically trying to free her. Seeing Tang Jingshu approach, the wolves parted to grant her space. The she-wolf, spotting Tang Jingshu, whimpered pathetically, as if she had found her savior. Tang Ziruan and Tang Zimo dismounted and carefully removed the tree limb, pinning the she-wolf down. Tang Jingshu began to assess her injuries. Realizing that the she-wolf was pregnant, no wonder she could not be easily moved. Noticing the severe injuries to her back and limbs, inflicted while she had shielded her belly from the falling tree, Tang Jingshu set to work. She splinted the broken legs, treated the wounds, and examined the condition of the unborn pups. Throughout the ordeal, the she-wolf remained silent, gazing at Tang Jingshu with tear-filled eyes. Tang Jingshu gently stroked her belly, reassuring her. "Do not worry, your little ones are all well." As Tang Bao reached out to comfort the she-wolf, it finally relaxed, allowing Tang Jingshu to continue her treatment. Once the she-wolf was stabilized, Tang Jingshu assured the head wolf, "Rest assured, she will be fine. I will return tomorrow to check on her." The head wolf whined in gratitude, then trotted off to bring back several long, thick items, presenting them before the siblings as a token of thanks for the healing of the she-wolf. Tang Ziruan and Tang Zimo were unfamiliar with the items, but Tang Jingshu recognized them as sistanch, a valuable herb akin to ginseng found in the desert. "Thank you so much. I had forgotten about this precious medicinal material amidst the busyness of planting wheat and cotton." As she gazed at the tamarisk forest, she noted the sistanch flowers blooming abundantly, indicating a wealth of mature roots beneath the surface. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of selling such a bounty. Tang Bao, clutching the ginseng-like herb, exclaimed, "Wow! Ginseng! We will be rich." Tang Jingshu informed her brothers and Tang Bao, "Sistanch grows right here in this tamarisk forest. It is a parasitic plant. Once the weather clears, we shall come back to harvest it, as it is a prized traditional Chinese medicine." Upon hearing of its esteemed status, the brothers immediately declared, "We shall come back tomorrow." Tang Ziruan attempted to pat the head wolf in gratitude for the precious gift, but the proud creature merely glanced at him before striding away. While it maintained a close bond with Tang Bao, watching Tang Bao's delighted smile, Tang Ziruan couldn't help but feel envious of the boy's unique abilities. "Little brother, once Tang Bao grows up, he will undoubtedly be extraordinary. With his skills, the world will be at his fingertips," Tang Zimo whispered to Tang Ziruan. "Do not speak carelessly," Tang Ziruan admonished. "Our family is currently under scrutiny. We must not attract unnecessary danger." Nevertheless, he mused about Tang Bao's enigmatic origins, pondering whose lineage could produce such remarkable traits. It was fortunate that they were the Tang family, known for their humility and low profile. Grateful for the solitude of this week, with only their family present, they could freely showcase their skills. Tang Ziruan draped an arm around Tang Zimo's shoulders, declaring, "We must strive to become stronger, so that we have the capacity to protect them." "Rest assured, second brother, I will not falter," Tang Zimo replied. "Our current lives are a blessing from eldest sister and Tang Bao. I am well aware of that." He continued, "It is regrettable that second brother is on the verge of marriage. Now, second sister-in-law will have to wait patiently. I have already sought to annul the engagement. In the future, men and women shall go their separate ways." The thought of his beloved stirred a subtle pain within Tang Ziruan, but he quickly regained his composure. He lightly patted his brother's shoulder, mentioning, "I heard your intended has gone to the border with her father, upon learning of our family's plight. I wonder what her thoughts might be." "Let it unfold naturally," Tang Zimo said, not wishing to impose. "Water flows downward, and people aspire upward, given our current circumstances. I do not expect any romantic entanglements." Listening to the exchange between the two brothers, Tang Jingshu reflected that if love is truly enduring, it cannot be measured by the hours of day and night. If they are sincere, they will not abandon their feelings. Even if they marry, it is entirely normal. Do not lose heart. Out with the old, in with the new. What comes late is often the best. Indeed, the best of all, Tang Bao chimed in, attempting to console his two uncles. Tang Ziruan lifted Tang Bao onto the horse. "You little tyke, what do you know about what is best? Off we go. Second uncle will take you home." On the way back, the sun emerged, and the three siblings raced joyfully across the vast land. Upon arriving home, the womenfolk had already prepared several garments. Jingxian twirled happily in a light purple dress before Tang Jingshu. "Wow, our Jingxian has transformed into a beautiful butterfly. How lovely." Tang Jingshu praised with a smile. Auntie S' hands are truly skilled. She even made 2 exquisite hair flowers for Jingxian. Zhu Shili added, "Skillful hands need fine fabric. Don't worry, Jingshu, Auntie will make you a grand red flower. It will surely look splendid on you." The local aesthetic was rather peculiar. favoring large flowers atop their heads, which Tang Jingshu found hard to appreciate. "Thank you, Auntie, but please refrain from making one for me. Do make a few more for Jingxian instead." Grandma Tang approached with 2 light blue hair flowers. "I made these from scrap fabric. Wear them, my dear, in your youth. You should adorn yourself well. A woman beautifies herself, not only for others, but also to uplift her own spirit, even in dressing for our family." These 2 flowers, modest yet infused with Grandma's affection, were accepted by Tang Jingshu. "Thank you, Grandma. I shall wear them tomorrow." She hurriedly turned to Zhu Xioli. "Auntie, please do not make that grand red flower for me. It would be a waste of fabric." Her words elicited peals of laughter from the women. Lu Shuangyi playfully patted Tang Jingshu. "Silly girl, Auntie is merely jesting. One wears a grand red flower only on the wedding day, not on ordinary days." "Oh, is that so?" Zhu Xioli's serious demeanor had startled Tang Jingshu. Unwilling to relent, Tang Jingshu playfully tussled with Zhu Xioli, and soon they were in a delightful tangle. Meanwhile, Tang Bao clutched his new outfit, comparing it repeatedly, excited that he hadn't worn new clothes in ages, and resolved to save it for his birthday. In the cotton field, sunlight illuminated a sea of white, resembling clouds that had descended upon the earth. The cotton trees were laden with cotton bolls, and after basking in the sun all afternoon, they would harvest the blooms by evening, ready to pluck all the cotton by dawn, slowly drying and gathering it. Harvesting cotton was a labor-intensive task. Once in bloom, the entire family, young and old, descended to the fields, including Jingxian and Tang Bao, each carrying a burlap sack. By evening, the cart and handcarts were piled high with heavy bags of cotton, and Jingxian and Tang Bao's little sacks were equally filled to the brim. Upon returning, Tang Nianen and Tang Xianyang wasted no time heading to the riverbank to inspect the rice seedlings. The Tang family hailed from the south, where rice was a staple. Yet unfortunately, Qizhou produced wheat, making rice expensive. With a river nearby, the brothers deliberated on cultivating rice, having some seeds at hand. Ultimately, they decided to proceed. Given the significant temperature fluctuations in this untamed land, they feared a low survival rate for the seedlings. Tang Jingshu proposed starting with seedling cultivation before transplanting. The sweet potatoes, peppers, and cabbages at home had all been sown successfully in this manner. Tang Nianen and Tang Xianyang promptly enlisted several men to open up over 10 acres of rice paddies along the river. Covering the fields with straw, Tang Xianyang was beaming. This method is truly promising. If successful, cultivating rice in other parts of Qizhou will pose no challenges. However, the water supply in Qizhou presented a significant issue, prone to both drought and flooding. Gazing at the thriving seedlings, Tang Nianen lamented that without proper water management, relying on the heavens would be exceedingly arduous. Building the water infrastructure in Qizhou required the concerted efforts of local officials and citizens alike, as well as the support of the court. Such construction was not achieved overnight. It demanded time, labor, and financial investment. It all hinges on the resolve of Lord Su, and whether he can secure the necessary funds, Tang Xianyang quipped. Inwardly, Tang Nianen harbored hopes that Lord Su would send someone soon, albeit with a twinge of conflict, wishing it not to be the man himself. As the 2 brothers trudged homeward with their hoes, Jingxian joyfully ran up with Tang Bao in tow. "Father, grandfather, little grandfather." Tang Nianen scooped up Tang Bao. "You and your auntie came out to play, but where is your mother?" "Mother is relocating the watermelon seedlings, planting them atop the pumpkin seedlings, and even bandaging their wounds," Tang Bao exclaimed, admiring his mother's prowess in healing both people and animals, as well as tending to plants. Having previously heard about grafting from Tang Jingshu, Tang Xianyang set Jingxian down. "Good girl. Take Tang Bao to play while your father and uncle check the backyard." Upon arriving at the backyard, the boys were already there, eagerly seeking Tang Jingshu's guidance. Cautiously learning the art of grafting, Tang Nianen and Tang Xianyang quickly knelt down, following the steps taught by Tang Jingshu as they proceeded with care. At this moment, the watermelons resembled large pomegranates, with scant flesh and an abundance of seeds, their thick rinds separating the white flesh from the red. The taste was not particularly sweet, leaving much to be desired. Tang Jingshu recalled her watermelon grandmother, who was truly remarkable. Thus, she resolved to enhance the watermelon through her skills, aiming to transform it into something akin to the delicious varieties of today. Unexpectedly, her words resonated with the family, leading them to join her in grafting watermelon seedlings. Together, they swiftly completed the grafting across 2 acres of watermelon fields. Tang Jingshu inspected their work, pleased to find no errors among the seedlings. She felt fortunate to be born into such a family, one that valued dialogue, unity, and unwavering support. Unlike other families steeped in feudal beliefs, where male superiority reigned, her family thrived on shared discussion, allowing everyone a voice. With the grafting complete, they eagerly awaited the harvest of large watermelons. I hope our watermelons grow as large as pumpkins, with thin rinds, few seeds, and sweet flesh. Wouldn't that be something unique? Tang Zimo stretched his achy limbs. Expressing his hope, Tang Bao immediately chimed in. Wow, then we could sell them for a lot of silver. Indeed, rarity begets value, Grandma Tang jested. Oh dear. Our Tang Bao is quite the savvy little one when it comes to earning silver. Of course. Tang Bao nodded earnestly. Silver is incredibly important. Without it, one suffers greatly. His adorable demeanor elicited laughter from all, while simultaneously tugging at their hearts, for it was evident that the journey had not been easy for him. How else would a 3-year-old grasp the significance of food and money? Tang Jingshu proposed, Jingshu, much like watermelons, rice can flourish without the aid of supernatural powers. We should allow it to grow on its own. After all, once we promote it, you cannot be present everywhere to wield your skills. Jingshu understood that her father and second uncle shared the same sentiment. Henceforth, they should strive to minimize reliance on her abilities. Tang Xiangyang suggested, having navigated through adversity, we must now cultivate self-sufficiency and not depend too heavily on your talents. Tang Zicheng and the others concurred, noting that excessive use of skills could foster a sense of dependency. The satisfaction derived from cultivating their own produce would be far more rewarding. I shall endeavor to use my skills sparingly, reserving them for absolute necessity, Tang Jingshu agreed, fully cognizant of her family's intentions. However, she still needed to plant a few batches of cotton, which she intended to nurture without any assistance from her powers, allowing it to thrive naturally. With so many new species in their possession, Tang Jingshu was aware that her father and second uncle wished to document the growth and cultivation processes. Her abilities disrupted the authenticity of the data. Their primary concern was to ascertain whether these new species were suitable for growth in Chizhou Prefecture and to evaluate the eventual yield. Additionally, they worried that over-reliance on her skills could jeopardize her health and make her a target for those with ulterior motives, prompting them to act in her best interests. As Tang Jingshu gazed at the watermelon seedlings under the dim light of the oil lamp, she realized that without her skills, their survival rate would likely diminish significantly. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. All pursuits require gradual exploration, often necessitating multiple attempts. The Tang family exemplified resilience, enduring hardships with patience and an unwavering spirit, unafraid of failure, ready to start anew if necessary. To conserve the lamp oil, the family gathered in the courtyard after dinner, beneath the moonlit sky adorned with countless stars, engaging in light-hearted conversation and casually arranging the tasks for the following day. Each family member assumed their respective responsibilities, and after more than a month of living together, Xiao Mai and Chung Jun had fully integrated into the household. Even if the tasks for the next day were not explicitly outlined, they instinctively knew what needed to be done. Before dawn the next day, the family left Grandma Tang and Xian Shi to prepare breakfast and look after the 3 children, while everyone else headed to the cotton fields, seizing the opportunity to harvest the dew-laden cotton before the sun rose. When the sun was absent, the cotton leaves remained soft. Exposure to sunlight would dry them out and cause them to cling to the cotton fibers. To maintain the cleanliness of the cotton, the Tang family chose to harvest either in the early morning or the late evening. Upon returning from the fields, the family ventured into the backyard to assess the results of the watermelon grafting. Some seedlings appeared less vigorous. Tang Xiangyang conducted a meticulous inspection and concluded that the survival rate was already quite promising. Now, it was merely a matter of observing the growth of the watermelons. Tang Jingshu nodded in agreement, pondering if the successful grafting of watermelons could be applied to other plants, such as fruit trees. Tang Zicheng immediately expressed interest, eager to experiment with the red willow wood by the riverbank. Tang Xiangyang retrieved a notebook, noting that according to the local climate, it was now late spring or early summer, suggesting that grafting could also be feasible in regions experiencing spring and autumn. Listening to her father, uncle, and brothers discuss grafting, Tang Jingshu couldn't help but marvel at their expertise. They quickly applied their knowledge to new scenarios and eagerly delved into research. Chapter 39, Harvesting Sistanch. After breakfast, Tang Ziren and Tang Zimo took burlap sacks and followed Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao to examine the mother wolf, before proceeding to gather sistanch. The mother wolf had shown remarkable recovery. Upon seeing Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao approach, her demeanor softened, especially towards Tang Bao, her gaze mirroring that of Tang Jingshu when she looked at her son. As the mate of the alpha wolf, the mother wolf held the highest status within the pack, and the alpha presented some fresh fruits to Tang Bao, coaxing him to play. Observing the alpha's tender treatment of the mother wolf, Tang Zimo wiped his face, feeling flustered. Why did the mother wolf suddenly appear so exquisite? Tang Ziren scoffed at him. Focus on the task at hand, and save your energy for gathering sistanch. While the siblings harvested sistanch, the alpha wolf and a few others joined to assist with the digging, taking breaks alongside Tang Ziren. The moment Tang Ziren exchanged glances with the alpha, he tossed a piece of bread to it. Wolf brother, when are we going hunting? It's been a while since we ventured into the mountains. Tang Zimo, itching for action, eagerly gathered around to hear the alpha's thoughts. However, the alpha disregarded their inquiries, taking the bread to the mother wolf first. Would they go or not? Tang Zimo wished to hunt alongside the pack, believing it would yield greater success. Tang Ziren, casually chewing on a blade of grass, calmly remarked, even without Tang Bao's abilities, I can deduce that they will soon embark on a hunt. With the abundance of vegetation, it's the perfect time for hunting. They won't miss such an opportunity. When the alpha returned, it stood beside Tang Ziren, gazing towards Yinkishan, and began howling towards the mountain hollow. As the alpha howled, the rest of the pack followed suit, nestled in Tang Ziren's arms. Tang Bao munched on sweet wild fruits and said, Uncle, the wolf brother mentioned that a herd of wild boars has arrived in the mountains, which is dangerous. Now is the most bustling time in Yinkishan, with numerous animals around. Wild boars. The brothers exchanged glances with the alpha, both eager to join. Though they had yet to devise a plan for dealing with the herd of wild boars, the alpha howled twice, indicating that they would first scout the strength of the wild boar herd before seeking out Tang Ziren and the others. Observing how her second brother and younger brother could communicate with the alpha through mere glances and accurately infer its intentions, Tang Jingshu mused that this might be the essence of their collaborative synergy. Tang Bao found the greatest joy in running freely in the wild, aiding in the collection of sistanch while frolicking alongside the young wolves as they enthusiastically dug into the earth. Occasionally, he would be distracted by flying birds or sand rats, joyfully engaging in playful chases with the young wolves, reveling in the happiness of the day. By the end, he had turned into a little gray mouse. Yet, Tang Jingshu was indifferent to his appearance, content as long as her son was happy. He was only 3 years old and deserved the joys of childhood. The trio, along with the wolf pack, spent the entire day harvesting sistanch, filling 4 burlap sacks to the brim. This area had never been visited before, and the abundance of sistanch was overwhelming. Let us return. Tang Jingshu gestured towards the alpha, expressing her gratitude for its assistance. I shall return tomorrow. Tang Bao waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. The wolves bid farewell to Tang Jingshu and her family, howling twice towards the sky to signify their anticipation for the next day. Upon their return home, the cotton had all been neatly harvested and arranged by the woodpile, and the fields had been plowed, awaiting the seeds for planting the next day. Upon witnessing the considerable quantity of sistanch they had gathered, Tang Yinan, Tang Zicheng, and Dahe approached to help with the sacks. Wow, this sack is incredibly heavy. Dahe grunted, hoisting it onto his shoulder, estimating its weight at around 1.5 stones. Close enough, replied Tang Zicheng and Tang Ziren, lifting an even heavier sack that must have weighed at least 2 stones. Tang Yinan was astonished by their bountiful harvest, declaring, once we plant the cotton tomorrow, I will join you. We can take the cart. Sistanch was a valuable tribute, and Tang Yinan resolved to gather more to sell and improve their family's living conditions. Father is the backbone of the family. You need not go. I shall take my son, Tang Zicheng insisted. Gongzi can come along. Gongzi had long desired to venture outside. Upon hearing Tang Zicheng's invitation, he readily agreed. Tang Yinan smiled. Very well, you young men go. I, along with Dahe and your second uncle, will remain home to craft furniture. The wood had already dried, and their home had acquired many new items, yet they lacked sufficient furniture to accommodate them. The youth would hardly remain content indoors. They should be allowed to explore. It seemed they would need to venture into the mountains again soon, as constructing a new courtyard would require a substantial amount of wood. Tang Ziren subtly suggested to his father that they should plan a trip to gather lumber. Mentioning wild boars would surely raise concerns among the family, as they were far more aggressive than goats. Speaking of constructing a new courtyard, Tang Yinan gazed towards the adjacent empty land, realizing they needed to expedite the brick hauling, so that as soon as the seedlings were planted, they could commence building. As the family grew increasingly numerous, the living conditions became exceedingly cramped. With sweet potatoes, and other crops now planted, they could focus on field management, freeing up time for brickmaking. Initially, Tang Yinan and Tang Xiangyang contemplated constructing a brick house, but upon reflection, they reconsidered. The imperial court had exiled them here to endure hardship. If they were to live too comfortably, there was the risk that someone with ulterior motives might report them, leading to yet another relocation and the necessity to start anew. It sufficed to build a simple earthen dwelling and ensure the interior was adequately arranged. Previously, they had cleared a significant amount of stones, which would be utilized to construct the courtyard, thereby conserving soil bricks. Tang Jingshu, however, harbored aspirations of erecting a sturdy brick and tile house. She even possessed the skill to produce cement, but upon heeding her family's counsel, she abandoned that notion. She had observed the new courtyard designed by her father, second uncle, and elder brother, a spacious compound with 4 sections. They had thoughtfully allocated a trial field within her courtyard. The wild terrain was unsuitable for the medicinal herbs she wished to cultivate, compelling her to rely on her skills to produce a variety of essential medicines and healing remedies. As heavy snowfall commenced in Chizhou Prefecture in October, the frigid winter necessitated the preparation of ample supplies of medicine for ailments like typhoid. Reflecting on the cold, Tang Jingshu suggested, "Father, let's not include beds in the new house. Instead, let's construct a kong. It will keep us warm during winter." With an abundance of cotton stalks and the prospect of gathering more branches, firewood would not be a concern. Tang Jingshu readily concurred, appreciating Jingshu's proposal. After all, her grandmother was particularly sensitive to the cold, making the kong an ideal solution. With 2 months remaining until the birth of his daughter-in-law's child, the young grandson would be shielded from the winter chill. Although Tang Jingshu had seen a kong before, he had never built one. "I shall pay a visit to your second uncle for some guidance on how to construct it," he declared. Tang Zicheng smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How did I not think of that? Our little sister is indeed clever." He had been troubled by the thought of his wife and child enduring the harsh winter, contemplating the need for a heated floor. Following him into the house, he said, "I will discuss the construction of the heated floor with father and second uncle." Tang Jingshu smiled and encouraged him, "Go ahead." With a kong in the bedroom and a heated floor in the other rooms, they would have nothing to fear from the cold winter. Luo Shuangyi, Zhu Xiuli, Qiao Mai, and Hongye Levine assisted in washing and draining the meat cordyceps, preparing them to be boiled after dinner, then dried and sliced for storage. While they busied themselves, Tang Jingshu, mindful of the watermelon seedlings, made her way to the backyard. This morning, the somewhat wilted seedlings had perked up after a day's sun. Tang Bao squatted nearby, gently caressing the tender seedlings before hastily retracting his hand, fearing he might damage them. With wide eyes, he cheerfully encouraged the seedlings. "Come on, little sprouts, be strong and grow up quickly to bear fruit." Tang Jingshu could not suppress her laughter. Surely, the seedlings would hear Tang Bao's words and thrive, producing countless large watermelons. Yes, I can't wait," Tang Bao exclaimed eagerly, having never tasted sweet watermelon before. Chapter 40. The Snow Leopard Mother and Her Cubs Arrive. The Tang family's courtyard was overflowing with meat cordyceps and cotton, appearing from a distance like a blanket of fresh snow. Old Lady Tang was turning the meat cordyceps, chuckling as she remarked to Qianshi, "Fortunately, we have no neighbors nearby. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble we might attract. Who wouldn't envy our transformation from destitution to our current state?" The kind-hearted matriarch maintained harmonious relations with her neighbors, earning praise for her character both in the countryside and the capital. Qianshi supported the elderly lady as she rested, noting that the gentlemen and ladies of the family were all capable individuals, relying on their skills for sustenance. "After all," she continued, "you are like a living bodhisattva. If anyone were to seek your wisdom, you would never withhold your knowledge, always willing to share your methods." Of course, the eldest daughter and the youngest son's skills remained a closely guarded secret. Old Lady Tang gazed at her grandchildren laboring in the cotton fields, reflecting, "Our family is not afraid of hardship, but I do worry about my 2 grandsons and the burdens they bear." The recent tribulations had separated the 2 boys from their loved ones, and when they returned to the capital in a couple of years, everything might be irrevocably changed. Though the boys rarely displayed their feelings, their grandmother sensed their inner turmoil. Moreover, her eldest granddaughter-in-law had resolutely followed her husband into exile, defying her family's wishes to return home while heavily pregnant. Both daughters-in-law were exemplary, steadfast in their loyalty and diligence, uttering not a single complaint. Qianshi reassured her. Both young gentlemen, in terms of talent and appearance, far surpass the sons of noble families in the capital, even if they are delayed by 2 years. It poses no issue. Old Lady Tang sought her daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law, prioritizing their character and values over their family's wealth and influence. Luo Shuangyi hailed from a humble official's family in a remote county of Dongzhou. They likely had only just learned of the family's exile. Zhu Xiuli's family resided in the rural south, and their exile had no adverse impact on their tofu business. In fact, they had skillfully managed the officials escorting them, ensuring a smooth passage to this wilderness. Old Lady Tang sighed, "Once life improves, let the elder and younger write a letter to their in-laws to assure them of our well-being." Meanwhile, the individuals working in the cotton fields were engaged in jovial banter, one wielding a hoe to create holes while the other tossed in seeds. Following recent rain, the soil was moist, eliminating the need for watering and conserving considerable effort. Tang Jingshu paused to rest on his hoe, contemplating the construction of an irrigation ditch for the fields. If they relied solely on carrying water, their shoulders would bear the burden too heavily. Constructing an irrigation ditch was a monumental task. Tang Xiangyang, seated on a stone while sipping water, noted that the terrain was elevated. They needed to either open a channel from a higher upstream location or widen and elevate the adjacent river. Naturally, they opted to divert water from the nearby river. As the men worked, they engaged in discussions about the ditch construction, while the women listened intently, captivated by the conversation. By the end of the day, the cotton seeds had been sown, and after fertilization, Tang Jingshu employed her skills to expedite the growth and flowering of the cotton plants. Thus, the family returned to their routine of harvesting cotton in the mornings and afternoons, while also making bricks and crafting furniture. After multiple harvests of potatoes and sweet potatoes, they resumed their natural growth cycle. The women of the household diligently sliced and dried the mature winter melons and gourds for winter consumption. The three Tang brothers and Gongzi coordinated their plans to hunt in the mountains alongside the wolf pack, with Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao participating as well. Before dawn, the four siblings set off with Tang Bao and Gongzi. In addition to hunting and gathering firewood, Tang Jingshu aimed to collect cordyceps. The climate of Inchi Mountain was colder than elsewhere, making this season ideal for harvesting. The four rode past the cotton fields, where the wolf pack awaited them outside the willow trees, promptly joining their ranks upon their arrival. Tang Bao had become accustomed to life on horseback, comfortably dozing in Tang Jingshu's embrace, undisturbed by the surroundings. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain at first light, they enjoyed the breakfast they had brought before commencing their respective tasks. The lead wolf guided the pack in search of goats and wild boars, scouting for food along the way. The three Tang brothers and Gongzi began felling trees, while Tang Jingshu, leading Tang Bao, donned thick clothing and ventured into the meadows to gather cordyceps. Tang Bao sang the nursery rhymes Tang Jingshu had taught him, trailing behind her as he picked, taking occasional breaks to play with butterflies and ants. In the distance, two pairs of eyes fixated on Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, following them silently and at a distance as they wandered further away. Tang Jingshu had long noticed their presence but feigned ignorance. Tang Bao occasionally glanced back, and upon seeing them following, resumed picking herbs. Once the mother and child settled on a large rock to rest, Tang Jingshu took out some warm meat buns for Tang Bao. At that moment, the little snow leopard could no longer contain its curiosity and dashed over, tilting its head and gazing at Tang Bao with eager eyes. Tang Bao finished the meat buns in a few bites and gently exclaimed, "Oh, little darling, you're too young to eat this." After wiping her hands clean, she waved at the little snow leopard, beckoning, come here, little snow leopard." The tiny creature approached with tentative steps, softly calling out twice, reminiscent of a playful kitten. Tang Bao reached out and stroked its small head, and the little snow leopard nuzzled against her hand, affectionately leaning closer while gazing up at her with wide, innocent eyes. The mother snow leopard approached, placing a Tianshan snow lotus at Tang Jingshu's feet, nudging it forward with her paw, the intention unmistakable. "Then I shall graciously accept it," Tang Jingshu responded, accepting the snow lotus as a token of gratitude from the mother snow leopard. Having not seen each other for over half a month, the mother snow leopard appeared leaner, a testament to the challenges of raising a young snow leopard. Tang Jingshu invited her to join in the hunt. An additional snow leopard would undoubtedly bolster their efforts as they scoured the treacherous Inchi Mountain. The mother snow leopard understood that they hunted alongside a pack of wolves, and her purpose in bringing the little snow leopard was to ensure its safety while she hunted, knowing that Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao would look after it. Upon reaching an agreement, Tang Jingshu extended her hand. The mother snow leopard hesitated for a moment before offering her paw. Thus, a pact was formed. One human and one leopard shook hands, sealing their partnership. Meanwhile, the little snow leopard had begun to frolic with Tang Bao, its first venture outside with its mother igniting a boundless curiosity. It explored everything, nibbling here and there, even investigating the fabric of Tang Bao's clothing. Tang Bao was thoroughly amused, her laughter echoing throughout the mountains. As the afternoon hunt commenced, the presence of the snow leopard rendered them unstoppable. Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, with the little snow leopard, stood atop a high rock, observing the forest below, where flocks of birds took flight in panic at their approach. Soon, the sounds of wild boar and the howls of wolves mingled with the roars of the snow leopards, creating an atmosphere that sent chills down the spine. The Tang brothers and Gongzi, crouched on sturdy branches, readied themselves as wild boars charged towards them. They quickly ensnared the beasts and secured them before moving on to the next trap. Their hunt was principled. They spared the smaller wild boars and sows, targeting only the robust males. The wolves and snow leopards watched as the lead boar fled with its sows and piglets, choosing not to pursue, instead dividing the spoils before departing. The mother snow leopard dragged a sturdy wild boar back, knowing the frigid air of the snow-capped mountains would preserve it. After hiding the food in several locations, she returned to find Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, leading the little snow leopard back. As the little snow leopard was carried away, it gazed longingly at Tang Bao, reluctant to part from her companionship. Tang Bao waved, "Little snow leopard, Come play with me next time. The small creature let out a plaintive cry as it was whisked away into the snow-covered mountains, leaving behind a heart-wrenching sound. Chapter 41. The arrival of the Prince Feng Tianyi and his entourage arrived in Kunbai County, contemplating the hardships endured by the Tang family. He personally procured a cartload of grain, fruits, and vegetables to bring to the wilderness, dressed in the simple attire of common folk. They lodged in the inn frequently favored by Tang Jingshu, planning to set off under the cover of night. My lord, we have the numbers to face the wolf pack. But it is this area. Qin Xian pointed towards a mountain hollow, where an eerie wind had begun to stir, possibly a tornado, its force tremendous, whipping up dust and stones. Why else would no one wish to venture into the wilderness? It is perilous. Feng Tianyi scrutinized the map, increasingly worried about Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, uncertain if they had traversed safely or encountered any injuries. If they could manage with 2 children, what do we have to fear? He folded the map, eager to rest before their midnight departure. The sooner they reached the wilderness, the better. At midnight, they galloped away from the inn, making no stops until they reached the mountain hollow by midday. Upon entering, they found the interior remarkably calm, devoid of any breeze. Feng Tianyi remained alert, observing the barren expanse filled with sand and stone, where the cliffs bore the marks of the wind's passage, creating numerous natural wonders. However, they had no time to admire these sights, hastening to leave the treacherous area. About halfway through the hollow, Feng Tianyi sensed something amiss. The surrounding sands shifted slightly. Pick up the pace. Keep up with the cart, Qin Xian urged, taking the lead, while the others hurried after. Suddenly, a hollow sound echoed from the once peaceful hollow, causing discomfort in their ears. Almost immediately, a tempest roared in like a flash flood, wind swirling with sand and stone, as if a colossal mouth sought to consume everything in its path. Quickly, full speed ahead, Qin Xian shouted, glancing back at the approaching tornado, desperate to find shelter. Recognizing the malevolence of the wind, though there were alternative exits in the hollow, the wind twisted to pursue them relentlessly. Feng Tianyi, sprinting ahead, noticed a fork in the path. He cast a glance back at the wind chasing them and assessed the surrounding mountains, resolutely choosing to forge ahead. The wind, swifter than their horses, tore away the cart's roof, and a brocade box inside was swept away. Feng Tianyi turned back to see it was the gift he had bought for Tang Bao. Without a second thought, he leapt forward and seized the box. My lord, Qin Xian gasped, rushing to assist. Feng Tianyi grasped the cart's roof with one hand and cradled the box as he landed safely. I'm fine, he reassured, relieved to have retrieved the gift, completely unaware of the cut on his hand, blood trickling down and staining his sleeve. My lord, you're hurt. Qin Xian hurriedly fetched medical supplies to tend to Feng Tianyi's wound. This minor injury is of no consequence, he declared, swiftly mounting his horse. Let us move before another tornado strikes. We may not be so fortunate next time. As they neared the mouth of the hollow, another whirlwind descended, sending stones and dust flying, reverberating through the mountains. The first encounter with such chaos left the group unsettled as they glanced back, hearts racing. Fortunately, the remaining path was smooth, and they encountered no further incidents, swiftly arriving near the Tang family courtyard. After consulting the map, Qin Xian reported, My lord, we should be close to where Lord Tang and his family reside. Feng Tianyi nodded but did not advance. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings of the Tang family courtyard. Something white was spread out in the sun, alongside several stacks of firewood, also speckled with white. The Tang family courtyard appeared tranquil under the sunlight, with occasional rooster calls creating an illusion that this was not the wilderness but an ordinary homestead. My lord, they seem to be faring better than I had imagined, Qin Xian remarked, puzzled, noting that they appeared to be living quite comfortably. Feng Tianyi, however, held a different perspective. It is no small feat to emerge from the hollow, and one can only imagine the hardships of surviving in this wilderness. That the Tang family thrives here suggests their capabilities. They can enjoy a life of prosperity while also enduring hardship. Countless officials have perished in these wilds, succumbing to madness and despair. How many families like the Tangs remain so resilient and hopeful? Reflecting on this, the group felt an increasing admiration and respect for the Tang family. As they drew near, they could hear voices and laughter from within, the rhythmic sounds of furniture being crafted. It was evident that they had not been defeated by adversity, but were actively cherishing life. Feng Tianyi secretly derided his arrogant elder brother, the emperor. It was a grave mistake not to cultivate a good relationship with a man of integrity and true talent like Tang Jingshu. He would come to regret sending him to this desolate land. Straining to listen, he discerned only the voices of the slightly older Tang Jingshu and a few men, along with the womenfolk, but not a sound from Tang Jingshu or Tang Bao. Upon further scrutiny, he detected the presence of 4 others accompanying Tang Jingshu and her son, leading him to speculate that perhaps Tang Jingshu was not at home. Given the sweltering midday heat, she was likely taking a nap. Feng Tiany's mind raced with these possibilities as he unconsciously arrived at the Tang family residence, where the group dismounted. The Tang family, hearing the sound of hooves, sensed something unusual. It was clearly not just a few children returning. The number of people suggested a visit from the court. Tang Jingshu and Tang Xiangyang exchanged glances and stepped outside to investigate. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by the sight of the king of Su arriving in person. The condemned Tang Jingshu and Tang Xiangyang bowed deeply before his highness. As the brothers knelt, they were swiftly aided to their feet by Feng Tiany, who implored them to rise. Gentlemen, please, I am aware of the injustice you have suffered, being sent to endure hardships in this bleak wilderness. No, we are indeed guilty. Tang Jingshu replied, unwilling to speak ill of the emperor who had personally sealed their exile to this forsaken land. Feng Tiany raised his hand, saying, I understand that you have been wronged, and the circumstances are complex. Rest assured, I will endeavor to uncover the truth and restore your good name. Thank you, your highness. Tang Jingshu responded, his demeanor devoid of bitterness. This place has its merits. It has quieted the vanity of the heart and offers opportunities for personal growth. We bear no grievances. Tang Xiangyang nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment shared by their family. Feng Tiany recognized the Tang family's lack of trust in him, but he reassured himself that time was on his side. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Tang brothers invited the king into the courtyard, where Qiande promptly bowed and then led the others to secure the horses. Upon entering the courtyard, Feng Tiany observed the recent renovations. It had been spruced up with several new structures, all tidy and well kept. Soon, the matriarch of the Tang family, accompanied by the womenfolk, approached to pay their respects. Please, rise, Feng Tiany urged, offering a gentle hand. The governance of Qizhou Prefecture now falls under my purview. Having addressed the recent disasters, I have come to inquire about the living conditions of the Tang family. He instructed Qin Xian and the others to bring the provisions they had brought into the courtyard. Should you encounter any difficulties in your daily lives, do not hesitate to voice them. I will do my utmost to assist you. However, judging by the state of the Tang residents, it seemed they were not in dire need. Rather, it was he who sought assistance. As they surveyed the goods Feng Tiany had brought, grains, fruits, vegetables, meats, and various fabrics and delicacies, Tang Jingshu and the others became increasingly aware of the purpose behind the king's visit. The brothers and the matriarch accompanied their guest while the women retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, suspecting he had not dined yet. Tang Jingshu expressed his gratitude. Your Highness, it was most generous of you to travel such a distance bearing these gifts. Do not mention it, Tang Darren, Feng Tiany replied. My visit is a token of my esteem, a mere gesture of goodwill. He placed 2 ornate boxes upon the table. I share a special bond with Tang Bao, and as he approaches his 3rd birthday in a few days, I have brought him a gift. Noticing the absence of Tang Jingshu and her son, he inquired, where might they be? Are they napping, or have they ventured out? Upon hearing Feng Tiany mention Tang Bao, the 3 were relieved that he had not specifically inquired about Tang Jingshu. The matriarch kindly explained, in response to your highness's inquiry, Tang Bao has gone with his uncles to gather firewood. They set off early and will surely return before nightfall. Tang Xiangyang chuckled, that lad revels in outdoor adventures. His spirit is bold, and he insisted on accompanying them. Jingshu, concerned for his safety, decided to go along. They had ridden out, so their return would be swift. Tang Jingshu then noticed the fresh wound on Feng Tiany's hand and tactfully shifted the topic. Your Highness, did you encounter any dangers while traversing the mountain pass? Feng Tiany glanced at his hand, dismissing the injury. Thank you for your concern, Tang Darren. I did, however, encounter a rather peculiar tornado, but it posed no significant challenge, and I passed through it without incident. That is fortunate, Tang Jingshu remarked, possessing some knowledge of tornadoes due to the geography of the area. The proximity to the western desert made it susceptible to fierce winds, capable of spawning destructive tornadoes. The winds have been particularly strong these past few days, largely due to inclement weather. During the day, they are somewhat gentle, but traversing at night can be perilous. He continued, we owe our tranquility here to the mountains that shield us from the winds. Otherwise, this place would be uninhabitable and unsuitable for cultivation. Feng Tiany genuinely admired Tang Jingshu's intellect. Indeed, Tang Darren, your scholarly acumen is evident. You have grasped the intricacies of this region in just over a month. I am truly impressed. Your Highness is too kind, Tang Jingshu humbly replied. After sipping a bowl of the unique meat sistanch tea, Feng Tiany found the taste intriguing. Though unfamiliar, he had noticed the drying plants near the entrance and in the courtyard, but had not realized they were meant for tea. The 3 conversed for a while about the current state of the Tang family and the conditions in Qizhou Prefecture. Tang Jingshu and Tang Xiangyang expressed their admiration for Feng Tiany's efficiency, his decisive actions benefiting the common folk. Given the emperor and the court's lack of resources, It was evident that the relief supplies intended for Chizhou had been misappropriated by others. Clearly, the king had utilized his own funds to expedite the relief efforts. Having spent little time in the capital due to his military campaigns, Feng Tianyi had not interacted much with the Tang family. Their previous acquaintance had been limited to brief nods during palace banquets. However, after their conversation, the brothers and the matriarch found themselves favorably inclined towards him. His open demeanor, meritocratic approach, and decisive governance in Chizhou exemplified the qualities befitting a prince. Feng Tianyi did not conceal the purpose of his visit. Madam Tang, esteemed Darren Tang, Chizhou Prefecture is in dire need of revitalization. I seek your esteemed assistance in this matter. Water conservancy projects, agricultural cultivation, and more are your areas of expertise. Yet those around me are ill-equipped to undertake such tasks. My experience is limited. Feng Tianyi stood and respectfully bowed. For the sake of the people, I kindly ask for your support. Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang promptly rose to return the gesture, expressing their gratitude for Feng Tianyi's trust despite their condemned status. We, the brothers, shall exert every effort. With the assistance of these two esteemed gentlemen, Feng Tianyi felt confident in his ability to manage Chizhou Prefecture effectively. Their swift agreement filled him with gratitude. Once seated, Feng Tianyi shared some of his thoughts. Though he acknowledged that specific strategies would need to be devised through further investigation and discussion. Noticing a white expanse outside, he curiously inquired, Tang Darren, what is that white material you have laid out? It resembles the kapok from Nanyue, yet there should be no kapok trees in this region. Your Highness, that is not kapok, it is cotton, Tang Yinan explained, rising to invite Feng Tianyi outside for a closer look. The group approached the cotton drying area, where Tang Yinan picked up a handful and tore it apart. Your Highness, observe, cotton can be stretched quite far and possesses a certain weight, unlike kapok, which is light and disperses with the wind. It provides warmth and can be fashioned into quilts and cotton clothing for insulation. Additionally, it can be woven into fabric, yielding a soft and comfortable material. Cotton, Feng Tianyi exclaimed, excitedly grasping a handful and mimicking Tang Yinan's actions. This is a valuable resource. Chizhou Prefecture experiences harsh winters, and too many of our common folk and soldiers suffer from frostbite and illness. If the promotion of cotton cultivation can increase the income of the common people while also shielding them and the soldiers from the harshness of the cold, then it is indeed a noble endeavor. Tang Xianyang nodded and remarked, Your Highness, the climate across various regions of Chizhou Prefecture is exceptionally suited for cotton cultivation. Just look at how robust the cotton plants are in the fields. Feng Tianyi, eager with anticipation, made his way towards the cotton fields and inquired, esteemed Tang officials, how many acres of cotton have you planted here? There are 12 acres, which should yield about 100 shur of cotton, Tang Yinan calculated. Adding to the previous harvest, that totals 200 shur. Tang officials, please retain the cotton you require. The rest shall be taken by me, Feng Tianyi declared. Standing at the edge of the field and gazing at the cotton that stretched into the distance, feeling increasingly confident about the development of Chizhou Prefecture. The Tang family truly is his fortunate star. Suppressing his inner excitement, Feng Tianyi acknowledged, the expertise in cultivation rests solely on you, esteemed Tang officials. Should manpower be insufficient, I shall dispatch assistance. Rest assured, Your Highness, we have meticulously documented the entire planting process, Tang Yinan replied, subtly declining any outside help, as he did not wish for outsiders to uncover their peculiarities. Cotton harvesting is a time-consuming task. With flowers blooming daily, we do not require many hands. Our family is sufficient. With that, Feng Tianyi said no more. Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang accompanied Feng Tianyi on a tour of the fields, introducing him to the underground channels their family was excavating. Tang Xianyang explained, in Chizhou Prefecture, the temperature fluctuates greatly between day and night. The sun is intense during the day, causing the water to evaporate quickly, and the sandy soil here cannot retain moisture. Constructing underground channels with stone will minimize water loss. If we were to build channels elsewhere in Chizhou Prefecture, they would need to be excavated deeper to facilitate water storage. Feng Tianyi nodded repeatedly, impressed by the underground channel. Indeed, the Tang brothers are truly knowledgeable. Within just over a month, they have thoroughly researched the wilderness and devised effective solutions. Subsequently, Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang led Feng Tianyi to the warehouse to showcase the bountiful harvest of wheat. Chapter 43, Not Seeking a Bride, but a Father. Qin Xian and the others gazed in astonishment at the sacks filled with plump wheat grains, marveling at how such excellent wheat could thrive in this wilderness. However, a thought struck them. When they arrived, the wheat was already ready for harvest. Tang Yinan clarified, this wheat was likely sown by the previous inhabitants, and it had continued to grow even after they left. Over the years, the wilderness has become dotted with wheat, and upon our arrival, we were fortunate enough to reap a bountiful harvest. Your Highness, these wheat grains are plump, and when sown, they will surely yield a greater harvest, Tang Xianyang remarked. Even if your highness had not come, we would have found a way to contact you. We have not spared a single grain for ourselves. Feng Tianyi raised his hand in gratitude. On behalf of the citizens of Qizhou Prefecture, I extend my heartfelt thanks to both Tang officials. Your dedication to the people is a true blessing for them. Tang Xianyang returned the gesture. Your highness leads well, with cooperation from all levels. We can certainly transform the current state of Qizhou Prefecture. Following that, the brothers presented to Feng Tianyi their abundant harvest of potatoes. Noting their suitability for sandy soil and high yield, comparable to sweet potatoes, serving as a staple food. Feng Tianyi listened intently to Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang's explanations, feeling grateful for his personal visit. Otherwise, he would not have witnessed such an impressive array of high-yield crops. He internally praised the Tang family as his fortuitous stars. Upon returning from the warehouse, a meal was prepared. Noodles made from hand-rolled dough, fried eggs by the Qin family, and a stir-fry of celery and wild boar meat, served atop celery leaves. As the meal was presented, Tang Yinan remarked, Your Highness, it is but a simple fare. I hope you will not find it lacking. We apologize for our sudden visit. Feng Tianyi inhaled the fragrant aromas wafting from the meal, finding it far superior to what the chefs of Qizhou Prefecture could offer. With both eggs and meat on the table, Feng Tianyi felt slightly guilty for taking food away from Tang Bao, thinking the eggs should be saved for him. Tang Yinan quickly reassured him, Your Highness, please eat freely. We raise over a dozen chickens, so we have more than enough eggs. That's good to hear. Feng Tianyi said as he took a bite of the fried egg, crispy on the outside and tender within, savoring the delightful flavor. After tasting the meat, he recognized it as wild boar and recalled how Tang Jingshu had cured the wild boar leg. He was pleasantly surprised to finally taste it now. As he thought of the pork he had purchased, he indulged heartily. Qin Xian and the others savored the meal, relishing the generous portions of meat provided by the Tang family, which was expertly cooked with no trace of the gamey flavor typically associated with wild boar. After the meal, they took a brief respite before Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang led Feng Tianyi and his entourage to the riverside to observe the rice cultivation, and then to the back garden to inspect the potato and sweet potato planting conditions. Meanwhile, Tang Laotai and her two daughters-in-law were conversing. The eldest and second sons insisted on accompanying the prince to Qizhou Prefecture and would not be returning for some time. They were instructed to ensure everything was prepared for their departure. Do not worry, nothing will be overlooked, Lu Shuangyi assured Tang Laotai. My sister-in-law and I discussed it, and we would like the three children to accompany them to broaden their horizons. Zhu Xiuli added, since arriving in the wilderness, the children have experienced significant psychological adjustment. This opportunity to venture out and see the world would be beneficial. Tang Laotai nodded in agreement. You both are on the same page as I am. But can my eldest daughter-in-law travel with such a large belly? Will she manage? Grandmother, I can manage just fine. Feng Xiaorong gently placed her hands on her belly. With you, mother, and my second aunt by my side, I have no worries. Besides, my sister is skilled in medicine, which further reassures me. Renjir is a sensible and understanding child. It is indeed fortunate for our family that Zicheng has married you. Lu Shuangyi expressed her concern for her daughter-in-law. Once Zicheng is out, I will move in to accompany you and take care of you. Feng Xiaorong nodded obediently. I appreciate your kindness, mother. The womenfolk agreed to let the three young ones accompany them on their journey, and Jingxian rested her chin on her hand, asking her mother, Mother, when can we go out for a stroll and clear our minds? Zhu Xiuli embraced her daughter. Once your uncle and father have completed their tasks and obtained the prince's decree, we shall be free to go. Those exiled lacked freedom, akin to being confined within walls. Lu Shuangyi felt sympathy for her little niece, patting her head. When your eldest sister is free next time, she will take you and Tang Bao to the county town. All right. Okay. Jingxian clapped her hands joyfully, having long wished to go, but her mother had not permitted it. The prospect of visiting the county town thrilled her immensely. Zhu Xiuli, glancing at Feng Xiaorong's pregnant belly, recalled Tang Jingshu mentioning that the fabric woven from cotton thread was soft and ideal for infants. While your brother and Xianyang have yet to leave, we should have them make 2 looms so we can gradually prepare the materials, ensuring we are not caught unprepared later. With the family expecting a new addition, everyone was elated. Tang Laotai declared, I will speak with them shortly to expedite the loom construction. Meanwhile, Feng Tianyi had thoroughly explored the Tang family estate, both inside and out, feeling an increasing admiration for their industriousness. A capable person will never go hungry, no matter where they are, and the most crucial aspect is that this family is united and willing to endure hardships. Observing the Tang family hauling bricks, Feng Tianyi instructed Qin Xian and the others to lend a hand. As the sun began to dip in the west, and seeing no sign of Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, Feng Tianyi's worry began to mount. Tang officials, it is growing late, and they have yet to return. There are wolf packs in this wilderness. I shall send men to escort them back. Tang Yinan promptly urged Tang Xiangyang to ride out and check. Your Highness, please take a seat. Allow Xiangyang to go. He is familiar with the surroundings. They had ventured out several times before, and there should be no issues. Perhaps they are already on their way back. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. Please do not trouble yourself with worry. Very well. Feng Tianyi finally settled down to enjoy his tea. At this moment, the Tang family's 3 brothers, along with Zhongzi and his mother Tang Jingshu, had just returned. As they passed a hill, they spotted a dozen horses tied up at their doorstep, along with a carriage. Tang Zicheng remarked, "It seems guests have arrived at our home. Can you guess who they might be?" "Uncle, I know," exclaimed Tang Bao, who had been dozing off but was now wide awake, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "The prince is here, mother. The prince has arrived." The sight of the magnificent war horses indicated that Feng Tianyi had sent his men. Surely, he himself must be among them. Tang Jingshu affectionately patted her son's little head. Yes, the esteemed Lord Su has come. Do not be overly excited, you will see him soon." Having waited for so long, how could Tang Bao not be thrilled? He tugged at his clothes and touched his cherubic face, asking, "Mother, do I still look adorable? Am I still lovable?" Before Tang Jingshu could respond, Tang Ziren began to tease him. "Oh dear, our little Tang Bao is so invested in this. One might think he's off to find a bride." "Uncle, that's nonsense," Tang Bao retorted, crossing his arms and puffing up his cheeks. "I'm not looking for a bride. I'm looking for my father." The 3 brothers exchanged incredulous glances, then turned to Tang Jingshu, wondering if he was serious. How could that be possible? Tang Bao simply adored him. Tang Jingshu had never entertained the thought of any connection with Lord Su, as a woman with a child. What interest could he possibly have in her? His affection was purely for Tang Bao. Chapter 44. Prince, baby misses you so much. Throughout their journey, Tang Jingshu continually advised her son, Tang Bao, "It is perfectly fine to admire the prince, but he is of high nobility, far beyond our station. You may cherish your feelings for him, but never speak of looking for a father. That would be disrespectful. If the prince were to take offense, he may never visit again." Despite his precociousness, Tang Bao could not grasp the complexities of adult relationships. He feared the prince might be angered and not return. So he quickly nodded, promising, "I want to say it. I want to say I'm looking for my father." "Good boy," Tang Jingshu said, her heart aching for her son. She kissed his little face, wishing to provide him with a father, a task that was far more difficult than finding anything else. Once Tang Jingshu had unloaded all their belongings from the space and secured them on the carriage and horses, Tang Xianyang arrived on horseback. "Father, why are you here?" Tang Zimo greeted him eagerly. Tang Xianyang explained while placing items onto his horse, "Lord Su personally brought people here and asked me and your uncle to assist. We cannot refuse. Night is approaching, and seeing that you hadn't returned, the prince was concerned for your safety, so I came to look for you." Upon noticing the wild boar and goat on the carriage, Tang Xianyang scolded, "You all have such audacity to hunt wild boars. Do you not realize how fierce they can be? And you brought Jingshu and Tang Bao with you. What if you incited the wrath of a boar pack? How dangerous." "Uncle, this time, the lead wolf brought even more wolves with him, and we have a new partner. Our team is far more formidable than the wild boars." Tang Jingshu quickly clarified. "The snow leopards participated as well, and Tang Bao and I observed from a high vantage point. We did not descend." Tang Bao, eager to defend his uncles, gave Tang Xianyang a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Uncle, you're amazing. And Uncle Gongzi, you're amazing too. All right, little grandson. I won't scold them anymore." Tang Xianyang chuckled, recognizing the child's protective nature. He then asked, "Are you happy that the prince has arrived, Tang Bao?" "Yes, I am happy, and so is my little grandfather," Tang Bao replied. He was astute enough to know that his family had been eagerly anticipating the prince's arrival. Tang Xianyang laughed heartily indeed. Little grandfather is also delighted. The 3 brothers exchanged knowing smiles. After nearly 2 months in the wilderness, they finally had a chance to showcase their prowess. As they neared the house, Tang Jingshu spotted a tall figure standing beside her father. Tang Bao joyfully waved, shouting, "Grandfather! Prince, we're back." Upon hearing Tang Bao's call, Feng Tianyi could not restrain himself and hurriedly approached, running towards them. "Prince." As Feng Tianyi approached, Tang Bao reached out, wanting to be picked up. Observing her son's longing for Feng Tianyi, Tang Jingshu could only relinquish him to the prince. In Feng Tianyi's embrace, Tang Bao promptly planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Prince, I've missed you so much." "I've missed you too, Tang Bao," for reasons he could not fathom. Feng Tianyi felt an inexplicable fondness for this impish child. Tang Bao's affectionate gesture filled him with warmth as he lifted the boy high and twirled around. Tang Bao spread his arms wide like a bird taking flight, laughing joyously. Meanwhile, Tang Ziren and Tang Zimo looked on, feeling a twinge of envy. They had often played with him, but had never witnessed such intimacy with Lord Su. Could it be that the little rascal truly had feelings for the prince and wished for him to be his father? Tang Xianyang and the three brothers glanced at Tang Jingshu, who merely smiled as she observed Tang Bao and Feng Tianyi, her demeanor towards the prince notably indifferent. It appeared to be a simple bond between Tang Bao and the prince. After all, who could resist the charm of such a beautiful and adorable child? After sharing a tender moment, Feng Tianyi greeted Tang Zicheng and the others. The three brothers, along with Gongzi, knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "Commoners bow to His Highness, the Prince." "There's no need for such formalities among kin. Please rise." Feng Tianyi responded before Tang Jingshu could even offer her respects. "Dr. Tang, it has been a while. You seem to radiate more vitality than before. Congratulations on reuniting with your family. Only a bit tanned, but I appear healthier," Tang Jingshu replied. Noticing the bandaged hand of the prince, "Your hand is injured. Perhaps you should let me take care of Tang Bao. It's merely a minor abrasion, nothing serious." Feng Tianyi insisted, reluctant to part with Tang Bao, who clung to him tightly. Upon hearing about the prince's injury, Tang Bao craned his neck to see. Concern etched on his face. "Does it hurt?" "Just a small wound. Not painful at all," Feng Tianyi assured him, casting a glance at Tang Jingshu before looking back at his injury. "If you're worried, I can return to have your mother tend to it, all right?" Tang Bao eagerly agreed. "Yes, my mother is the best." Feng Tianyi turned to Tang Jingshu, who readily consented. "It would be my honor, Your Highness." Every time Feng Tianyi heard Tang Jingshu refer to herself as common woman, an uncomfortable feeling stirred within him, though he could not pinpoint why. The group fell silent as Feng Tianyi held Tang Bao close, walking side by side with Tang Jingshu, while Tang Xianyang and the three brothers followed behind. As they observed the trio ahead, laughing and chatting, they couldn't help but think how much they resembled a happy family. Yet, it seemed impossible, after all. Lord Su was of such high nobility and had always kept his distance from women. How could he possibly take an interest in their Jingshu? It wasn't he that Jingshu lacked beauty or merit, but the fact remained that she had a child. Tang Xianyang was deep in thought, contemplating whether he should discuss the matter of Jingshu and Tang Bao with his elder brother. After all, Tang Bao was so fond of the prince, and the prince appeared equally fond of him. The Tang family had always refrained from engaging in the power struggles of the princes, maintaining a prudent distance. Thus, when the kingly expressed interest in marrying Jingshu, they had politely declined. Later, when Jingshu found a suitor she admired, a diligent scholar who posed no issues upon investigation, they reluctantly allowed their courtship. Little did they know that the scholar had been inciting Jingshu to elope with him. A month later, when he found her, she appeared dazed, clutching a jade pendant. They remained unaware of what transpired during that month, until they were framed and imprisoned by King Li. It was only then they discovered that the scholar was in league with King Li. King Li had always been narrow-minded, known for his vindictiveness. The Tang family's rejection of his goodwill was met with his typical ruthlessness. If he could not have it, he would destroy it. The Tang family disapproved of marrying Tang Jingshu to him, so he resorted to seducing her, intending to ruin her and subsequently destroy the Tang family. The scholar informed the Tang family that for an entire month, Tang Jingshu endured inhumane torment, and the child she bore was that of the fierce king. However, the fierce king, with numerous concubines and offspring, regarded a single child as inconsequential. All of this was orchestrated for the sake of supreme power. The Tang family had been schemed against, while Jingshu remained an innocent victim, having suffered far too much harm. Tang Xianyang gripped the reins tightly, his family's resolve unified. Since they were opposed to the fierce king, any alliance with a prince would suffice. The Su king presented the best option. They would wholeheartedly support him and gather incriminating evidence against the fierce king's faction, ensuring he would pay a heavy price. In Chapter 45, the conversation turned to whether there was anything between Jingshu and the Su king. For logs, large enough for two people to embrace, for wild boars. And two goats left Qin Xian and the others astonished. Feng Tianyi gazed at Tang Jingshu, inquiring if they had ventured into Inchi Mountain and if they had brought Tang Bao along. Unbeknownst to him, his tone was overly harsh, with evident anger. "Do you not comprehend the dangers of the mountain? How could you take Tang Bao on such an adventure? Tang Jingshu, how can you call yourself a mother? When we parted, I specifically instructed you to care for Tang Bao, yet you took him into peril." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. "Have you forgotten the incident in Beiguan County, when you recklessly led Tang Bao into a wild boar pack? Had we not arrived in time, the danger would have been dire. You seem to have grown increasingly reckless, even accompanying others to hunt wild boars, completely disregarding your and Tang Bao's safety." After Feng Tianyi's tirade, Tang Jingshu began to chastise the three Tang brothers, questioning how they could allow her to ascend the mountain with Tang Bao, deeming it far too perilous. The Tang brothers felt beleaguered. Without Jingshu and Tang Bao, they wouldn't have dared to climb the mountain. They had not anticipated the Su king's wrath. How could they bear the blame for this? Tang Zicheng immediately apologized. My lord, it was our oversight. Jingshu ascended the mountain to gather medicinal herbs, and Tang Bao was feeling stifled at home, so we took him along. Rest assured, we kept them at a safe distance while hunting the boars to ensure their safety. Next time, if there is a next time. Feng Tianyi turned to Tang Jingshu and asked her to write down the medicinal herbs she needed, promising to have Lu Yutian prepare them promptly. Never before had Tang Jingshu faced such a severe reprimand. She dared not request the herbs, hastily waving her hands. No, no. Feng Tianyi promptly decided to purchase some of each herb and send them over, assuring her, do not worry, I have funds at my disposal. Very well. If you have the means, you may do as you please. Who could refuse the generosity of a wealthy benefactor? After saying this, Feng Tianyi remained somewhat irate as he retreated into the courtyard with Tang Bao, leaving the Tang family members exchanging perplexed glances. What did the Su King mean by scolding Jingshu as if she were a wife who had erred? Lu Shuangyi gently nudged her daughter, quietly asking, is there truly nothing between you and the Su King? Indeed, there is nothing, Tang Jingshu replied, believing he was merely concerned for Tang Bao's safety, which was why he had reacted so angrily. Was that truly the case? Having experienced such matters herself, Lu Shuangyi found it hard to believe. Others, including old Madame Tang, Zhu Xiuli, and Fang Xiaorong, shared her skepticism. To them, it seemed clear that the Su King was quite invested in Jingshu and Tang Bao, and it was certainly not solely out of concern for Tang Bao. However, if the Su King were to learn of Tang Bao's true identity, would he continue to cherish him so? Alas, such thoughts were indeed troubling. Old Madame Tang and Lu Shuangyi, unable to shake their concerns, summoned Xiao Mai and Hong Yi to the kitchen, meticulously inquiring about their experiences in Beiguan County. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaorong and Zhu Xiuli conversed with Qingjun, hoping to glean valuable insights from the children's casual remarks. However, after extensive inquiries, they found no unusual circumstances. Jingshu and the Su King maintained a respectful distance, with only Tang Bao appearing closer to him. This matter rested with Jingshu, but she seemed quite composed, so there should be no cause for alarm. Meanwhile, Tang Jingshu washed her hands and retrieved a medical kit to tend to Feng Tianyi's wounds. Upon removing the previous bandage, she noted the wound was quite rough, with no cleaning done, and the area around it was reddened. Tang Jingshu produced some homemade alcohol, saying, I will clean the wound and disinfect it. It may sting, so please bear with me. Despite her concern for Tang Bao's fear, Feng Tianyi covered his eyes with one hand. After meticulously cleansing the wound of dirt and debris, Tang Jingshu applied her homemade ointment and bandaged it securely, cautioning, Your Highness, keep this hand dry for the next few days and avoid spicy foods. Feng Tianyi replied, I shall remain here until tomorrow. Please ensure that whatever I eat is entrusted to Tang Doctor. As dusk approached, the dangers of the mountain increased, making it imperative that he did not leave. Tang Jingshu nodded, preparing to take her leave with the medical kit when Feng Tianyi produced 2 brocade boxes. Tang Doctor. Wait a moment. He handed one to Tang Bao, explaining that with Tang Bao's birthday approaching in a few days, he wanted to ensure the gift arrived in time. Tang Bao, open it and see if you like it. Tang Bao joyfully opened the brocade box, revealing an array of educational toys, including puzzles and locks. Lacking experience in gift-giving, Feng Tianyi had simply chosen items he himself had enjoyed as a child. Watching Tang Bao's joyful reaction as he cheered and kissed him, he finally felt at ease, knowing he had chosen well. Feng Tianyi, with a smile in his eyes, pushed the other brocade box toward Tang Jingshu, saying, Since you have aided me so greatly, please accept this token of my gratitude. I was unsure of your preferences, so I purchased a variety. Tang Jingshu opened the box to find it filled with exquisite jewelry. She could hardly accept such lavish gifts. Your Highness, you are far too kind. I have merely done what I could. Such treasures are far too extravagant for me. Feng Tianyi pushed the box back, insisting, You have resolved a pressing matter for me. This is rightfully yours. I mean no offense, just a token of my appreciation. Understanding that Feng Tianyi was aware she had penned that letter, she perceived the gifts as a gesture of gratitude. She glanced at Tang Nianin, who nodded approvingly, and then accepted, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now. Upon returning to her room with the brocade box, Tang Jingshu found old Madame Tang and Lu Shuangyi examining the jewelry, and once again, they were beset with worry over the extravagant gifts. The kitchen buzzed with activity as the household prepared for the gathering of over a dozen guests. The women busily washed, chopped, and cooked, while Qin Xian and the others aided Tang Zicheng with the wild boars and goats. Tang Nianin suggested hosting a whole roasted lamb that evening to welcome His Highness, the Su King. Tang Jingshu prepared the marinade for the roast lamb, while Tang Ziren and Tang Zimo cleaned the animals and began marinating them. Having never tasted roasted lamb before, Jingxian squatted beside Tang Jingshu, assisting her in stuffing the lamb's cavity with ginger, garlic, and other seasonings. Once everything was ready, Feng Tianyi arrived, carrying Tang Bao, naturally positioning himself beside Tang Jingshu as he observed Tang Xiren and Tang Zimo starting the fire. Intrigued, Tang Bao ran off to help. Left alone, Feng Tianyi turned to Tang Jingshu and quietly said, "In the face of danger, remember to flee as far as possible, never take risks again. Those vile individuals can be dealt with later." At that moment, I couldn't resist, thinking of their misdeeds. No matter how many times they returned, Tang Jingshu would not let them escape. Even if she felt compelled to act, she had to think of Tang Bao. Fearing reprimand, Tang Jingshu could only acquiesce. Promising not to act recklessly again, Feng Tianyi nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Those yellow and white items have aided me immensely, providing seeds for the summer crops for the afflicted populace. Your contributions have been invaluable. It is truly a relief to assist the prince." Tang Jingshu could not help but inquire, "How did the prince know it was me?" Feng Tianyi let out a haughty snort the moment I laid eyes on the letter. "I knew it was you." With that, he departed to find Tang Bao, who had transformed into a little calico cat. Tang Jingshu pouted, certain that her handwriting had betrayed her. Chapter 46. Where could she possibly find him a father? That evening, 3 tables were set up in the courtyard, with even the kitchen table brought outside for the purpose. Lacking enough stools, Qin Xian and the others resorted to using leftover wooden blocks. A fire pit for roasting lamb blazed outside the courtyard, casting a bright glow that illuminated the area. Tang Jingshu, however, lit an oil lamp beside the main table. The evening's feast was indeed bountiful, featuring dishes such as stir-fried pig kidneys with pickled cabbage, stir-fried pork liver with scallions, spicy pig tripe, braised large intestine, and pork head meat, alongside a whole pig leg simmered to perfection. Several plates of assorted vegetables accompanied the meal, and the aroma of roasted whole lamb wafted through the courtyard. The chickens sent by Feng Tianyi were spared from slaughter, save for their eggs, as the 2 children needed to eat, and in the future, Xiao Rong would require them during her confinement. Upon taking his seat and observing the spread, Feng Tianyi remarked, "You have gone to great lengths, my lord." "Not at all, your highness," Tang Jingshu replied. "All these dishes were procured by the children during their hunting expeditions. It is fortunate that you came during summer when they cannot be stored." She encouraged him, "Please, do not find fault with our humble fare." Feng Tianyi picked up his chopsticks, showing little interest in the other dishes, and took a bite of the spicy potato strips, savoring the delightful flavor. These potatoes are quite commendable, and the seasoning, though slightly piquant, is perfectly suited. He reached for another helping, but at that moment, Tang Jingshu interjected, "Your highness, please consume less of the spicy dishes. They are not beneficial for your wounds." Feng Tianyi retracted his hand, reluctantly abandoning the dish he had come to enjoy. Tang Jingshu, with a smile, added, "Your highness has a fondness for potatoes and chili. We have plenty stored in our cellar, and I shall ensure you take some home. The chili plants in the backyard are abundant. I will gather a bag for you tomorrow." "I am most grateful," Feng Tianyi replied, visibly pleased. Tang Bao, seizing a pair of potato strips, chimed in, "If the prince cannot eat them, I shall eat them on your behalf." Feng Tianyi chuckled inwardly, believing such matters were best handled personally. That evening, no alcohol was consumed, as Tang Jingshu and Tang Xiangyang deemed their current lives satisfactory, especially in exile, where appearances must be upheld. The atmosphere during dinner was far from somber, largely due to Tang Bao's playful antics, which lightened the mood considerably. Feng Tianyi remained close to Tang Bao, the 2 sharing dishes, much to the astonishment of the others who marveled at their bond. Meanwhile, Tang Jingshu felt a twinge of worry, contemplating the jade pendant and recalling the words of that scoundrel in the prison. She found herself torn, pondering whether to reveal the identity of Tang Bao's biological father to her daughter. After the meal, the issue of sleeping arrangements arose, as the Tang family had insufficient rooms, leaving Feng Tianyi and his entourage with nowhere to rest. Understanding their predicament, Feng Tianyi reassured, "There is no need for concern, esteemed Tang. My subordinates and I have endured far harsher conditions during years of warfare. You possess ample straw, simply spread it across this courtyard, and we shall make do with sleeping on the ground. Summer nights are not cold. Let us proceed with this arrangement." Indeed, summer nights were warm, albeit plagued by mosquitoes. Moreover, given Feng Tianyi's noble status, it seemed inappropriate for him to sleep on the ground. Tang Jingshu instructed the 2 young boys to prepare a makeshift bed and clear out the guest room. "I apologize for the inconvenience, your highness," she said. Feng Tianyi waved his hand dismissively. "I can sleep anywhere. There is no need for concern." Tang Bao rushed over, exclaiming, "Prince, may I sleep with you tonight?" "Naturally." Feng Tianyi welcomed the idea, of course, but perhaps you should first seek your mother's approval. Tang Bao promptly dashed back inside, emerging with a change of clothes. "Mother has agreed. Shall we bathe together?" Feng Tianyi had initially planned to wash by the riverside alone, but with Tang Bao's presence, he acquiesced. "Qin Xian, fetch some water." I shall bathe with Tang Bao. Hooray! Tang Bao cheered, wrapping his arms around Feng Tiany's leg. Previously, Tang Xiren and Tang Zimo had bathed with Tang Bao. But tonight he was with Feng Tiany, his large eyes glancing mischievously toward the prince's trousers. Feng Tiany playfully pinched the little one's nose. What are you peeking at? You little rascal? Caught in the act, Tang Bao's cheeks flushed as he exclaimed, yours is bigger than mine, even larger than my two uncles. You cheeky boy, comparing such things? Just wait until I tickle you. As laughter echoed from the storage room, Tang Jingshu couldn't help but smile. Knowing her son treated Feng Tiany as a father figure, constantly seeking closeness, Tang Jingshu understood that a father could not be substituted by her grandfather or uncles. The situation was indeed troubling. Where could she find him a father? Speaking of which, how had the original owner of her body lost her memory in the month of her elopement? Had she encountered some dreadful event that triggered a stress response, leading to her forgetfulness? Closing her eyes, she strained to recall, and suddenly, a grotesquely grinning face emerged in her mind, filled with malice. Startled, Tang Jingshu opened her eyes, recognizing the man as the scholar who had incited the original owner to elope. He was not dead, he was very much alive. It seemed that to uncover the truth of that year, she would need to track down that scoundrel and make him pay dearly. Listening to Tang Bao singing a lullaby to help Feng Tiany sleep, a pang of bitterness struck Tang Jingshu's heart. Her own son had never sung her to sleep. How biased he was. Accustomed to sleeping beside her son, she felt an emptiness in her arms that night. It was an adjustment she struggled to make. The sounds of laughter from the opposite room only heightened her restlessness. Similarly unable to sleep, Lu Shuangyi opened the door. Jingshu, mother wishes to speak with you. Mother, father is leaving. Why do you not speak with him instead? Why come looking for me? Tang Jingshu had barely finished speaking when Lu Shuangyi delivered a light slap. You impudent girl, how dare you tease your parents? You deserve a scolding. I merely spoke the truth. Tang Jingshu retreated, allowing Lu Shuangyi to settle in. Lu Shuangyi asked, Jingshu, now that Tang Bao is this grown, have you considered remarrying? Is this question stemming from concerns about Tang Bao? Tang Jingshu inquired. I haven't thought much about it for now, but considering Tang Bao's situation, it would be wise to find him a father. That is my sentiment as well. Lu Shuangyi concurred. This time, your father, uncle, and 3 brothers are out. Let them scout for a suitable match for you. The Duke of Su is too noble. He is not a fit match for our family. Tang Jingshu nodded. Very well, I shall heed my parents' arrangements. As long as the suitor does not mind that I have a child and is kind to Tang Bao. In this society, where men held dominion over women, how many families resembled the Tang family, where men cherished their wives and children, refraining from taking concubines? Tang Jingshu added, he must not be too striking, lest he attract too many admirers and become fickle-hearted. Rest assured, we will find someone capable of leading a peaceful life. Character is paramount. Lu Shuangyi felt reassured, sensing that her daughter had moved on from past sorrows. Contemplating the vile scholar and the king of Li, Lu Shuangyi wished nothing more than to see them face dire consequences. Retribution would eventually come. The elder Tang couple desired to find a straightforward man who would not mistreat Jingshu and her child. Though their family faced challenges now, they would surely improve over time. With elders and Jingshu's 3 brothers protecting her, ensuring a prosperous life ahead, it was hoped that she would marry an ordinary man, steering clear of the capital. And when the time was right, they would deal with those in the know, allowing Jingshu and her child to live freely, unburdened by any constraints. Chapter 47. Tang Bao has wet the bed. The first time sleeping with a child felt refreshing. Cradling a soft little being filled her heart with warmth. Feng Tiany gazed at Tang Bao's cherubic face, a profound affection swelling within him. He gently caressed her cheek, bemused by the inexplicable charm she wielded over him. Tang Bao had already drifted into the realm of dreams, unable to respond, yet she nestled closer into his embrace. In her slumber, she found joy alongside her father, reveling in blissful moments. As dawn approached, Feng Tiany felt an unexpected warmth beneath him, an ominous sensation that prompted him to investigate. To his astonishment, Tang Bao had wet the bed, and unfortunately, it had all landed on him. The little one had bathed the previous night, clad only in a belly band, and had fallen asleep in his arms, leaving him to endure the aftermath. Yet, Feng Tiany harbored no disdain. Rather, he chuckled at the memory of how he had forgotten that little children sometimes have such accidents. He rose quietly, tiptoeing to fetch water for cleaning up, then changed into fresh trousers. Qin Xian, awakened by the commotion, hurried to his side, exclaiming, Your Highness, allow me to assist. It was unthinkable for the prince to wash his own trousers. Such was a dereliction of duty on Qin Xian's part as a bodyguard. Fear not. The child simply had an accident. A quick wash will suffice, Feng Tiany reassured him, adding a bit of soap for good measure. Child's urine wards off evil. This year shall bring me great fortune. He hung his trousers on a line to dry, regarding Tang Bao as his little lucky star, believing that with her around, he would encounter nothing but smooth sailing in the year ahead. He waved Qin Xian off, instructing him to return to rest, for he too needed to recuperate. Qin Xian, taken aback by the prince's evident fondness for Tang Bao, mused on how he showed no anger or disdain despite the child's mishap. After a moment's thought, he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Your Highness, I overheard Lady Tang discussing with Dr. Tang the matter of finding a stepfather for Tang Bao. He clarified. I did not intend to eavesdrop. The night was too quiet, and my keen hearing betrayed me. They had mentioned that the two Tang gentlemen and their 3 sons were accompanying the prince on his journey, advising Dr. Tang to be attentive. Finding a stepfather? Feng Tianyi frowned, turning his gaze to the adjoining chamber, lost in contemplation. Rest now, we must set off early tomorrow. Qin Xian bowed and withdrew, pondering that the prince's feelings for Dr. Tang were purely platonic, with his affections solely directed towards Tang Bao. Once back in his chamber, Feng Tianyi gently lifted Tang Bao and placed her atop his abdomen, settling down on her side. He rhythmically patted her back, musing. Do you think they will believe it was you who wet the bed when morning comes? He playfully kneaded her pudgy little bottom, chuckling at the unexpected gift bestowed upon him on their first night together. I must reciprocate. Perhaps I shall find you a father. In contemplating who might serve as Tang Bao's stepfather, Feng Tianyi felt none were worthy. She was so astute and delightful. What if she were to be mistreated? The love he bestowed upon her would need to be evenly shared with any future children of his own. Whoever he chose must undergo his scrutiny. Ideally someone among his subordinates, ensuring he could keep a watchful eye over her. Besides, his affection for Tang Bao would deter his men from treating her poorly. As he reflected on the personalities of his subordinates, Lu Yutian, despite his fondness for Tang Bao, was careless and lacked the ability to care for children. And his appearance left much to be desired. Guiyang and Guisu, though more presentable, were too cold and spent their days embroiled in violence. Unfit to nurture a child, Qin Xian was even less suitable, having never shown an affinity for children. The remaining generals were already tied down with their own families, leaving him at a loss for a suitable candidate. Perhaps it's best to take my time and observe, he concluded. Meanwhile, in the opposite chamber, Tang Jingshu stirred awake when Feng Tianyi opened the door, unable to suppress a smile upon hearing his conversation with Qin Xian. That little rascal never has accidents. He always wakes up bright and early after a visit to the latrine. After feasting on roasted lamb last night and drinking copiously, it's no wonder he overflowed, especially since Feng Tianyi didn't rouse him for a night visit. From their exchange, it was evident how deeply he cherished Tang Bao. After all, a prince of his stature would not tolerate being urinated upon by a child, nor would he wash his own trousers if he did not genuinely care. Convinced that he would not summon her, she felt at ease to drift back to sleep, knowing that bedwetting was a privilege of childhood. Tang Bao slept soundly, indulging in sweet dreams where he and his father frolicked beneath the red willow trees by the river, even having a playful contest to see who could urinate farther. Huh, I won. Don't let my size fool you. I'm quite formidable. Upon awakening, Tang Bao noticed Feng Tianyi already up, watching him with a tender gaze. He promptly beamed. Good morning, Your Highness. Good morning, Tang Bao, Feng Tianyi replied, lifting him. Can you dress yourself? I can. I learned when I was very small, Tang Bao exclaimed, adorning himself with a tunic and trousers. Look, Your Highness, I dress quite well. Feng Tianyi gave a thumbs up. Splendid. Once they were both dressed, he cradled Tang Bao in one arm and tossed a thin blanket to Qin Xian, instructing him to rinse it out and hang it up to dry. Qin Xian, ever dutiful, accepted the blanket and made his way to the riverbank. Meanwhile, Tang Bao busied himself with fetching water for Feng Tianyi's ablutions, even selecting a new toothbrush crafted from goat hair. Your Highness, this is a brush made by my uncle. It works wonderfully. It's brand new. You must try it. He poured some tooth powder, proudly proclaiming, this is made by mother. It cleans teeth and prevents cavities. This is how you brush. Tang Bao demonstrated the proper technique, and Feng Tianyi, examining the toothbrush, found it comparable to those in the palace. He began brushing with the powder, appreciating its refreshing effects. Dr. Tang was not only skilled in medicine but also possessed remarkable ingenuity. She was indeed a capable woman. As he washed his hands, Feng Tianyi peeled back the cloth to inspect his wound, marveling at its gradual healing. The medicine was truly remarkable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He scooped up Tang Bao and declared, let us seek out your mother. That morning, the Tang family had left only the matriarch, while Qian and Xiao Mai were busy preparing meals, as the rest had gone to the fields to pick cotton. Feng Tianyi hoisted Tang Bao onto his shoulder to shield him from the cotton branches as they made their way directly to Tang Jingshu. Mother, we have arrived. Your Highness, what brings you to the fields? Tang Jingshu paused in her task, reaching out to take Tang Bao from him. Tang Bao, come down. I'm protecting him from the branches, Feng Tianyi replied, encouraging Tang Bao to hold tightly to his head, mimicking Tang Jingshu's motions. He plucked cotton and tossed it into her pocket. I came to discuss something with you. Tang Jingshu momentarily halted her work, inquiring, what is your command, Your Highness? I shall do my utmost. The medicinal salve you crafted is exceptional, arguably the finest in the entire realm. The soldiers on the front lines risk injury and loss daily. If we could utilize your healing ointment and your suturing skills, it could save countless lives. What does the prince mean? I wish to purchase this salve from you. Of course, the price must remain modest, as military budgets are limited. However, rest assured, I shall ensure you do not suffer a loss. I simply ask that you accept a smaller profit. Feng Tianyi articulated his proposal. Please list the ingredients you require. I will procure them for you, deducting the cost from your payment. Additionally, I possess medical clinics and pharmacies in both the capital and Jiangnan, where all your concoctions can be sold. Aside from labor and shipping costs, I will not take any additional fees as compensation for your salve and suturing expertise. The prince is astute. To ascend requires funds, power, and military might. It seems the esteemed Lord Su possesses all three, yet he maintains a remarkably humble demeanor. Tang Jingshu was certainly unwilling to let her medical skills go to waste. The prince wished for a common woman to teach the military doctors the art of suturing, and she was more than willing. Medicine can only advance through the exchange of knowledge. After all, weren't the imperial physicians often engaged in dialectics? As for the medicinal ointment, it was crafted specifically to treat the injured. If it were to go unused, would it not be a futile endeavor? Since the prince valued her skills, she would certainly cooperate. Speaking with humility and courtesy, Tang Jingshu suggested a profit margin of 10%, considering that the soldiers risked their lives defending the borders. She felt it was only right to contribute in some small way. Feng Tianyi regarded Tang Jingshu with newfound respect, recognizing that she was not a woman of narrow vision. Very well, we shall finalize this arrangement. Upon returning, please draft a contract and include a list of the other medicines available for sale at your clinic. And we shall sign it. Tang Jingshu nodded, her mind racing as she pondered what remedies she could create, some effective pills for ailments like fevers, colds, and diarrhea, ensuring they would not be excessively priced. The capital and Jiangnan were prosperous regions, and the wealthy families there were quite protective of their health. Thus, she could prepare some health supplements using rare herbs and sell them at a premium. With her resolve firm, she quickened her pace. Feng Tianyi, accompanied by Tang Bao, was busy collecting cotton beside her. Their speed was commendable, as their bag filled quickly with the abundant cotton yield, though it was labor-intensive. Yet, for the common folk who tilled the land, this effort was not burdensome. Indeed, if only they could finish harvesting in a year, they would be delighted. Farmers eagerly anticipated a bountiful harvest, relying on their fields for sustenance. Noticing Feng Tianyi was too close for comfort, Tang Jingshu discreetly shifted to the side, only for him to follow suit. Feng Tianyi naturally held the other end of the bag, tossing in a handful of cotton. With this cotton, the people of the north need not fear the winter anymore. In the present day of Tang dynasty, and indeed across the continent, commoners relied on animal pelts for warmth, while the nobility used silk for their bedding. Feng Tianyi continued, this is all thanks to your Tang family. Rest assured, I shall commend your family's contributions. However, that will have to wait until after next year's cotton harvest. This credit rightfully belonged to the Tang family. Tang Jingshu, neither dejected nor overly eager, replied, thank you, Your Highness. My father and uncle produced these goods for the benefit of the populace, not for personal accolades. Feng Tianyi nodded, understanding her sentiment. Tang Bao, who had been perched on Feng Tianyi's shoulder, grew restless and wanted to join in the cotton picking. Feng Tianyi had no choice but to set him down, cautioning him to avoid the branches. As he spoke, he gently brushed aside the branches obstructing Tang Bao's path. Watching Feng Tianyi's considerate actions, Tang Jingshu mused that he was indeed a meticulous man. Surely, he would be a loving father to his children should he ever marry. On their way back, she shared her collaboration on medicinal production with Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang, and they both expressed no objections. Having effective wound ointments for the soldiers at the borders was an act of merit. As for the suturing technique, it was entrusted to her for the purpose of healing and saving lives. Passing it on to military doctors was commendable. Tang Yinan only advised her to disguise herself as a man when visiting the military camp and to ensure the prince would send someone to protect her. She took note of his advice, and Tang Jingshu was curious to see what an ancient military camp truly looked like. Tang Yinan glanced at the cheerful Tang Bao, who was energetically holding Feng Tianyi's hand, and inquired, what are your thoughts on what your mother discussed with you last night? The daughter expressed no dissent regarding her parents' plans. Reflecting on her past life devoid of romantic experiences, Tang Jingshu felt a tinge of unwillingness and added a condition. Her suitor must be someone she finds agreeable. Only after establishing mutual affection could feelings be nurtured through companionship. Tang Yinan nodded, Very well, as you wish. After their meal, Tang Jingshu prepared the contract and presented it to Feng Tianyi. Your Highness, please review this and let me know if there are any discrepancies that require amendment. Feng Tianyi examined the document meticulously and, finding no issues, signed it. In the future, you may approach me directly without the need for letters or packages. They each kept a signed copy for their records. Suddenly, Feng Tianyi interjected, May I ask, what type of man does Dr. Tang prefer? Tang Jingshu was taken aback, questioning the prince's intent. You are seeking a stepfather for Tang Bao. Allow me to assist you in finding one. How about a rugged soldier from the camp? They are far superior to bookish scholars, who are often devoid of emotion. Feng Tianyi's insinuation was clear. It was indeed meddlesome of him to ask so boldly. Tang Jingshu chuckled. My ideal partner is a heroic figure, one day adorned in golden armor, descending upon clouds of many colors to marry me. Upon hearing her words, Feng Tianyi was momentarily startled. He knew that only he and the entire Deng dynasty possessed such golden armor, a reward bestowed by the emperor after his triumph over the nomadic tribes. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Yet he dismissed the thought, knowing that she would not literally ride clouds. Perhaps it was merely her fanciful imagination. This woman was subtly expressing her affections for him. Feng Tianyi cast an awkward glance at Tang Jingshu, realizing that beneath her cool facade, she might already hold feelings for him. Indeed, handsome men easily attract attention. Tang Jingshu noticed the pride in his eyes and wondered what he was thinking. Had he encountered such a figure before? This narrative is purely fictional. Feng Tianyi rose, instructing, write down the required medicinal materials, and I shall bring them on my next visit. As for finding someone, there is no rush. I will keep an eye out for you. With that, he strode away, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. Tang Jingshu felt that he must have overindulged in salt during breakfast, for such behavior was uncharacteristic. As they prepared to depart, she hurriedly jotted down the needed ingredients. Tang Bao, noticing his grandfather and the prince were leaving, expressed his reluctance with hugs and kisses. Tang Yinan lifted Tang Bao, assuring him that when his grandfather returned, he would bring delicious treats and fun toys. Grandpa, take good care of yourself. I will miss you, Tang Bao said, resting his head on his shoulder. I understand, came the reply, his heart warmed by the child's concern. Fang Xiaorong was inside bidding a heartfelt farewell to Tang Zicheng. Focus on your tasks outside. Do not worry about me. Grandma and the others will look after me, and Jingshu will be there as well. I will be fine. Tang Zicheng embraced his wife. Be good at home. I will return before you give birth. Lu Shuangyi and Zhu Xiuli also reminded their sons to care for themselves while also looking after their elders. The 5 members of the Tang family followed Feng Tianyi as he departed, leaving behind Qin Xian and 4 others to assist the Tang family with their labor, transporting soil and bricks for construction. Chapter 49, Untapped Potential. Before leaving, Feng Tianyi embraced the reluctant Tang Bao and said to Tang Jingshu, in a couple of days, I will send someone with the medicinal materials. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. While she had no shortage of manpower, she requested, please send a few small stone mortars and pestles. What I lack are tools. Concerned that Feng Tianyi might forget a few items, Tang Jingshu had already prepared a list, which she entrusted to him. After handing Tang Bao back to her, Feng Tianyi collected his belongings, assuring her, Dr. Tang, focus on taking care of Tang Bao at home. The rest is up to me. He gently ruffled Tang Bao's hair, adding, be happy, for in about 10 days, we shall meet again. I promise to fulfill my word. Previously slumped against Tang Jingshu, Tang Bao suddenly perked up with excitement. He eagerly nodded at Feng Tianyi, thrilled that the prince would celebrate his birthday with him. The Tang brothers loaded the numerous sacks of potatoes onto the cart, not for their consumption, but as they had heard that they could still be cultivated. Feng Tianyi intended to distribute them among the nearby villagers for planting, confident that with the Tang family members present, techniques would not pose a problem. As they watched the large group gradually recede into the distance, Tang Bao's small hand, once vigorously waving, fell to her side. The departure of the household's labor force left a palpable void, as the women had their own tasks to attend to, suddenly reduced by 5. An unfamiliar emptiness settled in their hearts. They hoped for their safe return, assisting Lord Su in his endeavors. Qin Xian and his companions moved to an adjacent open space. For today they were tasked with constructing a shelter for themselves. The Lord had instructed that since the Tang family had provided the funds, the household comprised solely women and children, leaving the few men to erect their own dwelling nearby. They too felt it inappropriate to reside within the Tang compound. With the potatoes harvested, those in the backyard were already ripe. Lu Shuangyi, Zhu Xiuli, and Xiaomai took up their hoes and baskets to dig for more potatoes. Tang Zicheng had departed for significant matters, while Fang Xiaorong took the opportunity to teach Tang Bao, Jing Xian, and Chanjun, being a young lady from a scholarly family herself. Tang Jingshu, along with the matriarch and Mrs. Qian, took the cotton they had gathered in the morning and the wild vegetables and medicinal herbs collected yesterday to dry in the sun. In the afternoon, she planned to dig up some meat rattan. The area where Feng Tianyi's clinic was located was frequented by the affluent. With proper packaging, she could earn a substantial profit. Yesterday, after butchering several wild boars, she had set aside the finest cuts for jerky and sausages, distributing some to her father and Feng Tianyi, while keeping a small portion of jerky for the children, with the sausages hanging under the eaves of the kitchen to dry. Having completed her tasks, Tang Jingshu prepared to simmer a pot of soup with the pig bones for lunch, slicing some pork belly while preserving the remaining meat through salting. During lunch, Qin Xian and the others hesitated to join them, so Tang Jingshu instructed Qiande and Gongzi to deliver meals to them, requesting that they return the empty dishes to the kitchen afterward. From now on, every meal would be divided into 2 portions, left on the kitchen table for Qin Xian and his companions to collect themselves. In the afternoon, as Tang Jingshu stepped outside, she glanced towards their direction and noted that Qin Xian and the others were quite swift in their work, having already constructed a small shelter, with Qiande and Gongzi assisting in building their beds. From a distance, the wolf pack spotted Tang Jingshu and rushed towards her. Green Een and Red Leaf, encountering so many wolves for the first time, paused momentarily, recognizing the familiar scent of the Tang family, which eased their wariness. Though somewhat anxious at first, the two gradually relaxed their reins upon seeing the wolves lacked any ferocity in their eyes. The wolf cubs, disappointed at not spotting Tang Bao, lamented her absence. Tang Bao needed to focus on her studies and could not roam freely. Perhaps she could come along next time. Tang Jingshu dismounted and approached the mother wolf to examine its injury, pleased to see it healing well and encouraging it to persevere. Regardless of whether the wolves understood her words, they could certainly sense her goodwill. After digging up a sackful of meat rattan, Tang Jingshu returned home, greeted by the enticing aroma of the meal. Lu Shuangyi assisted in unloading the items, urging her to wash her hands and rest a moment, as dinner would soon be ready. Tang Bao brought over water, prompting Tang Jingshu to wash up. "Thank you, my son," she replied, just as she finished washing her hands. A piece of jerky was playfully thrust into her mouth. Jingxian, with a beaming smile, asked, "Elder sister, is it delicious?" "Indeed," she replied, only to be offered another piece moments later. During dinner, noticing the collective thoughtfulness around her, the matriarch chuckled. "We have traversed this journey together without incident. If these few men cannot even care for themselves, there is no need for concern. Let us enjoy our meal." Tang Jingshu reassured her family. "I am quite familiar with this route, having traversed it twice. Even with a heavily laden cart, we have reached a safe location. The Qi prefecture is now well organized under Lord Su's governance, and given their considerable numbers, they are unlikely to encounter any dangers." "Jingshu speaks wisely," the matriarch affirmed, lifting her chopsticks. "At times like these, we must look after ourselves and the children, allowing the men outside to rest easy." The women pondered, realizing that worry was futile, and settled in to enjoy their meal. After dinner, Tang Jingshu and Lu Shuangyi ventured to the backyard, where the potatoes had already been planted, watered, and fertilized. Employing her unique abilities, Tang Jingshu swiftly encouraged the potato sprouts to emerge, soon blossoming and bearing fruit. They felt fortunate that Qin Xian and his companions did not reside in this courtyard, for it allowed them the freedom to undertake any task without hindrance. The daily harvest of potatoes could not be neglected. For 3 days, Qin Xian and his companions diligently transported bricks, seemingly capable of little else, as their involvement was unnecessary. They observed that the women of the Tang family were engaged in endless tasks, each with clearly defined roles, and the absence of the men barely registered. The industriousness of the Tang women was commendable. Had they not known otherwise, one would assume that these ladies, accustomed to the comforts of the capital, had never lifted a finger. The Tang family exhibited unity and warmth, particularly evident during evenings spent in the courtyard, sharing laughter, stories, and light-hearted banter that elicited smiles from their guests. Additionally, the quality of the Tang family's meals was exceptional, with each dish bursting with flavor, making their impending departure feel bittersweet. After several days of hard work, the neatly stacked bricks had already formed several rows, sufficient for the Tang family to construct their dwelling. Witnessing Qin Xian and his companions laboring with such dedication, the Tang family ensured their guests were well fed, especially considering Qin Xian's esteemed position as a first-class guard, making their assistance seem almost excessive. Tang Nianan and Tang Xiangyang, accompanied by 3 young boys, struggled to keep pace with Feng Tianyi and the others. The 5 finally grasped the pace of military movement, understanding the disparities between military and civilian officials. At this rate, they would reach Qi Prefecture by the afternoon of the 4th day. Lu Yutian, Guiyang, and Guisu, among others, arrived to extend a warm welcome, treating the Tang family with the utmost respect. "My lord, Accommodations have been arranged for the 2 Tang elders and the 3 young masters, Lu Yutian reported. Our estimations indicated that the Lord would return with the Tang elders today. Everything is prepared for your arrival. Please, take a moment to refresh yourselves. Feng Tianyi gestured for the Tang family to enter and personally escorted them to their guest quarters, ensuring everything was in order before taking his leave. Chapter 50. Truly. He married her. My lord, why have you brought back so many tubers? I have heard that both the fruits and the tubers can be toxic, Lu Yutian remarked, eyeing the cart brimming with potatoes. Surely, you do not intend to consume these? These are seeds, to be planted tomorrow for a high yield. Feng Tianyi explained to his subordinates. This is called a potato, and it is not like the seeds found elsewhere. The previous incidents of poisoning were due to green or sprouted potatoes, which produce toxins. Under normal circumstances, potatoes are harmless. To convince his subordinates, Feng Tianyi lamented, tonight, I shall prepare a dish of stir-fried sour and spicy potato strips for you to sample. The taste is quite delightful. He dispatched a guard familiar with the Tang family to the kitchen to instruct on how to prepare the dish. That evening, a lavish banquet was prepared to honor the 5 members of the Tang family. Aware of the tasks that awaited them the next day, Tang Jingshu and Tang Xiangyang shared a small drink to alleviate their fatigue, while the 3 Tang brothers abstained from alcohol. Meanwhile, Lu Yutian and his companions were more focused on the food than the drink, their eyes fixated on the plate of sour and spicy potato strips. As they watched Feng Tianyi and the Tang family enjoy their meal, they couldn't resist sampling the dish themselves. The first bite revealed a tart flavor, followed by the fresh, crisp essence of the potato. Before they knew it, their mouths were ablaze with spiciness, initially overwhelming but soon becoming addictive, prompting them to hurriedly serve themselves a bowl of rice. The tangy and spicy shredded potatoes are indeed exquisite and serve as a delightful accompaniment to meals. Regrettably, the seeds brought back by the prince are all that remain, and it seems we shall have to wait another 3 to 4 months before we can indulge in them again. The Tang family takes immense pride in the fact that everyone enjoys their potato dishes. After all, there is nothing produced by Jingshu that fails to garner admiration. Lu Yutian promptly consulted with Feng Tianyi, saying, Your Highness, these shredded potatoes are simply delectable. I believe we could cultivate some at our estate for self-sufficiency. He added, moreover, these vibrant red peppers, if we plant a patch, would provide warmth during the harsh winter. While the prince decided to distribute the potatoes for cultivation, he permitted the planting of peppers at the estate. Reluctant to part with such treasures, he mused that any harvest would be reserved for next year's seeds. With the prospect of not enjoying them this year, Lu Yutian expressed his disappointment, yet the peppers offered a slight consolation. After their meal, Feng Tianyi escorted the 5 members of the Tang family back to their quarters to rest, as it is currently the season for summer planting. He insisted on not delaying even for a day, declaring that they would head out to the fields the very next day. Tang Jingshu raised a hand and said, Your Highness, the livelihood of the people south of Qizhou relies on this season's crops. We cannot afford to rest. Let us depart tomorrow. Indeed, Your Highness, echoed Tang Xiangyang. The purpose of our gathering is to assist the common folk with their summer planting. We must not delay. One night's rest is sufficient. The 2 Tang gentlemen were deeply aware of their responsibilities, devoted to the welfare of the people. This prince extends his gratitude on behalf of the citizens of Qizhou to both of you. The atmosphere grew serious as they proceeded into the house to finalize their plans for the following day. Tang Jingshu took Tang Zicheng and Tang Ziren to inspect the summer planting conditions and assess the local rivers and irrigation systems. Meanwhile, Tang Xiangyang took Tang Zimo to the south to seek out suitable villages, gathering the village heads to personally instruct them in sowing and management. Each village would cultivate 1 acre, allowing for meticulous oversight and accurate yield records. By training 1 individual in each village, they would ensure a smoother process when larger-scale planting commenced next year. After discussing the finer points, Feng Tianyi urged them to retire early while he returned to his study. Having been away from the estate for several days, he found the paperwork on his desk had accumulated significantly. With Qin Xian absent, Qin Liang, who had returned from the south with supplies, attended to him. Once the official matters were resolved, it was deep into the night when Feng Tianyi exited his study to find Lu Yutian still awake. Remembering the item in his possession, he slowly retrieved it and handed it to Lu Yutian, instructing him to transcribe it and return it by morning. Gather the herbs listed and send them to Dr. Tang the day after tomorrow. This batch will be procured from Qizhou, while future supplies will come from their original sources. Lu Yutian had initially intended to discreetly request some potato seeds from Feng Tianyi, but unexpectedly found himself tasked with a new responsibility. With a grin, he remarked, Your Highness, do grant me a few potatoes as a reward. I promise to plant them quietly, without revealing a soul. Feng Tianyi regarded him with a sidelong glance, pausing before responding. You are aware that these potatoes were brought from the wilds. If fortune favors you, by the time you deliver the herbs, You may just earn yourself a serving of shredded potatoes. That would be splendid, Lu Yutian exclaimed, his spirits lifted, and he promptly set off with the list in hand. Feng Tianyi shook his head in resignation as he walked toward the inner chambers. His urgency in arranging for Lu Yutian to deliver the herbs stemmed from a desire to procure healing ointments promptly and to reassure the women of the Tang household that all was proceeding smoothly, sparing them any undue worry. As he lay in bed, he found himself reminiscing about the nights spent with Tang Bao, vaguely recalling the child calling out for daddy. The child was utterly endearing, and he felt a pressing need to ensure Tang Bao found a suitable father figure. However, the expectations set forth by Tang Jingshu seemed exceedingly high. In the entirety of Dang Dynasty, few martial heroes had established families, and among those who had, many had lost their first wives, while the households were often filled with concubines and chaotic affairs, quite unsuitable. With a sigh, Feng Tianyi pondered whether he might truly consider marrying her. It seemed an arduous task. Achoo! Tang Jingshu sneezed, jolting herself awake, feeling flustered and her ears warm. Another schemer seeks to harm me. After reflecting on her recent interactions, she concluded that she had no enemies and attributed her discomfort to the sweltering heat. Rising to sip some cool tea, she quickly regained her composure and noticed Tang Bao, drenched in sweat. She picked up a fan and gently fanned her son, gradually drifting back into slumber. Early the next morning, Lu Yutian returned the list to Feng Tianyi and promptly left the estate to procure the herbs needed for the spicy shredded potatoes. Once Lu Yutian departed, Feng Tianyi placed the list, along with the contract, into a box that also contained a letter exuding the scent of rancid pork. After organizing his affairs, he joined the Tang family for breakfast before they set off on their separate missions, accompanying Tang Yinan and the others. He arranged for Guiyang and Guisu to escort Tang Xianyang and his son on horseback. As they journeyed south from Qizhou, the landscape grew increasingly desolate. Though it was a marked improvement from over a month prior, the grains were being distributed, and the villagers toiled with hoes and plows in the fields. Some industrious families had already plowed their land, taking advantage of the moist soil to sow their seeds. Disguised as a commoner, Feng Tianyi knew the locals might not recognize him, but Qin Liang and the Guo brothers were well acquainted with them. Along the way, villagers greeted Qin Liang, and upon learning of the prince's arrival, they came to pay their respects. To them, Feng Tianyi was a living embodiment of compassion and salvation. In Chapter 51, the focus shifts to the pursuit of silver. Lu Yutian energetically acquired all the items on the list within a single day, crafting a top for Tang Bao and purchasing writing supplies for both him and Sheng Jun, having heard that they were learning to read and write. He also bought a delightful sunshine doll for Tang Xianyang's little daughter, certain it would please her. Upon reaching Kunbai County, he planned to procure some fruits and vegetables to complete his tasks. The 5 members of the Tang family were aware that Lu Yutian would depart for the wilds the following morning, and they asked him to convey a message back home, assuring them of their safety and the smooth progress of their endeavors. Lu Yutian clasped his fists in gratitude, promising, "Rest assured, I will deliver your message. If you have anything to send back, entrust it to me, and I shall ensure its safe arrival." Tang Yinan expressed his appreciation, stating, "Our household needs nothing. Simply convey our peace of mind." Before parting, Tang Jingshu gifted each of them a silver note worth 10 taels. For traveling without funds could prove perilous should any unforeseen circumstances arise. It was not that they were reluctant to spend money. Rather, their household lacked for nothing. With Tang Laotai overseeing matters at home, there was no cause for concern. Through the day's observations, Tang Yinan and his companions discovered significant issues with the water management systems across Qizhou. For years, the citizens had been exploited by the party of the harsh king, burdened with excessive taxes and fees imposed by the court, including outrageous levies for weddings and livestock. In their struggle for survival, the populace had transformed riverbanks into farmland, filled ditches, cleared forests, and cultivated wasteland, yet they still faced hunger and cold, living in dire straits. Feng Tianyi had already issued orders for reforestation and the restoration of irrigation channels, declaring that the farmers of Qizhou would be exempt from taxes this year and the next. The situation was complex and required a step-by-step approach, with the construction of underground channels tailored to local conditions. That evening, the group convened to report on their respective tasks and spread out a map to discuss future plans. Upon examining the upstream rivers, they collectively conceived the idea of constructing a canal. This endeavor would serve as the optimal solution for Qizhou, connecting major waterways, enhancing shipping capabilities, and facilitating transportation for the common folk, all while addressing irrigation issues, a truly advantageous undertaking. However, the construction of the canal demands a substantial amount of manpower and resources. The course of the river must be meticulously designed and carefully considered over a long period. After a long day, Feng Tianyi urged them to return and rest, reminding them to adhere to the plan for the following day. Today, Feng Tianyi had witnessed the impressive efficiency of the Tang family, instilling in him a great deal of confidence in them. As for the canal construction, he needed to ponder it thoroughly. His father had always been frugal, and asking him for all the silver was utterly out of the question. The source of the funds was the most troubling aspect. It was a considerable sum, one that would not even be covered by the entire assets of the Su Wangfu. It was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Throughout the night, Feng Tianyi could only contemplate the issue of money, dreaming of silver beckoning to him. Similarly, Tang Jingshu also dreamed of silver, worrying about the numerous items in her home that had yet to be converted into currency. The potatoes had been taken away by Feng Tianyi at his father's behest, who considered them seeds for the common folk, a noble act. She could understand this, but she felt that wheat was a different matter, for the sake of her family. She needed to secure some capital. That night, she dreamt that Feng Tianyi had sent someone to take away cotton and wheat, providing her with a substantial amount of silver notes, a thick stack. As she counted the money, she laughed joyfully in her dream. When she awoke, she found a chubby little hand resting on her forehead. Tang Bao looked at her with concern. "Mother, are you feeling unwell? Your laughter is quite eerie." Tang Jingshu, roused from her delightful dream, kissed her son's cheek and reassured him. "Dear, mother is perfectly fine. She is just thinking about making money." Upon hearing this, Tang Bao immediately declared, "Mother, when I grow up, I will earn lots and lots of silver for you." Truly, he was a wonderful son, so filial. With a heart full of joy, Tang Jingshu donned her clothes, and together, mother and son exited the house. After their meal, Tang Jingshu gathered her tools, took Tang Bao's hand, and they exchanged glances, setting off to earn some silver. They went to dig for meat ephedra alongside Hongya and Levian. Qin Xian and the others had already prepared the bricks, and today, they began digging the foundation with hoes. Qiande and Gongzi stood nearby with the blueprints, assisting in directing the work, ensuring nothing could go awry. Counting the days, they had been at the Tang residence for about 8 or 9 days. And at the pace they were moving, Lu Yutian should be arriving soon. Just as one cannot dwell on the past, Lu Yutian indeed arrived at the Tang family's doorstep that evening. When he came, Feng Tianyi had warned him to be cautious of the tornadoes in the mountain hollows. Little did he know that such winds were so malicious, chasing after him and blowing away his straw hat. No wonder no one ventured into this wild land. The threshold was exceedingly high, fraught with danger. Upon seeing him, Tang Jingshu exclaimed, "Sir Lu has arrived. Dr. Tang. The prince has sent his subordinate to deliver the medicinal materials," Lu Yutian said cheerfully. "Have we had dinner yet? Will there be sweet and sour shredded potatoes tonight?" Qin Xian could hardly bear to look. Such a delectable dish, and his first words were about food. Tang Jingshu smiled and replied, "Sir Lu, after your hard work delivering the medicinal materials, regardless of whether we have it or not, I will immediately prepare a plate for you. Please, come in." Qin Xian and the others approached to assist with unloading, giving Lu Yutian a playful nudge. "Why do you only think about food? You truly embarrass the prince. Food is the essence of life, and that sweet and sour shredded potato is simply delightful." "I feel no shame at all," Lu Yutian replied, casting an envious glance at Qin Xian. "I envy you all for having enjoyed such fine dining for so long." Qin Xian shot him a look of disdain. "You've grown so big, yet your wit remains small." Lu Yutian, with his straightforward nature, often spoke ungraciously. Yet he was magnanimous enough not to hold it against Qin Xian. Tang Bao ran out upon seeing people, joyfully saluting. "Greetings, Sir Lu. Thank you for your hard work." Cheng Jun followed suit. "Greetings, Sir Lu. Good, good, good. How are you, children?" Lu Yutian's voice boomed like thunder, his laughter resonating throughout the courtyard. The rest of the Tang family emerged to welcome him, nearly forgetting that most of the martial generals of Tang dynasty bore such jovial dispositions. That evening, Lu Yutian finally indulged in the sweet and sour shredded potatoes, relishing the meal with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Tang Jingshu was joyfully sorting through the medicinal materials and tools, her spirits lifted by the efficiency of fate. Lu Yutian, who had a penchant for sweet and sour shredded potatoes, was treated to another large plate of it the following morning, and before he left, he packed several bags to take with him. Tang Jingshu handed him a small bag, saying, "Sir Lu, those are for planting. This is a gift for you." She also offered him a string of small chili peppers. Lu Yutian's eyes crinkled into slits of joy. "Thank you, Dr. Tang. I truly relish this flavor. I won't be polite. I'll gladly accept it. Take it. We have plenty in our fields. Just let me know when you want more, and I'll have someone bring it over." Lu Yutian's laughter boomed. "I'm so grateful." "Thank you, Dr. Tang." Along with the bags of dried meat ephedra, Tang Jingshu had initially considered high-end packaging, but soon realized that this was ancient times, and such conditions were unattainable. She entrusted everything to Feng Tianyi, content to await her earnings. Chapter 52. The return on investment is finally within reach. The meat ephedra is collected in Kunbai County, fetching 500 copper coins per pound. While the price seems steep, it is not so. In the capital, high-quality meat ephedra can command 1 tael of silver per 1 liang, with prices soaring multiple times upon resale. Tang Jingshu did not dare to guarantee that her goods were of the highest quality, but she was confident that 8 out of 10 would be satisfactory. After deducting labor and transportation costs, there would be a minimum profit of 6 taels of silver per pound. Thus, the several bags of meat ephedra could yield a profit of 1,000 taels. Finally, the prospect of seeing her return on investment was at hand. And Tang Jingshu hummed a cheerful tune. She took out the tools for making medicine, cleaned them thoroughly, and set them out to dry. Ready to commence her work in the afternoon, Tang Jingshu gathered everyone for a meeting. You all know that I have signed a contract with the prince for producing medicine. Since this is a profitable venture, I shall pay those willing to assist me. Grandma Tang chuckled, teasingly saying, "Oh dear, our Jingshu has become the boss now. She must pay wages." "What wages?" "Having come to this wilderness, everything we eat and wear is thanks to Jingshu," chimed in Zhu Xiuli, refusing payment. "I will help for free. We are family, why speak of wages?" Xiao Mai added, "I, too, shall forego payment. We mother and son are well fed and sheltered here. Plus we have new clothes." Cheng Jun, who had learned to read, mentioned, "If it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't have survived after being buried under the rubble. She is our savior. It's only right to lend a hand. How could I ask for wages?" Hongye and Levian, being the lady's servants, also refused payment, stating that it was their duty to assist. Lu Shuangyi naturally supported her daughter, feeling both joy and bittersweet pride as she observed her daughter's growth during this time. With everyone declining wages, Tang Jingshu turned to Grandma Tang for help. All of this was within Grandma Tang's expectations. She chuckled, "Your aunt is right. It is not appropriate for family to speak of wages. Once we prosper, we shall prepare a few generous red envelopes." "Very well, that is settled," Tang Jingshu decided happily. Some medicinal materials required extraction, so Tang Jingshu asked Feng Tianyi to procure a small carbon stove and various bottles and jars of different sizes, along with several fine bamboo poles. After the meeting, she sawed the bamboo to create connecting pipes, carefully marked the spots on the bottles and jars where holes needed to be made according to the blueprints, and meticulously chiseled and smoothed them. Hongye and Levian came to assist, while the children went back to their studies, and the others returned to the backyard to continue digging for potatoes. This task required skill and patience. Unlike potato digging, 1 broken bottle meant 1 less, so it could not be rushed. The trio of servants toiled diligently throughout the entire morning, and after one of them accidentally shattered a vessel, they finally managed to tidy everything up. Once cleaned, the pieces were assembled in the afternoon, ready for use the following day. In the afternoon, the women of the household, led by Tang Jingshu, began their assigned tasks with great fervor. As Feng Tianyi required a substantial amount of medicinal ointments for wounds, Tang Jingshu prioritized the preparation of these remedies. With only a few seeds of the herb sanchi remaining in her storage, it was evident that she would need to plant them that very evening. 3 children came running, eager to assist. While Tang Jingshu meticulously measured the herbal powders according to the prescribed ratios, she graciously accepted their offer to help. The children cheered and clustered together, inquiring about their tasks. Tang Jingshu instructed Hongye to fetch the bottles designated for the ointments, placed the prepared powders before the eager youngsters, and presented them with measuring tools. With a smile, she explained, "Each bottle should contain 1 measure. Once filled, we will cork it. Can you manage that, my little ones? Do not worry. We can do it." Sugar Treasure confidently patted his chest in assurance. Thus, as Jingxian steadied the porcelain bottle, Sugar Treasure positioned the funnel at its mouth. And Changjun deftly scooped a measure of the powder, shaking it gently before pouring it into the bottle. Sugar Treasure then secured the wooden cork, and Jingxian placed the bottle in the wooden rack. They proceeded to the next bottle with seamless coordination and remarkable speed, not a single grain of powder escaping their careful handling. Observing from the side, Tang Jingshu and the others nodded in approval, praising the children's commendable efforts. It was clear they were genuinely engaged in the task rather than merely seeking amusement. After a brief rest, they resumed their diligent work. While the adults concluded their own tasks, the children continued tirelessly, knowing they were the final step in the process. Seeing their industriousness, Old Lady Tang commended them, stating, "You have performed splendidly. You must reward yourselves. Tonight, we shall prepare a chicken stew." Zhu Xiuli promptly rolled up her sleeves, declaring they would use an old hen that had ceased laying eggs and was somewhat uncooperative. The 3 children erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating a chicken dinner that evening. The next day, Tang Jingshu entrusted the task of preparing the medicinal powders to her family and took Hongye and Levian to the willow forest, seizing the opportunity to dig up some fresh meat caterpillar. The following day, she led Hongye and Levian up the mountain, recalling the beehive she had spotted in the pine forest. As honey was necessary for the preparation of the medicinal pills. "Miss, look, there is a large wild beehive atop that tree," Hongye exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting it. It's too high. You wait here while Levian and I climb up. Tang Jingshu handed Hongya a torch, cautioning, be careful and wear your hats. Do not worry, miss. We are agile. If things go awry, we will flee. Levian reassured her as she grasped a jar and ascended the tree. Miss, you should position yourself over there for safety. Watching the two girls climb closer to the beehive, Tang Jingshu ignited the branch she held, sending a wisp of smoke that quickly drove the bees from their hive. The buzzing around Hongya and Levian's ears signaled the bees' warning, and soon they were under attack. However, they had prepared adequately and escaped unscathed. This was their first experience with such an endeavor. The multitude of bees surrounding them made their hearts race with anxiety. Hongya brandished her knife and urged Levian, let us be swift. Once the jar is full, you must flee in the opposite direction to avoid drawing the bees towards Mississippi. Levian nodded in agreement. Understood. You make the cut. Their teamwork proved effective, and after filling the jar with honey, they swiftly retreated, the bees in hot pursuit. With all their strength, they managed to evade the angry swarm. Once out of the forest, they returned to rejoin Tang Jingshu, having stolen from the bees and narrowly escaped. It was quite an adventure. Levian opened the jar, inhaling the sweet aroma of honey. Just then, a rogue bee buzzed in and stung her on the upper lip. Ouch! Levian cried out, and Tang Jingshu rushed over to inspect the sting, promptly removing the stinger and applying ointment. Understanding the pain inflicted by a bee sting, Tang Jingshu had prepared the ointment in advance, though she had not anticipated needing it so soon. Levian felt a fiery pain in her upper lip, which seemed to swell with each passing moment. Tearfully, she asked, Miss, is my lip swollen? Just a bit, do not worry. Apply the ointment a few more times, and it will be reduced by tomorrow, Tang Jingshu reassured her. On their way back, both Tang Jingshu and Hongya observed Levian's upper lip swelling at a visibly alarming rate. Initially, it was only half swollen, but soon her entire upper lip resembled a shiny sausage. The sight was both comical and pitiful. Levian, unable to see her own reflection, felt her lip growing thicker, her emotions oscillating between sorrow and frustration. Upon returning, Levian hurried to her room. Upon hearing of her misfortune, the others expressed their sympathy. Knowing that young girls cherish their beauty, they refrained from visiting her, understanding Levian's embarrassment over her swollen lip. Lu Shuangyi remarked to Tang Jingshu, Levian has suffered greatly this time. We must make it up to her. Mother, I too feel her pain. I do not know where that bee came from. But it stung her suddenly, Tang Jingshu replied. Fortunately, it was merely a wild bee. With the ointment applied, the swelling should subside overnight. It could have been worse. A wasp sting would have been far more serious. That evening, Levian did not join for dinner, feeling too self-conscious about her swollen lip. Tang Jingshu personally delivered her meal. You suffered for my sake. My dear, here is some medicine. Apply it twice tonight, and by morning, the swelling should be gone. Miss, do not say that. This little injury is nothing. With your medicine, it hardly hurts anymore, Levian sighed, lamenting her appearance, especially when eating or drinking, as it had become somewhat cumbersome. Most disheartening was her inability to enjoy her favorite spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Tang Jingshu gently comforted her. Once you recover, I shall take you fishing in the river, and we will feast on your beloved sour fish dish. Old Lady Tang called from outside, Levian. I understand your lips are injured, so I shall not intrude. Rest assured, by tomorrow morning, you will still be the charming and lovely Levian. Lu Shuangyi added, make sure to eat well and keep your spirits high. When you are well, I will prepare your favorite dishes. Levian quickly rose to express her gratitude, and Tang Jingshu urged her to enjoy her meal before stepping outside. Hongya entered, carrying her bowl. How are you? Do you need my help? Levian shook her head, stating that when it came to eating, no one could assist her. She then reflected, it was my own oversight. That bee must have landed on me without my noticing. Alas, this was inevitable. Hongya comforted her with a gentle pat. It was just an accident. Do not dwell on it. Let us eat. Indeed, it was an unforeseen mishap, one that caught her completely off guard. That evening, Tang Jingshu assessed the medicinal powders they had prepared, finding 4 full boxes of wound ointments, with half of the medicinal materials already utilized. After crafting 4 more boxes of ointments, she would proceed to concoct other remedies. Over the past 3 days, Tang Jingshu had planted potatoes and tended to countless herbs, her days filled with unending labor. After washing up, Sugar Treasure climbed onto the bed, offering, Mother, may I give you a massage? Tang Jingshu settled comfortably, expressing her gratitude, having witnessed his mother massage his great-grandmother and grandmother. Sugar Treasure had memorized the technique and began to massage Tang Jingshu with care. She closed her eyes in bliss, feeling fortunate to have such a dutiful son. From now on, I will give you a massage every day, Mother, he promised. That sounds wonderful. Thanks to Sugar Treasure's thoughtful massage, Tang Jingshu enjoyed a restful night. Waking refreshed the next day, once again, she marveled at the joy of having a son. The ensuing days passed in a flurry of preparing medicines, harvesting herbs, and sowing seeds, marking the busy rhythm of her life. Every evening, the considerate little sugar baby diligently massages her mother, Tang Jingshu, to alleviate her fatigue. Occasionally, as she gently kneads away the stresses of the day, Tang Jingshu drifts off to sleep. Sugar baby, feeling a pang of empathy for her mother, secretly vows to grow up quickly so she can better care for her and relieve her of such burdens. Jingxian and Changjun have taken to learning the art of massage from Sugar Baby, offering their mothers the same tender care, bringing tears of gratitude to Zhu Xiuli and Qiao Mai's eyes as they witness their children growing up and becoming more thoughtful. Over the past 3 days, Qin Xian and his companions, along with the Qiande father and son duo, have constructed 3 rooms in the main courtyard that now stand a man's height. And with 3 more days of labor, they will be ready to raise the beams. The long summer days have afforded them ample opportunity for hard work. Recently, the family has been toiling diligently, so the meals have been generous, alternating between hearty and lighter dishes. The day after Green Yin's lips had swollen, Tang Jingshu took the girls to the riverbank to catch fish. The fish were about the size of a palm, hardly plentiful, but they made for a delicious soup with tofu and sauerkraut. They ventured downstream where the waters were deserted, removing their shoes and rolling up their pant legs. Armed with bamboo baskets, Hongya exclaimed, "Miss, the river water is truly cold." Naturally, the water flowed down from the melting snow of the mountains, remaining chill even in summer. Tang Jingshu encouraged them, "Let us converge from 3 directions to guide the fish into the bamboo baskets." The trio splashed the water with branches, startling the fish into a frenzy, and soon enough, they had filled their baskets with a bounty of small fish. Upon returning home, Tang Jingshu declared, "Today, I shall prepare a new fish dish that will leave you utterly enchanted." The children laughed in anticipation of the feast. Although Tang Jingshu rarely cooked, when she took an interest, her dishes were exquisite. She selected the larger fish to make either a tofu fish soup or sauerkraut fish, delegating the tasks to Qiao Mai and the Qian family, while she experimented with a new method for the smaller fish. Having cleaned them, she allowed them to dry slightly on a winnowing basket before frying them in oil. After they were golden and crispy, she prepared a mildly spicy dipping sauce and submerged the fish to soak in the flavors. Tang Jingshu presented 1 fish to everyone to taste. The flavor was delightful. Lady Tang took a bite and found it crunchy, with a satisfying chew and a pleasant aroma, not overly spicy, perfectly balanced, albeit somewhat oily. Lu Shuangyi observed the children's enjoyment and wondered if she might save some to bring back for their fathers to sample. They could last a few days, and when the next delivery arrived, she would prepare some to take along. As for their fathers, she was confident that Feng Tianyi had arranged for their well-being in terms of food and lodging, and if they found it lacking, they could use silver notes to purchase what they desired. This was an aspect that Tang Jingshu did not worry about. She then retrieved a jar of wine, saying, "Deh, Gongzi, you have both worked hard alongside Lord Qin these past few days. Tonight, we have wine to accompany our dishes." Qian Deh accepted the wine without hesitation, assuring her that he and Gongzi would ensure Lord Qin was well entertained. The women enjoyed grape wine, and with 3 different fish dishes prepared, the children relished the one Tang Jingshu had made the most. The meal was a joyful gathering for all. Meanwhile, the 5 men of the Tang family, having been away for nearly half a month, sat in the courtyard after dinner, gazing toward the wild lands, yearning for home. Their absence had placed a heavier burden on the women, who continued to think of their loved ones. Recently, they had distributed the potatoes they had brought to be planted, and the men had been away for so long, residing in the countryside. No matter how favorable the conditions, they longed for home and missed its familiar comforts. With the summer planting nearly concluded, their next tasks involved digging irrigation canals and widening the riverbanks. Once these were inspected and approved, they would be able to return home for a visit. In Chapter 54, is the little child the prince's offspring? Feng Tianyi hastened with the second batch of medicinal herbs toward the wilderness, for in 2 days it would be Sugar Baby's birthday, and he could not break his promise. This time, not only would he celebrate Sugar Baby's birthday, but he also intended to bring back wheat seeds from that region. Having traversed the mountain pass twice before, they passed through smoothly this time without any injuries. Prior to their departure, Tang Mianin had taught Feng Tianyi how to discern the wind direction. In the afternoon, Sugar Baby frequently darted to the entrance, peering toward the mountain pass, eagerly anticipating the prince's return to celebrate her birthday. Tang Jingshu approached her, lifting her into her arms. "My dear, if the prince is too busy and cannot come, we mustn't be disheartened. He oversees the welfare of an entire province, with many responsibilities awaiting him." "Mother, I understand," Sugar Baby replied with a smile. "The prince has sent me many gifts. It's all right if he can't come." Tang Jingshu kissed her son's cheek. "My Sugar Baby is truly wonderful." Just as the mother and child entered the courtyard, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. prompting Sugar Baby to rush outside. Spotting the familiar figure atop a horse, she waved her little hand and called out, "Prince! Prince!" Feng Tianyi, seeing Sugar Baby sprinting toward him, was filled with warmth. He dismounted and, using his lightness skill, landed gracefully before her. Sugar Baby leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Prince, you really came. I shall never go back on my word," Feng Tianyi replied, returning her affectionate gesture before lifting her high into the air, spinning her around. Their reunion was filled with unrestrained joy. Qin Liang stood in awe at the sight of the prince, who had always been austere and distant, now so tender with the child. Could that little one truly be the prince's offspring? Had the woman from 3 years ago been found? And had she borne him a child? Moreover, when the child had run toward him, her feet had barely touched the ground. She clearly possessed internal strength. Qin Liang was astonished. A 3-year-old child with such power must have been trained in martial arts from the womb. He turned to his fellow guards, asking, "Did you see that little one nearly take flight?" They shook their heads, too absorbed in the joy of the prince's reunion with the child to notice anything else. "Lord Qin, how could such a small child possibly possess internal strength? You must have misjudged." It was likely that he had been dazzled by the whirlwind in the mountain pass and was yet to regain his composure. However, Qin Liang was certain he had not imagined it. The little one did indeed possess internal strength. Observing her plump form yet graceful demeanor, he noted her considerable prowess. What sort of person could cultivate such depth of internal strength in a 3-year-old? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he resolved to closely observe the situation during their stay. Feng Tianyi mounted his horse with Sugar Baby in his arms, saying, "This time, I have brought you several books. Have you finished learning the 3-character classic?" Sugar Baby whispered into Feng Tianyi's ear, "Prince, we finished the 3-character classic long ago. I've also completed the books that Mother bought later. But I have to wait for my aunt and brother Chengjun. My aunt and brother Chengjun are learning to write now. Mother says I'm still too young, and my little hands need to grow. I can only write when I turn 4 next year." Sugar Baby extended her chubby hands. "Actually, I can hold a brush. Your mother is correct. You are still young. Next year, you shall write," Feng Tianyi replied, recognizing Sugar Baby's determination not to fall behind. He encouraged her that if she truly wished to write, she could practice tracing the characters with her finger, and by next year, she would be able to write with ease. "That's a good point, my prince." Sugar Baby's face lit up with joy as she eagerly shared stories of her recent days. Qin Liang, following behind, pondered, "Isn't this child the prince's offspring? Why does she not call him father? Have they yet to acknowledge one another?" He surreptitiously observed his lord, realizing the genuine affection he held for the child. When had he ever witnessed such tenderness from a prince? The more he looked at the pair, the more they resembled father and son. However, did the prince know that the child possessed internal strength? It appeared that he was unaware. Thus, this crucial matter fell to him as a subordinate. Feng Tianyi cradled Tang Bao as they arrived at the Tang family residence, where the matriarch, along with the rest of the Tang clan and Qin Xian, awaited to greet them. The elderly lady and her family bowed deeply to the prince. "Please, rise, madam, and let the others forego formalities," he urged. Disembarking from his horse while still holding Tang Bao, he added, "I shall be visiting here frequently, so a simple gesture of respect will suffice. This is not the outside world, and there is no need for such elaborate customs." "Thank you, your highness," replied old Madame Tang, raising her hand. "Please, come inside." With the men of the Tang family absent, it was only old Madame Tang and Tang Bao who attended to their guests. The little one presented a cup of homemade sour plum soup to Feng Tianyi. "Your highness, I've added wild honey. It's quite sweet. You must taste it." Feng Tianyi, who generally had no taste for sweets, found it hard to refuse the eager child, who had already raised the cup to his lips. He took a sip, finding it refreshingly cool and not overly sweet, with a delightful fruity aroma reminiscent of sour plum soup. Old Madame Tang interjected, "These are sour plums from Inchi Mountain. The juice is too tart when boiled." But after Jingshu added honey, it tastes just like sour plum soup. Seeing that Feng Tianyi finished the drink, Tang Bao gleefully exclaimed, "And it's served cold from the pool in the back. It's truly delicious. Isn't it, your highness?" "Indeed, it is excellent and quite refreshing," he replied, noting the woman expertly pouring sour plum soup for Qin Liang and Qin Xian. After finishing his drink, Feng Tianyi felt a pang of hunger. Aware that he and his companions likely hadn't eaten, the Tang family prepared a dish of noodles with pickled vegetables and shredded pork, accompanied by a fried egg. As he savored the crispy yet tender egg, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, perhaps due to the fact that both times he had dined here, it had been noodles with egg. Following the meal, Feng Tianyi accompanied Qin Xian to inspect the Tang family's new house, instructing Qin Liang and the others to assist. Since Tang Bao's birthday was the following day, they planned to stay here to complete the roof. Subsequently, Feng Tianyi took Tang Bao to find Tang Jingshu, and together they examined the prepared medicinal herbs. Tang Jingshu opened the medicinal chest, revealing 5 boxes filled with healing potions, each containing 48 vials. Your Highness, you may take 8 boxes the day after tomorrow, she informed him. As for the other medicines, they must wait until the next delivery. You've worked swiftly to prepare so much, Feng Tianyi expressed, delighted. I will send these to the military camp for the treatment of the injured. He carefully picked up a vial, placing it with caution. Were it not for your sister-in-law nearing childbirth, I would have brought you along to the camp next time. This matter can wait. I shall return to escort you once your sister-in-law has delivered safely. Speaking of teaching military doctors the art of suturing, Tang Jingshu inquired. Might I trouble your Highness to procure a set of tools for me? They must be precise and crafted strictly according to my designs and specifications. Feng Tianyi examined her drawings. You require fine iron? He asked. Yes, the entire set must be made of fine iron, and the craftsmanship must be impeccable. Noticing his troubled expression, she questioned, is fine iron so difficult to obtain? Indeed, a piece of fine iron is worth its weight in gold. And it is not easily found, he replied. Do you know why the Northern D cavalry is so formidable? It is because their weapons are all forged from fine iron. Chapter 55. Your Highness, would you be willing to be my father? So, fine iron is so precious. The Daying dynasty has suffered at the hands of the Northern D due to their advanced weaponry. Tang Jingshu slammed her hand on the table, causing Feng Tianyi and Tang Bao to regard her with puzzled expressions as she stormed out in a fit of indignation. Soon after, she returned with brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, energetically beginning to write, creating an extensive array of notes and diagrams. Feng Tianyi and Tang Bao exchanged glances, perplexed by her scribblings. After she completed 2 diagrams, it dawned on Feng Tianyi. She was illustrating the process of refining fine iron. He was astounded. How could she possess such knowledge of metallurgy, particularly iron smelting? It was utterly remarkable. Furthermore, the characters she inscribed resembled a foreign script. Had she encountered missionaries? Feng Tianyi scrutinized the notes with newfound seriousness, gradually comprehending their content, and his astonishment only grew. Once Tang Jingshu finished her writing, he could not contain his excitement and grasped her arm. Dr. Tang, did you learn this from missionaries? Unfamiliar with the term, she was hesitant to disclose that her knowledge stemmed from her studies as a science major. If it weren't for her desire to create surgical instruments and ensure that the soldiers at the border would no longer suffer at the hands of the Northern D cavalry, she would rather keep her expertise hidden from Feng Tianyi. Yet, the missionary explanation was a plausible cover. Tang Jingshu nodded in acknowledgement, realizing she needed some justification for her knowledge. This outlines the containers and processes for refining fine iron. It is somewhat complex, but I will explain it to you in detail. She began to patiently elucidate the smelting process, much like a teacher instructing students. Fortunately, Feng Tianyi was quick-witted and had a strong capacity for understanding. After her initial explanation, he posed questions about aspects he found unclear, and soon he grasped everything. Tang Bao sat attentively beside them, unable to understand many of the words, but after Tang Jingshu read through them, he committed them to memory. Initially, he was only partially comprehending, but as he listened to Tang Jingshu clarify for Feng Tianyi, he began to grasp bits and pieces. Once Feng Tianyi fully understood, Tang Jingshu prepared to put away her diagrams. Tang Bao implored, Mother, I haven't fully understood. Could you explain it to me again? Seeing her son's eager eyes, Tang Jingshu sipped some water and consented. Very well, I shall explain it once more. Feng Tianyi attentively listened again, reinforcing his understanding. Qin Liang approached with cold tea for his brothers, and as he passed the doorway, he caught sight of the prince, Dr. Tang, and Tang Bao huddled closely together. Exuding an intimate warmth, laughter and joy resonated from within, further solidifying his previous thoughts. Returning to the site of the new house, Qin Liang nudged Qin Xian, who was drinking water. Does the prince have feelings for Dr. Tang? You noticed that too? Qin Xian set down his bowl. When we met in Beiguan County, the prince treated her and her son differently. At that moment, we surmised that he harbored feelings for Dr. Tang. He lowered his voice. You've just returned and may not be aware of certain matters. When you have the time, I will explain it in detail. Dr. Tang is still oblivious to it, so be careful not to speak of it. We wouldn't want to create an awkward situation. Qin Liang was curious if Tang Bao was the prince's child, but Qin Xian had already picked up his tools to continue building the wall. Given the prince's evident concern for Dr. Tang and her child, it seemed prudent for him to show them greater respect and courtesy, especially towards the Tang family. It became increasingly clear that Tang Bao was indeed the prince's child, his little master. As Tang Jingshu, Feng Tianyi, and Tang Bao engaged in earnest study, Qin Liang reflected on the scene surrounding him. After a thorough re-explanation from Tang Jingshu, she distilled the information into simpler terms, making it comprehensible for Tang Bao, who absorbed all the knowledge, recognizing its future utility. Tang Jingshu handed the diagrams to Feng Tianyi, stating, "Your Highness, I hope our Tang dynasty can produce superior weaponry to defend against foreign incursions." With Dr. Tang's formula for refining iron, Feng Tianyi felt confident that they could indeed repel the Northern Di, ensuring they would think twice before invading. The people of the Tang dynasty had suffered greatly at the hands of the barbarians. Only in the past 5 years had conditions begun to improve, though the Qizhou prefecture had faced 2 years of natural disasters. Feng Tianyi held the prescription with trembling hands, having successfully repelled the Beidi forces. "Dr. Tang, your contributions are invaluable. You have achieved a monumental feat, Wanya. I do not concern myself with accolades. I am simply delighted to be of assistance," replied Tang Jingshu. "Once the smelting succeeds, do craft several sets of medical tools for the Wanya. Whatever quantity you desire, it shall be done," Feng Tianyi assured her, recognizing Tang Jingshu's humility. Her motivations were inherently simple. However, she remained unaware of the profound significance this prescription held for the soldiers at the border and for the Tang dynasty. Had Tang Jingshu been a man, Feng Tianyi would have undoubtedly sought to forge a brotherhood with her. He carefully tucked the prescription away and said, "Dr. Tang, rest assured. I shall take your lifelong happiness to heart and find you an admirable husband." He remembered this matter well. Tang Jingshu stifled a laugh in her heart and humbly replied, "You need not trouble yourself over such trivialities. I am truly embarrassed. This is no trivial matter. It concerns the course of your life. I am well acquainted with many suitable candidates. It is only right that I offer my counsel," Feng Tianyi replied, feeling somewhat burdened by her high expectations. Realizing that it would take time to find the right match, Tang Jingshu considered explaining that it was merely a jest, but seeing him so earnest, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, knowing that matters of marriage ultimately required parental guidance. "Then I thank you, Wanya," she said with a smile. As Tang Jingshu departed with her belongings, Tang Bao finally understood the conversation. The Wanya was seeking a husband for his mother, a father for himself. However, Tang Bao did not wish for anyone else to be his father. He longed for the Wanya to assume that role. Remembering his mother's words about their disparity in status, he felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. His eyes brimming with tears as he lowered his head and nervously rubbed his small fingers together, determined to hold back his tears. Feng Tianyi acutely sensed Tang Bao's distress. He crouched down to examine the child, who had reddened eyes and was sniffling, utterly heartbroken. "What troubles you, Tang Bao? Just a moment ago, you seemed so joyful. What has caused this sudden sorrow?" The inquiry, though innocent, prompted Tang Bao to look up, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Heart aching for the child, Feng Tianyi hurriedly wiped his tears away and cradled him in his arms. "Do not cry, my dear. Please tell me what is wrong, all right?" With his large, glistening eyes fixed on Feng Tianyi, tears still clinging to his long and curly lashes, Tang Bao silently pondered how to ask, "Wanya, would you be willing to be my father?" Yet, he could not voice the question. Instead, he clung tightly to Feng Tianyi's neck and said, "Wanya, my mother endured great hardship to bring me into this world. She performed a cesarean herself and stitched herself up. She has suffered immensely for my sake. And you must find her a husband who will cherish her and never let her be bullied." He believed Feng Tianyi would be quite suitable, yet his mother had deemed it inappropriate. Feng Tianyi was deeply moved by Tang Bao's earnest words. "Rest assured, no one will dare to bully your mother or you. For I am here." Tang Bao, resting his head on Feng Tianyi's shoulder, nodded vigorously, "Om." In chapter 56, the scene resembled a miniature version of their earlier adventures. To lift Tang Bao's spirits, Feng Tianyi invited Tang Jingshu to join them at the riverside to catch fish. They rowed downstream until they reached a wider part of the river, where they began to set up bamboo traps. Feng Tianyi instructed Tang Jingshu to stay with Tang Bao on the shore while he removed his shoes and rolled up his trousers to wade into the water. His technique mirrored Tang Jingshu's. He used a stick to tap the water's surface, driving the fish toward the bamboo traps. However, his solitary efforts proved insufficient, as the fish often swam toward the opposite bank instead of seeking refuge in the traps. Tang Bao clapped joyously from the side, cheering, "Wanya, go for it! Wanya, go for it!" Tang Jingshu, unable to suppress her concern, disregarded any notions of propriety and joined him in the water. "Wanya, you cannot manage this alone. I shall assist you." Upon seeing his mother enter the water, Tang Bao hurriedly shed his shoes and pants, exclaiming, "Wanya, I'm coming." The river was only knee-deep for adults, and Tang Bao jumped in, splashing around as the fish playfully swam near his thighs, with his chubby little hands grasping at them. He found himself tumbling into the water, chasing after the fish. "Don't run away, little fish." His charming antics resembled that of a plump frog. Through Tang Bao's determined pursuit, he managed to herd the fish into the bamboo traps. He frolicked in the water, even attempting to float on his back. "Mother, am I impressive?" "Indeed, my son. You are remarkable, Tang Jingshu praised, allowing him to play as the afternoon river was pleasantly warm, far from the chilly upstream currents. Watching her son swim, she felt a surge of pride, for it was a skill she had taught him during her lucid moments. Fearing what might happen if he ventured near the water unsupervised during her less aware times, her heart swelled with joy at the sight of his blissful face. Tang Bao swam over to Feng Tianyi, splashing water on him when he least expected it. Upon realizing, Feng Tianyi quickly swam away, laughing, "You cannot catch me, Wang Ye. You little rascal, how dare you ambush me? Do not run." Feng Tianyi immediately pursued, but Tang Bao was like a slippery little fish, evading capture. Their playful water fight continued, yet Tang Bao, being shorter, struggled against Feng Tianyi's height. Just as he was about to summon his inner strength, Tang Jingshu called out to him, "Son, it's time to collect the traps and the fish. We must move to the next spot." Coming. Tang Bao wiped the water from his face and grabbed Feng Tianyi's hand, declaring, "Wang Ye, it's time to gather the fish." Feng Tianyi pulled the bamboo traps from the water, and Tang Bao had already dragged over a bucket. Seeing the fish leaping inside the trap filled him with joy. He dove in, emerging with a handful of fish to place into the bucket. Feng Tianyi chuckled, "Tang Bao, do not rush. Let me pour them directly into the bucket." "Look at how many fish there are," Tang Bao exclaimed, pointing at the larger ones. "This one will make a delicious tofu fish soup." He indicated the smaller ones and looked up at Tang Jingshu. "Mother, let us make spicy fish with these. Tomorrow, let us catch more and prepare some for grandfather and the others." Remembering her own father, Tang Jingshu readily agreed. "Then you shall be in charge of catching the fish, while I shall handle the cooking." "All right," Tang Bao responded with enthusiasm. He then took Feng Tianyi's hand, adding, "And Wang Ye, we shall all fish together." Feng Tianyi nodded, feeling delighted at the prospect of joining Tang Bao once more. Observing the child's radiant smile filled him with happiness. As the pond brimmed with rainwater and the downpour ceased, the muddy fields were teeming with loach. Feng Tianyi followed the mother and son, carrying the water bucket and bamboo traps. As he listened to their cheerful singing and found himself humming along, reflecting on Tang Bao's earlier tearful words, Feng Tianyi glanced at Tang Jingshu's abdomen, marveling at the resilience and courage it must have taken for her to perform such a painful act alone, bearing and stitching herself after childbirth. He believed he would have faltered under such circumstances. His admiration for her deepened. She was indeed stronger than many men. No wonder she sought a husband of such caliber. Having endured so much for a man in the past, she surely desired someone who would care for her. He resolved to find her a suitable match. Adhering to her wishes, she must have endured considerable hardship to transform from an innocent girl into the mature and composed woman she had become, acquiring skills along the way. Unbeknownst to her, the prescription she had casually penned for smelting iron would greatly benefit the Tang dynasty. Witnessing her fervor as she left with righteous indignation, followed by her eloquent writing, Feng Tianyi recognized her patriotic fervor. Tang Jingshu was truly a woman of remarkable strength. From now on, he, Feng Tianyi, would safeguard the Tang family. Meanwhile, Qin Liang stood atop a beam, gazing toward the river, observing his Wang Ye and Dr. Tang joyfully catching fish together with her son. He inquired of Qin Xian beside him, "Do share with me the matter regarding the prince and Dr. Tang." In hushed tones, Qin Xian recounted the events, emphasizing, "You must show respect towards Dr. Tang. She is indeed the savior of our prince. Currently, the Tang family continues to assist him, and they hold great significance in his life." "Understood," Qin Liang replied. "But is young Master Tang not the prince's child? Who informed you that young Master Tang is the prince's offspring?" Qin Xian shot a stern glance at Qin Liang, his expression growing more serious. "Do not speak carelessly, lest you tarnish Dr. Tang's reputation. You have certainly heard of her past. Henceforth, refrain from mentioning young Master Tang's matters." Qin Liang was well aware of the events surrounding Tang Jingshu from years ago. He nodded, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. Young Master Tang bore a striking resemblance to their prince. He nudged Qin Xian again. "Have you not noticed how young Master Tang's expressions and manner of walking sometimes mirror the prince's?" Qin Xian shook his head. "I have never seen the prince in his youth. I lack the discernment to perceive such subtleties. However, he could vaguely discern some similarities. Perhaps we should invite Gonggong Deng to take a look. After all, there is little happening in the prince's residence, and he could come to attend to the prince." Gonggong Deng had watched the prince grow up, and with his keen perception, he would undoubtedly be able to discern any truths. The two reached a mutual understanding, and Qin Liang resolved to draft a letter upon returning, informing Gonggong Deng of the prince's arduous circumstances and lack of care. Surely, he would set off immediately. At this moment, young Master Tang, resting by the riverbank, placed his small feet alongside Feng Tianyi's large ones, gently laying his tiny feet atop the larger ones. Feng Tianyi allowed the child to indulge in this playful act, a fond smile gracing his lips. Young Master Tang felt a surge of excitement, and after observing their feet, he exclaimed, "Your Highness, our feet resemble each other. Both are slender and elongated." Feng Tianyi chuckled, "Indeed, our feet are quite alike. It seems we share a peculiar bond." The duo, one large and one small, could not help but glance toward Tang Jingshu, who was busy putting on shoes and socks. Young Master Tang whispered to Feng Tianyi, "Your Highness, do not be deceived by my mother's slenderness. She, like my grandfather, possesses a pair of plump feet." He then shushed, "We mustn't let mother hear this." Feng Tianyi, intrigued by the extent of her plumpness, regretted not having noticed earlier. Chapter 57. The resemblance grows stronger. After discussing the similarity between young Master Tang and his prince with Qin Liang, Qin Xian began to pay closer attention to the child, meticulously observing his demeanor and actions. And indeed, the resemblance grew ever more pronounced. Reflecting upon the fact that young Master Tang was 3 years old this year, and recalling that their prince had been poisoned 3 years prior, he pondered why, after that fateful night, the prince had immediately instructed them to locate the woman who possessed his jade pendant. Nearly 4 years had passed, yet the woman with the pendant had not approached the Su Wangfu. The prince had clearly revealed his identity to her. Why had she not come? Could it be that Dr. Tang was that very woman, and after that night, she had lost the prince's child? Dr. Tang had once been in love. Could it be that she succumbed to despair and fell ill, retreating to the countryside to recuperate, ultimately giving birth to young Master Tang? As Qin Liang and Qin Xian deliberated, they grew increasingly convinced of their theory. Young Master Tang was, indeed, their young master. The two felt an overwhelming urge to embrace one another in tears, marveling at how heaven had orchestrated the reunion of the prince and his young master, allowing their bond to flourish. During this period, Qin Xian had remained by Feng Tianyi's side, having spent a fortnight in the wilderness. He discerned that the 3 individuals involved were utterly oblivious to their shared connection. However, all of this was but speculation. Whether young Master Tang was truly the prince's child awaited confirmation from Gonggong Deng. Yet, what of the prince's jade pendant? If Dr. Tang were indeed the one, it should rightfully be in her possession. Regardless of the truth, their respect for Tang Jingshu and young Master Tang deepened, and they labored with renewed vigor. The following day marked young Master Tang's birthday, and the family resolved to prepare a delightful celebration for him. That evening, young Master Tang continued to bathe and sleep alongside Feng Tianyi. To prevent any mishaps during the night, Feng Tianyi carried him outside to relieve himself before he could fall asleep. After a day of fishing and play, young Master Tang dozed off mid-relief, prompting Feng Tianyi to carry him back. He affectionately patted the child's chubby backside, remarking on how quickly the little rascal fell asleep. As they passed the kitchen, they noticed Tang Jingshu still hard at work. Feng Tianyi entered with young Master Tang in his arms, softly inquiring, "Dr. Tang, why are you still awake at this late hour? What keeps you so busy?" Tang Jingshu paused her stirring, replying, "I am preparing cream by whisking the milk. I will obtain cream." She intended to create a birthday cake for young Master Tang and was meticulously experimenting, with the most challenging aspect being the cream, crafted from the fresh milk Feng Tianyi had brought that day. Feng Tianyi understood that she only cooked when inspired. He glanced at the layer of substance floating atop the milk. That must be the cream. Young Master Tang has fallen asleep. "I shall take him back to our quarters while you continue your work," he stated, not wishing to linger on culinary discussions. Tang Jingshu resumed her efforts, focused on her cream. Outside, Xiande and his son were diligently constructing the oven as per Tang Jingshu's instructions, preparing for the cake to be baked the next day. Feng Tianyi closed his eyes, straining to listen to the sounds emanating from the kitchen until Tang Jingshu finished her work and returned to rest, at which point he finally succumbed to slumber. The next morning, young Master Tang donned the new clothes made for him, feeling invigorated. Everyone who greeted him wished him a happy birthday, and he politely bowed, responding with a heartfelt thank you. In this household, being the youngest, it was only proper for him to show such respect. Tang Jingshu entered with a platter of fragrant bread, drawing the attention of both Feng Tianyi and young Master Tang. Today, Tang Jingshu had made a slight effort to adorn herself, styling her hair attractively and adorning it with a jade hairpin, while delicate earrings adorned her ears. "Wow, mother, you look beautiful today, just as lovely as baby," young Master Tang exclaimed, his big, watery eyes brimming with admiration. "Mother, please look this beautiful every day." Feng Tianyi concurred, surprised by how attractive Tang Jingshu appeared with her modest enhancements. Previously, he had only recognized her capabilities. Today, he was witnessing her feminine beauty. Tang Jingshu smiled. "Young master, one must not judge solely by appearance. While beauty can be pleasing to the eye, true worth lies in one's character and values. Do you understand?" "I understand, mother," young Master Tang agreed, recognizing the truth in her words. A handsome face did not guarantee goodness, and those who appeared kind could harbor wicked hearts. Much like old Lady Jiao, Tang Jingshu was perpetually busy, leaving little time for daily adornment, and after dressing, how could she work or traverse the mountains and rivers? Feng Tianyi regarded the jade hairpin in her hairstyle. That hairpin suits you splendidly. The prince has an eye for beauty, Tang Jingshu teased, calling out to young Master Tang. Dear, today I have prepared some delightful soft bread. Come and taste it with His Highness. Young Master Tang, having already caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, eagerly took Feng Tianyi's hand and followed her inside. Breakfast consisted of porridge accompanied by bread, with Tang Jingshu having prepared 2 varieties, whole wheat and red bean. Everyone sampled the bread for the first time, finding it exceedingly delicious, albeit too soft, as they could easily consume several without feeling satisfied. The 3 children adored it, believing it far superior to buns and steamed bread, as young ones naturally favored sweet treats that uplifted their spirits. Tang Jingshu was aware that the men would soon grow hungry after working, so she had specially prepared a generous quantity of potato cakes. Feng Tianyi preferred these, as he was not fond of sweets. After breakfast, the men resumed their construction, while the women embarked on their farming tasks, each engaged in their respective duties. Today marks the birthday of Tang Bao, and Feng Xiaorong has decided to suspend his studies, allowing the 3 children to play together as if it were a holiday. The trio frolics in the courtyard, engaging in games of hide and seek, hopscotch, and 5 in a row. Feng Tianyi observes for a while before being lured out of the courtyard by the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Tang Jingshu has successfully baked a cake, having just removed it from the oven. Turning around, she spots Feng Tianyi behind her and greets him with a smile. Your Highness, why are you out here? It's quite warm with the stove going. Please, do come inside and sit. Feng Tianyi gazes at the golden cake in her hands, distinct from the morning's bread. He follows Tang Jingshu into the courtyard, watching as she places 2 cakes, one large and one small, onto the table and slices them into circular shapes, stacking them with care. She then spreads a creamy layer on top and begins to create intricate designs, crafting several delicate flowers. Finally, she adorns the center with cherry jam, inscribing Happy Birthday, Tang Bao, and crowns it with a whole cherry. Feng Tianyi immediately realizes how much Tang Bao will adore this. It is evident that this woman has poured her heart into it. She is indeed a wonderful mother. Whoever wins her heart in marriage will be truly fortunate. After completing the cake, Tang Jingshu carries it into the room of old Madame Tang, intending to surprise Tang Bao. Meanwhile, the ducks Feng Tianyi had previously purchased remain unconsumed as they are being raised. Tang Jingshu selects 3 to prepare roasted duck, leaving a few hens for egg laying. Once the ducks are dispatched, the 3 children abandon their games and rush over to assist Tang Jingshu in plucking the feathers. She intends to keep the down to eventually craft vests for the children and old Madame Tang, while the coarser feathers will be reserved for pillows, with the outer feathers discarded into the stove. Feeling a tad out of place as everyone else is busy, Feng Tianyi squats beside Tang Bao to lend a hand with the plucking. Qin Liang and Qin Xian, observing from the rooftop, note how their prince, since arriving here, has humbled himself to partake in such tasks, treating Dr. Tang with remarkable kindness and gentleness. Could he be unwittingly entangled in this familial bond? Both men, having remained single for over 20 years, lacking romantic experience, eagerly await the arrival of eunuch Dang for guidance. Chapter 58 reveals the successful cultivation of watermelons. After marinating the ducks, Tang Jingshu heads to the backyard garden with a bamboo basket. Before dawn, she uses her abilities to hasten the ripening of several watermelons, plucking them to surprise her son. Tang Bao, who diligently checks on the watermelon seedlings morning and night, eagerly awaits the day they bear fruit. Today, however, he remains by Feng Tianyi's side, too occupied to venture to the backyard. Taking advantage of the workers' distraction, Tang Jingshu hastens the ripening of several more watermelon vines, planning to bring them to her father tomorrow. The watermelons have grown impressively large. She taps them gently, discerning their ripeness by sound. She selects 6, placing them in a water tank to chill for a refreshing midday treat. In the front courtyard, Feng Tianyi engages the 3 children in play. Jingxian initially feels shy, particularly in the presence of royalty. Yet as time passes, she perceives that he is not as stern as he appears, especially when interacting with Tang Bao, where he exudes a fatherly warmth. Gradually, she relaxes, contemplating that if he is indeed Tang Bao's father, does that not imply he could become her brother-in-law in the future? Stealing a glance at Feng Tianyi, she muses that he would make a fine match for her elder sister. In the backyard, old Madame Tang converses with her 2 daughters-in-law about Feng Tianyi. Observing the growing closeness between Tang Bao and the prince raises concerns. It is not merely Tang Bao's affair. The prince also cherishes him, having come specifically to celebrate his birthday. Zhu Shili nudges Lu Shuangyi, remarking, one might mistake their affectionate bond for that of father and son. Lu Shuangyi, troubled, replies that they reside in the wilderness, and should he choose to visit, it would be beyond their control. With Feng Xiaorong soon to give birth and Tang Jingshu expected to accompany her to the military camp, their time together will only increase. Old Madame Tang digs up a sweet potato and tosses it into the basket, acknowledging that the prince has obligations he cannot evade. With Tang Jingshu away at the military camp for 10 days to a fortnight, it is certain that Tang Bao will accompany her. Currently, the Tang family relies on the prince's goodwill in this wilderness. There is no escaping it. It remains to be seen whether Tang Jingshu can maintain her composure. Even if the prince develops deep feelings for her, accepting Tang Bao complicates matters, and their family status would likely confine her to the role of a secondary wife. Lu Shuangyi is resolute that her daughter should not become a concubine. Their daughters are destined to be esteemed wives, not mere consorts. Becoming a concubine would mean living with one's head held low, unable to stand tall. With Tang Jingshu's remarkable capabilities and the delightful Tang Bao as her child, any man who wins her heart will be exceedingly fortunate. She will not settle for being a secondary wife. This is a firm stand. Old Madame Tang nods in agreement, affirming that the Tang daughters will not become concubines. Men may not take concubines, nor have concubine rooms. That is the principle inscribed in their family teachings. Lu Shuangyi has faith in her daughter, recognizing that she is no longer the naive girl she once was. Yet love can be unpredictable. As it stands, her daughter seems unaffected by Feng Tianyi, her heart as still as water, showing no romantic inclination. Lu Shuangyi observes Tang Bao's admiration for Feng Tianyi, fearing that comparisons might lead to discontent with future suitors. Suddenly, recalling the prince's words upon his first departure, she feels reassured. He had promised to help Tang Jingshu find a suitable match, indicating that neither of them harbors ulterior motives. Mother, sister-in-law, we can rest easy now, she announces. At that moment, Lu Shuangyi, having been close enough to overhear their conversation, feels a sense of relief. Old Madame Tang immediately inquires, is that true? Absolutely. My daughter did not mishear, Lu Shuangyi confirms. That is good to hear. Old Madame Tang scolds Lu Shuangyi lightly. Such important news you should have shared earlier. You've made us worry unnecessarily. With the primary support of our family in Qizhou, my heart feels as if it has split in half. I became so busy that I overlooked it, Lu Shuangyi explains. Zhu Xiuli whispers a reminder, sister-in-law, do make sure to keep that jade pendant safe. It's with her. There is no cause for concern, Lu Shuangyi reassures, confident that her daughter has stored it safely in her space, impervious to theft. As long as the pendant remains concealed, Li Wang would not dare claim Tang Bao as his child. Furthermore, having forgotten that period of her memory, they will only acknowledge Tang Bao as a child of the Tang family, their cherished treasure. On Tang Bao's birthday, the Tang family returns early, commencing preparations for the midday feast with Tang Jingshu as the head chef. After steaming sweet potatoes, she kneads them with flour to form small balls, which she fries into delightful sweet potato balls. Next, she prepares a small chicken pastry, a beloved local delicacy, charming in its petite form, wafting a fragrant aroma, and yielding a crisp exterior with a soft, sweet interior, suitable for all ages. Following that, she prepares the spicy fish that Tang Bao requested, along with dompa pork, braised pork with preserved vegetables, salt and pepper ribs, and scrambled eggs with chives. Today, old Madame Tang takes charge, having slaughtered 2 plump chickens for soup. In addition to roasted lamb chops and duck, these comprise the meat dishes. Essential vegetable options include sour and spicy shredded potatoes, a family favorite. Tang Jingshu also picks tender pumpkin shoots for a stir-fry, rounding out the meal. Once the workers arrive, Tang Jingshu retrieves the chilled watermelons from the back, declaring, "These are the watermelons we planted this year. I've kept them in the water to chill for a refreshing treat to help everyone cool off. The watermelon is sweet. But unfortunately, the others do not seem particularly interested, taking only small bites." However, when Tang Jingshu slices into the watermelon, revealing its vibrant red flesh with minimal seeds, the entire group gathers around eagerly. Tang Bao, Jing Xian, and Cheng Jun clap their hands joyfully, having achieved success. Indeed, they had succeeded. Feng Tianyi, intrigued, inquired about the nature of this success. He gazed at the vibrant crimson watermelon, which appeared far superior to any tribute, eliciting a mouth-watering response. Tang Bao, grasping his hand, informed him, "Your Highness, this is a new variety of watermelon that mother and grandfather have developed together. They grafted watermelon sprouts onto pumpkin sprouts, resulting in a large watermelon with exceptionally sweet and plentiful flesh." Grafting? This was the first time Feng Tianyi had encountered such a term in this novel method of cultivation. Grandmother Tang felt an immense pride swell within her. "Your Highness, do taste this watermelon grown using the new method." Feng Tianyi took a slice, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon tasting, they found it exceedingly sweet, juicy, and delightfully granular. Notably, the seeds were fewer and larger than those of previous watermelons. making them easier to consume. Tang Bao devoured his watermelon slice in one breath and reached for a second piece, exclaiming how sweet and refreshing it was. Feng Tianyi also took a second slice, recognizing the potential for widespread cultivation. If promoted, this watermelon could become a new source of income for the people of Qizhou Prefecture, alongside cotton and potatoes, establishing a trio of local specialties. Tang Jingshu cut open 2 more watermelons and cheerfully remarked, "Your Highness, your concern for the common folk will surely come to fruition. Whether it can be realized does not rest solely on my words. Your full cooperation is essential." Feng Tianyi replied solemnly, "You are the hope of the people of Qizhou." On the occasion of Tang Bao's birthday, Xiao Mai had prepared a bowl of longevity noodles, ensuring that not a single strand was broken, which took considerable effort. When Tang Jingshu opened the oven, the aroma of roasted duck wafted through the air, causing the 3 children to involuntarily inhale deeply. How delightful it smelled. Tang Jingshu, skilled with the knife, quickly sliced 3 roasted ducks and prepared the lamb chops, presenting an abundant feast. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tang Bao rushed to embrace Tang Jingshu's waist, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Mother, thank you." It was clear that this time, rather than merely receiving a beating and an egg, his mother had tirelessly prepared a lavish spread for him throughout the morning. "Since this is your first birthday celebration, of course, I had to prepare splendidly," Tang Jingshu replied, hugging her son. "You are the treasure I labored so hard to bring into this world, and I shall cherish you dearly." Tears streamed down Tang Bao's face as he held Tang Jingshu's hand, recalling his great-grandmother's words, "A child's birthday is a mother's day of suffering. Mother, we are in this together." Tang Jingshu felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. "All right, mother will be with you." Grandmother Tang and Lu Shuangyi watched the mother and son, their eyes moist with tenderness, for they were indeed good children. 3 tables were set, and everyone gathered to dine, with each table laden with identical dishes. Once seated, Grandmother Tang poured red wine and offered everyone a fill. She raised her glass, first toasting Feng Tianyi. "Lord Su, I thank you for traveling such a distance to celebrate Tang Bao's birthday. It has truly been a bother for you. I regard Tang Bao as if he were my own child. I must honor my promises to him," Feng Tianyi replied, lifting his glass alongside Tang Bao. "I am genuinely delighted and must also thank him for bringing me such joy." Hearing this, Tang Bao beamed with a broad grin, raising his own sour plum drink to clink with Feng Tianyi and Grandmother Tang. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, Great-Grandmother." Subsequently, Tang Bao poured a glass of red wine for Tang Jingshu, raising his sour plum drink in salute. "Mother, thank you for bringing baby here. Baby will be your little cotton-padded jacket. You nurture me while I care for you in your old age." This last phrase he had often heard Tang Jingshu say and had etched it in his heart. Tang Jingshu clinked her glass with his, affirming, "Then we have an agreement. I will care for you as a child, and you will care for me in my old age." "Indeed," Tang Bao replied, extending his hand. "Mother, let us make a pinky promise." The mother and son linked pinkies, sealing their vow of mutual care. Then, Tang Bao raised his sour plum drink, toasting to everyone in turn, even if only with a small sip, and afterward, he let out a satisfied burp, noticing the plethora of delicacies. Tang Bao whispered to Tang Jingshu, "Mother, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back." Tang Jingshu chuckled, "Go ahead. But don't forget to wash your hands." Every dish today was delectable, from the roasted duck to the lamb chops and crispy chicken, pleasing both adults and children alike. Feng Tianyi particularly relished the roasted duck and dompa pork, finding it superior to that prepared by the palace chefs, infused with a greater sense of homeliness. He glanced at Qin Xian and Qin Liang, noting how relaxed they were at the Tang household, devoid of any restraint. It felt as if they had returned home. After clearing the table, Tang Jingshu and Xiao Mai brought out the birthday cake they had prepared for Tang Bao, celebrating his 3rd year. When Tang Jingshu unveiled the cake, gasps of astonishment arose. How beautiful it was, especially among the women. Who could resist such a stunning dessert? The 3 children gathered around the cake, marveling, "Wow, wow, wow." They envied Tang Bao for having such a splendid cake made just for him. Adorned with the words "Happy Birthday, Tang Bao," alongside a lovely cherry on top, Tang Jingshu smiled. "When it's your turn for a birthday, I will make one for you as well." "That would be wonderful," Jing Xian exclaimed, rushing to hug Tang Jingshu. "Big sister, you are the best to me." Cheng Jun beamed, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Xiao Mai brought out clean plates, while Zhu Xiuli held the knife. Tang Jingshu grasped Tang Bao's hand, saying, "Son, close your eyes and make a wish. Once you do, we can cut the cake." Tang Bao pressed his palms together, closing his eyes in earnest, wishing for Feng Tianyi to become his father, so that they could all live happily together as a family. Upon opening his eyes, Jing Xian curiously inquired, "Tang Bao, what did you wish for?" "Aunt, I can't say now. If I do, it won't come true. Tang Bao glanced at his mother and the prince. Mother, my wish will definitely come true, right? Tang Jingshu affectionately patted her son's little head. Yes, it will surely come true. Tang Bao's joy was boundless. If his mother believed it would come true, did that mean he could call the prince father this year? Tang Jingshu placed the knife in Tang Bao's hands, guiding his small hand as she held it. All right, let us cut the cake now. The piece adorned with Tang Bao and the cherry was naturally his, while the rest would be shared among everyone. Given the number of guests, each person received a small slice, merely a token. The cake was filled with fruits and jam, each layer boasting a different flavor, and even Feng Tianyi, who typically shunned sweets, finished a small piece. This birthday was profoundly significant for Tang Bao, unforgettable in every way. Regrettably, his grandfather and uncle were not present to partake in the delicious feast or savor the delectable cake. In the afternoon, Grandmother Tang instructed Qin Xian and the Qian family to rest, for they had worked tirelessly over the past few days. They deserved a break. Furthermore, Qin Liang and the others needed to rise at dawn to load the cart, so rest was imperative for their journey ahead. Tang Bao, meanwhile, took Feng Tianyi fishing, with Qin Xian and Qin Liang following behind, carrying bamboo baskets. By evening, the four returned with 2 buckets of fish, which they presented to Tang Jingshu. Xiao Mai accepted the buckets. I, along with Hongya and Levian, will clean these. Jingshu, you take a rest. You've done enough today. Once we're done, you can take over the cooking. All right, I shall rest. Just then, Feng Tianyi called out to Tang Jingshu, expressing his desire to see the grafted watermelons. Your Highness, these 2 acres are all devoted to watermelons, with 1.5 acres grafted onto pumpkin seedlings. Tang Jingshu pointed to the adjacent half-acre. This area is grafted onto winter melon seedlings, which will yield different results. Feng Tianyi crouched down, unable to discern any traces of grafting. It appeared as though they were an integral whole. How did you come to master this art of grafting? It was an accidental discovery. The prince remembers the numerous sacks of fleshly substance I brought over, does he not? A total of 142 gene, after deducting labor and transportation costs. You stand to earn 1,100 taels of silver. Feng Tianyi inquired, what does this have to do with fleshly substance? Fleshly substance grows in dependence upon the tamarisk tree, drawing upon its nutrients to thrive, Tang Jingshu explained. Given that pumpkins grow large and are abundant in flesh, I thought it prudent to attempt grafting watermelons onto them. Indeed, I experimented with numerous methods, losing many seedlings in the process. However, perseverance bore fruit, and to my astonishment, it succeeded. Your Highness, should this technique be disseminated, our dying dynasty's watermelons would be unparalleled. Feng Tianyi was in high spirits, further admiring Tang Jingshu for her ability to draw inferences and innovate. This woman was remarkably astute. Chapter 60, Wealth Awaits. Before dawn, Feng Tianyi, along with Qin Liang, Qin Xian, and others, rose early. Once Tang Jingshu had tidied up, Feng Tianyi handed Sugar Treasure to her, urging him to rest well, for he was in a crucial growth phase. Sugar Treasure understood that the prince had entrusted him to his mother, yet he felt drowsy and nestled into her embrace to continue sleeping. The heavily laden carts traveled slowly, so to reach Kunbai City in a timely manner, Feng Tianyi and the others needed to depart early. Tang Jingshu and Xiao Mai went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Qin Liang and the others began loading the carts, leaving ample seeds for the Tang family and taking everything else with them. Feng Tianyi presented Tang Jingshu with 2,000 taels in silver notes, 6 notes of 10 taels each, along with a pile of silver coins, designated for grain seeds and medicinal herbs. The expenses for the medicinal supplies would be settled at the end of the month, so keep a careful account. Thank you, Your Highness. Finally, seeing silver made Tang Jingshu's heart race with excitement, though she maintained a calm facade as she tucked away the notes. The prince would surely send someone at the month's end to deliver the medicinal herbs, prompting me to expedite my work and complete everything for delivery. You may arrange accordingly. Feng Tianyi gazed at the pristine cotton, ensuring there would be enough seeds for your family, as well as cotton for garments and bedding, while he would take the remainder for the soldiers in the barracks. The winters in Qizhou Prefecture arrived particularly early, with snow beginning in October, and the freezing temperatures claimed countless lives each year. Tang Jingshu nodded, stating that this year's cotton should be given to the soldiers at the border without any charge, as a token of gratitude for their service in safeguarding the nation. She was not naive, having once been a special forces soldier herself. She understood the hardships of military life and recognized the struggles faced by the soldiers. Every little bit helped, and she wished to contribute her modest efforts. On behalf of the soldiers at the border, I extend my gratitude to you. A woman with such sentiment is truly admirable, and Feng Tianyi respectfully bowed to Tang Jingshu. There is no need for excessive formality, Your Highness. Tang Jingshu carefully loaded 2 jars of spicy fish onto the cart, 1 jar for her father, uncle, and 3 brothers, and the other for the prince to share with Lord Lu and the others. Subsequently, Lu Shuangyi and Zhu Xiuli brought over 2 baskets of watermelons. Grandmother Tang stated, "Please take them along for the journey, and do bring a couple back for the 5 at home to taste, as they have yet to enjoy the watermelons we planted. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will ensure they reach their destination." Such splendid watermelons are bound to make Lu Yutian and the others salivate, as they have long been anticipated. Tang Jingshu prepared bread for the journey and roasted some jerky as well, which Feng Tianyi instructed Qin Liang to distribute. With the cargo loaded and dawn breaking, Feng Tianyi and the others finished their breakfast and prepared to set off. Sugar Treasure accompanied Feng Tianyi to the door, asking, "Your Highness, will you come again next time?" "Yes, I shall return to fetch you and your mother to the barracks." Feng Tianyi gently patted Sugar Treasure's little head, advising him to listen to his mother at home and not wander off, for the wilds are fraught with danger. "I understand, Your Highness." Sugar Treasure kissed his face, wishing him a safe journey. Feng Tianyi mounted his horse and turned to see Tang Jingshu standing at the door, holding Sugar Treasure, both waving goodbye to him. He suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, as though it were his wife and child bidding him farewell on a long journey, stirring a wave of reluctance within him. Surely, it was the thought of Sugar Treasure that tugged at his heartstrings, given the child's reluctant expression. Yes, that must be it. Feng Tianyi promptly turned back, waving his hand, and they set off. Qin Xian and the others remained in the wild until the houses were fully constructed before departing. Grandmother Tang expressed her apologies to Qin Xian and the others, saying, "You have worked hard, gentlemen." Qin Xian respectfully acknowledged her, assuring her that it was unnecessary to be so formal. The prince had commanded his subordinates to remain, and fulfilling our duties is our responsibility. Should there be any tasks, please do not hesitate to inform us. Qin Xian took his men to work. Tang Jingshu assisted Grandmother Tang back into the house, where everyone was gathered. Before them all, she presented 2,000 taels and silver notes to Grandmother Tang. "Grandmother, this is the money our family earned. Please take it, and we shall divide it when father and uncle return. I will keep this 100 taels for my next trip to town to purchase supplies. The household has sufficient provisions, as Feng Tianyi has brought grain and various vegetables on his 2 visits, and so has Lu Yutian during his last visit." Grandmother Tang returned 1,000 taels, stating, "I know this is the silver you earned from digging for fleshly sistanch. It is your hard-earned money, and you should keep it. As for this 1,000 taels, it is from the sale of wheat, and we all have a share. When your father and uncle return, I will distribute it to everyone." Zhu Xiuli added, "In truth, most of the earnings from the wheat were thanks to Jingshu, while we merely helped with the harvesting. All of this is due to Jingshu's efforts, and I have no objections to giving it all to her. Had it not been for Jingshu's arrival, they would still be fretting over their daily meals. A bit of hardship is nothing. Our family should work together, and Zhu Xiuli would not contest this silver." Lu Shuangyi felt delighted at the family's newfound wealth and agreed to follow her mother's arrangements. Grandmother Tang smiled, saying, "Our family is not selfish or solely focused on hoarding wealth. Your uncle and aunt are both reasonable people. I understand you wish to account for the money from the medicinal herbs, as well as your second brother and third brother's share. Those will be included. However, this 1,000 taels has nothing to do with them. This silver, then, shall remain with you, Jingshu." Everyone concurred, urging her to accept it. And Tang Jingshu had no choice but to accept the silver notes. The earnings from selling fleshly sistanch, along with a portion for Hongya and Levian, were divided, with Tang Jingshu giving each of them 100 taels. "Here, take this. You both deserve it, and we shall continue to share any future earnings from our foraging." The 2 maidens protested, claiming they should not accept silver for their assistance, as it was their duty. Tang Jingshu insisted, and each of them ultimately received 10 taels. With no other recourse, Tang Jingshu remarked, "Very well, I shall keep it for you, and when you marry, it will serve as your dowry." Hongya blushed and replied, "Miss, I shall not marry. I intend to stay by your side for life, watching little master grow up. Why marry a man when I can be with you and little master? Wherever you go, Levian will follow." Tang Jingshu did not wish for them to remain unmarried, assuring them that when the time came, she would prepare a generous dowry for them. This promise would always hold true. She hoped they would find someone they loved and build their own families. "Over the years, I am grateful for your care. You have treated me well, and I wish for your happiness as well." Tang Jingshu patted both their shoulders, stating, "I shall miss you too. We are sisters for life." The 2 maidens cried even harder, realizing that the miss regarded them as sisters and had always treated them kindly, both in the past and present. Meeting such an admirable mistress was a privilege for them. Tang Jingshu presented Xiao Mai with 10 taels of silver notes, which she initially refused to accept. However, Tang Jingshu insisted, urging her to take it, assuring her that in the future, there would be numerous occasions to utilize silver. In this household, Xiao Mai was the most industrious, tirelessly assisting with the preparation of the meat and various chores, whether it be late at night or early in the morning. Tang Jingshu was aware that her grandmother would allocate some money to Qiaomai, and this 10 taels was a token of her affection. With tears glistening in her eyes, Qiaomai held the silver notes, and Tang Jingshu playfully chided her, saying that there would be plenty of days ahead to earn substantial money. Rendering the 10 taels trivial, her tears, however, were invaluable. Amused by this, Qiaomai broke into laughter, feeling fortunate to have come to this family where everyone treated her and Cheng-jun as their own. In Chapter 61, he sought ways to ensure they would develop mutual affection. Tang Bao, accompanied by a flock of chicks and ducklings, ventured outside to forage for seeds and insects. Sitting atop a small mound while gazing at the distant hills, resting his chin on his hand, he turned to a duckling nearby and inquired, "Do you think the prince would be willing to be my father?" The confused duckling stared back at him, unable to comprehend such a profound question. Understanding that it was beyond the duckling's grasp, Tang Bao contemplated the interactions he had observed between other children and their parents in the countryside. They worked together, shared a bed at night, and had an affectionate bond, often holding hands. On one occasion, he had even witnessed a couple embracing and kissing. However, since the prince and his mother were not married, they could not share a bed, lest they face dire consequences. He had once seen 2 improper individuals imprisoned in a cage and tossed into a river, though they survived and were merely chased away. Shaking his head vigorously, Tang Bao resolved that he could not allow the prince and his mother to become such improper figures. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He could make the prince like his mother and vice versa. If they both developed affection for one another, the prince would surely send a matchmaker to propose, and then they would become a family. Elated, Tang Bao clapped his hands, planning to devise a way for them to like each other when the prince next visited to take him and his mother to the military camp. His spirits soared as he returned home, the chicks and ducklings waddling behind him. From their vantage point on the wall, Qin Xian and others observed Tang Bao daily, followed by a parade of orderly chicks and ducklings, marveling at their impeccable formation without a single one lagging behind. Each day, they accompanied him to forage for seeds and insects, returning together after satisfying their appetites. Having witnessed herding cattle and sheep before, this was the first time they had seen someone tending to chickens and ducks. Qin Xian whistled at Tang Bao, exclaiming, "Little master, you've returned with your flock." Tang Bao smiled and waved, greeting, "Uncle Qin Xian, please take care." As Qin Xian watched Tang Bao with his adorable entourage, he found him increasingly endearing. If only he were truly the prince's child, how wonderful that would be. Unbeknownst to Tang Jingshu, her son was attempting to unite her with Feng Tianyi. She was currently overwhelmed with tasks, digging for the precious meat of the goji berry and searching for cordyceps in the mountains. Additionally, there was a substantial amount of cotton that required extracting seeds, a concern that lingered in her mind even as she worked. The process of seed extraction involved removing the surrounding cotton and separating the seeds from the fibers using wind, a principle she understood, yet lacked the means to craft the necessary tools. She would need to seek assistance from her father, uncle, and brothers. Thus, she could only wait for the next delivery to share her ideas with them, hoping they would develop a machine. If iron parts were required, Feng Tianyi would undoubtedly lend his support, for her method could bring him great acclaim. The women of the Tang family diligently ground medicinal herbs. Aware of the value of goji berries in medicine, they entrusted the foraging to Tang Jingshu, allowing her to return in the evening to prepare the concoctions. The household chores were efficiently managed by them, as they swiftly harvested sweet potatoes and potatoes. If they had the energy, they could even plant some potatoes, but if not, it could wait a day or 2. Cotton was currently inconvenient to cultivate, requiring only morning and evening harvesting, with drying during the day. Fortunately, Lord Su had removed the wheat, freeing up space for stacking cotton. They were all aware that Tang Jingshu had sent cotton to the soldiers at the border, and they wholeheartedly supported this, recognizing that without the soldiers' sacrifices, the common folk could not enjoy a peaceful life. With money and food now in the household, smiles adorned their faces, and their enthusiasm for work surged, brimming with boundless energy. Zhu Xioli exclaimed joyfully, "Mother, sister-in-law, our family can now be considered a small workshop." To which Tang Jingshu proudly replied, "Indeed, it is our diligent Jingshu who excels, having learned the art of medicine and crafted excellent remedies." Granny Tang added with pride, "Our men venture into the world, while we women care for the children and the fields, earning more so they can worry less. We women are no less than men. We hold up half the sky." Mother speaks wisely, Lu Shuangyi chimed in. "We endure some hardship, but the most important thing is that our lives are looking bright." Reflecting on her own past, she recounted how, during her youth, her family was poor, and she had to contribute in every way possible, much like now. Lu Shuangyi's father and Tang Yinan were fellow scholars. Her father had waited years for a mere 7-rank county magistrate position. Though he achieved little in his official career, he managed to pass the assessments barely. As he aged, He had fewer ambitions and showed no desire to relocate. Serving 6 years as a county magistrate before recently being promoted to Tongji in Danzhou Prefecture. During that time, Lu Shuangyi and her brother accompanied their father to the capital for the imperial examinations, where she fell in love at first sight with the top scholar. Her father, unashamed, paid a visit to express his intentions. Coincidentally, the emperor intended to recruit Tang Jingshu as a prince consort, and the match was promptly arranged. Upon meeting Lu Shuangyi, both mother and son found her beautiful, graceful, and capable, deeming her suitable as a daughter-in-law. The engagement was settled that very day, and within a month, they were wed. The couple enjoyed a harmonious relationship, with the husband handling external affairs while the wife managed the home, leading a prosperous life, and arranging Tang Xianyang's marriage impeccably. Lu Shuangyi bore Tang Jingshu 2 sons and a daughter, living in harmony with her sister-in-law, much to Granny Tang's satisfaction. Continuing, Granny Tang remarked, "The 2 most gratifying aspects of my life are fulfilling my late husband's wishes by raising our 2 sons into responsible adults, and marrying them to 2 understanding and virtuous daughters-in-law. A harmonious family thrives even in adversity. It is indeed an honor for our family to have you 3. Mother, to marry into the Tang family and encounter such a wonderful mother-in-law is my fortune," Lu Shuangyi expressed. "My husband is considerate and treats my family well. Without his support, my father would still be waiting for an official appointment." Zhu Shili added, "My mother did not disdain my family's humble background of selling tofu when she came to propose. My child's father is already a scholar. My mother worried I might not marry well, but my husband kept his promise and brought me home, treating me with kindness. It is truly my fortune." Fang Xiaorong gracefully remarked, "Since marrying into this family, my grandmother, mother-in-law, and second aunt have all treated me kindly. And my husband is wonderful. I am very happy." She gently touched her belly, reflecting on the hardships she faced on the road, but feeling increasingly content since arriving here. She felt secure about her future and her child. Listening to the 3, Granny Tang felt a warmth in her heart, recognizing them as good children. "Let us work hard to live well. That is more important than anything." Everyone nodded in agreement, their spirits lifted, ready to face the future with vigor. The adjacent house was under construction, and with the furniture and heated Kong set to be completed by the Mid-Autumn Festival at the latest, their previous worries about the harsh, cold winters had dissipated. Now equipped with food, clothing, and shelter, they no longer had any concerns. In Chapter 62, she proved to be an insightful person. As Feng Tianyi led his team out of the mountain hollow, the sun was already at its zenith. After a brief respite, they settled on the ground to quench their thirst and nourish themselves. Qin Liang poured some water and handed it to Feng Tianyi, saying, "Your Highness, please drink to alleviate your thirst." Feng Tianyi acknowledged, sipping the water. He sought a sheltered spot and requested Qin Liang to fetch ink and paper. He meticulously divided the smelting blueprints and handed them to Qin Liang, instructing, "You need not accompany me back to Qizhou. Take these blueprints to the armory's physician and have him arrange for their production. These medicinal supplies should be sent to the medical institution. They must be used judiciously. Each vial is worth a tael of silver. Of course, they must be utilized fully, with no waste." Feng Tianyi emphasized further, "Additionally, you must oversee the entire production process. Keep me informed of any progress." "Yes, I shall remember," Qin Liang replied. Feng Tianyi, gazing at the prescription in his hand, reflected on Tang Jingshu's experiences, pondering what she had done to procure such a beneficial formula for the nation and its people. Such a monumental contribution, so casually bestowed. With merely a few sets of tools requested, could she truly be unaware of the formula's worth? No, the Tang family was far from foolish. She was perceptive and genuinely wished to contribute to the soldiers at the frontier. As he savored the provisions prepared by Tang Jingshu, Feng Tianyi marveled once more at the woman's capabilities, lamenting that the insufferable scholar was undeserving of her. While inspecting the watermelons, Qin Liang discovered that 2 had been damaged during the journey. "Your Highness, look. These watermelons are ruined." Feng Tianyi understood it was unintentional. "Let the brothers share them. It will help cool them down." The group joyously divided the watermelons, relishing their sweet and refreshing taste. There was nothing quite as delightful as this fruit. As he enjoyed the watermelon, Feng Tianyi reminisced about his initial arrival in Qizhou, when he felt trepidation. However, knowing that Tang Jingshu and Tang Xianyang were in the wilderness instilled him with a sense of confidence. Later, upon encountering Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao in Beiguan County, everything he undertook began to proceed smoothly, continuing to this day, as the Tang family surprised him time and again. He was utterly convinced that the Tang family had been sent by heaven to aid him, and from now on, he would protect them under his wing. Arriving at the inn by midnight, Qin Liang, the following morning, set off with the medicinal supplies and blueprints, parting ways with Feng Tianyi and the others to head towards the military camp. On the journey, He recalled his agreement with Qin Xian to write to eunuch Deng, realizing that it might be some time before he could send it from the camp. Qin Liang reassured himself that since Tang Bao was there, he would be recognized sooner or later. A slight delay would not be detrimental, and he could write once back in Qizhou. By the time Feng Tianyi reached Qizhou at noon, a heavy rain began to fall in the afternoon, a timely downpour that greatly benefited the summer crops. Tang Jingshu and the others returned from the countryside, arriving home before nightfall. Overcome with emotion upon seeing the small spicy fish and watermelons brought by their family, they encircled the watermelon, exclaiming their success. They understood that their ability to indulge in watermelon was due to Jingshu's extraordinary powers, though even normally grown watermelons would have yielded such a bounty. Father, second uncle, we did it. The grafted watermelon has grown this large, Tang Zicheng exclaimed, lifting a watermelon and patting it. Jingshu told me that this sound signifies the fruit is ripe and ready to eat. Tang Ziren seized the nearby knife, saying, "What are we waiting for? Let's cut it open and see." "Quickly, quickly," urged Tang Zimo, excitement evident in his voice. As Tang Ziren sliced it open, bright red watermelon flesh, studded with a few seeds, was revealed, with juice flowing from the cut, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. "This is the finest watermelon I have ever seen. Thin skin, ample flesh, and small seeds. I just wonder how it tastes," Tang Zimo said, swallowing hard. "Hurry, cut it into pieces. I can hardly wait to try it." Tang Xianyang lightly chastised him. "Your Highness is still here, keep it down." Realizing his lapse in decorum, Tang Zimo suddenly remembered he was in the presence of the prince and began to apologize, but Feng Tianyi waved his hand, saying, "This watermelon is indeed exceptional. You should all partake." Before they had finished cutting, Lu Yutian, Guosu, and Guiyang arrived, having heard that the prince had brought back large, sweet watermelons. They could not miss such a splendid treat. Upon seeing the watermelons, which were as large as pumpkins, their eyes widened in delight, the vibrant red flesh promising a delectable experience. Tang Jingshu graciously invited them. "Gentlemen, you have arrived at the perfect time. We brought watermelons to share. Please, join us." Lu Yutian, with a cheeky grin, replied, "Lord Tang's generosity is overwhelming. We shall not be polite." After bowing to Feng Tianyi, the three naturally settled beside them, eager to taste the watermelon. Each person took a slice, and after the first bite, they could not help but exclaim, "Sweet. So juicy, refreshing, and delicious. This is what watermelon should be." Lu Yutian, with his hearty appetite, finished his slice in just a few bites, contemplating whether he could even munch on the rind. He unhesitatingly took a second piece, praising, "Watermelons from Lord Tang's estate are truly extraordinary. They are absolutely delicious." Guosu and Guiyang, typically indifferent to fruits, also enjoyed 2 slices, left wanting more due to the exquisite taste. After finishing a piece, Feng Tianyi wiped his mouth with a cloth, reminding them, "This watermelon is a product of significant effort from the Tang family, and thus, we must appreciate its rarity." Everyone concurred. Successfully cultivating such splendid watermelons in the harsh wilderness was no small feat. After indulging in the watermelon, during dinner, the Tang family brought out the small spicy fish for everyone to share. Feng Tianyi also produced the remaining jerky to accompany the drinks. Guosu and Guiyang finally understood why Lu Yutian had rushed back after learning of the prince's return. The food from the Tang family was simply too delectable, and they looked forward to the next opportunity to deliver goods to the Tang estate. After the meal, Feng Tianyi updated Tang Jingshu and the others on the current situation of the Tang family, sharing that one courtyard had been completed, and they were now constructing a second one. At this rate, they should be able to move into their new home before the 15th of August. He assured them that the women and children were all well, and they had managed everything at home without any issues, allowing them to focus on their own affairs without worry. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern," Tang Jingshu and the others expressed, relieved to hear that their family was doing well. They planned to send goods again in 10 days, with Tang Zicheng returning home to support Feng Qiaorong during her delivery. With the recent rain, aside from gathering medicinal herbs, the women of the Tang family found themselves with little to do and thus began preparing items for the newborn. After Qiande and Gongzi completed the loom, Lu Shuangyi and Zhu Xiuli focused on weaving, while grandmother Tang and Qian Shi worked on fabric. The cotton cloth was soft, perfect for the delicate skin of infants, and they planned to make 2 sets of clothing for the baby. Xiaomai managed to create 2 red belly wraps for the unborn child, intricately embroidered with the character for blessing, adorned with lotus flowers and leaves, alongside 2 beautiful koi fish beneath the leaves. Qiande and Gongzi also crafted a wash basin and bath basin for the newborn and were now preparing the wood for the crib, ready for Tang Zicheng's return to assemble it directly. Chapter 63, Reunited after a long absence. The postpartum meals for Feng Qiaorong were entrusted to Tang Jingshu, with plenty of eggs at home and fish soup easily caught from the river. Other meats, such as chicken, duck, and goose would be purchased in Kunbai County when needed. Tang Bao was overjoyed, knowing that his little brother would soon arrive, and pondered what gift to present upon their first meeting. When he saw Fang Xiaorong, he excitedly shouted at her belly, "Brother," repeatedly asserting that it was indeed a brother inside. Fang Xiaorong also wished for a son as her first child, but was open to having both sons and daughters thereafter. Grandmother Tang chuckled, "I too sense it will be a boy." Tang Bao has a keen eye. It will surely be a boy. Luo Shuangyi possessed a remarkable openness of mind. Whether boy or girl, she embraced them both with equal affection. As Fang Xiaorong's pregnancy progressed, her nights became increasingly restless, prompting Luo Shuangyi to often rise in the dark to massage her legs, having fashioned a long, soft pillow from cotton for her to rest her limbs upon. In the days leading up to her delivery, Fang Xiaorong's legs and feet swelled significantly. Her own shoes became unwearable, forcing her to don those belonging to Tang Zicheng. The family remained perpetually ready, apprehensive that she might go into labor at any moment. After a day and a half of rain, the skies cleared by the afternoon of the following day. The supply of earthen bricks for the house remained insufficient. So Qin Xian and others took advantage of the damp soil to mold bricks. After basking in the sun for an afternoon, a field of cotton bloomed white by evening. With the cotton nearly ready for harvest, they began to pick and dry it slowly. Qian Dai plowed the land with his ox, planting 3 to 4 acres of sweet potatoes, while the remaining land was sown with potatoes to grow naturally. As for the cotton, they would continue to cultivate it in the 2 acres behind the house, conveniently closed for harvesting. Post-rain, Tang Jingshu, accompanied by Hongye and Qingyin, made 2 trips to Yinxi Mountain, collecting 2 large jars of honey. This time, they were better prepared, ensuring that no one was stung by bees. While they gathered cordyceps in the meadow, a young snow leopard trailed behind its mother, perched on a high rock, surveying the area below. When 2 strangers approached and Tang Bao was absent, the young leopard hesitated to advance. On her second descent to the mountain, Tang Jingshu could no longer resist and ran over, presenting her head for Tang Jingshu to stroke. As she caressed it, the young leopard closed its eyes in bliss, while the mother elegantly approached, dropping several cordyceps into Tang Jingshu's cloth bag. "Thank you." Tang Jingshu waved to the mother snow leopard. "Regrettably, my 2 brothers and younger sibling have gone to Qizhou Prefecture and will not return for some time, so I cannot hunt with you." The mother snow leopard lay beside Tang Jingshu, soaking up the sun and dozing off. Hongye and Qingyin recalled the story of how the young lady had saved a snow leopard. Surely, these were the very mother and cub. Observing their affectionate play, they were no longer frightened. Subsequently, the mother and cub followed them closely, vigilantly scanning their surroundings to ensure Tang Jingshu's safety. As they prepared to leave, the mother snow leopard dragged a wild goat before Tang Jingshu, then, with the cub in tow, pulled another goat up the snowy slope. The young leopard looked back frequently, its large, watery eyes seemingly conveying a longing for Tang Bao, as if to say, "I hope to bring Tang Bao next time." Tang Jingshu called out to the pair, "Thank you. I promised to bring Tang Bao with me on my next mountain trip." Recently, Tang Bao had been accompanying his maternal aunt, Jing Xian, and Cheng Jun, remaining close to her side to relay any urgent matters to the adults. He was determined to protect his little brother and had no time to venture up the mountain. As the month drew to a close, the baby's clothes, hats, socks, and blankets were all prepared, awaiting his arrival. Tang Zicheng visited the cloth shop to procure scraps of fabric, as instructed by Luo Shuangyi, to make diapers. He also purchased a complete outfit for the child and, through a porter, acquired a rattle. Lu Yutian was once again tasked with delivering the goods to the wilds, aware of Tang Zicheng's eagerness to return home. He barely rested along the way, reaching Kunbai County after 2 days and nights. At the night market, Tang Zicheng bought grape wine, cow's milk, goat's milk, chickens, ducks, geese, and the family's favorite roasted camel hump, along with some seasonal fruits. Fang Xiaorong, counting the days until her husband's return, especially on this last day of the month, often found herself peering out the door towards the mountain pass. Luo Shuangyi supported her, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Zicheng will undoubtedly return safely. He knows you are eagerly awaiting him. Mother, since our marriage, we have never been apart for so long. I truly miss him." Fang Xiaorong confessed, her head lowered in shyness as she gently caressed her prominent belly, noting the baby's increased movement, perhaps sensing his father's imminent return. Luo Shuangyi, equally yearning for her husband and son, concealed her feelings before her daughter-in-law, offering comfort. Previously, when the prince and Lord Lu visited the wilds, it took them about 5 or 6 days. "Zicheng will surely be home today or tomorrow." Fang Xiaorong nodded, aware it was indeed just a matter of days. Yet she could not resist stepping outside for a glance. Tang Jingshu brought over a high stool for Fang Xiaorong to sit on, saying, "Do not worry, sister-in-law. Knowing my brother's nature, he is eager to return home. Lord Lu understands my brother's concern for the family and will hasten their journey." He should arrive by this evening. Tang Jingshu soaked Feng Xiaorong's feet in warm water and then provided a massage, which greatly alleviated her discomfort. Feng Xiaorong expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Jingshu, and you as well. Mother, your care for me has been so generous. You are now the precious gem of our family. Of course, we must take good care of you, lest my brother return and reprimand me, Tang Jingshu replied, helping her into her shoes and socks. It looks like you will give birth in these next few days, so please take care of yourself and call for us if any issues arise. Sister, rest assured. I will be cautious, Feng Xiaorong assured, feeling increasingly cumbersome, eager to relieve herself of the burden. In the later stages of her pregnancy, Tang Jingshu advised Feng Xiaorong to eat smaller, more frequent meals, encouraging daily walks to avoid excessive weight gain, ensuring a smoother delivery. Grandma Tang and Luo Shuangyi, both experienced, took turns accompanying Feng Xiaorong on walks, engaging her in conversation to distract her from anxiety and mental burdens. Before dinner was ready, Tang Zicheng had already galloped home. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, Feng Xiaorong's excitement propelled her towards the door, but just as she stood, Tang Zicheng appeared at the threshold. Romer, I am back, he exclaimed, striding forward to envelop her in his embrace, disregarding the presence of others. Grandma Tang, leading the inquisitive Tang Bao outside, reached the threshold when Tang Bao glanced back, wondering if his uncle would kiss his aunt next. Unfortunately, he could not witness it, as his great-grandmother pulled him away. Noticing the elders outside, Feng Xiaorong quickly nudged Tang Zicheng. Husband, you haven tea, yet greeted grandmother and mother. I have missed you, as well as our child. Just let me hold you a little longer, he pleaded, reluctant to release her. Grandmother and the others will understand. Outside, Grandma Tang remarked, absence makes the heart grow fonder. You two should enjoy your time together. I, along with your mother and second aunt, will attend to our chores. With everyone else having departed, they were left undisturbed. Hearing the three children stifling their laughter outside, Feng Xiaorong blushed, burying her face in Tang Zicheng's chest, exclaiming, oh dear, how embarrassing. Chapter 64. Tang Bao is not a bad child. After Tang Zicheng's return, Feng Xiaorong's smile blossomed further, her heart settling into tranquility. Previously apprehensive, she now felt emboldened with his presence. Following his arrival, Tang Zicheng began crafting a small bed for the baby, with Feng Xiaorong at his side. The couple sharing laughter and conversation. Tang Bao observed intently, noting how attentive his uncle was to his aunt, always smiling at her, accompanying her wherever she went, washing her face and hands, and even fanning her gently. His aunt reciprocated with tenderness, dabbing his brow with a cloth, and they exchanged secret kisses. Hee. I'm learning from them, so I can help the prince and mother love one another in the future. That noon, the entire family gathered to enjoy watermelon together when Feng Xiaorong suddenly felt a heavy sensation in her lower abdomen, accompanied by faint pains. Calmly, she finished a slice of watermelon and said, Grandmother, Mother, I believe I am starting to feel something. Grandma Tang immediately set down her watermelon, urging, Zicheng, quickly, assist Ronger to the bedroom. Hurry and boil some water. Luo Shuangyi and Zhu Xiuli disinfected the birthing supplies once more before bringing them inside, shooing Tang Zicheng out. We will handle things here, you wait outside. Feng Xiaorong observed her husband's anxious expression and sought to reassure him. Do not fret. My grandmother has assisted in childbirth numerous times, and her experience is ample. The baby will arrive shortly. Indeed, it was remarkably swift. No sooner had Tang Jingshu and Xiao Mai brought in the warm water than Feng Xiaorong delivered her child, all within the span of merely half an hour. This was the fastest delivery the Tang family had witnessed, and as she cradled her son, she smiled and remarked, My mother was the same. She gave birth quickly. I never imagined I would inherit her constitution. Such a gift was coveted by every woman present, and the onlooking ladies were filled with envy. Even more enviable was the fact that she could nurse immediately. A mere quarter-hour later, Tang Laotatai placed the little great-grandson in Feng Xiaorong's arms, and he began to feed. As a first-time mother, Feng Xiaorong winced slightly at the strength of the infant's suckling, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. They had considered all possible scenarios and prepared diligently, only to find that most of their preparations were unnecessary, a fortunate outcome that spared her much suffering. Tang Laotatai, having assisted in countless deliveries, found this situation remarkable, exclaiming joyfully, Our Rong-er is indeed a blessed girl. Her child loves her, allowing you to suffer less. Outside, Tang Bao overheard this and felt a pang of sorrow. His mother had endured great pain during his birth, ultimately having to undergo a cesarean section to bring him into the world. He felt guilty for not having cared for her, which led her to suffer so much. Stifling his tears, he watched his exuberant uncle in the main hall, who was jubilantly proclaiming, I have a son. I am a father. He leaned against the door, calling softly inside, Rong-er, you've worked hard. You are my great benefactor. Tang Zicheng pressed against the door, straining to catch a glimpse of his wife and child. Lu Shuangyi opened the door and said, "Come in, but do not make a fuss and scare the baby." "Thank you, mother. I will enter quietly," he replied, filled with joy as he stepped inside to see his wife and child. Tang Bao then stood up and quietly asked, "Grandmother, may I go in to see my aunt and little brother?" Lu Shuangyi smiled and replied, "Of course, go on in." As Tang Bao entered, he encountered Tang Jingshu coming out, who smiled and whispered, "Go see your little cousin. But remember, you can only look." "Mother, I know," Tang Bao responded, and from afar, he noticed Tang Zicheng attempting to kiss the baby, only to be gently pushed aside by Fang Qiarou. "He is still so small, do not touch him. Your beard might prick him." Tang Zicheng felt the bristles of his beard and could only lean over the bed, supporting his head as he gazed at his son. "This little rascal looks just like Rong. He will undoubtedly be handsome in the future. His hands and feet resemble mine, radiating masculinity." Fang Qiarou chuckled. "He is too young to discern such things." Tang Zicheng whispered, "My son is, of course, the best." As they both looked up, they noticed Tang Bao standing at the door. Tang Zicheng waved. "Tang Bao, come here." Tang Bao tiptoed over, saying softly, "Uncle, aunt, I am here to see my little cousin." Tang Zicheng lifted him up, saying, "Look, your little cousin just finished nursing and is asleep." At the sight of his little cousin, Tang Bao felt a twinge of disappointment. The baby was red and wrinkled, hardly appealing. He resembled an old man. Nothing like his beautiful aunt. Nevertheless, he recalled his great-grandmother's words that babies would grow more attractive, and he murmured, "When my little cousin grows up, he will surely be handsome, just like me." After a brief visit, Tang Bao exited, remembering his mother's admonition that his aunt and little brother needed their rest. As he reached the door, he couldn't help but glance back. His uncle still gazed at the baby with a smile full of affection. He felt a wave of envy for his little cousin, who had both a father and a mother. Tang Bao squeezed his small hands, knowing he would soon find a father who would look at him with such love. With the arrival of his son, Tang Zicheng received congratulations from Qin Xian and others. To celebrate, Lu Shuangyi instructed Tang Jingshu to prepare 2 roasted ducks and slaughtered an old hen to properly nourish Fang Qiarou. That evening, Tang Bao placed his hand on Tang Jingshu's belly and asked, "Mother, does your stomach still hurt?" "It has been 3 years. It has long healed and no longer hurts," Tang Jingshu replied, holding his hand. "My son, for you, your mother would willingly endure any hardship." "I know. Mother loves me very much." Tang Bao embraced Tang Jingshu. "I love you very much too. I must have been too small to understand back then. It wasn't that I didn't care for you." As he spoke, Tang Bao could no longer hold back his tears, sobbing, "I do feel sorry for you, mother. I was too young then, and I hardly remember. I was not a bad child." "Little fool, how could you be a bad child? You are your mother's treasure." Tang Jingshu reassured him, finally understanding the source of her son's sorrow. It stemmed from the guilt he felt over her earlier suffering. Gently wiping his tears, she pulled him into her embrace, saying, "It is not your fault. It was because I overindulged and did not exercise, which caused both of us to gain excess weight, leading to my suffering. Little fool, it has nothing to do with you. At that time, to save both you and myself, I had no choice but to act as I did. In the face of hardship, it is crucial to strive. Who knows, we might have succeeded." Tang Jingshu softly patted her son's back. "Look, my dear Tang Bao, your mother succeeded. We are both living well. So, do not dwell on these thoughts. You were also struggling while inside me. The fact that we survived is a testament to our strength." "Really?" he asked wide-eyed. "Of course. Your mother never tells lies. And you should know that I am a very capable doctor," she affirmed. I believe you, mother." Tang Bao felt reassured and snuggled closer to Tang Jingshu. "Mother, I love you very much and will always care for you." "Little fool, I love you very much too and care for you deeply," Tang Jingshu replied, kissing Tang Bao on the forehead. "Good night, my dear, sweet dreams." "Good night, mother, sweet dreams to you too." Chapter 65. Long time no see, truly missed. During this period, Feng Tianyi had not been idle. Following Tang Jingshu's prescription, he gathered the necessary minerals from various locations. After more than half a month's transport, they finally arrived in Qizhou Prefecture. The lengthy shipping times further solidified Feng Tianyi's resolve to construct the canal. When he approached Tang Mian and with the map, he found Tang Mian and Tang Xianyang engaged in naming the Tang family's eldest grandson. The nickname had already been chosen by Tang Laotai, Anon, symbolizing peace and safety. After deliberation, the brothers decided to name the eldest grandson Tang Jianing, meaning beauty, goodness, and stability. Upon seeing Feng Tianyi's arrival, they all rose to pay their respects. "Your Highness." Feng Tianyi raised his hand, saying, "Congratulations, Minister Tang, on the birth of your legitimate grandson." "Thank you, Your Highness." Tang Mian replied, gesturing for him to sit. Feng Tianyi unfurled the map and addressed the two Tang ministers. This prince has resolved to construct the canal. It is a crucial measure for propelling Qizhou's development. With your determination, Your Highness, we shall surely lend our full support, Tang Jingshu affirmed. Pointing to the area near the main river where the Tingyuan River met the boundary of Qizhou, separated by the Zhuomeishan, to divert the river's waters. We must clear Zhuomeishan. This is a monumental undertaking. Excavating a mountain range requires not only the spirit of Yugong, but also substantial financial resources, he continued. Currently, this presents the greatest challenge, and the canal must traverse through the mountains. It is an essential route. Feng Tianyi resolutely declared, as for the financial aspect, you need not worry. This prince will handle it. The effective excavation of the mountain and the opening of the canal will be entrusted to the two ministers. Tang Jingshu and Tang Xianyang were assigned a heavy responsibility, one fraught with difficulties. Standing, Tang Jingshu said, Your Highness, we shall first inspect Zhuomeishan tomorrow. Very well, I shall have Guisu accompany you to ensure your safety. After bidding farewell to Feng Tianyi, the four members of the Tang family convened to deliberate. The task of excavating the mountain poses a significant challenge. With the current tools and technology, it remains uncertain whether it can be accomplished within a decade. Tang Ziren scrutinized the map, pondering whether it would be feasible to circumvent the Zhuome mountain and approach from an alternative route. Tang Xianyang shook his head, recalling that when the prince initially proposed the canal construction, he and his elder brother had conducted a thorough analysis. The difficulty of traversing from this location compared to others was identical. However, this route serves as a shortcut, thus we naturally opted for Zhuome Mountain. Tang Jingshu stroked his beard thoughtfully, noting that various regions within Qizhou Prefecture are currently engaged in dredging the river channels, widening them, and constructing embankments, all in preparation for the future opening of the canal. We could segment the canal into several sections, assigning each county to oversee its respective portion, thereby expediting the process. Tang Jingshu gestured towards the Zhuome mountain and inquired of Tang Xianyang, Do you still remember those Taoists who practiced alchemy? Their elixirs often exploded. What does elder brother imply? Tang Xianyang's eyes lit up. No wonder elder brother appeared so composed, as he had devised a clever plan, although the efficacy of such explosives is indeed limited. Tang Ziren finally understood why their father frequently visited the Taoist temple outside the capital city that year. He was researching the reasons behind the explosions of the alchemical furnaces. Father, can those explosives truly blast through mountains? Tang Ziren speculated that, if utilized effectively, it might indeed be feasible. I meticulously documented everything they placed into the alchemical furnaces each time, analyzing it, and had even compiled my findings into a small booklet. Tang Jingshu sighed, lamenting the loss. During the family confiscation, fearing they might discover its use elsewhere, he had burned the booklet. Tang Xianyang immediately inquired, Elder brother, you still remember it all, correct? It is all etched in my memory, Tang Jingshu confidently replied. Those explosives share similarities with firecrackers. It merely requires precise measurement and a few trials. Tang Zimo expressed concern, believing that such experiments would be perilous, undoubtedly louder than firecrackers, and thus perhaps unsuitable for this location. Tang Jingshu patted Tang Zimo's shoulder, affirming, You are correct, Zimo. First, we need to develop several protective devices, and then return to the wilderness where human presence is sparse. Even the loudest commotion would go unnoticed. The mention of returning to the wilderness stirred everyone's spirits. Having been away for over a month, they longed for home. Tang Xianyang remarked, In truth, matters here have already been set in motion. We can make another inspection round, and should be able to return for a while. We can come back during the autumn harvest to assess the potato yield and prepare for the autumn planting. A round of inspections would take about half a month, allowing them to return in time for the full moon celebration of Little Sun Sunday. Tang Jingshu and Tang Xianyang hastily drafted a proposal overnight, presenting it to Feng Tianyi the next day. After their collective discussion, the plan was deemed feasible, and they set the wheels in motion. Feng Tianyi intended to visit the military camp at the border, as Qin Liang frequently sent updates regarding the progress of the container forging. While the designs appeared straightforward on paper, the actual construction proved to be exceedingly challenging, primarily due to the high precision required, necessitating meticulous craftsmanship. The craftsmen from the Armaments Bureau worked tirelessly day and night, and after 20 days, they completed the items for Feng Tianyi's inspection. Coincidentally, other materials had arrived at Qizhou Prefecture, prompting Feng Tianyi to bring the items for a first-hand witness of the miraculous moment. This recipe was provided by Tang Jingshu, and it would be fitting for her to witness it as well. He had not seen Tang Bao in quite some time and missed him dearly. Feng Tianyi decided to purchase gifts to congratulate Tang Ziqing on the birth of his son and to collect Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao for the military camp. He set off early for the wilderness, instructing Lu Yutian to deliver the goods directly to the camp. Upon reaching Kunbai County, he visited a tailor's shop and, based on Tang Jingshu's height and build, procured 2 sets of men's clothing, preparing gifts before hastening to the Tang residence. Upon his arrival, Tang Jingshu was pleasantly surprised. The prince had come to the wilderness himself, without bringing guards. Now that the entirety of Chizhou Prefecture is under my jurisdiction, traversing my own territory poses no issues, and traveling to the wilderness is quite safe. For reasons unknown, as he saw Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao emerging to greet him, Feng Tianyi felt a profound sense of belonging. He dismissed the distracting thoughts in his mind, stating, Lu Yutian has sent the mineral powder you requested to the military camp. I have come to escort you and Tang Bao there. Lu Yutian will subsequently deliver the medicinal herbs and take the finished medicines with him. How wonderful! I can accompany His Highness to the military camp, Tang Bao exclaimed, grasping Tang Jingshu's hand. Mother, I will be obedient and not wander off, ensuring I do not cause you any trouble. In truth, he felt a surge of joy at finally having the opportunity for the prince and his mother to develop a fondness for one another. Tang Jingshu smiled and nodded. Mother believes in you. The rest of the Tang family gathered to pay their respects. Feng Tianyi presented the gifts, congratulating the matriarch on the birth of her great-grandson, celebrating 4 generations under one roof, and congratulating Tang Dezongzi on the birth of his auspicious son. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Tang Laotai thanked him. Please, come inside for tea. Upon opening the ornate box, Tang Zicheng discovered a finely crafted golden lock, a gift from the prince, undoubtedly a masterpiece, revealing the sincerity of his intentions. Before dinner, Feng Tianyi handed the 2 sets of clothing to Tang Jingshu, suggesting she change into them in the morning for ease of movement in the military camp. Your Highness has indeed been thoughtful. I am grateful, Tang Jingshu remarked, taking the garments inside to try on. They fit perfectly, and she admired Feng Tianyi's keen eye. Was his gaze an accurate measure? Chapter 66. The colors of the prince and mother's outfits are quite similar. Tang Jingshu organized the logistics for the delivery and medication preparation, packing provisions, water, and her belongings while bidding farewell to her family. Lu Shuangyi expressed her reservations, particularly about the male-dominated environment of the military camp, advising her daughter to share a room with Tang Bao whenever possible, given the crowded living conditions, and to be mindful of personal hygiene. Moreover, take good care of yourself and Tang Bao, and do not overexert. You need not worry about home. With your grandmother in charge, and your second aunt and Xiao Ma helping out, no mishaps will occur. The formulations for the medicinal powders had been meticulously documented by Tang Jingshu, covering several types, including wound and burn remedies, which they could prepare and bottle. The harvesting season for the meat Corydalis and Cordyceps had already passed, allowing for a worry-free journey to the military camp. Mother, I have taken note. In this era, women are not permitted in military camps, yet with the princess endorsement, she felt assured that he would make the necessary arrangements. Furthermore, having lived in military camps for many years in her previous life, she looked forward to experiencing the military life of this era. Tang Bao bid farewell to his cousin Anan, little cousin. I am going to the military camp with my mother and will be away for many days. You must be good. He joyfully said goodbye to his family, settling into the embrace of Feng Tianyi, intent on winning the prince over to be his father. Lu Shuangyi watched the 3 depart, clutching her heart as she turned to Tang Laotai. Mother, as I saw off Jingshu and Tang Bao, I cannot shake this feeling of emptiness, as though my daughter and grandson might be spirited away. Tang Laotai reassured her, I see them both as upright and sincere. There is no cause for concern. You tend to worry too much. Tang Jingshu regarded Feng Tianyi as a robust ally, depending on him for the family's well-being and protection against any transgressions. Feng Tianyi held a unique regard for Tang Jingshu, and the more time they spent together, the more he found himself contemplating their relationship. Yet, he concealed his emotions well, making it difficult for the average person to discern any differences in his treatment of her. Only those particularly familiar with him, such as Qin Liang and Qin Xian, could detect the distinct manner in which their prince regarded Tang Dafu and Tang Bao. Lu Shuangyi mused that perhaps it was indeed the case that concern leads to chaos. Meanwhile, Tang Bao, nestled in Feng Tianyi's arms, laughed joyously as they rode swiftly, his laughter echoing along the way. He had awaited this day with great anticipation. The 2 halted to wait for Tang Jingshu to catch up, and together they strolled forward side by side. Tang Bao gave Tang Jingshu a thumbs up, exclaiming, Mother looks like a heroine in men's clothing. Your mother's attire, seated upon a horse, radiates an aura of gallant splendor. Feng Tianyi could not help but praise. Indeed, my discerning eye has not failed me. The attire I selected fits you splendidly, and the color complements your mother exquisitely. Tang Bao glanced at the garments adorning Feng Tianyi, then turned to examine those worn by Tang Jingshu, exclaiming, Your Highness, the colors of your attire and my mother's are quite similar. It makes you all seem like a family. She tugged at her own outfit, adding, If I were to wear a dress in the same color as yours, we would resemble a true family even more. Feng Tianyi noticed the truth in her words. The hues were indeed alike, differing only in their shades. I purchased these garments according to my personal taste, and I trust that Dr. Tang will not take offense. Your Highness has put forth considerable thought in your selection. As a humble woman, I am profoundly grateful and could never harbor any ill feelings. Tang Jingshu expressed with a gesture of respect, thanking him. However, she shot a disapproving glance at Tang Baobao, silently reprimanding him for suggesting they were akin to a family. For how could they possibly be related to the esteemed Prince of Su? Tang Jingshu continued. Baobao speaks innocently. I implore your Highness not to take his words to heart. I shall ensure he understands. Not at all. So long as Baobao is happy, Feng Tianyi replied, harboring no aversion to the notion of familial ties. At the tender age of 4, he had been sent away to train in martial arts, returning to the capital only once a year. Initially, his mother had been reluctant to part with him, but after the birth of his younger brother, her affection for him had diminished considerably. Tragically, his brother had met with an unfortunate accident at the age of 10, leading his mother to become increasingly harsh and obsessive, constantly seeking reasons for conflict within the palace. At 16, he had followed the call to battle, returning home only sporadically. Each time he did, his mother would seize the opportunity to reminisce about his brother, extolling the latter's intelligence and charm. She lived in the shadows of her memories of her younger son, while his father merely praised him, seemingly indifferent to his existence, showering him with rewards upon his return. Feng Tianyi found solace in the familial atmosphere of the Tang household, where every member was cherished and cared for, even including Qiao Mai and her son. Though he had never been one to form close bonds, he felt an immediate fondness for the clever and endearing Tang Baobao upon their first meeting, and he found no objection to Tang Jingshu's proximity. As time passed, he found himself increasingly drawn to the Tang residence. Unlike Lu Yutian, who frequented for the sake of food, Feng Tianyi was there to immerse himself in the warmth of a family environment. He remarked to Tang Jingshu, Baobao has always been well-behaved and understanding. He only speaks thus because he does not perceive me as an outsider. Please do not chastise him, lest you hurt the child's feelings. Feng Tianyi urged Baobao to grasp the saddle firmly, stating, as time is of the essence, let us hasten our journey, striving to leave the wilderness before nightfall and reach a populated area. With that, he took the lead, charging ahead with Baobao in tow. Tang Jingshu, feeling the urgency, followed closely behind. Reflecting on Feng Tianyi's earlier words, she mused that had it been anyone else, they might have misinterpreted his comments, believing he harbored romantic feelings for her. After all, the notion of family should not be tossed about lightly. As a widow accompanied by her child, such implications were indeed inappropriate. Yet, Feng Tianyi was the Prince of Su, a man known for his disinterest in women, surrounded by no female attendants. Having dismissed all the women gifted to him by the Emperor and Li Fei over the years, his affection for Baobao was genuine. Yet their relationship remained one of superior and subordinate, devoid of romantic undertones. Tang Jingshu entertained a bold hypothesis. Perhaps Feng Tianyi had no inclination towards women at all, for it was quite peculiar that a prince in his 20s remained unmarried. Observing the adult princes of the Li family, one could not help but notice their entourages of concubines and beauties, particularly the notorious Li Wang, known for his roguish charm and penchant for flirtation, had faced vehement opposition from their grandmother and parents regarding his marriage proposals in the past. Suddenly, Tang Jingshu's mind raced with another audacious thought. What if Feng Tianyi wished for no other woman to bear children, and his affection for Baobao meant he would not contest her for a child? Yet, she quickly dismissed her own folly. If Feng Tianyi desired such a thing, the Emperor and Li Fei would surely object, for the purity of royal lineage must not be compromised. Mother, hurry and catch up, Baobao called out, peeking his little head out ahead, urging Tang Jingshu not to fall behind. I'm coming, Tang Jingshu replied, cracking the whip in the air to spur the horse forward, soon catching up with them. As they entered the mountain hollow, Baobao retrieved a small windmill from his backpack to gauge the wind direction. Should a tornado approach, they would be forewarned. The morning breeze was gentle, and only a minor whirlwind swept through the hollow, allowing the trio to exit safely. They pressed on, eating and drinking while mounted, proceeding steadily without pausing. Feng Tianyi anticipated that the mother and son would exhibit signs of fatigue. However, to his surprise, they appeared vibrant and even began to sing a tune he had never heard before. As he joined in, Baobao delightedly laughed, his laughter reminiscent of a goose's honk. Chapter 67. You three as a family. Unable to contain herself any longer, Tang Jingshu chuckled alongside Baobao, utterly perplexed by Feng Tianyi's singing, which was decidedly off-key, each note lacking harmony. Oblivious to his discordance, Feng Tianyi continued humming softly, and seeing the mother and son so joyfully amused brought a smile to his face. The three of them hurried along, and as the lanterns began to glow, they arrived at an inn on the outskirts of Kunbai County. The innkeeper and the attendants recognized Tang Jingshu and Bao Bao, having seen them during their previous visits, and the lively Bao Bao had left a lasting impression on them. Upon seeing Bao Bao leading Tang Jingshu and Feng Tianyi into the inn, an attendant greeted them with a smile. "Young master, are you staying here with your parents this time?" Bao Bao beamed with pride, lifting his head high. "Uncle, do you think I resemble him?" "Certainly, there are some similarities in appearance, but more so in spirit," the attendant replied. Glancing at Feng Tianyi with a flicker of recognition, "Ah, it is you, sir? Please, come in." With a courteous bow, the attendant continued, "Sir, madam, we just happen to have one large suite available upstairs, which would be perfect for your family of 3. Mother, I have never stayed in a large suite before. Can we please stay in the big suite tonight?" Bao Bao implored, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tang Jingshu, ignoring Bao Bao's pleading gaze, clarified to the attendant, "You are mistaken. Good sir, we are not a family of 3. This gentleman is Bao Bao's distant uncle. Please arrange for us to have 2 separate rooms." "Thank you." Feng Tianyi nodded, requesting that the large suite be assigned to Bao Bao and his sister, while he would require a separate room. My apologies, my apologies. It is quite normal for an uncle to stay with his nephew," the attendant hurriedly apologized, yet hesitated. "However, the inn is quite full tonight, and we only have that one large suite available." Just then, the innkeeper, beaming with a smile, interjected, "Since you are all family, sharing a room should pose no issue. Besides, the suite has 2 beds, and the small one outside is meant for servants to keep watch, though it may inconvenience this gentleman." "Then we shall take the large suite," Feng Tianyi decided, for they could not possibly sleep outside. He paid the fee and, holding Bao Bao, followed the attendant upstairs. The large suite featured a small room with a single bed, while the main bedroom was connected to a washroom and was furnished with a table, chairs, and a spacious double bed. "Kindly send up some hot water and meals, if you would," Tang Jingshu requested, handing over the payment and adding a few coins as a tip. The attendant, having received the gratuity, beamed even more brightly. "Madam, please wait a moment. I will bring it right up." Once the attendant had departed, Tang Jingshu set down their belongings, declaring, "Your Highness will occupy the inner room, while Bao Bao and I will stay in the outer room. The small bed is far too narrow. How will you manage to sleep with Bao Bao?" Feng Tianyi countered, asserting, "I shall take the outer room. You and Bao Bao will stay inside." Not allowing Tang Jingshu a chance to object, he continued, "As a woman, it is inappropriate for you to sleep in the outer room. As a man, I have no preference for where I sleep. This decision is final." In truth, Bao Bao wished that all 3 could sleep in the large bed together, but he dared not voice it, knowing his mother would surely scold him. He understood that now was not the time. They would have to wait until the prince married his mother before such arrangements could be made, for he could not allow his mother to be at a disadvantage. Feng Tianyi remained resolute, moving directly to the outer room and taking a seat on the bed. The outside was devoid of windows, and at night, the only option was to open the small window in the door, making it rather inconvenient for restful slumber. Tang Jingshu decided to forego any pretenses, tidying up the bedding before the innkeeper brought hot water, and proceeded to wash up with Tang Bao. For dinner, the inn had prepared vegetable noodles, accompanied by a dish of pickled vegetables and another of spiced lamb. The 3 of them gathered around the table. Feng Tianyi picked up his chopsticks and served Tang Bao a piece of lamb, urging him to eat. "Your Highness, you should eat too," Tang Bao insisted, returning the favor by placing a piece of lamb on Feng Tianyi's plate, and not forgetting to offer some to Tang Jingshu. "Mother, you should eat as well." "Thank you, my son. Let us all eat," Tang Jingshu replied, never rejecting Tang Bao's kindness, believing that love between people is a reciprocal exchange of care. The meal was somewhat unpalatable. The noodles slightly lumpy, the lamb a touch gamey, and the pickles overwhelmingly salty. While dining away from home, one must make do and simply fill their stomachs. Tang Bao grimaced as he ate, finishing the noodles and lamb without taking another bite. Compared to the meals at the Tang household, this was akin to swine's fare. Feng Tianyi had tasted worse during his military days, yet after enjoying the exquisite dishes from the Tang family, he felt an unspoken disdain, although his expression remained neutral. Noticing her son's discomfort, Tang Jingshu smiled and reassured him, "Once we reach the military camp, I shall prepare a meal for you. Mother's cooking is delicious." Tang Bao exclaimed, his spirits lifting, "I want to eat little meatballs." "Very well, I shall make them for you," Tang Jingshu promised. After gathering the dishes and placing them on the tray, she kindly requested Feng Tianyi to keep an eye on Tang Bao for a moment while she took the dishes downstairs. Feng Tianyi nodded, wiping Tang Bao's mouth with a napkin and leading him to wash his hands and face. When Tang Jingshu returned, she found Feng Tianyi and Tang Bao engaged in a game of Go on the bed in the outer room, the board already scattered with pieces, yet neither side could gain a decisive advantage. She poured them both a cup of cool tea and took one for herself before retreating to the inner chamber. The inner room had no door, merely separated by a curtain, making conversations outside easily audible inside. Tang Jingshu overheard them concluding their game, with Tang Bao victorious, joyfully rolling on the small bed. The boy's laughter was enough to lift the roof, prompting a chuckle from Tang Jingshu as she shook her head, beginning to swat at the mosquitoes in the bed canopy, pulling the netting down. Before long, Feng Tianyi entered, cradling Tang Bao, who had fallen asleep rather quickly after his earlier antics. "I must apologize for the trouble. Allow me," he said, gently placing the boy down on the bed. "Just lay him down directly. Let us not disturb his sleep," she advised, hastily drawing the mosquito net aside. To prevent any mosquitoes from entering, she quickly lowered it once more, and only when Feng Tianyi turned to leave did she realize how inappropriate the entire situation was. Standing within the confines of the mosquito net, the heat intensified with so many people present. Tang Jingshu promptly opened the net again. "Thank you, Your Highness." Feng Tianyi suppressed his rising emotions and walked out. "Get some rest." As they lay on the bed, neither could find sleep. Feng Tianyi was disturbed by the mosquitoes, who seemed to be targeting him specifically, biting his hand only to escape before he could swat them. The sound of him slapping mosquitoes kept Tang Jingshu awake as well, prompting her to light a lamp to investigate. She fetched some mosquito repellent and emerged just in time to see a mosquito feasting on Feng Tianyi's arm. "Your Highness, do not move," she cautioned. One could hardly resist the urge to swat a mosquito as it fed, and without a second thought, Tang Jingshu set down the lamp and went to assist Feng Tianyi in dispatching the pest. However, in her haste, she failed to notice Feng Tianyi's shoes by the bedside, stumbling over them and falling forward into his arms. Chapter 68. I truly was swatting mosquitoes. Tang Jingshu landed squarely in Feng Tianyi's embrace, the heat of summer leaving him dressed only in his inner garments, without a blanket. Their unexpected closeness allowed her to distinctly feel his firm abdominal muscles and the strength of his arms. This man, indeed, appeared lean in clothing yet muscular when undressed. Surely he must possess a chiseled eight-pack. In his arms, she was soft and fragrant, and Feng Tianyi felt warmth creeping from his feet to the tips of his hair. Striving to maintain his composure, he asked, "Dr. Tang, did you hurt yourself?" "Ah, no. I'm fine," Tang Jingshu replied, quickly regaining her footing. "I was merely swatting mosquitoes. I didn't mean to invade your space." Upon glancing at her right hand, she hurriedly extended it. "Your Highness, see, I've killed the mosquito." She insisted, "I truly was just swatting mosquitoes." "Thank you, Dr. Tang, for your concern," Feng Tianyi said, his face aflame as he pulled a thin blanket to cover himself below the waist. "You should rest now. I can manage on my own." Tang Jingshu felt certain she had been misunderstood. Otherwise, why would he cover himself? It was as if he feared a predatory woman might pounce on him. How could she explain to Feng Tianyi that she was not a desperate widow, but rather a woman of modest desires? To voice such a thought would only confirm her guilt. She placed the mosquito repellent on the table, saying, "Your Highness, this is mosquito repellent. Apply it to your skin, and you won't be bothered by them." With that, she hurried back to the inner chamber, lying on her bed, covering her face in embarrassment. How clumsy she had been to fall into his arms. Most mortifying was the fact that her hands had instinctively squeezed his arms. "Oh dear," she thought. "I was merely curious about his physique." Now she had frightened him, making him believe she was a woman of loose morals who sought to throw herself at him. Tang Jingshu gently turned onto her side, feeling that even the slightest sound would be exceedingly awkward. "Forget it. I shall sleep and feign amnesia tomorrow." Feng Tianyi, stroking his chest, recalled the sensation from moments before, his face reddening once more. It was indeed his first intimate encounter with a woman, and such a direct one at that. She was undeniably soft and delicate. He noted Tang Jingshu's shyness and hastily covered himself with the blanket, fearing her gaze would lead to further awkwardness. At 23 years of age, he had been offered numerous women by officials, all attempting to seduce him in revealing attire. Yet he had remained unmoved. Aside from that one night when he had an indescribable experience with a woman, Tang Jingshu was the first to awaken a longing within him. Had he been single for too long, or had he genuinely developed feelings for her? Unable to resolve his thoughts, Feng Tianyi dismissed them and rose to retrieve a porcelain jar, pouring out some medicinal powder. Laying back down, free from mosquito disturbances, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. However, he dreamt of Tang Jingshu, who lay in his arms, soft and fragrant, and he found himself unable to restrain his desires. Upon waking in the morning and seeing Tang Bao's sweet smile, Feng Tianyi felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had entertained lascivious thoughts about the mother of his young companion. During breakfast, he could hardly meet Tang Jingshu's eyes, feeling guilty and avoiding her gaze. Conversely, Tang Jingshu suspected that Feng Tianyi was bothered by their earlier incident, now wary of her, all due to the pesky mosquitoes. Sensing the unusual tension, Tang Bao glanced between his mother and Feng Tianyi, asking, "Your Highness, Mother, Have you two had a quarrel? Certainly not. How could that be? Tang Jingshu laughed, alluding subtly. Your Highness is magnanimous. Even if I have been impolite, I am sure you would not hold it against me, correct? Of course not. Feng Tianyi replied quickly. I must thank Dr. Tang for the medicine that drove away the mosquitoes. I slept quite well last night, though I did have some inappropriate dreams. Tang Jingshu sighed in relief, content that nothing had been taken to heart, and resolved to keep her distance to avoid further awkwardness. The atmosphere gradually returned to its former state, bringing joy to Tang Bao, who cheerfully took the hands of both companions. Affirming that this was indeed the way it should be, no quarrels, please. The two hurriedly assured her, we promise, we promise. With everyone seemingly unperturbed, Tang Jingshu resumed her previous rapport with Feng Tianyi. He remained the esteemed prince, while she diligently attended to her own affairs. The ambience reverted to its earlier harmony, and along the path to the military camp, Tang Bao began to sing, with Feng Tianyi harmonizing alongside her. Are these songs all taught to you by your mother? He inquired. Proudly, Tang Bao replied, of course. They are one of a kind. Tang Jingshu chimed in with a smile, explaining that she had merely memorized the folk songs she had heard sung to children while outside. Quite delightful. Feng Tianyi mused, reflecting on how Tang Jingshu, despite her past missteps, had matured into a commendable mother after Tang Bao's arrival. The thought of that irresponsible scholar from years ago ignited a flicker of anger within him. Had he not passed away prematurely, Feng Tianyi would have relished the opportunity to teach him a harsh lesson. Embracing Tang Bao, he felt increasingly fortunate that she was such a good child, affectionate, loyal, and dutiful. As they journeyed midway, they encountered Lu Yutian, who was delivering medicinal herbs to the wilderness. Spotting the prince holding Tang Bao in his arms, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Tang Jingshu, he couldn't help but marvel. Whenever the prince is with Dr. Tang and her child, he transforms into a gentler version of himself. Truly, it resonates with that saying. After pondering for a moment, his companion, Xiao Wu, interjected. The steel of 100 refinements becomes as supple as a thread. Lu Yutian, slapping his thigh, burst into laughter. Yes, that is precisely it. Just look at the prince now. Doesn't it feel like spring has arrived? Compared to the previous cold demeanor of the king of hell, Feng Tianyi now appeared almost unrecognizable. Prompting nods of agreement from Xiao Wu and others, affirming, the princess spring has indeed come. Lu Yutian cautioned, we must not let this be apparent. Let us maintain our previous demeanor so as not to alarm Dr. Tang. Otherwise, he might impose a punishment of forbidding us from enjoying watermelon and spicy potato shreds. This would be far worse than a mere beating, prompting Xiao Wu and the others to spring into action. Understood, General. Upon encountering Feng Tianyi, Tang Jingshu, and Tang Bao, Lu Yutian and Xiao Wu offered their respectful greetings. We have come to pay our respects to the prince. They then collectively addressed Tang Jingshu. Good day, Dr. Tang. Tang Bao waved at Lu Yutian, exclaiming, Good day, Lord Lu. Young Master Tang. Lu Yutian returned the gesture. Upon my return from the wilderness, I shall take you to catch fish in the river on the prairie. Tang Bao nodded enthusiastically. That sounds wonderful. I will await your return. Feng Tianyi urged his horse onward. Let us proceed. Ensure the supplies are delivered safely. There is no need to rush back to the military camp. Assist Qin Xian and the others in constructing the houses over there. The rain has delayed the schedule considerably. Let us strive to complete everything by early August, enabling Dr. Tang and her family to move in before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yes, sir. As they watched Feng Tianyi and his entourage depart, Lu Yutian wiped his face and asked Xiao Wu, Do you not feel that the prince seems somewhat aloof towards me? Xiao Wu shook his head. General, the prince has never been particularly warm towards you over the years. Lu Yutian conceded, realizing that should the prince show warmth, he would likely be intimidated. Chapter 69. Prince Su arrives at the military camp with his family in the evening, atop the lookout tower of the border military camp. A soldier spotted two figures approaching from a distance. While he did not recognize the ordinarily dressed Feng Tianyi, he did recognize the horse he rode. Quickly, inform the generals. Prince Su has arrived. General 2, General Li, Prince Su is here. Hurry, go out to greet him, and notify Lord Qin that Prince Su has arrived. Yes, sir. By the time Feng Tianyi reached the city gate with Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, Qin Liang, General 2, General Li, and others were already waiting. Upon seeing Tang Jingshu, they were not surprised, for Lu Yutian had notified them in advance. However, when General 2 and General Li saw Feng Tianyi holding a child and exuding a gentle demeanor filled with protectiveness, it shattered their prior perceptions of him. Glancing at Tang Jingshu beside him, they understood. Prince Su had brought his family to the military camp. Prince Su's discretion is commendable. He has hidden them well. The world assumed he favored men. Who would have thought he has a child of such age? They mused. We pay our respects to His Highness, Prince Su. No need for formalities, Feng Tianyi replied as he dismounted, introducing Tang Jingshu. This is Dr. Tang, the creator of those medicinal salves. I have brought her to the military camp to impart her suturing skills. Thank you, Dr. Tang. General Tu raised his hand. Your Highness, please, Dr. Tang. Do lead the way. Let us head directly to the armory, Feng Tianyi said, passing Tang Bao to Tang Jingshu and instructing Qin Liang, take Dr. Tang and Tang Bao to the tent to rest, and ensure they are well taken care of. Yes, sir. Feng Tianyi's arrival had been anticipated. Accommodations had already been prepared in the camp, and Qin Liang swiftly escorted Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao to a private courtyard. Once inside, Qin Liang arranged for hot water to be brought in. Dr. Tang, the quarters are well equipped. Please make yourself comfortable. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command your subordinates. Tang Jingshu replied politely. Thank you, Lord Qin. Please, do not let me hold you up from your important duties. Concerned about the situation at the armory, Qin Liang summoned a capable attendant, Xiao Lu, to assist, saying, Dr. Tang, please take your time. I shall take my leave now. He instructed Xiao Lu to provide attentive care before departing for the armory. After washing his hands and face, Tang Bao began to explore the small courtyard. Peering over the threshold in curiosity, marveling at everything as it was his first visit to a military camp, Tang Jingshu approached him, asking, Son, what do you see? Mother, there are so many soldiers. Tang Bao pointed at the sentinels standing at the gate, exclaiming, Look, they stand perfectly still. Once soldiers enter the military camp, they must obey commands, for military orders are as solid as mountains, Tang Jingshu explained. The two soldiers at the gate have the duty of safeguarding the inhabitants of this courtyard, remaining vigilant at all times. Should anyone intrude, they have the authority to take action. Tang Bao understood, they must work very hard. Indeed, Tang Jingshu affirmed, the soldiers endure great hardships, guarding the borders and ensuring the safety of Diying's frontier, protecting the populace. She spoke with deep respect. They are the great heroes who safeguard our homes and country. Tang Bao was filled with reverence and dashed outside, bowing to the two sentinels. Heroes, hello. The guards were touched by Tang Jingshu's words and were profoundly moved by Tang Bao's gesture, returning his salute with sincerity. Tang Bao beamed with joy upon receiving their acknowledgement, bouncing back into the courtyard. Mother, the heroes returned my salute. Tang Jingshu observed everything with a smile, explaining to her son, this is called mutual respect. Courtesy begets courtesy. Tang Bao nodded, declaring that he too aspired to become a great hero one day. With nothing pressing to attend to, Tang Jingshu retrieved a book from her belongings, teaching Tang Bao to recognize characters. Meanwhile, in the armory, Supervisor Lu presented the arrowheads forged from fine iron to Feng Tianyi and several generals, his excitement palpable. Your Highness, look, we have succeeded. He then produced a North D arrowhead salvaged from the battlefield, exclaiming, the arrowheads we have created surpass even those of North D. The atmosphere became charged with enthusiasm as they realized they had crafted weapons superior to those of their adversaries. With such armaments, they would not fear the cavalry of North D. Everything unfolded as Feng Tianyi had anticipated. Calmly, he picked up two arrowheads. Observing the subtle differences with the naked eye, he handed them to General Tu. Give them a try. As you command, General Tu responded robustly, feeling honored to be the first to test the newly forged arrowheads. Before long, the craftsman had assembled several new arrows by attaching the remaining components. The group gathered in an open area where targets had already been set up. General Tu readied a new bow, drawing it back and releasing an arrow that whistled through the air with remarkable speed. Immediately following, several arrows were shot forth, each striking the bullseye with precision. Subsequently, arrows from the Northern D were launched again, maintaining the same distance and force. At last, the soldiers brought forth two targets, both brimming with arrows. Your Highness, our arrowheads penetrate the wood deeply, nearly completely embedded, showcasing their superior sharpness and resilience. General Li stepped forward to flip over the target, revealing a back riddled with arrowheads. Feng Tianyi nodded with satisfaction, a hint of pride in his tone. This is our newly smelted fine iron. It naturally surpasses that of the Northern D. Dr. Lu presented a newly crafted great sword. Your Highness, it is said that the great swords of the Northern D cavalry can slice through iron like mud, severing hair with a mere draw. I wonder how our new blade fares. Feng Tianyi accepted the sword, and Qin Liang tossed over a lock of horsehair. With a few deft movements, Feng Tianyi reduced the hair to shreds. Excellent. General Li and the others applauded with excitement, their hands itching to test such a formidable weapon. Feng Tianyi tossed the great sword to General Li. General, do give it a try. General Li wielded the great sword with mastery. It became an extension of himself. Once he finished his demonstration, the two targets before him suddenly shattered with a resounding crash, scattering across the ground. Remarkable skill, General Li. Feng Tianyi praised him generously. A fine sword for a hero, this great sword is now yours. Though General Li harbored this thought, he hesitated to voice it. But upon hearing it was gifted to him, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Feng Tianyi, cradling the precious blade protectively. General Tu and the others had already devised a plan. With ample fine iron available, they intended to secretly approach Dr. Liu for the crafting of their own superior weapons. Feng Tianyi presented the blueprints of Tang Jingshu's designs to Dr. Liu, instructing him to forge 10 sets strictly adhering to the specifications, and to expedite the weapon crafting as autumn was fast approaching. Every autumn, the Northern D would launch raids, pillaging and burning. This time, they would be met with an unwavering resistance. General Tu and General Li proposed, "Your Highness, with our newfound method of smelting fine iron, we are more than capable of establishing a cavalry unit akin to that of the Northern D. There is no need to create a separate one. Our vanguard unit, equipped with new weapons, would suffice as cavalry." Feng Tianyi cautioned the generals, "We must keep our knowledge of fine iron confidential. It must not be leaked." "We shall remember your command and ensure it is relayed," they assured. Fine iron is a precious resource. If word were to spread, the Northern D would take precautions. Your Highness wishes to keep it under wraps, allowing us to strike them unawares. Feng Tianyi harbored a personal motive. He did not wish to so easily relinquish his hard-earned achievements to the formidable King Li. Chapter 70. A heart in Han amidst the Chao camp. "Your Highness, you have returned." Upon seeing Feng Tianyi, Tang Bao immediately dropped the small wooden stick he was holding and rushed over. "Mother is preparing dinner." The military camp operated on communal meals, with only a few extra dishes prepared for the generals. The cook's skills were limited, and the priority was merely to fill their bellies. Over the past few days, their son had not eaten well, so Tang Jingshu, noticing a small kitchen in the courtyard, had little Six fetch some ingredients from the kitchen to cook herself. Before Feng Tianyi even entered the courtyard, he caught the delightful aroma of food, which lifted his spirits, making him feel as though he were returning to a normal life. He picked up Tang Bao and planted a kiss on him. "What were you doing in the courtyard?" "Your Highness, I was just practicing my skills with a little wooden stick. Once I master it, I can become a great hero when I grow up." Feng Tianyi chuckled. "Oh, what kind of great hero do you wish to be?" "A hero who protects our home and country, just like the soldiers at the border." Tang Bao lifted his chin. "Mother says that if I study hard and train well, I can become a great hero in the future." Feng Tianyi laughed heartily. "You are ambitious, Tang Bao. Your mother is quite right." He set Tang Bao down. "Come, let me practice with you, so you can become a great hero sooner." Listening to Feng Tianyi teach Tang Bao moves from outside, Tang Jingshu wielded her spatula with more vigor. Tang Bao possessed inner strength and unique abilities. He was clever and needed proper guidance. Observing Tang Bao's words and actions, it seemed that as long as no one maliciously led him astray, he would not grow to be a child with distorted values. Qin Liang and Little Six watched as the prince taught Tang Bao martial arts, resembling a father-son bonding moment. In the kitchen, Dr. Tang was preparing dinner, embodying the simple, ordinary life of a family of three. Tang Jingshu made home-style tofu, dry-fried green beans, stir-fried vegetables with vermicelli, and a loofah egg soup to complete the meal. She did not prepare the staple food, as it was readily available from the kitchen. She simply sent Little Six to fetch some. When Little Six returned with the rice, he was accompanied by Generals Tu and Li, each carrying dishes prepared by the kitchen. Grinning broadly as they entered, General Tu cheerfully carried a jar of wine. "Today marks the first day of your Highness and Dr. Tang's visit. We could not offer a proper feast, so we came to share a drink with your Highness." General Li placed the dishes on the table, both to welcome your Highness and Dr. Tang, and to celebrate their successful endeavors. "I hope your Highness does not mind." They were primarily drawn by the delightful aroma of the food. In the military, there were no elaborate customs, and with such delicious offerings, how could they not partake? As Feng Tianyi was washing Tang Bao's hands, the guests had arrived, and he could hardly send them away. "Generals Tu and Li, please be our guests." 7 or 8 generals arrived, and upon seeing that they could eat, Tang Jingshu quickly placed a plate of the jerky they had brought on the table. All were grown men, and it was not appropriate for her and Tang Bao to join the table, so they took a few dishes and ate in the side room. In the main hall, the generals began to play drinking games, creating a lively atmosphere. Before long, Feng Tianyi carried a bowl into the side room. As the noise from the hall had grown too boisterous, and this space was quieter, Tang Jingshu noticed that there was no scent of alcohol, indicating that Feng Tianyi was not fond of drinking and perhaps could not tolerate the smell or the raucousness. Tang Bao, overjoyed by the arrival of Feng Tianyi, hurriedly offered him food. "Your Highness, the dishes my mother made are incredibly tasty." Feng Tianyi could not help but agree. "Then you must eat more." You have not eaten well these past few days, and you've grown thin. Children should be chubby to be adorable. Tang Bao touched his little face. Have I really lost weight? I need to eat more. The three of them quietly enjoyed their meal. While in the hall, the generals continued their games, drinking until a good while had passed. These generals had their families in the capital and were stationed at the borders year-round. Feng Tianyi understood their plight, which is why he allowed them the freedom to eat, drink, and enjoy themselves here. As the generals departed, they praised Tang Jingshu's culinary skills, feeling as though they had feasted like it was a festival, and expressed their gratitude for the hospitality of the prince. After the meal, Feng Tianyi took Tang Bao to bathe, while Tang Jingshu tidied up the beds and hung mosquito nets in both rooms. That night, Tang Bao tugged at Tang Jingshu's hand. Mother, can I sleep with the prince tonight? I slept with you last night, so tonight I'll sleep with him. He pleaded with a smile. I'll sleep with you again tomorrow night. Let us take turns, shall we? The little rascal even thought of rotating his sleeping arrangements. Tang Jingshu feigned annoyance. Go on then, go on. With no little furnace beside me, I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Understanding that his mother was teasing him, Tang Bao kissed her cheek. Mother, even if I sleep with the prince, you are still the one I love the most. As he reached the door, Tang Bao made a heart shape with his hands. Love you, mother. Good night. Though he was amidst the Chow camp, his heart remained with Han. Tang Jingshu knew she could not keep him, so she waved her hand. Go on, go on. But don't forget to relieve yourself before bed. After bidding farewell to her son, Tang Jingshu closed the door and lay down on the bed, feeling as though ever since her acquaintance with Feng Tianyi, someone had begun to vie for her son's affection. Listening to the sounds of laughter emanating from the room across the hall, she sighed, reflecting on how children grow up and become independent, harboring their own aspirations. Even dreaming of finding a prince to call father, she resolved to have a serious talk with Tang Bao to help him understand that such fantasies were unrealistic, urging him to recognize the truth sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Tang Bao and Feng Tianyi frolicked on the bed, giggling and entwined in each other's company, feeling as though they were one step closer to achieving their dream of becoming a family of three. Tang Bao felt increasingly happy. Feng Tianyi, accustomed to having the child sleep beside him, played with him for a while until Tang Bao nestled into his arms and drifted off to sleep. Recalling the evening's events, when he had taught Tang Bao martial arts while Tang Jingshu prepared dinner in the kitchen, he felt a profound sense of tranquility and contentment. Having spent many years away from home, battling in distant lands, devoid of familial affection, he often felt an ache of loneliness within. This longing drew him closer to the Tang family, as he yearned for the warmth of familial love. Tang Bao's deep attachment to him signified that the child regarded him with the affection of a father. Even though he understood this bond, he found himself reluctant to distance himself, feeling both tenderness and heartache for this child in search of paternal love. He could almost see a reflection of his younger self in Tang Bao. Yet he recognized that the boy was fortunate, blessed with a loving mother and the affection of the Tang family. Suddenly, Feng Tianyi hesitated to pursue a father for Tang Bao or a husband for Tang Jingshu, fearing that someone might steal away Tang Bao's affection for him, dreading the day when he might no longer have a reason to stay at the Tang residence. As for his feelings towards Tang Jingshu, he felt an inexplicable familiarity upon their first meeting, especially in her captivating eyes. The more he learned about her, the deeper his admiration grew. Their unexpected encounter the previous night had set his heart racing, and he felt bashful whenever he saw her. Though he had never experienced romantic love, he sensed that Tang Jingshu had already woven herself into the fabric of his life. Did this constitute love? Or was it merely an affection born from his appreciation of her presence? He consoled himself with the latter notion. Chapter 71. Feng Tianyi's gift come. I shall show you around the military camp. Wonderful. Tang Bao clapped his hands in delight. Having longed to visit the military camp, but was previously denied permission to wander freely, Feng Tianyi took Tang Bao's hand and addressed Tang Jingshu. I will introduce you to a few military doctors. In fact, 2 of them are already acquainted with you from their time treating disaster victims in Beiguan County. Understood. Tang Jingshu replied, gathering her medical supplies as she followed Feng Tianyi to the camp. Along the way, Tang Bao looked around with wide-eyed curiosity, bombarding Feng Tianyi with questions, to which he patiently responded. Observing the camp's environment, Tang Jingshu noted that it resembled the scenes portrayed in television dramas, though the conditions were somewhat harsher and considerably more solemn. The sound of soldiers' shouts resonated across the training grounds, synchronized and fierce, igniting a fervor in Tang Bao, who watched with bright, eager eyes, admiring these valiant heroes. Noticing Tang Bao's reluctance to leave, Feng Tianyi entrusted him to Qin Liang, ensuring he would be well cared for, while he took Tang Jingshu to meet the military doctors. The military doctors, aware that Tang Jingshu had formulated the previous medicinal ointment, did not treat her with any disdain due to her gender. Seizing the opportunity to seek her counsel, They posed numerous challenging questions, which she addressed with clarity and expertise. Ultimately, they all ventured to the wounded soldiers' camp to resolve issues firsthand. Feng Tianyi followed closely, observing Tang Jingshu as she earnestly explained and treated the injured. At that moment, she seemed to radiate a captivating light. Tang Jingshu produced her handmade suturing tools and demonstrated the types of wounds suitable for suturing and the proper techniques. Through her guidance, the military doctors gained new insights, realizing alternative methods to alleviate the suffering of the wounded. The artisans from the armory worked swiftly, delivering 10 sets of tools by afternoon, and Feng Tianyi instructed Tang Jingshu to assess their quality. Qin Liang, have all the wooden boxes opened for Tang Jingshu to test the feel. How do they fare? Are they satisfactory? Exactly as I requested. The artisans have done commendably, Tang Jingshu remarked, pleasantly surprised by the craftsmanship of the armory workers, noting that all dimensions and specifications were met with exquisite precision. Feng Tianyi immediately commanded, Qin Liang, reward the artisans for their hard work over these past days. Understood. Tang Jingshu kept 2 sets of surgical tools for herself and distributed the remainder to the military doctors, subsequently beginning to teach them the art of suturing. Over the next few days, Tang Bao visited the training grounds daily, initially observing the soldiers' drills before joining them in practice. With a good memory and a foundational knowledge of martial arts, he learned rapidly, mastering various techniques and understanding how to exert force, though he lamented that the weapons were too large for his small hands. Qin Liang, General 2, and generally marveled at Tang Bao's aptitude for martial arts, reflecting on his exceptional talent and attributing it to his lineage as the son of the esteemed Prince Su. Feng Tianyi observed everything closely and decided to personally forge a small knife for him at the armory. By evening, when Tang Bao returned to the courtyard, bouncing along hand in hand with Tang Jingshu, Feng Tianyi stood there mysteriously and declared, Tang Bao, I have hidden a treasure in the courtyard for you to find. If you succeed, it shall be yours. Tang Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scanned the surroundings. What treasure? That's a secret for now. Go and search. Feng Tianyi teased, wanting to surprise him. In a flurry, Tang Bao dashed inside, eagerly scouring for the treasure. Tang Jingshu, curious about Feng Tianyi's intentions, wondered what kind of gift he had prepared for her son. Can't tell you. You'll have to wait until Tang Bao finds it. She laughed, appreciating his effective secrecy. No sooner had she spoken than Tang Bao emerged, panting as he clutched a wooden box. Is this the treasure, Your Highness? Feng Tianyi nodded. Now, can you guess what lies within? Tang Bao shook the box lightly, feeling its weight. Could it be an iron rod? No. Feng Tianyi chuckled at his inability to guess. Let us open it and see. As Tang Bao opened the box, nestled within was a small knife adorned with intricate patterns, clearly crafted just for him. Tang Jingshu was taken aback, never expecting that Feng Tianyi would present a knife to Tang Bao. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the blade was not sharpened. Tang Bao examined the knife closely, waving it around gleefully. Your Highness, is this truly for me? Absolutely. I personally designed it and had it made for you at the armory, Feng Tianyi replied, holding the wooden box for him. Now give it a try. If anything feels amiss, we can make adjustments. Okay. Tang Bao excitedly began to practice in the courtyard, executing slashes, chops, and stabs, all techniques he had learned on the training field. The little fellow demonstrated commendable skill, his movements precise and powerful, creating a wind with each strike. Tang Jingshu, having not paid much attention to her son over the past 2 days, was astonished to see how much he had learned in the camp. He now resembled a valiant warrior. As Tang Bao completed a series of moves, Feng Tianyi applauded. Well done. Your strikes are sharp and powerful. You've grasped the essence of the techniques. Tang Bao beamed. That's because the knife Your Highness made is exceptional. Thank you, Your Highness. I adore it. This knife crafted by Feng Tianyi's own hands would be cherished, and Tang Bao pledged to practice diligently, striving to become a great hero worthy of the prince's expectations. Seeing that the child was fond of the gift he had made, Feng Tianyi felt a surge of joy as he picked up a wooden stick, declaring, I see you've been diligent in your training these past few days. Now let us put your skills to the test. Come, let us spar. Your Highness, you must exercise caution. I shall show no mercy. The audacious young man declared. Prepare yourself. Tang Jingshu observed the duel between them for a while. Rather than a sparring match, it seemed more like Feng Tianyi was indulging Tang Bao in play. Tang Bao approached the contest with utmost seriousness, gradually discerning Feng Tianyi's techniques and seeking ways to counter his moves. Feng Tianyi was astonished by Tang Bao's intelligence and began to engage with greater earnestness. The exchange between the elder and the younger grew increasingly captivating, while Qin Liang and Xiao Lu cheered from the sidelines. As the day waned, Tang Jingshu tidied up and entered the kitchen. Over the past few days, she had been preoccupied with instructing the military doctors in suturing techniques, leaving her no time to cook. Thus, The trio had been subsisting on the communal kitchen's fare, and the generals had ceased to join them for meals. Upon witnessing the abundant array of meats and vegetables in the kitchen, Tang Jingshu resolved to prepare a sumptuous feast to express her gratitude to Feng Tianyi for the splendid gifts he had prepared for Tang Bao. That evening, she crafted a mildly spicy dish of mouth-watering chicken paired with cold spinach. Given the summer heat, such cool dishes were quite refreshing. She then stir-fried a fragrant fish-flavored shredded pork and made mapo tofu. And just as she was about to prepare a winter melon soup, visitors arrived. Recognizing the voices, Tang Jingshu knew it was the generals come to partake of her cooking once more. Fortunately, the quantity she had prepared was ample, supplemented by the communal kitchen's provisions, ensuring there was enough to satisfy them all. Even if they had not come, she had intended for Xiao Lu to deliver a portion to them. Chapter 72. Shopping spree soon. Lu Yutian returned to the military camp with supplies, accompanied by several large watermelons and assorted vegetables. Grandmother Tang and Lu Shuangyi were concerned that Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao were not eating well in the camp. Aware of Tang Jingshu's fondness for spicy food, they brought along a large bunch of chilies, and knowing Tang Bao's penchant for potatoes, they included a sackful. That evening, the small courtyard was once again filled with people. And with the addition of Lu Yutian and others, it became even livelier. Generals Tu and Li had heard from Lu Yutian about the delicious watermelons and potatoes from the Tang family, and they finally had the chance to indulge, finding it utterly irresistible. They remarked that being under the command of Prince Su meant there would always be exquisite food, and they hoped Dr. Tang would remain in the camp a while longer so they could enjoy a few more meals together. Feng Tianyi harbored no objections to their culinary visits. He merely felt it was an inconvenience for Tang Jingshu, noting that cooking in the sweltering heat was no easy task. Apologetically, he acknowledged that these soldiers had endured hardship while stationed at the border. The soldiers, under such a benevolent master as Feng Tianyi, were indeed fortunate. After spending 5 or 6 days in the camp, when Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao prepared to depart, the generals and medical officers were reluctant to see them go. The generals lamented that they would no longer have the pleasure of Tang Jingshu's delectable dishes, while the medical officers wished to learn more from her. Over the days spent together, they had developed a profound respect for Tang Jingshu. Despite her youth, she possessed knowledge that surpassed theirs in many areas, leaving them deeply impressed. Generals Tu and Li had taken a liking to Tang Bao and gifted him numerous small tokens as they parted, each a handcrafted trinket, such as grasshoppers made from straw, wooden horses, and clay sculptures of eagles. Little Master Tang, do visit the camp often, General Tu urged, having frequently taken Tang Bao riding. Especially as the little mare in the stable was soon to give birth, he wished to show Tang Bao the newborn foal. His son was of a similar age to Tang Bao, and seeing him reminded General Tu of his own child. As they prepared to leave, General Tu felt a pang of emptiness, reluctant to part. Tang Bao, understanding the sentiment, rushed over to embrace General Tu, exclaiming, "I will come to see you. I will miss you." "Ah, very well," General Tu replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Dr. Tang, we apologize for the trouble we've caused you during these days of frequent visits for meals." "Not at all. I must thank you for providing the ingredients. I merely prepared them," Tang Jingshu replied graciously. "I am exceedingly grateful for the care you and the other generals have shown to me and my child." "You are too humble, Dr. Tang." Accompanying them as they departed the military camp were Lu Yutian, Qin Liang, and the others. Lu Yutian was to deliver medicine to Qizhou Prefecture, along with the previous shipment of meat and herbs, all bound for the capital. Qin Liang and Xiao Lu would escort Feng Tianyi, while Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao returned to the wilderness, where they would reside for a few days to construct a house for the Tang family. They would not leave until after the full moon banquet, at which time Feng Tianyi and his entourage would depart. Tang Jingshu intended to procure sheep intestines, and as they passed through Kunbai County, Feng Tianyi took mother and son to the market, where he decided to purchase 2 lambs aged 7 or 8 months, with the intestines secured. They would also have lamb to enjoy. Furthermore, he aimed to buy some delightful treats for mother and son to take back to the wilderness. With Feng Tianyi accompanying them at the Kunbai County market, every time Tang Bao lingered on an item, he would sweep his hand and procure it. Following behind, Qin Liang and Xiao Lu struggled to carry their arms full of goods, resorting to using their mouths to manage anything further. Just as Feng Tianyi prepared to continue shopping, Tang Jingshu interjected, "Your Highness, we have purchased enough items. We mustn't spoil the child. Allowing him to have whatever he desires may lead to a habit of extravagance and waste." Upon realizing the extent of their purchases, Feng Tianyi agreed, "Very well. We shall refrain from further purchases this time. We can return another day." Tang Bao quickly chimed in, "Yes, let us not buy any more." He felt the weight of their expenditures and was equally concerned. "Sir, madam, young master, do take a look at this sheepskin I hold. The outer wool is pristine and soft, while the inner hide is intact and undamaged. a vendor called out, displaying 2 pieces of sheepskin. With winter approaching swiftly in Kunbai, it grows quite cold. You should purchase this sheepskin to craft warm vests, hats, and boots for the madam and young master. Tang Jingshu found the sheepskins appealing. The wilderness was even colder than Kunbai, and having these skins for shoes and hats would indeed provide warmth. Noticing Tang Jingshu's interest, Feng Tianyi declared, "I will take them all." "Oh, thank you, my lord. You are truly a devoted husband and father," the vendor exclaimed. Recognizing a lucrative opportunity and showering praises upon Feng Tianyi, Tang Jingshu, and Tang Bao with compliments that flowed freely. His blessings ranged from wishes for their enduring love to hopes for a long life, filled with children and grandchildren. Feng Tianyi, cradling Tang Bao, listened with delight. Especially Tang Bao, whose heart swelled with joy. They truly resembled a family, and it seemed everywhere they went, others recognized them as a loving trio. Observing that Tang Jingshu did not refute the vendor's words only heightened Tang Bao's happiness. As he had initially regretted the lack of opportunity in the military camp for his parents to express affection toward one another, now, he felt a small sense of fulfillment. Tang Jingshu, having grown somewhat numb to the vendor's incessantly addressing her as my lord, madam, and young master, found herself exhausted from the explanations, engaging with this vendor, whose tongue was so nimble, would likely require considerable effort. In any case, no one here knows them, so she felt no need to explain. After inspecting each piece of sheepskin to ensure its integrity, Tang Jingshu was ready to pay, but Feng Tianyi insisted that Qin Liang hasten to settle the bill, declaring that it was unbecoming for her to pay alongside the men. Tang Jingshu sensed something unusual about Feng Tianyi today. Perhaps after being addressed as master and madam for so long, he had unwittingly slipped into roleplay. The more he heard those terms, the more they resonated with him. And he couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if Tang Bao were truly his child. He glanced at Tang Jingshu beside him. She was quite pleasing to the eye, with a commendable figure and a commendable temperament. It seemed that having her as part of a family would be quite delightful. With such an adorable child and a capable, beautiful woman like Tang Jingshu, forming a family of 3 with them would surely be warm, harmonious, and blissful. Feng Tianyi resolved to contemplate his feelings for Tang Jingshu thoroughly. If he truly harbored affection, he would promptly seek her hand in marriage. As the trio exited the marketplace with their purchases, they were intercepted by a group of people. "I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the Prince of Su. I was unaware of your arrival in Kunbai County and beg your pardon for my lack of a proper welcome," said an official. Upon entering the market, Feng Tianyi had been recognized by the officials, who hurried back to report their findings. The county magistrate, upon learning of the prince's presence, wasted no time in retrieving a portrait, and once the officials confirmed it was indeed the man in the image, he rushed to receive him. Feng Tianyi handed Tang Bao to Tang Jingshu, restoring his previous icy demeanor as he proclaimed, "This prince merely pauses here briefly to procure some items before departing at midnight. Master Chun and all others may attend to their own affairs." Master Chun, who had served as the county vice magistrate for 8 years before being promoted when his predecessor left, had taken the position of county magistrate due to the harsh conditions of Kunbai County, which deterred others from taking the role. His political achievements were meager at best. He merely maintained the status quo, adept at maneuvering but, regrettably, after 6 years, remained a mere small county magistrate. With the arrival of such a distinguished figure as the Prince of Su, how could Master Chun let this opportunity slip away? A prince of noble lineage should not reside in a tavern filled with unsavory characters. I have made arrangements for a residence, and I implore His Highness to relocate there. Master Chun earnestly urged, with other officials echoing his sentiments, insisting that the prince must stay at the residence rather than the tavern. Initially reluctant, Feng Tianyi found it difficult to refuse their fervent hospitality and acquiesced. "Very well, let us proceed. I am curious to see what schemes are afoot." Master Chun, aware that Feng Tianyi was unmarried and without concubines, yet carrying a 3-year-old child, took note of Tang Jingshu's commendable beauty and demeanor. Previously, he had heard rumors that the prince shunned the company of women, yet it appeared those tales were exaggerated. The fact that she was permitted to accompany the prince and had borne him a child without official recognition suggested she was merely a concubine. Master Chun regarded Tang Jingshu with disdain internally, though he maintained a facade of respect as he summoned a carriage for Feng Tianyi. With officials present, Tang Jingshu understood she must maintain her distance and refrained from boarding the carriage. Noticing that the mother and child had not followed, Feng Tianyi opened the carriage curtain and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Get in." Tang Jingshu felt uneasy, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings about her relationship with Feng Tianyi. But he stepped down from the carriage, scooped up Tang Bao, and followed suit, exuding an air of authority that left no room for refusal. Reluctantly, Tang Jingshu joined them in the carriage. Master Chun was puzzled. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation, but after all, she was merely a concubine. Having a child was inconsequential. she remained a concubine nonetheless. His daughter, beautiful as a flower and skilled in various arts, would surely capture the prince's attention and could become his official wife or at least a favored concubine. Master Chun's mind raced with calculations as he trailed behind the carriage, discreetly instructing his subordinates to return hastily and have his wife and children come to the residence to pay their respects to His Highness. When the carriage arrived at the residence, Madame Chun had already assembled her children and, upon seeing the carriage come to a halt, hurried forward to pay her respects. Realizing that Madame Chun's welcoming of her daughter was a strategy to promote her, Tang Jingshu comprehended the reason behind Master Chun's insistence on Feng Tianyi staying at the residence. It was a ploy to elevate his daughter's status by associating with the prince. Given that Feng Tianyi was a royal prince, aligning with him could elevate their family to nobility. Tang Jingshu understood that Feng Tianyi intended to use her as a shield against such advances. However, she had no intention of playing that role. Furthermore, Miss Chun was undeniably beautiful, with a figure that would attract any man's admiration. Especially when Miss Chun first laid eyes on Feng Tianyi, she appeared utterly captivated, her eyes sparkling with infatuation as she gazed at him with longing. Tang Jingshu found herself curious about Feng Tianyi's preferences. Did he favor women or men? If he had an inclination toward women, he likely would not refuse Miss Chun's overtures. However, to her surprise, Feng Tianyi didn't spare her a glance and walked past her without acknowledging her presence. What a cold-hearted man. It was astonishing that he remained indifferent to such a delicate beauty. Could it be that he truly preferred men? Meanwhile, Chen Furong, still kneeling, felt the sting of humiliation as her eyes brimmed with tears. Madame Chun, sympathetic to her daughter's plight, could only sigh. The prince had always been indifferent to women. She patted her daughter's hand, guiding her inside, assuring her that His Highness was always thus. She should not take it to heart. Yet, how could Chen Furong not be affected? She had thought herself to be unique, only to be overlooked, her pride trampled underfoot by the prince's indifference. Clenching her teeth, she resolved that her mother need not worry. She would not be easily deterred. She vowed that she would make the prince fall at her feet. Tang Jingshu observed the increasingly tenacious Chun mother and daughter with great anticipation for the ensuing developments. Her curiosity piqued as she followed them into the residence. Holding Tang Bao's hand, Master Chun led Feng Tianyi and the others to the main hall, instructing Madame Chun to take care of the guests and show them to their quarters for rest. Feng Tianyi glanced at Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, nodding in approval. You may go. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask the attendants. Certainly. Thank you, Your Highness, Tang Jingshu responded, guiding Tang Bao as they followed Madame Chun and her children to the rear courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Madame Chun exchanged a knowing glance with her daughter, prompting Chen Furong to approach Tang Jingshu with feigned warmth. Greetings, madam, I am Furong. May I inquire about your name? Common folk are surnamed Tang, Tang Jingshu replied, recognizing their attempt to ingratiate themselves with her in order to probe her background. I am a physician accompanying His Highness to discuss medical practices with the military. You may refer to me as Dr. Tang. Please do not misunderstand. I am not the princess concubine, and I pose no threat to you. Tang Jingshu continued. His Highness has always honored those of merit. I have simply contributed, which is why I was afforded the opportunity to ride in the carriage. Clever little Tang Bao, noticing Miss Chun's intent to compete with his mother for the princess' favor, understood they were under the jurisdiction of Master Chun and could not overtly offend Miss Chun. He knew he must protect his mother from any potential slights. Without hesitation, he chimed in, my mother is a physician, and her skills are exceptional. The prince has invited her to teach the military doctors suturing techniques. Seeing the 3-year-old articulate so well, Madame Chun's demeanor softened, realizing why the prince favored him. What about you, young one? Who are you? Madam. Of course I am my mother's child. With my exquisite beauty, charm, and intelligence, it is no wonder that the prince is fond of me, Sugar Baby chirped sweetly. The prince will undoubtedly make a wonderful father in the future, as he is very fond of me and will surely cherish his own children. Both Madame Chun and Chen Furong felt reassured. The child was not the prince's offspring, and Dr. Tang was merely a physician. They believed that nothing of significance could be extracted from Dr. Tang, but Sugar Baby was different. A 3-year-old child, no matter how clever, would not outsmart an adult. With a little treat, she would divulge everything. Chapter 74, Chen Furong's Inquiry. Upon entering the courtyard, Madame Chun and Chen Furong warmly greeted Dr. Tang and Sugar Baby, instructing the servants to prepare warm water for the mother and child to wash up, while also providing tea, snacks, and fruits. Dr. Tang quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, Madame Chun, you are too kind. You are a guest in Kunbai County. It is only right to treat guests well, Madame Chun replied with a sincere smile. Dr. Tang, please do not feel constrained. Consider yourself at home. If you need anything, feel free to speak to me directly. Then I thank you, Madame Chun. Dr. Tang, not one for excessive chatter, lifted his teacup to sip. Madame Chun, hesitant to inquire too much about Feng Tianyi, fell into a momentary silence. Setting her teacup down, Madame Chun suggested, "This establishment has a garden, and the child surely cannot sit still for long. How about letting my daughter Furong take Sugar Baby out to play for a while?" Sensing Dr. Tang's concern, she reassured him, "Do not worry, Dr. Tang. The pond in the yard is quite shallow, only reaching the ankles of an adult, and it is home to koi fish, so there is no danger." Chun Furong affectionately took Sugar Baby's hand, saying, "Do not worry, Dr. Tang. I often help my sister take care of children at home. I will surely look after Sugar Baby." She smiled at Sugar Baby. "Shall we go swing for a bit, okay?" Understanding her intentions, Sugar Baby nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, yes. Let us go, sister." However, in her heart, she scoffed, thinking, at this age, she should be called auntie, not sister. In her mind, she criticized Chun Furong, believing that taking her out to play was merely a pretext to gather information about the prince. Dr. Tang, confident that her son would not be at a disadvantage, escorted him to the door, instructing, "Son, be obedient and do not trouble Miss Chun." "Got it, mother." Sugar Baby waved goodbye, holding Chun Furong's hand as they skipped out of the courtyard. However, upon reaching the garden with Chun Furong, there were no swings to be found. Sugar Baby looked disappointedly at Chun Furong, saying, "Sister, how can you deceive a child? One must be honest." Surrounded by the county officials, Chun Furong dismissed Sugar Baby's words with a roll of her eyes, stating, "There was a swing, but it seems someone took it down. Why swing in such bright sunlight? I might end up getting tanned," she grumbled. Sugar Baby glanced at her, thinking she wasn't particularly pale to begin with. Ignoring Sugar Baby's sentiments, Chun Furong led her to a nearby pavilion. "You must never have tasted watermelon, right? Today, I shall generously treat you to some. Our watermelons here are tributes sent to the palace, far superior to those sold outside," Chun Furong boasted. "Answer my questions obediently, and you shall have some watermelon, understood?" Sugar Baby examined the watermelon on the stone table, noting that it bore no distinction from the one her mother had bought previously. It looked unappetizing, especially compared to the many delicious watermelons her family had. Seeing Sugar Baby's silent scrutiny, Chun Furong, mistakenly believing she had never seen such fine watermelon, had it sliced open. "Did you understand what I mentioned earlier? Isn't it just inquiring about the prince's preferences?" Sugar Baby nodded. "I understand. Miss, you may ask. That is more like it." "You are perceptive," Chun Furong replied, proceeding to question Sugar Baby. "What does the prince like to eat?" "He enjoys all kinds of food. He is not picky," Sugar Baby said, pushing the watermelon aside. "He likes to eat watermelon, but not this one. It's the ones grown in our home that he prefers." "Really?" Chun Furong exclaimed with delight. "I also adore watermelon. I had no idea the prince's tastes mirrored mine. Aside from watermelon, what else does the prince particularly enjoy?" She inquired further. "He likes fish. Every time my mother prepares fish, he eats a lot and still wants more." After inquiring about Feng Tianyi's preferences, Chun Furong quietly asked, "Is there a special woman beside Prince Su?" "No, only his mother." Sugar Baby was suddenly astonished, realizing, yes, there are no other women around the prince, just his mother. Does that mean the prince actually likes his mother? "Yes, it must be so," Sugar Baby added. "There are only men around the prince. There has never been a woman." Delighted by this revelation, Chun Furong was thrilled that Prince Su indeed had no women around him, which meant she could become the first woman in his life. Knowing the prince liked watermelon and fish, she resolved to arrange a feast that would surely please him. She had a performance to prepare for that evening and had no time to waste playing with a child. With the answers she sought, Chun Furong grew increasingly dismissive of Sugar Baby, instructing a maid to escort her back to the guest house while she happily returned to get ready. When Madame Chun saw that Sugar Baby had been returned, she presumed that her daughter had successfully extracted the information needed and did not linger, leaving only a maid to attend to them. Sugar Baby winked at Dr. Tang, who understood that the Chun mother and daughter had gathered their intelligence and would no longer interfere with them. The mother and son rested on the couch, awaiting the evening's entertainment. Feng Tianyi found himself unable to escape the clutches of Mr. Chun until the banquet commenced, at which point he summoned Dr. Tang and Sugar Baby to dine with him. Dr. Tang and Sugar Baby approached, performing their greetings, while Feng Tianyi gestured for them to sit beside him. Mr. Chun, aware of Dr. Tang and Sugar Baby's identities, regarded the widow and her child as unworthy of proper decorum. Were it not for Feng Tianyi's influence, he would never have allowed such a woman into the hall. Seated beside Feng Tianyi, mother and son bowed their heads, observing the exquisite dishes on the table. Indeed, the cuisine at the Kunbai County Guest House was refined, appealing to the senses in both appearance and flavor. Mr. Chin stood up with a wine jug, intending to pour for Feng Tianyi, stating, "It is an honor for us to host your highness in Kunbai County. It is a privilege for the people. If our hospitality falls short, please forgive us. This is fine barley wine. I hope your highness enjoys it. Feng Tianyi took the wine cup from the table, replying, I do not favor drinking, especially not outside. I abstain completely. Your highness exhibits discipline. You are a role model for us all, Mr. Chen remarked, undeterred by any awkwardness. In that case, I shall also refrain from drinking. Please enjoy the dishes instead. As Feng Tianyi surveyed the array of dishes before him, he picked up a piece of fish. Before he could take a bite, Mr. Chen chimed in, I heard that your highness enjoys fish. This was personally prepared by my daughter for you. I hope it pleases your highness. Feng Tianyi despised such manipulative antics and instantly lost his appetite. The fish was not fresh. Its texture indicated it had been overcooked, rendering it dry and devoid of tenderness. Moreover, it was poorly prepared, with a strong fishy odor. I usually prefer lighter fare. This heavy flavor does not suit my palate. Feng Tianyi turned to select other dishes, leaving the fish untouched. Dr. Tang immediately discerned that all the dishes had come from a single source. The fish could not possibly have been made by Chen Furong. Mr. Chen's attempt to elevate his daughter's standing had backfired spectacularly. Chapter 75, Dealing with Mr. Chen. Meanwhile, in a room adjacent to the banquet hall, Chen Furong was adorned in a stunning gauzy dress, her makeup meticulously applied, with jingling ornaments in her hair. Seeing Feng Tianyi's evident disdain for that fish, pouting in irritation, Chen Furong felt a sense of relief that it was not her culinary creation. The kitchen was stifling, and she had no intention of enduring such discomfort. Madame Chen gently patted her daughter's hand, signaling her to remain composed. After all, domestic skills were merely embellishments, while the true essence lay in winning a man's favor. Chen Furong, nervously clutching her fan, asked her mother, Do I look beautiful in this attire? Indeed, you are stunning, Madame Chen replied, with an ethereal grace and innate beauty. As radiant as the blossoms of spring. Confident of her daughter's success, Madame Chen believed that His Highness, the Duke of Su, would surely be captivated by Furong. All she needed to do was perform splendidly. Mother, Chen Furong cooed, her face brimming with confidence. She was beautiful and possessed commendable dancing skills. With a slender waist that many women envied, Madame Chen exchanged glances with Lord Chen, signaling that they were prepared and urging him to inform the prince that their daughter could no longer wait. Lord Chen had already sensed Feng Tianyi's displeasure. At this juncture, he had no choice but to gamble everything. Your Highness, in honor of your visit to Kunbai County, my daughter has prepared a dance and song to entertain you. He stated, I beg your pardon for any shortcomings. If you are aware of your shortcomings, then refrain from presenting them, for I do not wish to sully my eyes. Feng Tianyi retorted, his anger boiling over. He rose abruptly, declaring, Lord Chen, the citizens in the southern part of Qizhou Prefecture are suffering immensely, living in dire conditions. How much grain have you donated to the people in need? Your humble servant Lord Chen stammered. You have not donated a single grain. And under the pretense of aiding the disaster-stricken, you have instead increased taxes in Kunbai County, hoarding the grain for your own coffers while inflating prices, leaving the populace in despair. Your daughter was specifically groomed for the former governor Liu Yang, was she not? Feng Tianyi taunted. What a pity, with the disaster in Qizhou. He could not profit, and now you fear investigation and flee. And your son, a tyrant who bullies both men and women. Truly, Lord Chen, you have raised a remarkable pair of offspring. Feng Tianyi's finger pointed accusingly at the trembling Madame Chen and Chen Furong, whose attire rivaled that of palace concubines. You have plundered the wealth of the people during your tenure in Kunbai County, have you not? Your Highness, please quell your anger. I beseech you, Lord Chen pleaded, kneeling and bowing his head. I acknowledge my failures in many aspects, particularly in raising my children, yet I have acted with diligence and integrity. I implore you to see the truth. It appears you will not shed tears until you see the coffin, Feng Tianyi remarked, hands clasped behind his back, approaching Lord Chen and delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Bring forth the evidence of Lord Chen's transgressions over the years. Let him open his eyes wide and behold. Outside, Guiyang entered with guards, dragging along Lord Chen's eldest son. Guiyang respectfully presented a ledger to Feng Tianyi. Your Highness. Feng Tianyi forcefully slapped the ledger across Lord Chen's face, losing control of his internal energy, the impact striking Lord Chen's nose with a resounding crack. The ledger fell, and blood gushed from his nostrils, his face soon bearing the imprint of the ledger, swelling painfully. Terrified, Lord Chen refrained from wiping the blood. Instead, in a fit of madness, he tore the ledger and began to stuff the pieces into his mouth, choking as he swallowed. Tang Jingshu was taken aback by this spectacle and glanced anxiously at Feng Tianyi and the others, who merely observed Lord Chen devouring the evidence without intervention. Clearly, they were prepared. Tang Bao scrunched her face in disdain. Mother, has this man lost his wits? He is consuming paper. He consumes his own incriminating evidence. Once ingested, there will be no proof against him, thus evading punishment. Tang Bao exclaimed in panic. Oh, what shall we do? We must retrieve it at once. Tang Jingshu reassured Tang Bao. Fear not. The prince and his men surely have duplicates, and this one is definitely not the original. Indeed, Guiyang produced the original document. Lord Chun, observe carefully. This ledger accurately records each instance of your corruption. With a mouthful of paper, Lord Chun sank to the ground in despair. It's over. All is lost. Feng Tianyi chuckled coldly. Did you think I merely passed through Kumbai County? I have long been investigating you. It is merely your slippery nature that allowed you to evade capture until now. Upon hearing whispers in Chizhou, you hastily lowered shop prices and swiftly transferred ownership, erasing your traces. Regrettably, you overestimated your own abilities while underestimating those of my subordinates. As long as you were involved, we could piece together your misdeeds from the tiniest clues. Feng Tianyi continued. You believe I was unaware of your spies? My feigned ignorance was merely to lower your guard. Guiyang and his men escorted the Qin family away, their cries for mercy echoing, especially Qin Furong, her pleas melodious and persuasive, as she believed that once His Highness witnessed her dance, he would surely pardon their entire family. Unfortunately, Guiyang denied her this chance, stuffing cloth into their mouths, silencing them instantly. Feng Tianyi approached and lifted Tang Bao, asking, Were you frightened just now? Not at all, Tang Bao replied, clapping in admiration. Your Highness, you were so majestic while dealing with the villains. I adore you. You are my great hero. Tang Jingshu, hoping for a spectacle, was disappointed as this straightforward man had taken the culprits to prison, missing the chance to witness Chun Furong's flirtation with Feng Tianyi and his reaction. What a letdown, she thought, as it all came to an abrupt end. Feng Tianyi glanced over. Dr. Tang, you seemed thoroughly engrossed in the performance, not achieving the desired effect. Are you feeling regretful? Not at all, Tang Jingshu insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Your Highness's actions to eradicate corrupt officials for the good of the people are commendable, truly commendable. Feng Tianyi shot her a knowing look, aware of her earlier attempts to distance herself from him. With a haughty snort, Feng Tianyi turned, cradling Tang Bao as he declared, Let us go out for a meal. I shall treat Tang Bao to wontons. Tang Jingshu pouted, realizing that she could not outsmart Feng Tianyi, for he was too astute to be deceived. Eyeing the untouched spread before her, she sampled a dish, only to discover it contained special ingredients that would ensure they slept soundly through the night. She then inspected Feng Tianyi's food, realizing it was laced with festive enhancements, explaining why he had not taken a single bite. It seemed Lord Chen's capture was well-deserved, but it was a shame to waste such a splendid feast. Tang Jingshu hurried to follow, eager to enjoy her wontons. Chapter 76, An Assassination Attempt. Dining on wontons at a roadside stall proved far more comfortable than indulging in delicacies at the residence, yet in their haste to leave, Feng Tianyi had forgotten his silver and had to ask Tang Jingshu to cover the bill. I apologize. Once we return, I will repay you double, he promised. Oh dear. You two are quite the pair, eating wontons, and the lady pays while the gentleman promises to repay double later, the stall owner teased. Before Tang Jingshu could respond, the owner continued. Such is the charm of marriage. Your affection for each other is palpable, and your child is simply beautiful, a sight to behold. The cheerful owner brought over 2 large bowls and a smaller one, stating, You three are a delightful sight. I noticed your husband managing the child so well, allowing you to relax. Truly, you are fortunate. The amiable owner offered her homemade pickles before attending to other patrons, leaving Tang Jingshu with no chance to clarify. However, I have indeed resolved in my heart that I shall no longer accompany Feng Tianyi when taking Tang Bao out, to prevent any misunderstandings. With Feng Tianyi present, Tang Bao's meals require no concern from Tang Jingshu, who observes as he gently lifts Tang Bao's bowl, carefully scooping out a dumpling and blowing on it until it is warm before feeding it to him. Tang Jingshu feels that Feng Tianyi tends to the child with more meticulousness than she does, yet she worries that this might lead to spoiling him. Tang Bao, she asserts, you must learn to do things for yourself. Take the spoon and eat independently. She then addresses Feng Tianyi. Your Highness, do not indulge him too much. Let him eat on his own. Feng Tianyi's intention is not to spoil the child, but rather to ensure that the dumplings are not too hot, as he is concerned that Tang Bao might go hungry, which is why he initially feeds him a couple. He then pushes the now warm bowl of dumplings closer to Tang Bao, indicating that it is safe for him to eat by himself now. Nearby, the proprietress watches enviously and claps her hands at the vendor making dumplings, exclaiming, Look at how well he tends to the child. Unlike you, who could lose a child in a heartbeat. The vendor chuckles and nods, promising to improve. Overwhelmed by the praise and the misunderstandings, Feng Tianyi glances shyly at Tang Jingshu, who glares at him with mild irritation. He quietly suggests, Shall I explain the situation to them? Hurry and eat. We must return soon. There's no need for explanations that they may not believe. She is hungry. Let us finish our meal and leave, she replies briskly. As Feng Tianyi observes the bustling crowd and the vendors calling out their wares, he muses that without corrupt officials oppressing the populace, they would thrive. After finishing their dumplings, Tang Bao expresses a desire to explore the night market, a place Feng Tianyi has seldom visited. He hoists Tang Bao onto his shoulders, and they set off, with Tang Jingshu reluctantly following. The wares at the night market are largely similar to those at the daytime market, failing to capture Tang Bao's interest. However, he is soon captivated by a street performance, prompting the trio to approach the spectacle. Performers engage in feats such as smashing stones against their chests, balancing large jars, and manipulating fireballs. The grand finale features a monkey show, where the monkey, under the guidance of a performer, executes various tricks, climbing, somersaulting, and even amusing the audience with comical antics, eliciting bursts of laughter. The monkey then dons a groom's attire, followed by two others carrying a flower palanquin, which contains a bride monkey. The trio parades around the area, bowing to heaven and earth and performing a mock wedding, drawing enthusiastic applause from the crowd. Once the performance concludes, the monkeys present a tray to the audience, somersaulting as they approach. The delighted spectators willingly toss coins into the tray, even offering silver pieces. As the monkeys reach Feng Tianyi, they extend their trays expectantly. Tang Bao, thrilled, retrieves coins from his little pouch, exclaiming, "Here you go, all for you." The coins clink melodiously as they land in the tray. Suddenly, the monkeys bare their teeth, drawing out sharp short swords from their garments, and in an instant, they lunge at Feng Tianyi. With no room to retreat amidst the throng of people, Feng Tianyi kicks away the blade aimed at his abdomen. Tang Jingshu seizes Feng Tianyi's shoulder, using his momentum to kick at the remaining three monkeys, sending them sprawling. The performers, now armed with swords, hammers, and other weapons, swarm toward Feng Tianyi, Tang Jingshu, and Tang Bao, ready to strike. The onlookers, sensing danger, scatter in panic, shouting about impending violence. As people flee, they leave behind a clutter of goods, inadvertently providing Feng Tianyi an advantage in the ensuing confrontation. Qin Liang and Xiao Lu descend from above, shielding Feng Tianyi and his family. In an instant, a horde of cloaked figures emerges, brandishing gleaming long swords. Feng Tianyi hands Tang Bao to Tang Jingshu, instructing her to keep him safe. The battle is imminent. He unsheathes his flexible sword, joining forces with Qin Liang and the others to combat the attackers. The four monkeys also join the fray, their small stature and agility allowing them to launch surprise attacks, inflicting injuries with their short swords as they evade the attention of Qin Liang and Xiao Lu. At that moment, Feng Tianyi kicks a large sword towards Tang Bao's feet, who eagerly picks it up and charges at the monkeys. His small stature, agility, and strength render him formidable, as the monkeys, lacking any internal power, are merely skilled in a few deadly tricks. Tang Bao engages them using techniques learned from the military, further honed by his daily practice with Feng Tianyi, proving more than capable of handling the little monkeys. Attempting to communicate with them yields no results, as they have been brainwashed and refuse to heed his words. Left with no choice, he resorts to genuine force, but instead of using the blade to slay them, he knocks them unconscious with the flat of the sword, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Seeing his monkeys incapacitated, the performer rushes at Tang Bao wielding a great sword. Tang Jingshu swiftly picks up a weapon to confront him. The clash of their swords rings out sharply, sending sparks flying. Tang Jingshu adeptly changes her tactics, each strike fierce and powerful, matching her opponent's strength, but ultimately surpassing it. Like Tang Bao, she uses the back of her sword to incapacitate him, delivering a kick as well, an act of vengeance against anyone who would dare harm her son. Before long, both the cloaked figures and the performers are subdued. Feng Tianyi, witnessing Tang Jingshu's martial prowess for the first time, is astonished by her strength. "You possess formidable skills for self-defense," he remarks. Tang Jingshu discards her sword, noting that these assailants were likely targeting the prince. "I have informed the emperor about the treachery of the Li Wang. He has reclaimed half of Li Wang's power, and he will not let this go unpunished. Hiring assassins was not enough. They have sent death warriors to ensure my demise." Feng Tianyi smirks. "To take my life will not be so easy." He apologizes. "I regret putting you and Tang Bao in danger this evening. It was an oversight on my part." Tang Jingshu understands that Feng Tianyi would not act recklessly and must have made thorough preparations. She waves her hand dismissively, as long as Tang Bao is unharmed. "I have no grievances." Tang Bao, eager to reassure her, jumps excitedly, spinning around and declaring, "Mother, I'm fine. I wasn't hurt. Let us return," Tang Jingshu states, leading him away. Feng Tianyi, quick to follow, recognizes her lingering anger at him for involving them both in danger twice. He sighs, knowing he had no choice. He could not expose the hidden assassins without risking them following to the wilderness, which would endanger the Tang family. On their way back, Feng Tianyi explains the situation in detail, clarifying everything. At last, Tang Jingshu turns to him, saying earnestly, Your Highness, while our lives may seem insignificant to you, to me, Tang Bao is my most cherished treasure. I can face danger, but he cannot. He is merely a 3-year-old child, ill-equipped to confront such bloodshed and slaughter, which would leave him with indelible psychological scars. Mother, I'm not afraid, nor will I be sad. It is right for the prince to fight the bad guys. Tang Bao insists, tugging at Tang Jingshu's hand. Do not be angry, mother. The prince only wishes to capture the villains swiftly to protect us all. Tang Bao genuinely feels no fear. To him, tonight was a heroic adventure, assisting the prince in apprehending evildoers. He adds, moreover, Li Wang is a great villain. He is the one who caused my grandfather and the others to be exiled, and I wish to avenge them. His reasoning is sound, yet it somehow seems to advocate for Feng Tianyi. Tang Jingshu concedes reluctantly. Very well, for Tang Bao's sake, I shall refrain from holding a grudge. The maternal figure radiated an air of tolerance and grace, her serene demeanor rendering her even more beautiful. Tang Bao turned earnestly to Feng Tianyi, inquiring, Isn't that so? Your Highness? Today, he had inadvertently angered Tang Jingshu twice. Feng Tianyi, who was not one to flatter or ingratiate himself, offered his first compliment. Your mother has always been beautiful. Today, when she dealt with the villains, she was particularly striking and impressive. This was his genuine sentiment. At that moment, witnessing her formidable prowess in combat, he found himself irresistibly captivated by her swift and powerful movements. Upon hearing this, Tang Jingshu recognized that he was indeed a straightforward man who relished watching women fight. Nonetheless, she welcomed the praise, for in her past life, she had been both fierce and enchanting. As a smile graced Tang Jingshu's face, Feng Tianyi discerned that his compliments had struck a chord, and he continued, Your mother is a remarkably intelligent and capable woman, strong and courageous. Once Tang Bao matures, he must honor her well. Raising him has not been an easy task. Your Highness, I shall remember. I will certainly honor my mother, Tang Bao declared, wrapping his arms around Tang Jingshu's, exclaiming, Mother is the most important person to me. Feng Tianyi playfully prodded, And what of me? Tang Bao, unwilling to deceive, replied, I like your Highness, but mother is paramount. You are also significant. He ranked Feng Tianyi just behind his mother and grandfather. Apart from them, he was the most important. Feng Tianyi had long suspected this, despite the child's tender age. He possessed a keen sense of loyalty, perhaps placing Feng Tianyi behind the Tang family in his affections. It was natural for him to rank lower. As for the little one, Feng Tianyi was not family. In a gesture of apology, Feng Tianyi procured a pair of exquisite pearl earrings from a nearby stall. Presenting them to Tang Jingshu, I took some funds from Qin Liang. Consider this a token of my contrition. The vendor chimed in with compliments. This gentleman possesses exceptional taste. These pearl earrings are round and lustrous, perfectly suited for the lady, enhancing her grace and nobility. Mother, please accept these. The earrings are truly beautiful and suited for you. Tang Bao insisted, pressing the earrings into her hands. They are indeed lovely. Feng Tianyi nodded enthusiastically. It seemed this man had learned the art of gift-giving to win favor. Tang Jingshu accepted them, saying, Then the wonton shall be my treat. She was not one to exploit others, noticing the fine tassels at the stall. She purchased two, one for Feng Tianyi and one for Tang Bao, suggesting, Hang it on your little knife, it will be just right. Tang Bao cherished the tassel, exclaiming, It fits perfectly. Thank you, mother. After comparing with Feng Tianyi's, he found them nearly identical, just differing in size, which only heightened his joy. Feng Tianyi held the gift from a woman for the first time, a strange warmth washing over him. He smiled shyly and said, Thank you. Tang Jingshu gazed at him in surprise, wondering why he appeared to be holding a token of affection. Surely, her eyes were deceiving her. Do not mention it. On their way back, Feng Tianyi lifted Tang Bao onto his shoulder, providing him a higher vantage point, ensuring both his safety and a better view. As they walked beside Feng Tianyi, Tang Jingshu could not help but inquire, Your Highness, you have never confiscated gifts from women, have you? Never, Feng Tianyi responded candidly. Women are too troublesome, full of scheming and weeping. I find it bothersome. Thus, his aversion to women stemmed from a desire to avoid complications. Tang Jingshu could not restrain herself, retorting, And what of men? What concern do men hold for me? Feng Tianyi, despite being a straightforward man, grasped the implication of her words, nearly exclaiming in frustration, yet wary of Tang Bao overhearing and impacting his esteemed image. He lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. How dare you suggest that I favor men? No, absolutely not. Your Highness, you misunderstand. Tang Jingshu quickly retracted her curiosity, realizing she had spoken out of turn. What I meant was that your Highness could seek a wife who is spirited and does not engage in deceitful games. Feng Tianyi appraised her, musing inwardly that perhaps she was indirectly referring to herself, given his previous compliments regarding her strength and valor. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Tang Jingshu felt a chill run down her spine under his scrutinizing gaze, fearing she had misspoken yet again. Both harbored their own thoughts, unvoiced, and continued onward in silence. Upon reaching the entrance of the residence, Feng Tianyi opened his mouth to inquire, but hesitated, considering it too abrupt. He shifted the topic. Your father and the others should arrive in Kunbai County tomorrow. We can wait for them to return to the wilderness together. Is that true? Tang Jingshu exclaimed with joy, having not seen her father and relatives for over a month. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall prepare breakfast early tomorrow. Tang Bao spun in circles with glee, shouting wonderful. Grandfather and the others are back. The mother and son, hand in hand, reveled in their delight. Their family was finally reuniting, with an additional member to celebrate. Feng Tianyi observed the joyful duo, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. This was the normal reaction of a person hearing of their family's return. He considered his own family in the capital, his father and mother likely not concerned for his well-being in Qizhou, but only the king, who feared he was thriving. He had no desire for the throne. He would willingly be a tool in his father's hand, yet the king remained distrustful, continuously opposing him. This visit to Qizhou was instigated by the king, who had manipulated events to garner praise before the emperor, thus forcing him to take on the burdens of Qizhou. Feng Tianyi felt gratitude for his arrival, for it allowed him to aid the afflicted citizens and encounter the Tang family, experiencing the warmth of familial bonds. Along with Tang Bao's heartfelt affection and the genuine support from Tang Jingshu and her family, he now had people and matters to cherish. Thus, he resolved not to allow the king's family to dominate unchecked. There were numerous princes vying for the position of heir. It was high time for them to emerge, adding to the king's burdens, ensuring he would be too preoccupied with other princes to focus on Qizhou's affairs, allowing it to flourish. Chapter 78. Is the prince to become his father? Upon returning to the courtyard, the mother and son had already cast aside the earlier assassination attempt, blissfully anticipating the reunion with their family. Tang Jingshu contemplated what delicious dishes to prepare to properly nourish her father, uncle, and brothers. Meanwhile, Tang Bao looked forward to showcasing his skills to his grandfather upon their return, eager to bring them joy. Feng Tianyi, however, found himself restless in bed, unable to sleep. The day had unfolded smoothly, apprehending corrupt officials and unveiling hidden assassins. Reflecting on the king's betrayal of familial bonds, Feng Tianyi resolved to no longer retreat. He summoned Qin Liang, instructing, "You shall return to the capital tomorrow. Once matters are settled, come back to Qizhou." Understood. Qin Liang and his companions were eager to return and confront the king. With Feng Tianyi's directive, Qin Liang departed the city that very night, heading toward the capital. Having arranged for Qin Liang's journey back to the capital, Feng Tianyi still found sleep elusive. Whenever he closed his eyes, visions of Tang Jingshu filled his mind. Her expressions of joy, anger, her dedication to healing, and her fierce resolve during combat, all played before him like a vivid tapestry. He recalled their first encounter, when he was still plagued by poison and wounds that refused to clot. After countless battles, he had become indifferent to life and death, permitting Tang Jingshu to treat him merely to honor Lu Yutian's loyalty. Yet, upon seeing Tang Jingshu, he felt an inexplicable familiarity and strangeness. She was neither subservient nor obsequious due to his status as a prince, but focused solely on his treatment. Later, he learned of her efforts to assist countless victims and, under her guidance, averted an epidemic in Beiguan County. Shortly thereafter, she hunted down over 20 wild boars, and her braised meat was exceptionally delectable. It was only after this that he learned of her true identity. After arriving in the wilderness, with the assistance of the Tang family and her benevolence towards the disaster-stricken populace and the soldiers at the border, Feng Tianyi began to reflect on past events, increasingly convinced that Tang Jingshu was a rare gem among women. Despite her upbringing in the capital, and her excellence rivaling that of the noble ladies, she was distinctly different. What of a widow with a child? Tang Bao was so endearing, and Tang Jingshu so remarkable that no ordinary man could ever be worthy of her. The mere thought of Tang Jingshu marrying another man stirred a sense of discomfort within Feng Tianyi. When he first inquired about the type of man she admired, she spoke of a heroic figure who would one day don golden armor and ride on clouds of vibrant colors to wed her. Feng Tianyi was not one to boast. Yet throughout the entire Tang dynasty, who did not praise her as a paragon of heroism. Moreover, he was the only one to have donned the golden armor. Previously, he had suspected that Tang Jingshu harbored feelings for him, and her questions from the previous night only served to affirm his belief that she favored him. After careful contemplation, Feng Tianyi felt a surge of joy, a novel sensation brought on by a woman, prompting him to quickly suppress his smile. He recognized that he had developed feelings for Tang Jingshu, rather than worry about other men deceiving her or bullying Tang Bao. He would prefer to assume the role of Tang Bao's father. With his resolve solidified, he planned to formally propose to the Tang family upon his next visit. With his heart set, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, contemplating a future as a husband and father. The following morning, Feng Tianyi sought out Tang Bao in the adjacent courtyard, where the two began practicing martial arts and swordplay. Tang Jingshu, having risen early, had prepared dough for buns and, after chopping meat, cabbage, and green onions, set about making small soup dumplings. With the remaining dough, she mixed in milk to fry crispy, fragrant youtiao, and prepared a pot of millet porridge alongside a spicy and sour potato dish for breakfast. Feng Tianyi and Tang Bao washed their faces and hands before sitting at the table. The aroma wafting through the air was tantalizing. As Tang Bao inhaled the delightful scent of the little meat buns and youtiao, she eagerly exclaimed, "Mother's buns are even better than those from outside. You must try them, Your Highness." Feng Tianyi had visited the wilderness several times, primarily dining at the workshops run by Qiao Mai and others, and had only tasted Tang Jingshu's cooking on a handful of occasions. He took a bite of the fluffy bun, savoring the juicy filling within. It was exquisite. After finishing one, he helped himself and Tang Bao to another. Indeed, Dr. Tang's culinary skills were impressive. The little meat buns were soft, fragrant, and utterly delightful. "Thank you for the compliment," Tang Jingshu replied, surprised by his sudden eloquence and flattery, as though the sun had risen from the west. Following last night, Feng Tianyi felt as if he had unlocked a newfound ability to articulate sweet words, a skill previously hindered by his indifference towards those he did not cherish. Tang Bao then offered both him and her mother a piece of youtiao, which was rich and crispy, delicious indeed. The trio enjoyed a harmonious breakfast, after which Tang Bao tidied up the dishes, as they planned to visit the market for groceries. Today, Tang Yinan and the others were heading to Kunbai County, and Tang Jingshu intended to personally procure the ingredients for lunch. Entering the bustling market for the first time, Feng Tianyi found it teeming with life. Chickens fluttered, dogs barked, and sheep bleated amidst an array of scents. He followed closely behind Tang Jingshu, his brow furrowed as she haggled with vendors over the price of eggs, managing to secure an extra one from a generous seller due to her bulk purchase. This was the life of ordinary folk, revolving around the essentials of daily sustenance. With her basket overflowing, Tang Jingshu struggled to manage it, prompting Feng Tianyi to naturally take hold of the weighed pork, while in the other hand, he carried 2 chickens tied by their feet, which flapped intermittently. He urged Tang Bao to hold on tightly, as he had no free hand to support her. "I know," Tang Bao replied, joyfully embracing Feng Tianyi's forehead as she marveled at her surroundings. Spotting a young boy perched on his father's shoulders, she waved enthusiastically, pleased to see the prince in a similar position, laden with goods, trailing behind the child's mother. They were a family of 3. Thus, she mused that she, her mother, and the prince were also a family of 3 now. Was the prince to become her father? After finally squeezing out of the market, Tang Jingshu felt nearly flattened by the throngs of people. She had purchased a variety of fruits and pastries before the 3 of them boarded a carriage for their return. "I wish to journey to the wilderness. Just send someone to guide me, for 50 taels. Do you think I am a mere stranger to be taken advantage of?" A petite woman stood before the imposing escort agency, demanding 50 taels, asserting that her journey from the capital to Kunbai County had cost no more than that. "My dear lady, do you believe that the roads to the wilderness are so easily traversed? Not only are there packs of wolves, but also treacherous winds. It's a gamble no matter where you go, I assure you. Not a single brother from our escort agency is willing to take on such a risk for 50 taels." The agency manager brusquely dismissed her, urging her to seek assistance elsewhere. Upon hearing the mention of the wilderness, Tang Jingshu instinctively lifted the carriage curtain to gaze at the woman standing at the agency. Something about her seemed familiar. "Lord Liu, could you kindly halt the carriage?" Chapter 79, Feng Xiaowei. How rude these people are. Business or not, there should be civility. To chase away patrons in such a manner is quite ungracious. Feng Xiaowei led her horse with a troubled expression, pondering how to reach the wilderness since her elder sister had surely given birth. Tang Bao, having never seen this person before, noted her intent to go to the wilderness and her mention of her elder sister's childbirth. She looked at Tang Jingshu, who nodded in recognition. Indeed, this was the younger sister of her sister-in-law. It had been 4 years since they last met, and the growth on her back had become increasingly pronounced, while her posture had visibly deteriorated. Tang Jingshu, though not well acquainted with Feng Xiaohui, recognized her from the distinctive growth on her back, compounded by her mention of her sister's childbirth, leaving no room for doubt. Feng Xiaohui was of the same age as Tang Jingshu and had been described by her sister-in-law as someone who was fiercely independent. She would retaliate against anyone who mocked her hunchback. Eventually, she even learned martial arts to protect herself, fearing that her brother might seek companionship elsewhere due to their lack of children after 4 years of marriage. Upon hearing that her sister-in-law was pregnant, She had sent numerous gifts to the Tang residence and frequently visited to assist her sister-in-law, claiming that she would care for the child since she had no intention of marrying. These were topics her grandmother often mentioned during her visits. It was unexpected to find her in Kunbai, alone on the road. She must have endured considerable hardships. Is it you, Sister Xiaowei? Feng Xiaowei turned to face Tang Jingshu. Not initially recognizing her, but in this unfamiliar place, it was clear she was from the capital. She approached with graceful confidence. Might I inquire who this lady is? Tang Jingshu smiled and returned the greeting. Sister Xiaowei, I am Tang Jingshu, and my brother is Tang Zicheng. You are Jingshu's younger sister? Feng Xiaowei could hardly believe her eyes. The transformation was so profound that she seemed like an entirely different person from 4 years ago. Tang Bao stepped forward to greet her. Aunt Xiaowei, I am Tang Bao, Mother's son. Feng Xiaowei gazed at the mother and son, suddenly realizing, indeed, 3 years prior, Tang Jingshu had given birth and was sent to the countryside, after which she had not seen her, only hearing from her sister that she had a son. She had never looked down upon Tang Jingshu. Rather, it was regrettable that she had trusted the wrong person and had suffered at the hands of a wicked man. Now, encountering her in Kunbai County, Feng Xiaowei eagerly grasped Tang Jingshu's hand, her heart swelling with joy. What a surprise to meet you, Sister Jingshu, and Tang Bao here. I am absolutely delighted. Tang Jingshu could discern that Feng Xiaowei had endured considerable hardships on her journey. Sister Xiaowei, you have traveled great distances to seek out your elder sister, haven't you? Feng Xiaowei nodded, her eyes instantly moistening. My family fears offending Prince Li and dares not assist my elder sister. But I am unafraid. As an ugly cripple, I would welcome an early death. Sister Xiaowei, please do not utter such words. If elder sister were to hear this, it would sadden her greatly. Tang Jingshu grasped her hand. Astonished that she had journeyed from the capital to Kunbai, realizing the arduous path she must have traversed, undoubtedly suffering greatly along the way. Your arrival will surely bring joy to elder sister, and we are equally delighted. I arrived late and did not encounter any refugees. The journey was relatively smooth. Feng Xiaowei replied, not feeling any bitterness, solely eager to reunite with her sister. In that household, only her elder sister did not despise her, treating her kindly. Were it not for their parents and brothers-in-law hindering her, she would have long since joined her sister in the wilderness. I traveled all the way to Kunbai County and was surprised by its vastness. Once I left the county town heading north, I was uncertain how to proceed into the wilderness. Thankfully, I encountered you here. Feng Xiaowei was elated and suddenly recalled, Sister Jingshu, you have also come to the wilderness. Surely you have visited it by now? We arrived over 2 months earlier than you and know the way back into the wilderness, Tang Jingshu informed her. Elder sister has given birth to a healthy nephew. When I departed, she had already recovered well, and the baby is thriving. That is splendid news. Feng Xiaowei exclaimed. Leading a horse over. I bought numerous supplements in the capital and plan to purchase more provisions shortly. Is there anything you need? We can go shopping together. The Tang family had suffered confiscation of their possessions earlier this year, leaving them with nothing, and they must be struggling in the wilderness. Feng Xiaowei had brought her savings with her, having converted gold and silver jewelry into silver notes, determined to ensure her elder sister and the child would not suffer. Sister Xiaowei, our household is well stocked. We have ample grains and vegetables. Tang Jingshu lifted Tang Bao into her arms. I came to Kunbai County on business. My father and second uncle are returning from Chizhou, and I am here to await them. I will explain everything to you later. Come with me to the inn. Once my father and the others arrive, we will head back to the wilderness together. Feng Xiaowei then noticed that Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao were not dressed as finely as in the capital, yet they appeared healthy and vibrant. Entirely different from what she had imagined. She felt a surge of curiosity but refrained from asking, recognizing that this was not the appropriate setting. Very well. I will accompany you to the inn. When Tang Jingshu introduced Feng Tianyi to her, Feng Xiaowei began to grasp that the esteemed adults of the Tang family, including her brother-in-law, were truly capable individuals. Such talents are rare and highly sought after, especially since Chizhou had suffered a calamity and Prince Su required their assistance. Feng Xiaowei had never met Prince Su, and she bowed her head respectfully as she followed them into the inn. Witnessing the affectionate interaction between Prince Su and Tang Bao left her astonished, and observing Prince Su's demeanor towards Tang Jingshu helped her understand the situation. Tang Jingshu led her to the courtyard. Let us squeeze in here for now. We will set off for the wilderness at midnight, arriving by the following evening. Feng Xiaowei nodded, setting down her luggage to fetch water and wash up. She was not a talkative person and did not pry into others' privacy. Moreover, if Tang Jingshu could find happiness again, she would rejoice for her. The two were of similar age, both diligent individuals. Tang Jingshu headed to the kitchen, and Feng Xiaowei followed suit to assist with washing and preparing vegetables. While engrossed in her tasks, Tang Jingshu recounted the conditions in the wilderness to Feng Xiaowei. though she omitted certain sensitive details. In essence, life in the wilderness was arduous, but as long as one worked hard, hunger could be avoided. Indeed, it aligns with my thoughts. Uncle Tang and the others possessed genuine skills and vast experience. There is no way the stargazing tower could have collapsed due to their fault. It must be that someone cut corners and placed the blame on Uncle Tang. They were framed by Princely. Indeed, Tang Jingshu replied, recalling what Lu Shuangyi had said, that their home had been burglarized before the confiscation. The study had been utterly ransacked, but thankfully, nothing was lost. She speculated that Prince Li must have sought something specific, yet in the end, likely left empty-handed. Just as they finished cleaning the vegetables, Xiao Lu rushed in to report, Dr. Tang, the Tang family has arrived at the inn. Upon hearing that her father and second uncle had come, Tang Jingshu quickly washed her hands. Sister Xiaohui, my father and the others are here, including my second brother and third brother. Let me take you to meet them. Fang Xiaohui felt a twinge of apprehension upon hearing that Tang Ziran was present. She was somewhat intimidated by his stern demeanor and had never wished to confront him directly. Indeed, Tang Jingshu, delighted by her father's return, failed to notice Fang Xiaohui's expression as she linked arms with her and exited the kitchen. In Chapter 80, plans were made to treat Fang Xiaohui's ailments. Upon reuniting with her family, Tang Jingshu exchanged greetings. Fang Xiaohui stepped forward to address them, and Tang Yinan and Tang Xiangyang were both startled. Never expecting a young woman to journey here alone, Tang Yinan admired his niece's courage. She had traversed mountains and rivers to reach this place, which deeply moved him. Your sister will be overjoyed to see you and find great comfort in your presence. You have endured much, dear niece. Fang Xiaohui respectfully replied. I came to the wilderness out of concern for my sister. Uncle Tang, please rest assured, I am capable and unafraid of hardship. I will not be a burden to you. Niece, you speak as though you have inconvenienced us. It is we who owe you for coming such a long distance. Tang Yinan remarked, understanding that Fang Xiaohui had severed ties with her family by making such a sacrifice. Your arrival is a testament to your deep affection for your sister, and we will treat you as one of our own. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Fang Xiaohui inadvertently caught Tang Ziran's gaze and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, second brother Tang. Greetings. Third brother Tang. Tang Ziran nodded. You have worked hard. Not at all. Tang Ziran sensed that this girl was apprehensive of him. After all, he was not a fearsome figure. Had he truly been that terrifying? After everyone exchanged pleasantries, Tang Bao began to playfully charm his grandfather and uncles, while Tang Jingshu and Fang Xiaohui returned to the kitchen to continue their work, allowing the others to converse with Feng Tianyi. They prepared a lavish spread for lunch, and for the first time, Fang Xiaohui witnessed Tang Jingshu's culinary prowess. She had not expected the once delicate girl, who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, to have become such a skilled cook. The transformation was astounding. Fang Xiaohui admired Tang Jingshu's resilience. Despite enduring significant setbacks, she had emerged stronger and more capable, acquiring numerous skills. Were she in Tang Jingshu's position, she would likely have succumbed to despair. In truth, she was a sensitive and fragile person. Since childhood, she had been ridiculed and scorned, with her parents and brothers believing she brought shame upon them. Only her elder sister had cared for her. She felt a deep sense of inferiority, especially as her hunchback became more pronounced. Were it not for her desire to see her sister and the child, she might have wished for an end to her suffering. Living in a world that discriminated against her was excruciatingly painful. She greatly admired Tang Jingshu's courage and envied her for having so many who truly cared for her, always considering her well-being. During lunch, neither Tang Jingshu nor Fang Xiaohui joined the main table. The inn was not the wilderness, and decorum was observed, with men and women seated apart. The two dined in the courtyard, enjoying greater freedom to converse. As Fang Xiaohui savored the delicious meal, her spirits lifted, and a smile graced her face. She had not anticipated enjoying a meal prepared by Sister Jingshu, nor had she expected her to possess such culinary talent. One must grow and not remain stagnant. Tang Jingshu spoke freely of her past experiences, reflecting on the lessons learned from adversity. He was merely a scoundrel. There is no need to live or die for him. What truly matters is family. Indeed, I find myself envious of you, Sister Jingshu, and I am also delighted to witness your strength and capability. Fang Xiaohui lowered her head, confessing, in this life, I have no greater aspirations. As long as I can stay by my sister's side and help her raise her children, that is enough. Tang Jingshu inquired, and what about yourself? Have you never considered your own needs? With a sigh, Fang Xiaohui set down her bowl and replied nonchalantly, what is there for me to contemplate in my current state? Merely existing has become a farce, a source of shame for my family. If I had been born with deformities, perhaps it would have been better, for I would have been smothered and buried long ago. In her previous life, Tang's hospital had treated numerous patients with scoliosis, and Fang Xiaohui's condition was not severe. It was evident to the naked eye that her spine curved at a 30-degree angle. After correction and surgery, she would undoubtedly resemble a normal person. Tang Jingshu remarked. My master once saved a patient whose condition was even more severe than yours. After several months of treatment, that individual now lives without any visible impairment. Having participated in the entirety of the documentation process, Tang Jingshu felt confident in her medical skills, having been thoroughly instructed by her master. Sister Qiaowei, may I examine your spine? Upon hearing Tang Jingshu's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Feng Qiaowei's eyes. Did your master truly save someone with a condition worse than mine? Indeed, I never speak falsely. That individual was nearly folded in half, struggling to walk and breathe. After treatment, they can stand and walk upright, Tang Jingshu stated earnestly. Your condition is quite mild. With the proper corrective devices and professional methods, you will be able to walk upright. Since the onset of her illness, Feng Qiaowei had longed to rid herself of the burden on her back, yearning to walk as normally as others do. Her martial arts training was not merely for self-defense, but also a means to strengthen her body, hoping that it might allow her to stand tall. Unfortunately, her condition had worsened, plunging her into despair. Having endured countless hardships and the scorn of others since childhood, Feng Qiaowei had never wept in public. She always concealed her tears. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her emotions, tears brimming in her eyes. Grasping Tang Jingshu's hand tightly, she implored, Sister Jingshu, can my illness truly be cured? Will I no longer be hunched over and be able to walk upright again? Of course, Tang Jingshu reassured her, gently patting her hand. But preparations are necessary, and it may take some time. Come, let us go to the bedroom. I will first examine your condition. Tang Jingshu's unique abilities not only facilitated plant growth, but also allowed her to assess human skeletal structures and various organs. By examining Feng Qiaowei's back, she could accurately determine her ailment. After the examination, Tang Jingshu revealed the truth to her. Do not worry, it can be cured. However, I must ask Prince Su for assistance in custom-making a set of corrective devices and other tools, which will likely take more than half a month. Having lived with this hunch for over a decade, I am willing to wait even a year or two as long as there is hope for a cure. Feng Qiaowei embraced Tang Jingshu, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Jingshu, for giving me hope for a future. Tang Jingshu understood her feelings and reassured her. I will certainly heal you, and you will lead a normal life, eventually raising a family and finding happiness. I only wish to cure my illness. I have never considered marriage, Feng Qiaowei replied, a smile gracing her face. Sister Jingshu, you tease me. Finally seeing you smile brings me relief, Tang Jingshu said, linking her arm with Feng Qiaowei's. This afternoon, let us go shopping and bring back some items. Girls often enjoy shopping, and with her mood lifted, Feng Qiaowei happily agreed. All right, Tang Jingshu smiled back, delighted to bring relief to her patient. Witnessing the genuine smiles of those they help is a source of joy and satisfaction for doctors. With her medical expertise combined with her unique abilities, Tang Jingshu was confident she could heal Feng Qiaowei. Chapter 81. Encounter with the mysterious figures. The two of them embarked on a shopping spree, returning laden with goods. Tang Jingshu requested pen, ink, paper, and an inkstone from Xiao Lu and began sketching. Feng Qiaowei quietly ground ink beside her, occasionally glancing at the drawings without comprehending them. She watched as Tang Jingshu produced page after page, meticulously annotating with numbers and specifications, demonstrating great detail. Noticing Feng Qiaowei's anxiety, Tang Jingshu smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. These are the corrective devices for external use. Feng Qiaowei nodded. I trust you, Sister Jingshu. Although she had never witnessed Tang Jingshu heal anyone, she had an unwavering faith in her abilities. After several large sketches, Tang Jingshu took the blueprints to find Feng Tianyi. Your Highness, I entrust these to the masters of the armory for the purpose of healing. Please ensure they adhere strictly to the specifications outlined, even if it takes time. Feng Tianyi examined the items depicted in the drawings. Rest assured, I will ensure they pay attention to your needs, but your requirements are quite high and precise. It will likely take considerable time. Time is not an issue. We can wait, Tang Jingshu replied, bowing respectfully. Thank you for your assistance, Your Highness. There is no need for such formality, Dr. Tang, Feng Tianyi said, already surmising who the treatment was intended for. But isn't that condition congenital? Can it truly be treated? Tang Jingshu met his gaze, sensing his doubts. Her condition is not congenital. It is classified as idiopathic. The progression of her ailment is relatively slow, and with intervention and treatment, she can live without distinction from a healthy person. Feng Tianyi was taken aback to learn that scoliosis could be treated. However, trusting Tang Jingshu's assertion, he commanded Guiyang to dispatch someone to deliver the blueprints to the military camp without delay. After expressing her gratitude, Tang Jingshu prepared to take her leave, but Feng Tianyi stopped her. Why are you not wearing the earrings you purchased yesterday? Tang Jingshu was momentarily taken aback. Noticing the tassel in Feng Tianyi's hand, she understood. I put them away. I have been busy today and will wear them once I have the time. She was unaccustomed to wearing jewelry, having focused on her studies and medical training throughout her previous life, only donning adornments for formal events or missions requiring her to disguise herself. Feng Tianyi nodded and handed her a brocade box. You have worked hard lately. I noticed you have been wearing that same hairpin. I bought this for you last night, but forgot to give it to you. It was chosen by Tang Baobao. He thought it would suit you perfectly, so I bought it from a stall outside. It is of little value, but please accept it. Fearing she might refuse, Feng Tianyi added, compared to your contributions, a hairpin is trivial. Since there were no ulterior motives, Tang Jingshu accepted it with peace of mind, feeling warmth in her heart as she remembered it was chosen by the child. After thanking Feng Tianyi, she hummed a tune as she returned to her courtyard, replacing her hairpin with the new one. In a good mood, she prepared a more delectable meal. When Feng Tianyi saw Tang Jingshu wearing the new hairpin that evening, he was overjoyed, convinced that she must have feelings for him. He returned and donned the new hairpin himself, feeling elated. He treated Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang with greater respect, and he was noticeably kinder to Tang Xiren and Tang Zimo. Tang Xiren, perceptive as always, felt that Feng Tianyi was unusually cheerful that night and wondered if something good had happened. In the dead of night, a group departed from Kunbai City. The following afternoon, they entered a mountain pass. Observing the surroundings, Tang Yinan noted, "Today, there are no tornadoes. We can proceed with caution, though we must remain vigilant of falling rocks from the nearby cliffs." Everyone wore straw hats to shield themselves from potential debris. Suddenly, Feng Tianyi signaled for everyone to halt. As there were individuals ahead, Xiao Lu led a group to investigate. After a short while, Xiao Lu returned to report, "Your Highness, there are a dozen or so individuals in black who have been injured by a tornado. Most are barely clinging to life, with one or two severely wounded." Everyone understood the immense power of an unavoidable tornado, and astonishingly, this dangerous phenomenon had shielded the Tang family. Xiao Lu presented the token retrieved from the black-clad assailants, exclaiming, "Your Highness, they are sent by the King of Li. The King of Li is relentless in his pursuits. He will not cease until the Tang family is utterly annihilated." Tang Yinan clenched his fists in anger, indignation coursing through him. Feng Tianyi felt a profound sense of guilt. Should these black-clad men venture into the wilderness and harm the women of the Tang family, he would be unable to face Tang Jingshu and the others. "Rest assured, Lord Tang, I shall avenge this grievance on your behalf. Those who dare to bully him must be prepared to pay a steep price. If the Empress Dowager is indeed favored, I shall ensure that both she and the King of Li tumble from their lofty heights, silencing their arrogance." In this world, there is no shortage of youthful, beautiful, and cunning women. The new often outshines the old, and as one ages, how could they compete with the allure of blossoming youth? The decision to retain Qin Xian and his companions was made to prevent any lingering ambitions from the King of Li, yet their arrival came sooner than anticipated. "I apologize. For the King of Li has dispatched assassins to thwart any cooperation between me and Lord Tang. I bear significant responsibility," Feng Tianyi lamented. Tang Yinan waved his hand dismissively. "Your Highness, do not blame yourself. Had the traitor not rebuffed the King of Li's advances years ago, we would not be in this predicament. However, everyone has their principles, and I do not regret my steadfastness. If that token falls into the hands of the King of Li, it would spell disaster for the innocent." Feng Tianyi was perplexed as to why the King of Li persistently targeted Tang Yinan, employing Tang Yinan's most trusted subordinate to falsely accuse him of embezzlement, compounding his alleged crimes for a sentence of exile to the wilderness. "Rest assured, I shall bolster the defenses to ensure your safety," Feng Tianyi assured. Tang Yinan did not refuse, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. I apologize for the trouble I have caused. No need for such formality. Protecting your safety is my duty," Feng Tianyi replied. If he could not safeguard the Tang family, how could he govern a province? They entrusted the black-clad men to Xiao Lu and his companions while the others continued onward. Fortunately, no further black-clad figures appeared, suggesting they had been vanquished. Upon exiting the ravine, they caught sight of the Tang family's courtyard, where wisps of smoke curled upward, indicating dinner was being prepared. The safety of their family brought relief to Tang Jingshu and Tang Yinan. Tang Bao had been away for half a month and missed home dearly. Not to mention Tang Yinan and Tang Xianyang, who had been gone for nearly 2 months and longed for their family. "Let us hasten our return," Tang Jingshu said with a smile, "or we shall miss dinner. Sister Qiaohui is here to surprise our sisters-in-law." Feng Qiaohui gazed at the distant thatched cottage, her heart heavy despite Tang Jingshu's previous descriptions of the place. The Tang family and her sister had never endured such hardships. In her heart, she cursed the King of Li and his cohorts multiple times. If it were not for their interference, the Tang family and her sister would not have fallen into such dire straits. Chapter 82. Returning home, when the family reunited, emotions ran high. Tang Laotai and Lu Shuangyi were deeply moved to see Feng Xiaohui travel from afar to the wilderness, their eyes glistening with tears as they led her to Feng Xiaorong's room. Due to her confinement after childbirth, Feng Xiaorong could not leave her quarters but stood at the door, peering out to catch a glimpse of her younger sister. Upon seeing the familiar figure, tears threatened to spill, but she quickly wiped them away, remembering the admonition against crying during confinement to avoid eye ailments. Feng Xiaohui, spotting her sister at the door, choked out, "Sister Xiaohui." Feng Xiaorong grasped her sister's hand, scrutinizing her with concern. "You foolish girl, how could you dare to travel such a long distance alone?" Knowing her sister's worry stemmed from love, Feng Xiaohui embraced her. "I couldn't bear to be away from you, so I came to see you and bring my nephew. I hope you won't think I'm a burden." "Burden? I am overjoyed that you are here," Feng Xiaorong replied, holding onto her sister's hand tightly. "However, conditions here are far harsher than in the capital. I regret that you must suffer alongside us." Feng Xiaorong understood that her sister had no intention of returning home, fully aware of the family's situation, and her heart ached for her. Had it not been for her health, she would surely have her own family by now. "As long as I do not suffer losses, I am willing to endure hardship," Feng Xiaohui said, observing her sister's plump figure. She knew her brother-in-law was always considerate and that Tang Laotai and Tang Bomu treated her sister well. Knowing she was happy brought her peace. Glancing at the bed, she said, "Sister, may I see my little nephew?" Upon mentioning her son, Feng Xiaorong's face lit up with a fond smile. Anin has just woken. He must sense that his grandfather and aunt have arrived. Feng Xiaohui moved closer and saw the little one gazing at her with bright eyes, his small limbs flailing joyfully at the scent of his mother. "Anin, I am your aunt," she said, hesitant to hold the child. Leaning over the bed to make eye contact, Feng Xiaorong cradled Anin. "You are so fortunate, little one. Your aunt has traveled from afar just to see you. You should cherish her." "Sister, he is still so young. He doesn't understand a word you say. Besides, I am not worried about him honoring me in the future. I just fear for your hardships in the wilderness. May I hold him?" Feng Xiaohui asked eagerly. "Of course," Feng Xiaorong replied. In the warm weather, Anin was dressed in long sleeves and pants, with a belly band tied around him. As she held the soft little body, Feng Xiaohui felt a surge of nervousness. Fearing she might drop him, the sisters chatted intimately, while Lu Shuangyi brought in fruits and tea, discreetly leaving them to their conversation. With Anin still awake, Tang Zicheng took him out to show to Tang Yinan and the others. Feng Tianyi, observing the small child, glanced at Tang Bao, reflecting on how he had grown from such a tiny being to his current self. He then turned to see Tang Jingshu teasing the baby, her sweet smile radiating maternal warmth. He suddenly envisioned what it would be like to have a child with her, knowing he would shower both Tang Bao and their future offspring with equal love and care. Sensing Feng Tianyi's gaze, Tang Jingshu brought the child closer. "Your Highness, come share in this joy. Perhaps in a year or two, you will find your beloved and enjoy the bliss of family." Feng Tianyi caught a faint scent of milk, the origin of the little milk bag. He did not mind it, though he was hesitant to reach out, fearing he might inadvertently harm the fragile child. "He resembles your elder brother, quite the dashing lad," he remarked, though truthfully, he could not discern who the child resembled. He had often heard Tang Bao claim her little cousin looked like her uncle, and thus he offered the compliment, unsure how to praise a child barely a month old. Moreover, when Tang Jingshu mentioned this, was she subtly urging him to propose? He found himself in agreement. The sooner they married, the sooner they could all live together as a family of three. Observing Tang Zicheng, who exuded happiness as a father, Feng Tianyi smiled. "Very well. I shall absorb this joy." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Tang Jingshu, causing her to pause, wondering about the intent behind such a look. Tang Bao, pulling at her mother's garment with one hand while clutching Feng Tianyi's hand with the other, exclaimed, "Mother, my little cousin has grown so much. He looks even better than when I left." "Indeed, Anin is becoming cuter by the day, more handsome as well," Tang Yinan chimed in, reaching out to hold the child, and Tang Jingshu handed him over. Given the child's tender age, everyone was cautious, fearing their movements might startle him. After a brief moment, Tang Zicheng returned the child to his mother. With the sun yet to set, Tang Yinan, Tang Xiangyang, Tang Ziren, and Tang Zimo made their way to the new house nearby. Feng Tianyi had no particular matters to attend to, so he followed suit, carrying Tang Bao, while Tang Jingshu entered to converse with Tang Laotai and Lu Shuangyi. The house has been completed, and the yards have been connected by removing the dividing wall, paving the way for the finishing touches. For 3 months, the yards have been adjacent, and the eaves have formed a continuous corridor, ensuring that even in winter, with snow falling, hanging straw curtains can shield against the cold winds and maintain warmth. Qin Xian and his 5 companions are laying stones for the path, ensuring it remains slip-resistant in rain and snow, facilitating easy movement. The front yard features a flower bed planted with purple broad beans, adorned with cascading clusters of violet blossoms, creating a lush view from afar. Each courtyard's main hall and study are connected by underground passages, while every bedroom is equipped with a comm. And the wallpaper has been affixed. Qiande and his son are arranging the furniture. Tang Jingshu and his 3 companions gaze at their new abode with great satisfaction, taking the time to express their gratitude to Qin Xian and the Qian father-son duo for their hard work during these days. In the evening, the family gathered in joyful harmony, feasting on a grand table of dishes to celebrate their reunion. With the arrival of the little milk bag, everyone became acutely aware of their movements, ensuring they did not startle the child. Dinner was set out in the courtyard, and amidst the clinking of cups, voices were hushed. Inside, Lu Shuangyi brought in chicken noodle soup, while Xiao Hui stepped out for dinner, assuring, "Your sister is here with me these days. It has been your brother-in-law and I taking turns for meals, so we are quite accustomed." To accommodate Feng Xiaorong during meals, Tang Ziqing specially crafted a small table to place on the bed. Feng Xiaorong took the chopsticks and said, "Mother, you and Xiao Hui go ahead to eat. Anin is asleep. I can manage on my own." With the full moon approaching in just 2 days, the end of their trials seemed near. Tang Jingshu entered with a plate of steamed pumpkin with meat and a platter of spinach, saying, "Sister-in-law, here's a balanced meal for you." The dishes prepared for Feng Xiaorong had been made with minimal seasoning by Qiao Mai. Feng Xiaorong expressed her gratitude to Tang Jingshu, urging the 3 of them, "You should all go eat dinner. I can handle it alone. Anin is well behaved as long as he isn't hungry or in need." Lu Shuangyi suggested her daughter take Xiao Hui to dinner while she stayed behind with Feng Xiaorong, waiting for Tang Ziqing to return before she stepped out. After dinner, the family sat in the courtyard, engaging in light-hearted conversation about when to move into the new house. Old Lady Tang remarked, "Ronger and Anin have not yet completed their first month. It is certainly too soon to move. We should wait at least 3 or 4 days." Lu Shuangyi proposed, "The other house is nearly ready. After a few days of ventilation, we could move. Once Ronger and Anin complete their first month, it would be fitting to relocate on that day." Zhu Shioli nodded in agreement. "Sister-in-law, that is a splendid idea. Moving after the baby nest is adjusted aligns perfectly with the Mid-Autumn Festival, allowing us to celebrate in the new home." Seeing no objections from others, Tang Jingshu confirmed the plan. They would move the day after Feng Xiaorong and her son completed their first month, urging everyone to transport unnecessary items beforehand to avoid chaos on the official moving day. With the prospect of moving, no one was idle. They began contemplating what items could be set aside for the transition. Tomorrow, they would choose their rooms in the new courtyard, especially Tang Ziren and Tang Zimo, who exchanged glances, thrilled at the prospect of having their own space. As everyone prepared to move, the old courtyard was tidied up, with necessary repairs made. Destined to become the residence of the Qin family. Once organized, half of the space would be set aside for guest accommodations, as the Feng family often visited. And during winter, they could not be left to sleep on the floor. Old Lady Tang would reside with Tang Jingshu and her children, Xiao Mai and her children, Tang Jingxian and Hongya, along with Levian, now joined by Feng Xiaohui in their courtyard. The courtyard of Tang Jingshu and his spouse was further divided to create a small yard expressly for Tang Zicheng's family, with Tang Ziren occupying the front wing. The remaining courtyard belonged to Tang Xianyang and Zhu Shioli. Zhu Shioli had wished for her daughter to live with them, but Tang Jingxian and their grandmother had become accustomed to their arrangement and were reluctant to change, so it was left at that. Casting a glance at Tang Zimo, one might ponder that had he married early and had children, their courtyard would not feel so sparse. With the courtyard allocations completed, they exchanged a few more pleasantries before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. After a fortnight's journey, having returned home to sleep in their own beds, Tang Jingshu held her son close, feeling an immense sense of security. The recent days had been taxing, and Tang Bao quickly slipped into slumber. Meanwhile, Feng Tianyi, sleeping in the wing, found it difficult to rest. He was to discuss his intentions to marry Tang Jingshu with Old Lady Tang and Tang Jingshu the following day. Uncertain of their response, typically self-assured, he felt a tinge of nervousness in the presence of the Tang family, who were not driven by ambition or the lure of wealth, but were always concerned for the happiness of their children. Years ago, the kingly had expressed interest in taking Tang Jingshu as a concubine, only to be subtly declined by Tang Jingshu, which had left a lingering resentment. Feng Tianyi suspected that Tang Jingshu's current predicament might have been orchestrated by the kingly himself. Returning to the matter at hand, he resolved that when he proposed tomorrow, he must present himself with utmost sincerity. Otherwise, Tang Jingshu would never agree to marry Tang Jingshu to him. Aware that he was perhaps rushing into this, as it was his first experience with matters of the heart, he acted solely on the foundation of his genuine feelings. He silently wished for a smooth outcome tomorrow before gradually surrendering to sleep. As the day's thoughts lingered into the night, Feng Tianyi dreamt of seeking Tang Jingshu's hand in marriage from Tang Jianan, only to be met with immediate rejection. Being cast out and barred from ever seeing Tang Jingshu again, he found himself expelled into the wilderness, and with a thunderous crash, the path leading back collapsed, severing his route. In anguish and desperation, he searched for a way back, drenched in sweat, waking abruptly from the dream. Turning to survey his surroundings, he found the dawn breaking, still within the Tang household. He exhaled a sigh of relief, placing a hand over his heart. Hearing Tang Bao's voice, Feng Tianyi hastily rose, opening the door to greet the child's cherubic face. "Good morning, my little treasure." "Good morning, Your Highness," she chirped back. Feng Tianyi scooped her into his embrace, asking, "Have you washed up yet?" With a grin, Tang Bao replied, "Not yet. I'm waiting for Your Highness." Feng Tianyi gathered his toiletries, saying, "Then let us wash up together." Old Lady Tang observed the pair washing up, noting their movements and expressions bore an uncanny resemblance, which sparked her curiosity. The King Li and the King Su were half-brothers, yet their appearances diverged greatly. Having encountered the King Li numerous times, especially when he sought to marry her granddaughter, she had scrutinized him closely and had grown somewhat familiar with his demeanor. However, Tang Bao bore no resemblance to the King Li in looks, temperament, or behavior. Instead, she mirrored the King Su perfectly. Could it be that proximity to the Red Sun had influenced her? Old Lady Tang speculated that Tang Bao, having spent so much time with Feng Tianyi, had subconsciously adopted his mannerisms, as it was quite normal for children to admire and emulate those they looked up to. Tang Jingshu, unaware of the unfolding scene, had risen early to prepare medicinal herbs to fumigate the adjacent rooms. Despite the wilderness's harsh winters arriving early and bringing bitter cold, there were more pests indoors than outside. Without fumigation and the application of powder, moving in would be ill-advised. After breakfast, the entire family commenced packing their belongings for the move to the new house, with Tang Bao eagerly assisting in organizing her things. Once everything was ready, Tang Bao sighed, prompting a chuckle from Tang Jingshu. "What's with the sighing, little one?" "Mother, I wish to move with the prince," Tang Bao quickly added. "I know it's impossible, as it's against the rules. I'm just thinking about it." After moving, she realized she could no longer share a courtyard with the prince, and he would only be able to visit this side. She wondered how long it would take for him to become her father, living together with her and her mother, sharing the same bed. Tang Bao mused that once the prince became her father, she would sleep in the middle, flanked by her mother on one side and her father on the other. How blissful that would be. Tang Jingshu gently tapped Tang Bao's forehead, understanding that such whimsical thoughts were against the rules. "Stop daydreaming and hurry up with the move. We mustn't delay, for we shall visit the alpha wolf soon. It has been half a month since our last encounter. The mother wolf should have given birth by now, and I am eager to see the pups. You have not visited in a while, and they must miss you dearly." Tang Bao, equally excited about the wolf cubs, quickened his pace upon hearing they were headed to the mangroves. "Mother, let us hurry, so we may see them sooner." The thoughts of a child shift rapidly, and with a new focus, Tang Bao donned his little backpack and hurried after Tang Jingshu to assist in moving their belongings. Feng Tianyi, unable to lend a hand, wandered to the backyard to check on the watermelons and cotton, and then to the riverbank to observe the lush rice paddies. The Tang family spent the entire morning relocating, and despite arriving with little, the accumulation over the past few months had resulted in each person possessing a fair amount of belongings. After a midday meal, Tang Jingshu, Tang Xiren, and Tang Zimo took Tang Bao to the mangroves. Upon their arrival, the wolf pack, having recognized them from afar, rushed over to greet them. The wolf cubs, now grown into nearly adolescent wolves, approached Tang Bao affectionately, missing him after the long absence. Feng Tianyi hesitated for a considerable time, took a deep breath, and sought out Elder Tang and the couple Tang Jianan to discuss matters of lifelong commitment. Chapter 84. You are not suitable. Elder Tang, Tang Jianan, and Lu Shuangyi stared in astonishment at Feng Tianyi. What had he just declared? He harbored feelings for Tang Jingshu, not as a concubine or secondary wife, but as a legitimate spouse. The trio felt as though they had misheard, and even Tang Xiangyang and his wife were momentarily bewildered. How could this be? The esteemed Prince Su, a bachelor of royal blood, had developed affection for their daughter Jingshu. Realizing the abruptness of his confession might cause disbelief, Feng Tianyi earnestly reiterated, "I cherish Jingshu, and I hold Tang Bao dear, intending to treat him as my own. I beseech the esteemed matriarch, Lord Tang, and Lady Tang to consent to my union with Jingshu." The revelation struck like a thunderclap, an ill-fated entanglement. Tang Jianan, having been aware of Feng Tianyi's journey from Beiguan County to Qizhou, felt a growing concern. After observing Feng Tianyi's treatment of his daughter and nephew, his worries intensified. He doubted the prince's affections would extend to a child. Ironically, the very thing he feared came to pass. Elder Tang reflected on the morning's events, feeling somewhat disoriented. It was indeed a fortunate occurrence for someone to seek to marry their eldest granddaughter, especially when that someone was the distinguished Prince Su. However, if their granddaughter were childless, they might have considered Feng Tiany's proposal. Now, with Tang Bao in the picture, for the sake of their granddaughter and great-grandson's peace, they could not agree to the marriage. Tang Jingshu promptly declined, expressing gratitude for the prince's affections, stating that the proposal was an honor for both their daughter and the entire Tang family. My daughter, being a widow and a mother, is unworthy of your noble status. We appreciate your regard for her, but she is not worthy of your high standing. We implore you to seek a more suitable match. In essence, they firmly conveyed their disapproval. They were incompatible. Elder Tang added, while we are grateful for your admiration, the disparity in status between our granddaughter and the prince is insurmountable. Even if we were to agree, the emperor and the favored consort would undoubtedly oppose such a union. It is wiser to end this before deeper entanglements arise. The Tang family had heard of the favored consort's nature. She was known to be quite extreme. Even if she did not show adequate concern for her son, marrying a widow with a child would never be approved. Given the consort's temperament, she would likely hurl many sharp words at Jingshu. Rather than subjecting them to potential humiliation, it was better to halt matters here, minimizing harm. Tang Jingshu continued. In a typical family, the union of young men and women involves not just two individuals, but two families. Jingshu comes from an ordinary household, and even if she were to remarry, she would seek someone of equal standing. Moreover, the family of a condemned traitor has been exiled to the wilderness. Should Jingshu consider remarriage, it would not be now. He bowed respectfully to Feng Tiany. Your Highness, the differences in our statuses are profound. You are yet unmarried. It would be prudent to cease pursuing this relationship. Rest assured, we shall pretend this conversation never took place. We will continue as we have before. Feng Tiany understood. The Tang family was not concerned with social standing, but rather with protecting Tang Jingshu from heartache. He admired her and believed her to be perfect. Yet in the eyes of his father, mother, and others, Tang Jingshu was perceived as a woman who had run away with a child, thus deemed unworthy of his noble lineage. Feng Tiany recognized the family's apprehensions. They feared that Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao would face disdain and hardships. Had Tang Jingshu known of Feng Tiany's true thoughts, he would have reassured him that his worries were unfounded, primarily stemming from Tang Bao's status, which they feared would complicate matters for Jingshu. They were determined to seek vengeance, and the truth of Tang Bao's heritage would remain undisclosed. Only when the faction of the King of Li was eradicated would they allow Jingshu and Tang Bao to return to the capital. Lu Shuangyi held a favorable impression of Feng Tiany. He was dignified and handsome, and his demeanor toward the Tang family was not one of haughty commands, but rather a congenial request, indicating a true appreciation for talent. Had the Prince Su sought a marriage proposal 4 years prior, they would have gladly accepted, especially given his disciplined household free of chaotic women. They would have anticipated a proposal for a legitimate wife, not a concubine. Alas, for years had passed, they were fated yet mismatched. Lu Shuangyi felt regretful, but her expression mirrored that of her husband and mother-in-law. It is an honor for my daughter to be recognized by Prince Su. Regrettably, the timing is unfortunate. Had you come 4 years ago, we surely would have aspired to such a match. The Tang family's stance was resolute, compelling Feng Tiany to withdraw. He clasped his hands in apology, acknowledging his oversight in the abruptness of his approach toward Jingshu and Tang Bao. Nonetheless, his feelings remained steadfast. As he departed, Feng Tiany reiterated his sincere intentions, vowing not to relent. After seeing him off, Tang Jingshu wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the prince was reasonable and not one to resort to force. Otherwise, given their current status, Feng Tiany would not have needed to treat them with such courtesy, nor would he have personally come to propose. They had been bold to refuse, but for the sake of their daughter and great-nephew's future, Tang Jingshu found it necessary to make such a decision. Lu Shuangyi grasped Tang Jingshu's hand, resolute that they must protect their daughter from harm at all costs. The matter of Feng Tiany seeking to marry Tang Jingshu was known only to 5 elders within the family, effectively rendering it as if it had never transpired. Naturally, Tang Jingshu and Tang Xianyang ceased their efforts to find suitable suitors for Tang Jingshu. During this time, they traversed far and wide, encountering numerous gentlemen who met various criteria. Yet, none seemed worthy of their esteemed Jingshu. Upon meeting Tang Jingshu in Kunbai County, they tacitly decided to withhold any mention of potential matches, opting to observe further developments. Little did they know, Feng Tiany had taken the initiative. It all hinges on whether Feng Tiany can navigate the trials of the next year and a half. Should he succeed against all odds, Tang Jingshu would be quite pleased with this prospective son-in-law. Feng Tiany remained undeterred by the Tang family's refusal. His interactions with Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao continued as before, and he eagerly participated in the upcoming hunting expedition on Yinchi Mountain. Chapter 85, An Inexplicable Secret. With a full moon banquet approaching the day after tomorrow, Tang Jingshu planned to venture into the forest to gather fresh mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. If they could procure a couple of wild goats, it would be even better. The area they often frequented had become scarce of game, making it increasingly difficult to hunt. Thus, Tang Jingshu conferred with her 3 brothers about exploring another mountain. The 4 siblings, along with Tang Bao, Hongya, Levian, and Gongzi, huddled together, whispering plans for an ambitious hunt against the wolf pack the following day. Everyone, may I join the hunt tomorrow? Feng Tianyi suddenly inquired from a short distance away, drawing the attention of the group. Tang Bao welcomed his inclusion, yet being a child, he needed the consent of his uncles and mother. Tang Jingshu and the others recognized Feng Tianyi's exceptional skills. Having him along would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, they harbored certain secrets they wished to keep from others. Yet, with the prince's invitation, they could hardly refuse. The 3 brothers cast a meaningful glance at Tang Jingshu, clearly indicating that she should address Feng Tianyi. She led him aside to converse privately. Your Highness, the area we intend to explore is unfamiliar territory for us, and we are uncertain about the conditions within. For your safety, might I suggest that we first scout the area and have you join us on a subsequent occasion? Knowing it to be unsafe, why would you take Tang Bao with you? Are you not concerned for his safety? Feng Tianyi queried, regarding Tang Jingshu with a puzzled expression. You possess some martial skills, yet lack the internal energy for lightness. Should you encounter ferocious beasts, how would you escape? Tang Jingshu found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I run swiftly, and besides, my 2 brothers, my younger brother, Gongzi, and Hongya and Levian are all skilled fighters who can protect me. What if I leave Tang Bao at home, letting him stay with you instead? Mother, Tang Bao's head peered over the courtyard wall, a frown marring his features at the thought of being left behind to accommodate the prince. He longed to hunt in the mountains. Having not ventured there in over a month, Tang Jingshu felt conflicted. To keep Feng Tianyi from accompanying them, she had to inconvenience her son. Feng Tianyi discerned their reluctance to allow him to join, recognizing the various excuses they fabricated. My skills surpass those of your brothers. My presence would only bolster your efforts. Never hinder them. Leaning against the wall, he encroached upon Tang Jingshu's space, inching closer. Tang Jingshu, you and Tang Bao may ascend the mountain, yet I cannot accompany you. Tell me, do you harbor some secret you fear I might uncover? The proximity was unsettling, transcending the bounds of comfort, and Tang Jingshu instinctively leaned back, only to find herself pressed against the courtyard wall. Attempting to sidestep, she discovered Feng Tianyi's hand blocking her escape on the other side, rendering her trapped. Feng Tianyi's gaze bore into Tang Jingshu's eyes as he whispered, Do you recall the peculiar circumstances in Beiguan County when I led my men to find you and your son? Faced with danger, we were forced to hunt wild boar. And upon descending the mountain, we hastily divided the meat, suppressing the questions that plagued my mind. Ever since, you have striven to maintain your distance from me. And amidst the bustling crowd, I found no opportunity to inquire further. Tang Jingshu's heart raced under his intense scrutiny. She knew he had sensed the oddities of that time. She had believed she could evade his notice, but now, it seemed, he had caught her in his web of suspicion. Moreover, those bandits, numerous and brutal, could not possibly be subdued by you and your companions, let alone silenced entirely. When I visited their lair, although the corpses lay decayed, it was evident that most had met their end at the jaws of wild beasts or through poisonous means. He leaned even closer to Tang Jingshu, the distance between them now scarcely a fist's breadth. Do you not owe me an explanation? Feigning ignorance, Tang Jingshu replied, Oh, is that so? I had no knowledge of such matters. Truly, the heavens have a way of balancing the scales. Those bandits, having committed countless wrongs, have finally received their due punishment. You have not witnessed it firsthand, thus I shall not concede. You may harbor your doubts, but I shall not divulge any truths. What can you do about it? Feng Tianyi immediately discerned her intentions. Of course, if you choose silence, I am powerless to compel you. Yet I can surmise that Tang Bao possesses some extraordinary, undisclosed talent. Leaning closer to her ear, he murmured, He has the ability to communicate with beasts. I, too, possessed that skill in my youth, yet it faded after I turned 10. Tang Jingshu stared at Feng Tianyi in shock. What did you say? That is simply unbelievable. You once had the ability to command beasts, but it vanished after your 10th year? After a moment of stunned silence, she queried with curiosity, What does it mean to command beasts? I have never heard of such a thing. I know you understand. There is no need to feign ignorance, Feng Tianyi replied, his gaze fixed upon her, studying the clarity in her eyes. If you choose to speak, I shall believe you, including the origins of the wheat and cotton you have procured from the wilderness. Furious at his insinuations regarding the origins of her crops, Tang Jingshu retaliated with a swift punch to his abdomen. You scoundrel! As he doubled over in pain, she seized the opportunity to push him away, marching off in a huff. Feng Tianyi rubbed his stomach, bemused by the strength behind her blow. Despite Tang Jingshu's facade of calmness, he detected a flicker of anxiety in her eyes concerning Tang Bao. Her act of striking him was merely a means to divert the conversation, further affirming his suspicions. Given how dearly Tang Jingshu and the Tang family cherished Tang Bao, it was inconceivable that they would expose him to danger on the mountain. The only logical explanation was that Tang Bao possessed the ability to communicate with beasts. He recalled the time he had approached on horseback, witnessing a few wolf cubs gazing at Tang Bao with nothing but affection, devoid of malice. Who was Tang Bao's true parent? Feng Tianyi was certain he was not the child of that scholar. If the scholar had such fortune, he would not resort to abducting another's daughter. From birth, Tang Bao could converse with animals, perceiving their emotions, a gift that others lacked. Terrified, he believed himself to be a monster, revealing his secret only to his father, while remaining silent with his mother. His father had chuckled, ruffling his hair, and explained that this was a unique talent of the Feng family man, one that would gradually fade after the age of 10. His father encouraged him to embrace this gift, to grow into a commendable prince who would protect the realm of Dang for its people. Later, he had discreetly inquired and discovered that none of his brothers shared this ability. He was alone in possessing it. Tang Bao was the second person he had encountered with the talent to communicate with animals. As for Tang Jingshu, her abilities seemed even more extraordinary. The rapid growth of her wheat and cotton, her skill in grafting watermelons and fruit trees, it was all truly wondrous. Feng Tianyi was perplexed about the identity of Tang Bao's father, pondering whether he too possessed the extraordinary ability to command beasts. Could it be possible that Tang Bao was his own child? The emperor had once mentioned that only a father with beast taming skills would pass that talent onto his offspring. Reflecting on that rainy night 4 years ago, he wondered if the young woman he had encountered was indeed Tang Jingshu, making Tang Bao their progeny. Chapter 86. The prince wishes to become Tang Bao's stepfather. With such questions swirling in his mind, Feng Tianyi approached the riverbank, clutching his stomach, where he found Tang Jingshu diligently weeding in the rice fields. They were alone, providing a perfect opportunity for conversation. As he joined her in pulling weeds, he remarked, "Tang Jingshu, you have struck this prince. What punishment do you deserve?" Without sparing him a glance, she replied, "Your Highness, it was you who first harassed a humble woman. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Surely, a learned prince understands this. I only wish to uncover the truth. You evaded a direct answer, and in my urgency, I lost my composure. Indeed, I was too abrupt." After receiving a punch, Feng Tianyi finally recognized his misstep. Following a sincere apology, he continued, "Very well. I shall generously forgive you. However, you must choose between two options. Either accompany me up the mountain tomorrow or reveal to me the identity of Tang Bao's father." He added a caveat, "Do not deceive me. I demand the truth without a single falsehood." Noticing that this man was becoming rather persistent, she found herself reminiscing about his previously aloof demeanor, which she now missed. The man she had once known had perished 4 years ago. Tang Jingshu sensed something unusual about Feng Tianyi today and teasingly raised an eyebrow, asking, "Why is the prince so concerned about Tang Bao's father? Could it be that you find this humble woman appealing and wish to become Tang Bao's stepfather?" Feng Tianyi feared she had discerned his true thoughts, as his attitude towards her had shifted significantly. Faced with such a situation for the first time, he felt a pang of confusion, unsure how to articulate himself. He had promised Tang Yinan that he would respect Tang Jingshu's wishes and refrain from any inappropriate actions until he could formally propose to her. Seeing him silent, merely gazing at her with a calm expression, she wondered what thoughts brewed beneath the surface. She decided to tease this prince, who had always kept his distance from women. Remembering how he had once encircled her with his arm, she stepped closer, rising on her toes to approach him. In close proximity, her breath brushed against his Adam's apple, the warmth causing him to feel parched, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Observing his nervousness, Tang Jingshu found herself even more intrigued. With no one around, she grew bolder. Reaching out to touch his chest, dressed lightly for summer, she could distinctly feel the firmness of his muscles. Does the prince seek a companion, or perhaps a concubine? She mused, playfully squeezing his pectoral muscle, reluctant to part from the delightful sensation. Yet, she wondered if his years of solitude hinted at a deeper issue. As many men were known to be lacking in such matters, she brazenly gazed down at him, teasing, "If the prince is not averse, I, being a doctor, could offer an examination." As she spoke, she extended her hand towards him, playfully gripping it. Feng Tianyi felt a jolt of excitement, as if Tang Jingshu truly held his heart in her hands. "Very well, I shall accompany you up the mountain tomorrow," he declared, before swiftly turning and disappearing like the wind. Tang Jingshu burst into laughter, contemplating how to keep him in check. Having heard many risky tales during her time in the military, she felt unencumbered now as a widow. What was there to hold back? My, The Duke of Su is quite the innocent man, having never been with a woman. In this era, even princes have concubines. It is utterly unreasonable for Feng Tianyi to have remained untouched. Heaven forbid, could he truly be incapable? With such a handsome appearance and commendable physique. It was a shame if he were. Tang Jingshu sighed, shaking her head. What a waste of good looks. Of course, if he were willing, she would gladly assist him in achieving a fulfilling life. If he refused, she could only watch him grow old in solitude. With a heavy heart, she resumed weeding the rice field. Meanwhile, Feng Tianyi, having dashed back, leaned against a tree to calm his racing heart. He understood that Tang Jingshu was reluctant to divulge the identity of Tang Bao's father and was intentionally teasing him. Despite knowing her intentions, he could not suppress his racing heartbeat and the flutter of embarrassment. Throughout his life, no woman had ever looked at him with anything but deference, striving to present themselves as virtuous. Yet here was Tang Jingshu, unabashedly teasing him, performing actions that would be deemed provocative in another's hands, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. He recalled the beautiful women offered to him in the past, who stood before him in scant attire without eliciting any reaction. Yet today, a mere touch from Tang Jingshu had sent him into a flurry of desire. As he slowly moved aside, he gazed back at Tang Jingshu, realizing that he was destined to be firmly ensnared by her. When Tang Jingshu noticed him returning, she asked, "Why has the prince come back? Do you have more questions for this humble woman?" Deliberately, she waved her hand before him. "You are quite bold, daring to behave so in front of me. Do not let such impudence carry over to the eyes of others." Feng Tianyi, his face flushed, could not bring himself to meet her gaze and bent down to continue weeding, in the absence of others. "You need not refer to yourself as a humble woman in my presence. Simply use my name." Noticing his bashful demeanor, Tang Jingshu wondered if he was eager for her to examine his hidden afflictions but felt unable to voice it. If that were the case, she would take the opportunity to provide a thorough checkup and perhaps prescribe some remedies. "I shall cease my teasing. It is clear you are concerned for Tang Bao, and I appreciate your care. I shall not conceal the truth from you. That period of my life was filled with sorrow and anguish, leading me to selectively forget it. As such, I truly do not remember who Tang Bao's father is. I apologize for broaching a painful subject." Feng Tianyi tossed the weeds aside. "I am merely curious. Tang Bao is so intelligent and charming, possessing the ability to command beasts. His father must be an extraordinary individual. Surely he cannot be like me?" Tang Jingshu placed her hands on her hips. "I, Tang Jingshu, am naturally beautiful, exceptionally intelligent, skilled in medicine, and well-versed in knowledge. Is it not possible for me to have given birth to such an outstanding son? Indeed, it is entirely possible. Doctor, Tang's exceptional qualities have undoubtedly contributed to Tang Bao's remarkable upbringing." Feng Tianyi praised, sincerity evident in his words. He bent his head to continue weeding, murmuring softly, "My child will surely be as bright and lovely as Tang Bao, and will possess the art of beast mastery." Tang Jingshu, unable to hear clearly, leaned in closer and asked, "What did you just mutter, Your Highness?" Chapter 87. Closing the distance with Tang Jingshu. Certainly, he could not express his innermost thoughts aloud. Feng Tianyi dared not voice his suspicions that Tang Bao might be his child, for he was certain Tang Jingshu would not hesitate to strike him. Remembering her words about the sorrowful and painful period she had chosen to forget, Feng Tianyi felt a surge of empathy for her plight. He spoke earnestly. "I believe that Tang Bao's father must possess the ability to command beasts. Aside from myself in my youth, there must be others in this world with such talents. Though it is unfortunate that you have forgotten." Feng Tianyi approached and spoke. "This extraordinary ability can only be inherited from father to son, within the entire royal family. I am the sole bearer of it, while the other princes possess none. Therefore, rest assured, Tang Bao cannot possibly be connected to the Li Wang." The audacity of this man to entertain such thoughts, and to exclude Li Wang from consideration. Did he assume that the Tang family believed Tang Bao to be of Li Wang's lineage? The identity of Tang Bao's father is of little consequence. What truly matters is that he is my son, Tang Jingshu's. Tang Jingshu nonchalantly remarked, "I shall consider him deceased." Achoo! Feng Tianyi let out a resounding sneeze. Concerned that he might catch a cold from the river breeze, Tang Jingshu suggested, "Your Highness should return to rest. I can manage this task alone. I am in excellent health." Feng Tianyi insisted, "Perhaps it was merely a sprig that tickled my nose. Nothing to worry about." He was resolute in his intention to draw closer to Tang Jingshu, believing that pulling weeds was not a burdensome task, and under the sun, it was arduous work that should not fall solely on her shoulders. Seeing his determination, Tang Jingshu ceased her protests. After all, weeding was not a laborious endeavor for a man. This marked the second occasion on which Tang Jingshu heard Feng Tianyi mention his childhood ability to tame beasts. Given his previous behaviors, she harbored a bold conjecture. Could it be that Feng Tianyi believed Tang Bao to be his child? He had just stated that the skill of beast taming could only be inherited from the father, and the Tang family had no one with such a gift. Nor did their descendants. Tang Jingshu scrutinized Feng Tianyi, realizing he was indeed correct. Tang Bao's father must certainly possess the ability to tame beasts, and is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Li Wang was not a candidate, nor was that scholar. In her recollections, the scholar was merely adept at sweet words and pleasing others. If not, he would not have deceived Tang Yan'an into a relationship with him. Tang Jingshu stated, "Though I am afflicted with amnesia, I still remember that scholar from years past. And all the pain he caused me was indeed his doing. Your Highness, I can assert with certainty that Tang Bao is not the child of that insipid scholar. He is far too mediocre to possess any extraordinary abilities." Feng Tianyi would not harm Tang Bao. Tang Jingshu had unwavering faith in him. By uttering these words, she implicitly acknowledged Tang Bao's possession of the beast taming skill. Hearing Tang Jingshu's words filled Feng Tianyi with joy. "Thank you, Dr. Tang, for your trust. Rest assured, I shall keep this secret close to my heart, and together we shall safeguard Tang Bao." "Thank you, Your Highness." Tang Jingshu had faith in him. Knowing that Feng Tianyi genuinely cherished Tang Bao, and that he would not speak falsehoods, he must have indeed possessed the skill to tame beasts in his youth. The necessity of protecting Tang Bao stemmed from a fear of him being exploited by those with ulterior motives. "I regard Tang Bao as my own child, and it is only natural for me to ensure his safety," Feng Tianyi asserted, believing that protecting Tang Bao was an obligation, not a burden. He continued, "If you trust me, I will send someone to investigate the circumstances surrounding that scholar from years past. Should he have wronged you, I shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Anyone who dares to bully those I hold dear shall face dire consequences." Tang Jingshu was equally eager to uncover the truth about that scholar. Given their current predicament, the Tang family lacked the capacity to conduct such an investigation. But Feng Tianyi was different. She readily agreed. "Then I shall trouble Your Highness. Upon returning, I will sketch the scholar's likeness and document everything I recall from that time, hoping we can locate him soon." Very well. It was a rare occasion for the two to converse like this. Feng Tianyi was occasionally amused by Tang Jingshu's humorous remarks, and he would share a few jokes that sent her into fits of laughter. Witnessing Tang Jingshu's joy brought him even greater happiness, and he found the time spent together to be truly delightful. They chatted and laughed until they had cleared several patches of grass from the water fields. Tang Jingshu had not anticipated Feng Tianyi's perseverance, nor did she expect him to be so talkative and even humorous despite his aloof demeanor. As they made their way to the riverbank to wash their feet, Feng Tianyi stole a glance at Tang Jingshu's delicate, fair feet, quickly averting his gaze to focus on washing his own hands and feet. After donning their shoes and socks, Feng Tianyi inquired, "Dr. Tang, may I accompany you on the hunt tomorrow? Your Highness need not fear danger. If you wish to go, then by all means." Tang Jingshu replied as she stood and brushed the grass off her clothes. "As you say, Your Highness, your skills are formidable. We could not ask for a better ally. Thank you." Feng Tianyi gazed into the distance at the setting sun as he walked alongside Tang Jingshu toward home. "Rest assured, regardless of the origins of your wheat and cotton, they were harvested from the wilderness." "Thank you, Your Highness." "No, I should be the one expressing my gratitude to you," Feng Tianyi earnestly remarked. "Thank you for sending word to Qizhou Prefecture, enabling us to gather evidence against those corrupt officials and bring them to justice. Thank you for cultivating such excellent wheat, potatoes, and cotton, which have instilled hope and provided a means of livelihood for the people of Qizhou Prefecture." This fellow knew it was she who had nurtured the crops, but did not inquire about her methods. Feng Tianyi quietly added, "In truth, I suspected something when I was in the mountains of Beiguan County. The trees there were remarkably lush, an anomaly. Furthermore, those pumpkins, wheat sprouts, and winter melons should not have been found in that location, yet there they were. Later, when I arrived in the wilderness and savored the winter melons, pumpkins, and potatoes, it became evident to me that you must be the reason behind it. He possessed the ability to tame beasts, and Tang Jingshu could make plants flourish. What was so extraordinary about that?" Feng Tianyi reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall feign ignorance. However, you must be cautious in the future. Only through diligence and prudence can you protect yourself and your loved ones." Tang Jingshu conceded, acknowledging her oversight. "Should others seek to exploit it, they would find it increasingly difficult. My skills are waning, and soon they may vanish altogether." She mused. "It is likely akin to your beast taming skill, which is subject to age limitations. Indeed, these skills are merely embellishments during times of hardship. One must not be overly greedy. True satisfaction arises from one's own efforts toward success," Feng Tianyi remarked, turning to face Tang Jingshu. "Am I correct, Dr. Tang? Your Highness speaks with great wisdom." Tang Jingshu replied with a bright smile, "One must labor to reap the rewards." Feng Tianyi echoed her final words, "Dr. Tang, your summary is exceptionally astute. From a distance, Tang Bao observed his mother and the prince engaged in lively conversation, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. Previously, he had noticed the closeness with which the prince spoke to his mother. It reminded him of the proximity between his maternal uncle and aunt. How splendid it was that the prince was drawing ever closer to being his father. Chapter 88. Feng Tianyi uncovers the truth. As everyone prepared for the hunt, Feng Xiaohui wished to join but hesitated, fearing she might become a burden. Tang Jingshu discerned her thoughts and invited her along, suggesting, "Let the men go hunting while Sister Xiaohui and I gather wild vegetables." Having accompanied her parents and siblings to the farm in her youth, Feng Xiaohui nodded happily, saying, "Then I shall be a bother to you, Jingshu. Do not speak of being a bother. Your skills are commendable, and you can run far quicker than I." Tang Jingshu encouraged, leading her to bring out the horses. "The ferocious beasts of the snowy mountains rarely descend, and we shall not venture deep into the mountains. With so many of us, we are unlikely to encounter danger. My brother and the prince will hunt on one side, while we forage for wild vegetables, mushrooms, and herbs in the woods." Once Tang Jingshu had led Feng Xiaohui, Hongya, and Levian outside, Feng Tianyi and Tang Zicheng, accompanied by several others, mounted their horses, forming a line to await their arrival. Tang Bao, nestled in Feng Tianyi's embrace, waved at Tang Jingshu, calling out, "Mother, hurry here. I am coming." When Tang Jingshu and the others arrived, Tang Zicheng cracked the whip, and the group galloped swiftly toward Yinkishan. As was customary, upon nearing the tamarisk trees, the lead wolf and its pack joined forces with the hunting party. Observing the large number of participants this time, the wolves showed no surprise. They had previously sensed the presence of Feng Tianyi and others among the Tang family. As for Feng Xiaohui, Tang Jingshu took great care of her. Although her presence felt somewhat unfamiliar, it bore two familiar traits, indicating a possible kinship. Feng Xiaohui caught sight of a living wolf, her eyes widening in terror as she trembled, pointing with quaking fingers at the pack of wolves running alongside them, stammering, "Jingshu, there are wolves, wolves." "Do not be afraid, Sister Xiaohui," Tang Jingshu reassured her. "These wolves mean us no harm. They accompany us in our hunt up the mountain." She explained that the wilderness held many fascinating wonders, and these wolves possessed a remarkable understanding of human cooperation in hunting. "Now that you mention it, I recall that your family's watermelons are far superior to those found elsewhere, large, round, and sweet, bursting with juice." Feng Xiaohui's fear dissipated in an instant, realizing the wilderness was truly enchanting, with flora and fauna distinct from those outside. With enthusiasm, she waved her riding whip, exclaiming, "Today, I shall witness how my brother-in-law and the wolves collaborate in their hunt. It promises to be thrilling." Tang Jingshu urged her horse forward. "You shall be utterly amazed." In the embrace of Feng Tianyi, Tang Bao was exceptionally exuberant. Upon joining the wolves, he waved his little hands excitedly, mimicking Tang Zmo, and shouted joyfully, "Wow! Wow!" Tang Jingshu noticed that whenever Feng Tianyi participated, Tang Bao radiated happiness. The sight of her son's joy, combined with the light-hearted atmosphere, brought a smile to her face. Feng Tianyi, catching a glimpse of Tang Jingshu's knowing smile, felt his spirits lift even higher. Ensuring Tang Bao's safety, he quickened his pace. With a cheerful flick of his whip, he commanded the horse onward. The group galloped swiftly, soon arriving at the foot of another mountain. Their numbers and commotion startled the birds from the trees, sending numerous small creatures scurrying for cover. This forest too was untrammeled by human presence, lush with vegetation, replete with medicinal herbs and wild vegetables. Upon entering the woods, Tang Jingshu spotted a ginseng root and hurried towards it, while Tang Bao skillfully retrieved a red string to assist his mother in tying it up. Their seamless cooperation hinted at past experiences. Feng Tianyi observed the mother and son duo, a thought emerging in his mind. Children from impoverished families mature quickly. Once inside the forest, Tang Zicheng and his brothers, along with Gang Zi, patrolled the surroundings with the wolves, ensuring no dangerous animals lurked nearby. Tang Zicheng approached, saying, "Your Highness, we must first scout for prey this morning before commencing the official hunt in the afternoon. It grows colder the higher we ascend. Perhaps you should rest here and join us later?" "I shall accompany you," Feng Tianyi replied, intrigued by how they collaborated with the wolves in their scouting. He instructed Xiao Lu to remain behind to protect the women while he followed them up the mountain. Tang Jingshu discovered 3 ginseng roots in the woods and, after marking them with red strings, began to dig them up alongside Tang Bao. Green Yin and Hong Yi taught Feng Xiaohui to recognize non-toxic mushrooms and to forage for ferns, and soon everyone was busily engaged. Xiao Lu remained vigilant, ensuring the safety of the group. The lead wolf, having encountered Feng Tianyi on 2 occasions, was quite familiar with his scent. Detecting the essence of Tang Bao within him, the wolf cast a perplexed glance at Feng Tianyi, realizing that he shared a portion of Tang Bao's essence. implying that he was the child's father and Tang Jingshu's partner. Feng Tian-yi, turning his head, met the lead wolf's gaze and offered a friendly smile. Even without his beast taming skills, he could discern the wolf's confusion. This was precisely why he insisted on joining the hunt. Wolves were the most intelligent of creatures, with a clear hierarchy and the ability to perceive familial bonds among humans. In that fleeting moment, Feng Tian-yi felt a surge of exhilaration and joy wash over him. Tang Bao was indeed his child. His beloved Tang Bao was his son. There was no news more exhilarating than this. The woman from that fateful night was Tang Jingshu. It truly was her. "Thank you, Brother Wolf," Feng Tian-yi said, raising his hand in gratitude to the lead wolf. He turned his horse towards Tang Zicheng and the others, declaring, "I must attend to an important matter and descend the mountain. Brother Tang, please ensure your safety. I shall join you in the hunt this afternoon." Tang Zicheng assumed he had forgotten something, replying, "Your Highness, please take care when you descend. I shall not see you off." "No need. Farewell," Feng Tian-yi replied. Hastening down the mountain, his heart aflame with anticipation to reunite with Tang Bao and Tang Jingshu, eager to reveal to Tang Bao that he was his true father. The thought of Tang Bao longing for a father, envious of others who had both parents, filled Feng Tian-yi with a deeper sense of sorrow. He blamed himself for losing them, causing them so much suffering. That night had been perilously dangerous, and he had no choice but to leave Tang Jingshu in the dilapidated temple, never foreseeing the profound trauma it would inflict upon her. Feng Tian-yi was consumed by guilt as he approached the edge of the forest, hearing the joyful songs of Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao. His lips curled into an involuntary smile. This was his wife and son. He imagined telling Tang Bao the truth. Surely, the child would be overjoyed. However, revealing it to Tang Jingshu might not elicit the same response. Feng Tian-yi felt a pang of anxiety. After that incident, Tang Jingshu had suffered immensely, harboring deep-seated aversion towards those memories, striving to forget them entirely. It was evident how profoundly that night had scarred her, and he felt an overwhelming guilt. He hesitated, contemplating whether to unveil the truth to her. Chapter 89. For years ago, Feng Tian-yi's thoughts drifted back to 4 years prior when the days were plagued by incessant rain. He had led Qin Xian, Qin Liang, and others to the southern frontier, completing their mission flawlessly. However, on the return journey, they fell victim to a treacherous plot and were poisoned by the vile toxins of the southern lands. Having anticipated such treachery, he had taken an antidote pill, suppressing the toxin until they neared the capital, where he expelled the goo worm. While recuperating at a country estate, assassins infiltrated the grounds, employing a feigned attack to lure him out. After scattering a powder, they fled, feeling an intense heat coursing through him. Feng Tian-yi recognized it as the seduction powder used on disobedient women in brothels, capable of turning virtuous women into one-and-ones. With residual toxins still in his system, he was unable to suppress the effects of this new drug. As the potion took hold, he became disoriented, stumbling forward blindly. When he pushed open the door of the dilapidated temple, he beheld a curled-up figure, Tang Jingshu. Dazed, he could hardly discern her features, only that she appeared fragile, vulnerable, and pitiable. Her presence stirred something primal within him. The combined effects of the lingering toxins and the new drug overwhelmed his reason, and with eyes ablaze, he succumbed to his basest instincts. He knew he ought not to, yet he could not restrain himself and sought her to alleviate the poison. "Do not worry. I shall take you as my wife and be responsible for you," he vowed, regardless of beauty or ugliness, illness or status. He would marry her as his legitimate wife and strive to make amends in the future. Before losing consciousness, Feng Tian-yi heard the frantic calls of Qin Xian and the others. Struggling to rise, he groggily grasped his jade pendant, the token of betrothal, declaring, "I take you as my wife." The storm outside roared too loudly, drowning out a single phrase from her lips, which he could not decipher due to the effects of the poison. In retrospect, he realized Tang Jingshu's tone had been laced with a deep-seated animosity. Later, as he staggered towards the door, the moment he saw Qin Xian and the others, he felt a sense of relief and collapsed into unconsciousness. When he awoke 2 days later, the woman from the temple had vanished without a trace. She was gone and never returned. Feng Tian-yi, having practiced as a virgin, found that his inner power diminished significantly upon losing his purity. This is the reason why the opposing party calculated against him. Without formidable inner strength to suppress the lingering poison, he cannot afford to sustain injuries, for otherwise, the blood would flow incessantly. He devoted 3 years to self-cultivation, with his subordinates remaining exceedingly cautious, fearing even the slightest harm would befall him, preventing him from engaging in any activity. Even the sharpest of objects were wrapped in layers of cloth, rendering him a fragile entity. All of this was part of Lord Li's scheme, and he had not allowed Lord Li to fare well either, returning the favor in kind. Throughout these 4 years, the Lord's household had not welcomed another child. Lord Li was anxious, as all his previous offspring had been daughters. Feng Tianyi was schemed against by Lord Li's faction upon arriving at Qizhou Prefecture, where assassins were dispatched to strike him down. Coupled with his persecution of Tang Jingshu and her family, this time, he aimed to render Lord Li incapable of humane governance. A prince without a son, stripped of masculine prowess. How could the emperor ever allow him to inherit the throne? Feng Tianyi never anticipated that by a twist of fate, he would encounter Tang Jingshu and her child. Perhaps heaven took pity on him, delivering his wife and son to his side. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Tang Jingshu's aura at first glance. It turned out she was the young woman from that fateful night. It was no surprise that he felt an irresistible urge to be close to Tang Bao, for he was indeed his own son. As he drew nearer to Tang Jingshu and Tang Bao, Feng Tianyi's heart raced, pounding as though it would leap from his throat. His mind raced rapidly before ultimately deciding to withhold the truth from the mother and child for the time being, intending to clarify the events of that year before explaining everything to Tang Jingshu. She had long forgotten the past, living a life filled with joy and happiness. He could not recklessly reopen old wounds and cause her further suffering. Before he could approach, Tang Bao had already spotted him, joyfully running over. "Your Highness, how did you return?" Feng Tianyi dismounted his horse, arms outstretched in welcome. Like a small cannonball, Tang Bao launched himself into Feng Tianyi's embrace. And Feng Tianyi held him tightly, his heart a tempest of emotions. This was his son. Feng Tianyi rested his forehead against Tang Bao's. "I was worried about you both, so I came down to check. Son, I am your father." Unable to acknowledge his son outright, Feng Tianyi felt a pang of affection, gently kissing Tang Bao's cheek. "Did you dig up some ginseng?" "3 of them. Mother said the forest is truly a treasure trove, full of other medicinal herbs." Tang Bao clung to Feng Tianyi's neck, keenly sensing that something was amiss with his mood. "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" "No, I just hurried down the hill, concerned for your safety." Feng Tianyi's gaze remained fixed on Tang Bao's cherubic face. "Seeing you both safe brings me peace." Hee. Tang Bao chuckled gleefully, and in a moment of exuberance, blurted out, "If only my father were as wonderful as you. Would you like me to be your father?" Tang Bao realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth, whispering an apology. "Your Highness, I'm sorry, No need to apologize. I am not angry nor offended." Observing his son's tentative and pitiable demeanor, Feng Tianyi felt a surge of compassion. "In truth, I also wish to be Tang Bao's father, but I fear your mother may not approve. If she were to discover he was that man from years ago, Tang Jingshu would undoubtedly chase him with a cleaver, wishing never to see him again in this lifetime." Upon hearing Feng Tianyi's words, Tang Bao's eyes widened in astonishment, incredulously gazing at him. "Your Highness, you are willing to be my father?" "Of course, I am willing." Feng Tianyi held his son close, yet could not claim him openly, his heart brimming with emotion. Tang Bao was so clever and adorable. He had long regarded him as a son. Tang Bao felt a wave of blissful dizziness. The prince had expressed his willingness to be his father, and he had always treated him like a son. "Wonderful!" Tang Bao exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Feng Tianyi's neck, wanting to cry from happiness. He showered several kisses upon Feng Tianyi's face, struggling to swallow his tears. "Your Highness, thank you. Thank you for being willing to be my father." "I have always been your father," Feng Tianyi thought to himself. "If you wish, when we are alone together, you may call me father." "Really?" Tang Bao looked at him, eyes glistening with tears. Feng Tianyi nodded earnestly. "Indeed, you may call me father right now." "Father?" The word rolled around in Tang Bao's throat, but he could not bring himself to utter it. The more he tried, the more he found himself unable to speak, overwhelmed with excitement and anxiety. Feng Tianyi gently wiped his tears. "Do not rush, Tang Bao. When you have calmed down and are ready, you may call me." This promise remained valid. In truth, Feng Tianyi, driven by personal desire, longed to hear his son call him father. He would cherish both mother and child and make amends in the future. Chapter 90. The Secret Operation of Father and Son. Tang Bao had eagerly anticipated the day when Feng Tianyi would become his father, envisioning a life where they would live together in mutual affection as a family. Little did he expect that today, the prince would suddenly declare his willingness to be his father, and that he could call him father in private. With red-rimmed eyes, Tang Bao gazed at Feng Tianyi, feeling overjoyed to finally have a father. With a sudden outburst, he began to cry, releasing all the pent-up grievances of the years spent without a father, sobbing uncontrollably. This startled Feng Tianyi. He had merely suggested that Tang Bao call him father, yet the boy was crying so sorrowfully. "It's all right, no need to call, we won't call anymore." "Be good, stop crying," he soothed. No, Tang Bao quickly explained. "I am crying because I am happy, not because I don't want to call you." He was simply too overwhelmed to speak. "How could I not call? I want to cry out. but I'm afraid you might take back your words, he hurriedly clarified. Tang Jingshu, hearing her son's cries from below, looked up. Tang Bao, what happened? Did you fall? Mother, no. I didn't fall. I wasn't crying. I was just pretending. Tang Bao quickly wiped his tears and put on a smile. The prince and I will be down shortly. He could not let his mother worry. So he flashed a sweet smile at Tang Jingshu, assuring her he was fine. Feng Tianyi was attentive with the child, and Tang Jingshu believed her son, as he rarely cried unless something truly distressing occurred. She nodded, then take your time. She resumed digging for ginseng, to prevent his mother from suspecting anything. Tang Bao stuck out his tongue and whispered, Father. Ah, son. That single word brought tears to Feng Tianyi's eyes. His son had called him. Father. Son. Father. My precious son. My precious father. After countless exchanges of endearments, Tang Bao joyfully clung to Feng Tianyi's neck, laughing heartily. He longed to stand atop the mountain and proclaim to the world that he finally had a father. The father and son shared affectionate interactions, laughing together for quite some time, relishing their joy. Subsequently, Feng Tianyi carried Tang Bao down the mountain at a leisurely pace, savoring their precious time alone together. Father, how can we make mother agree to let you be my father? Tang Bao asked, his face alight with smiles. Indeed, how can I win your mother's acceptance? So we may live together happily as a family of three? Feng Tianyi understood that the truth would eventually need to be revealed to Tang Jingshu. He could only gradually insinuate and proceed with caution. The first step was to ease the pain in Tang Jingshu's heart, helping her fully emerge from her suffering. Even if she were to learn that he was the man from that night, as long as she did not take the child away from him, he would endure her anger. Father, you should love mother as uncle does auntie. That will surely convince her to accept you as my father, Tang Bao suggested. In matters of affection, Feng Tianyi was still a novice. He was unsure how to go about it. Thus, he humbly inquired of his son, Pray tell, what does your uncle do? Unable to articulate specifics and feeling somewhat bashful, the little one blushed and whispered into Feng Tianyi's ear, It's about hugging, kissing, treating her well, loving her, protecting her, and listening to her. Father, if you observe closely and learn from your uncle, you will surely grasp it, he added. Feng Tianyi nodded. From tomorrow onwards, I shall pay closer attention and learn from your uncle. Together, we shall strive, and soon our family of three will be reunited. Yes, yes, Tang Bao exclaimed, extending his hand. Father, let us work hard together. I will assist you. Thank you, my son. The father and son exchanged a high five and shared a conspiratorial wink, marking their secret operation. Tang Jingshu descended with a smile, her countenance radiating joy as she whispered something to herself, carefully placing the unearthed ginseng into a cloth bag. Tang Bao, having slipped from Feng Tianyi's embrace, dashed to his mother. Mother, the prince and I spotted an abundance of fern shoots above. Shall we go and pick some? The little fellow endeavored to create opportunities for the two to bond and enhance their relationship, emboldened by the knowledge that he was no longer fighting alone. Feng Tianyi promptly concurred, stating earnestly, Indeed, Tang Bao mentioned fern shoots, and they do resemble what I saw, an extensive patch, plump and thriving. Observing their eagerness to gather the ferns, Tang Jingshu picked up a basket. Then by all means, go and see how wonderful they are. Mother, take your time, Tang Bao urged, grasping Tang Jingshu's hand with one and Feng Tianyi's with the other, overflowing with joy. Upon reaching the designated spot, they indeed discovered a lush expanse of tender fern shoots. Feng Tianyi, noticing the difficulty in harvesting them and concerned about injuring Tang Jingshu's hands, immediately volunteered. You and Tang Bao wait here. I shall gather them. Tang Jingshu found Feng Tianyi unusually industrious today, engaging in such labor as foraging for wild vegetables. In truth, the transformation had begun the previous day when he helped her pull weeds and even picked watermelons. As he picked the fern shoots for the first time, Feng Tianyi scratched his hand on a nearby branch, feeling no pain at all. He felt fortunate that it was he who was injured and not Tang Jingshu. Having filled the basket with the ferns, he carried it without paying heed to the wound on the back of his hand. Tang Bao, with keen eyes, noticed it and rushed over to blow on the injury. Prince, your hand is hurt. It's bleeding. Tang Bao turned to Tang Jingshu. Mother, please apply some medicine to the prince. It would be dreadful if it gets infected. Feng Tianyi dismissed it nonchalantly. It's merely a surface wound. Nothing to concern ourselves over. No, we mustn't be complacent. Sometimes, even a minor ailment can lead to greater issues, Tang Bao insisted. Mother, please tend to the prince's wound. Seeing the two deeper cuts on his hand, Tang Jingshu, wary of infection, took out some alcohol. I will clean your wounds. It might sting a bit, so bear with it. As her warm hand clasped Feng Tianyi's fingertips, he felt the comforting warmth gradually intensify to a feverish heat, coursing through his veins and igniting a flutter in his heart. The pain was but a distant thought. Instead, his heart was ablaze. Feng Tianyi fixated on the delicate fingers that held his, realizing how large his hand was in comparison to hers. The soft pads of her fingers glided over his hand with the ointment, as if caressing him with love. Noticing his intense gaze upon her fingers, Tang Jingshu asked curiously, "What is it? Did I hurt you?" "No, not at all. It doesn't hurt in the slightest. Feel free," he replied, hastily regaining his composure. "Thank you, Dr. Tang. Do not mention it. You were only injured while helping me gather wild vegetables," she responded, lifting the basket. "I shall take care of that patch over there. I have brought gloves, so I won't get scratched." Feng Tianyi realized she had come prepared and had already taken up the basket. "You lead the way. I will hold Tang Bao's hand." Nodding, Tang Jingshu walked ahead to guide them.